After all, traveling on a luxury train is very glamorous. But did you ever read one of those timetables where it says, baggage car, note, does not carry corpse?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, the nationally popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for an exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Tonight's story, The Blue Rocket Express. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for our puzzle in murder.
Pat's office is in San Francisco, but he'd been called to New York on a case, and in order to clear it up, we had to take the Blue Rocket from New York to Chicago for a quick one-day visit. And then we planned to take the rocket back to New York again. We'd checked our luggage through, and we were strolling into Grand Central Terminal.
Jean.
Yes, Pat?
The train doesn't leave for 20 minutes. Why do you always drag me to trains 9 years ahead of time? Now what are we supposed to do? Stand around the terminal twiddling our thumbs?
Don't get excited, dear. They opened the train a half hour early, see? Track 32. It's open already. So come on. Stop being a typical husband and get on the train.
Oh, of all the silly things. Dragging me here so early that you go ahead.
Why?
I need razor blades and cigarettes and a couple of magazines I forgot to buy.
Uh-huh. We got here too early. Well, you're lucky I brought you here so fast. You'd have forgotten about it.
Okay. Now just stop being a typical wife and get on the train.
I checked our space at the desk inside the gate and went into the lounge car. I just lit a cigarette when the only other passenger in the lounge, a small, bespectacled chap, nodded at me quite cheerfully.
It's rather pleasant to board the train early, isn't it?
Yes, it's very comfortable.
Are you going to Chicago or on to California?
Just to Chicago for the moment.
Oh. My name's Duffield, Professor Ernest Duffield.
Mine's Abbott, Jean Abbott. You with the University of Chicago, Professor?
Oh, no. I'm going to California. I'm in the through car.
Oh, well, how do they work that? I've always flown across.
Well, you see, they switch the car off in Chicago and then hitch it on to the back of the El Dorado. That way, as they say in the ads, you don't have to change trains.
What do you teach, Professor?
Well, I'm not teaching anymore, Mrs. Abbott. I'm doing research.
Oh.
Matter of fact, that's why I'm going to Los Angeles to a conference.
And what's your subject?
Bacterial warfare.
Oh, I hate those words. Thank heavens no one's tried that yet.
Oh, but they have.
That sounds horrible. What is this conference in California?
I'm very sorry indeed, but I cannot discuss that. It would be classified information. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, please don't go. My husband would love to meet you.
Well, I'd be delighted to meet him, too, but I'm, sort of an old eccentric, I guess you might say. I can't stand crowds. The moment the train fills up, I prefer retiring to my compartment until the end of the trip. I'm alone. I can relax, read.
Goodbye, Professor. It's been most interesting.
Thank you, Mrs. Abbott. Good evening.
Well, leaving us so soon, friend. My name is Charlie Drake. Stick around, friend. I have a few stories you'll like.
I beg your pardon.
Well, get him. He ain't square. He's oblong. How about you, ma'am? I guess we might as well be friends. We're fellow travelers in the old choo-choo. Drake's the name, Charlie Drake. I'm the original good time Charlie.
Uh-huh.
You traveling alone, honey? Just a small-town girl at the mercy of all the traveling salesmen?
No. I'm with my husband.
Oh, well, that ties it.
In fact, here he comes.
Well, I got everything I needed, Jean.
Pat, this is Charlie Drake, my husband.
Look, how's for all of us whipping up a little bridge game? Let's see, there's three of us here. Who's that fellow over there in the corner? Anybody know him, the old geezer?
No, we don't.
What do you say there, stranger? How about for being a fourth at bridge? Eh? Oh, poxy grandpa, a little on the deaf side, huh? Well, I can always keep the folks happy. I don't believe I caught your name.
I'm Pat Abbott. This is my wife, Jean.
Going to little old Chicago, are you? So am I. I'd love to be on that through car to sunny California, but business forbids. You got nice accommodations?
Yes, we're quite happy about it.
Well, look, I'm in car 181, compartment C. Open day and night, never a dull moment. Anytime you're feeling blue, you want a few laughs, call on your good friend Charlie. Hey, have you two heard the one about the nearsighted octopus and the bagpipes? Have you? You'll bust your buttons, kid. This one's a real knee slapper. Now, listen here. It seems the octopus went to a
Who is it?
Pullman conductor, sir. Urgent telegram for Professor Duffield.
Oh, all right. Just a moment. I'll find the light. And my bathrobe.
Yes?
Shut up, Professor. Get back into your compartment.
What are you doing with that gun? Who are you? What do you want?
You're bringing something to that California conference, Professor. It's a culture. Little germs in a flask.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, don't stall. There's no time. I know all about it. You've made a discovery. It's the most powerful bacterial weapon ever devised. The easiest to make, too. Quickest, cheapest. Now, where is it? Where's the flask?
Get out of here.
I want the flask, Professor, and right now. Be smart and turn it over.
Who are you?
Well, I guess you'd call me a salesman. I pick up little items like yours and then put them on the open market. Sell them to the highest bidder. You'd be surprised how these items draw customers. In America, Mexico City, Cairo, Berlin. I get around. I do very nicely. Now, where's the flask?
Stay away from there.
Is it in the medicine cabinet?
All I have to do is shout. The conductor will
You
come.
open your mouth and I'll put 6 bullets into that celebrated brain of yours. The flask in one of your valises?
I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get out of this compartment. The flask is top secret property of the United States government. You must be out of your mind trying to get away with a thing like this.
I've done pretty well before. Now talk up, Professor. Where the devil is that culture?
I said I'd wait 5 seconds. You've about used them up.
You don't really want to die, do you, Professor? You have so much to contribute to America. Why get yourself knocked off? Don't you have a family, Professor? Friends? Don't you want to go on living? Professor, you're just begging to be killed, and I'm just the guy to do it. You know, I could even make it worth your while, Professor. I'll get lots of dough for the flask. Maybe I could cut you in for a piece. Now, where is the blasted culture, Professor? Don't touch that bell. Keep your hands off that bell, or I'll crack your head open with this gun. So help me.
After Pat and I left the lounge, we didn't see the professor or Good Time Charlie for the rest of the trip. We left the train at Chicago without knowing there was anything wrong. Neither did anybody else. Pat tended to his business and then took a relaxing spin on Lakeshore Drive in a cab. And by early evening, we were back on the return trip of the Blue Rocket Express heading for New York. After dinner in our compartment... Pat, I've been wondering. This is car 181, compartment C. Now, where'd I hear that before?
From that big bore, Charlie. He said this was his compartment on the way to Chicago. Oh, I'm awfully tired, darling. I think I'll hit the hay.
Well, I'm wide awake. Night Owl Jean, they call me.
Okay, you go on up to the lounge. I'm going to ring for the porter and have him make up the berths. I'm knocked out.
Well, thank goodness we lost Good Time Charlie. I was afraid we'd run into him again. Or when we got off in Chicago.
Yeah. Yes, come in. Oh, porter, make up our berths, please. Thank you.
Oh, I'll step out of your way, Porter, so you can pull down that upper. Pat, look. There's a body up there.
Yes, a dead body.
Oh, Pat.
Get the conductor, please, porter. Oh, someone did quite a job on him.
Well, it's Professor Duffield.
What? Who's he?
Well, I met him in the lounge car when we were leaving New York before you got here. He's a scientist and expert on bacteriological warfare.
Well, that makes it worse, much worse. You better have the conductor notify the FBI immediately.
But this wasn't his compartment. What was he doing in here?
The reporter tells me someone's died in here.
Yes, conductor. When he lowered the berth a moment ago, we found this body.
What are your names?
Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Abbott.
All right. I'll find another space for you. Now, don't discuss this with anyone under any circumstances, except the police. I'll have them aboard on it at our next stop. Now, we'll take care of everything now. Just keep calm and keep quiet. Don't go to sleep in the space I give you until I've had a chance to get more information from you.
This man, the dead man, was in the wrong compartment.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I met him on the way to Chicago on this train last night. If he was murdered and then his body was shoved into the upper berth and left sealed there, this is not the compartment he had for himself. His name is Professor Duffield. He was originally on the through car to California.
He was in highly classified government work, conductor. You better report that instantly when you contact the police.
Now, my schedule book says the man who occupied this space on our trip out was a Mr. Charles Drake.
Now, conductor, my wife wouldn't make a mistake. Besides, Charlie Drake, Good Time Charlie, as he called himself, got off in Chicago. This is not Drake. Look, would you do something for me?
Oh, what is it?
Here are my credentials. I'm a private investigator. The New York police will know my name if you want to check. So will the FBI and the Pentagon. I've been on cases involving classified material.
You tell all this to the police, Abbott. I'm just a conductor trying to get a train into New York.
All right. Now, this train is a radio phone. So is the El Dorado. And time may be terribly important. Would you let me call them?
Well, what for?
I want to ask them if Professor Duffield is aboard.
Well, he's lying there dead, isn't he?
Look, just let me make the call. I have a theory. There's a phone in the diesel cab of the El Dorado. I read about it in the magazine.
No, I can't let people play games now, Mr. Abbott. I have to see if there's a doctor aboard. I have to contact the police at the next town.
The one call. I have the right to do that, don't I? Look, I can't get away, can I? You can listen to the conversation if you like. I'm telling you, this may mean the solution of the case.
Okay, make your call. There's 2 cars ahead.
Thanks. Come on, Gene. Where are we, conductor? And what time is it?
Approaching Manfield, Ohio. It's 8:55.
Mobile operator. This is RY64372. I want BX6500.
Oh, you think you'll get through, Pat?
Probably. I've got to ask them this question.
I don't get it. Professor Duffield's dead in compartment C, and then you're calling to ask...
El Dorado, this is Patrick Abbott. I'm a private detective. Aboard the Streamliner Blue Rocket. You what? Okay, get on, conductor.
Hello, El Dorado. This is John L. McLeod, conductor aboard 15. Yes. Yes, it's all right. I understand. Yes. What's your question, Abbott?
Do they have a Professor Ernest Duffield aboard? Passenger for Union Station, Los Angeles. In a compartment on the through car.
Duffield, or L.A., in the through car. Got a passenger of that description?
Well?
But what's the answer?
Yes. Are you certain? He is? Thank you. Goodbye.
What'd they say?
They have a Professor Duffield. He's fine, enjoying the trip. Of all the ridiculous gags to
pull... Well, that's impossible. The dead man is the professor.
All right. The police will take over shortly. We'll find out all the answers. They're getting aboard at the next stop 2 or 3 minutes now.
You said you'd find another space for us.
Yes, I'll try. Now, please, you wait here. I'll be back shortly.
All right. That's good. This is just what I wanted.
What are you going to do?
Follow me to the door.
But
now,
Pat,
never mind. The conductor has been so nice, I wouldn't want to spoil a beautiful friendship. Now, this train is slowing down. Just stand here. I'll get these latches open on this door. Now, in about 10 seconds, as the train slows down some more, you jump.
What?
Just fall easy. You'll tumble on the ground a bit, that's all.
Well, you can't skip out now. We're in the middle of nowhere. You'll be a fugitive.
We need every second, dear. Without any interference. Are you ready?
Well, the train's going too fast.
Now jump!
We were lucky. We landed on soft ground. Oh, thank goodness the train wasn't going quickly. It was very dark. We were in deep grass somewhere in the middle of Ohio. No lights anywhere. Nothing.
Now, let's see if we can...
If we can what, my dear, crazy Mr. Abbott? Exactly how do we solve a murder case involving a top-flight scientist by roaming around here by the railroad tracks?
Dear, this is Mansfield. I saw on the timetable that the El Dorado is due at La Junta, Colorado, about 5:40 in the morning. Now, if we can find a road and get a hitch and grab a plane...
Yes, if...
Look. Through the grass. There's a paved road way up there. I saw a headlight. Come on. Let's try for that hitch. Hurry, Gene.
We got the hitch in an old Model T. A very friendly farmer picked us up and told us there was a small airport about 15 miles away. A young veteran was operating a cargo plane service out of it. We bounced along the 15 miles in the old Lizzie, rattling like the famous skeletons on a tin roof. At the airport, we met the veteran. We thought we'd have trouble, but he was an eager kid, and the idea of trying to catch the El Dorado appealed to him. We stepped into his plane.
Yeah, I think we can do it, Mr. Abbott. Where do you figure on landing? Well, that would be up to you, of course.
Oh?
But I'd like to pick them up somewhere around La Junta. If not, perhaps we might catch them in New Mexico.
Okay, now, you keep the timetable of the El Dorado in front of me, and I'll head for La Junta.
Well, isn't that country out there pretty rugged?
Yes, ma'am. Cliffs, hilly, rough terrain.
Well, can you make a landing out there where we can walk away from?
Ma'am, I used to fly over a spot called the Hump back in the war. From Assam to come in. You can fly over that. Anything else is a vacation with pay.
Oh, fine. That's a help. It's all we need. Real soupy storm. Now, we've got to get through.
Cross your fingers. I'm taking off. Only by the way.
Yes?
There aren't any parachutes.
We took off. Pat and I squatted on bucket seats in the back. The weather was awful. The little plane rocked, rolled, and practically stood still in midair. Time was passing. Precious time. Pat?
Yes, Gene?
How do you fellas do it?
Do what?
Just sit there quiet-like as if you were on a pleasure jaunt. Me? I've bitten what's left of my nails. I've recited pertinent excerpts from a book I read called How to Keep Calm in a Crisis.
Well, just relax. There's work to be done.
Oh, yes, you always say that. But you have ice water in your veins. You're the rugged type. Me, I'm the delicate, scare real easy type.
It's none of my business, Mr. Abbott. It's kind of silly to ask now, but are you 100% certain this trip was necessary? Why couldn't you have left it to the police where the train stopped?
Because I'm after that train. By the time I convinced the authorities about who I am, what I suspected, what was going on, and fought through the right channels to the right authorities, it'll be all over. But really over.
How to keep calm in a crisis. Remember the key words. What the dickens are those key words?
I'm down about as low as I can get. We ought to be directly over the railroad tracks. I can't get any lower, we'll smack up.
Well, have you got any field glasses in this flying percolator?
Yeah, around here somewhere. See if you can spot the train. It shouldn't be too hard. The El Dorado's got a headlight that throws a beam about a half a mile.
I've got the glasses. I'm watching.
Pat, we're awfully low.
Yes, ma'am.
If he suddenly spots anything and has to climb to avoid it, we might stall, mightn't we?
Now, just relax, dear. I told you before...
You see the train?
No, not yet.
Well, you better see it soon, Mr. Abbott. I can't keep this up indefinitely. If we come to a very high spot, I may not be able to hedge hop like I'm doing.
Well, it should be here. Unless it's late. I don't see a thing. Just miles of track. I can just about make out the tracks. This storm is cutting the visibility down too much.
Are you positive you're right about the time and the place?
Yes, absolutely, Jim. The only thing could throw us is if that train is very late. That could be. Then we'd have to backtrack.
Well, it probably is late with this weather.
Now, if you just keep mum, dear, Wait a minute, wait. Wait a second, I've spotted it. I see it. The streamliner, about 20 cars. There's no freight. This is lit up like a Christmas tree down there.
Oh, thank heavens. Now what?
Can you get about 10 or 15 miles ahead of her and find a place to sit this plane down?
I can try. Oh, my aching GI back. Find a place to sit down here, huh?
We've got to, my friend. The scientist with top secret information has been killed. His head was bashed in.
Holy Aunt Hannah, is that what
Yes.
this trip...
The killers are on that train. So put it down sweet and gentle and make it real fast.
If I can see a big enough stretch. This is a very small plane, but that doesn't mean we can land on a dime. You know, Wait a minute. I see a spot.
doesn't look too bad. Of course, that rain's got so many puddles going, we could land and maybe hit a ditch or a gully or give hole and turn right over. I'll never see it coming.
All right. Put it down, pal.
Huh?
Right where you think we have a chance to make it.
Okay, now if I overshoot this field, there's a cliff up ahead there, see?
Let me see.
We'll go right off the cliff.
Now put it down, I said. Steady. Jean, dear.
Yeah.
Brace yourself against that seat.
Wish I could see more, but here goes. Start praying.
Easy, boy. Easy. That's it.
Pat, I can't look.
Easy.
This is it.
Now.
Pat, the cliff. We're too close. We're too close.
Made it.
Oh, Ruth.
That's wonderful. Beautiful job. Now, look. You got emergency flares?
Yeah, under the seat.
Fine, I'll take a few.
What in the world are you going to do now?
Set these off on the track in front of the El Dorado and hope there isn't an accident. They do 90 miles an hour on some of these stretches.
We ran through the rain to the tracks. The pilot stayed back with his plane and was to join us later.
I'll light a flare here, Gene. There. Now, just hope the rain doesn't kill it. You hear the train coming?
No, not yet.
Okay. Put another flare here. There. Now, let's see. Well, there are no curves on this approach. That's good. The engineer will see the flares early. Only it takes him almost a mile to come to a full stop. There. That's it. Now, just wait and watch.
Pat, you need a gun if you're going to board this train.
Yes, I need a lot of things, but I don't have any of them. I just have to take my chances. Good. He's seen it. Keep wide of the track, Gene. Very wide.
Yes, I am, dear.
He's slowing down. Now, look, when it gets to very slow speed, you watch down the left side. Watch the car doors. Someone might try to sneak off. I'll watch to my right. Shout if you see anything suspicious. Now, if she stops, run down a way so you can see more of the train. That's the girl. Now, look for the conductor. Don't say anything. Let me do all the talking. There he is. There comes the conductor.
Hey, what's up?
Aye, set those flares, conductor.
What's the matter? Is this part of washout? What's wrong here?
My name is Abbott, Pat Abbott. This is my wife, Jean. I'm a private detective. We had to stop your train.
Why?
I want to see a passenger of yours immediately, Professor Duffield. We called you about it on the radio phone, remember?
Yeah.
Now, I have no time to explain. The through car, the last one?
Yes, now, but wait a minute. You have no right to do this. You've already broken the law. Setting up flares like that.
All right. Now, you come with me. There's a murder involved. Any armed police aboard? We could use them.
No, and if what you're telling me is a lot of malarkey,
Now, let's get
I'll
on
tell...
board. Step up, Gene. All right, now, which compartment is Professor Duffield?
Compartment D.
Here it is, Pat.
Sorry, conductor, I'm going in.
No, just a minute. You can't just...
Yes, what is it?
Pat, it's Charlie. Good time, Charlie.
Well, what are you doing here? I thought you...
Thought that we were on our way to New York by now, Charlie? Yes, we might have been.
Well, Mr. Abbott, there's Professor Duffield. Now, what's all the excitement about? You're talking to Professor Duffield.
This man is not Duffield,
What?
conductor.
Get out of my way.
Stay where you are, Charlie.
Charlie?
This man has been masquerading as Professor Duffield. He murdered the professor on the blue rocket to Chicago. Then he hid the body in the upper berth of his compartment.
You don't get out of my
You
way.
left the body in your own compartment. Then you took the professor's space in the through car. All the crews are changed. You told everyone in the El Dorado that you were Duffield.
All right, Abbott. If you won't get out of my way.
Put down that gun.
Everybody, out of my way. I'll shoot anybody that tries to follow me. Don't move till I'm off this car.
Pat, how are we stopping?
I'll get after him. That flask he took with him may be terribly important.
Pat, come back. He'll kill you.
He's left the train. I can see him through this window. He's running up the hill out there.
Pat, don't!
The door he slammed. There, I got it. Come back, Charlie!
I told you not to follow me, Abbott.
I said come back!
I won't miss this time.
Now look out! Behind you, the cliff!
Charlie, gripping the flask, fell 3,000 feet. And turning to fire at Pat, he didn't notice that he was beside that same ominous cliff we almost went over when we were in the plane. Sometime later, Pat and I were back on the El Dorado. The conductor and local police were conferring about the crime. Pat and I were having hot coffee in the lounge.
Well, Jean, I know exactly what you're going to say.
Do you?
Yes, you're very upset because I took so many chances.
Well, I certainly am. After all these years of married life, I've become rather fond of you, Patrick, and I'd hate to see...
I beg your pardon, Mr. Abbott.
Oh.
Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, hello. I remember you from the Blue Rocket. You're the gentleman who wouldn't play bridge with us.
Yes. I think I'd best introduce myself. I am Professor Ernest Duffield.
You're what?
That is correct. My identification papers. Would you care to see them, Mr. Abbott?
Yes.
They told me what you did. I am extremely grateful. And so I imagine is the government. It is quite simple. The man Charles Drake murdered was hired to impersonate me. I was bitterly opposed to the idea, but the Scientists' Commission insisted upon it. I pleaded with them, but they wouldn't listen. The chap volunteered for the job, fully realizing how dangerous it was.
Well, Professor, your flask is gone. I presume it contains something very valuable?
It was supposed to contain something valuable, Mr. Abbott. And Mr. Drake went to great pains to find it, but, of course, it was worthless. The flask Mr. Drake died with in his hand was a nickel's worth of colored water. The real flask obviously is being sent to California by other means.
And how do we know you're Professor Duffield? I don't like to seem rude or melodramatic, but couldn't those identification papers be a government-manufactured fake for security reasons? Couldn't you be a government agent, maybe, impersonating Duffield, too? Did the government take the chance of revealing who the real man is, even now?
Did they, Mrs. Abbott?
Pat and I finally got back aboard the Blue Rocket on our way to New York. We were alone in our bedroom. Pat, do you realize you haven't kissed me since we left New York 3 days ago?
My, that's quite a debt I owe, isn't it?
You owe me 228 kisses, plus interest and carrying charges. A grand total of 343.
Wow. I better start paying off, huh?
Well, you'll find this is a very friendly bank, Mr. Abbott. We wouldn't mind at all if you'd overdraw your account. Moral of the story. There are plenty of fast express trains from Chicago to New York. But if you have a handsome husband who likes to make love to you, don't be a fool. Take a slow train.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those nationally popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. The cast included Kenny Delmar, Louis Van Ruten, and Mandel Kramer. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrow. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. This is Bill Rippey speaking. Next week, same time, same station, another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you're up against something you can't handle and it has to be kept strictly confidential, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, the day after tomorrow, a boy 16 is getting out of a work camp after a year. Instead of trying to get a new start, he swears he's going to do something that'll take him right back there again, or even worse. You've got to help him. You've got to save him from himself. I don't have much money. I'm only 16, too.
Only 16, too. But I'll work the rest of my life paying you if you'll do everything you can to help Eddie. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning at 7 in front of the Lincoln statue in Chelsea Square Park. And it's just signed Emily, George.
Yeah. Chelsea Square Park, huh? Brooksy, that's right in the middle of that slum jungle where those so-called wolf packs have been running wild.
Yes, and kids just about this age.
Always good for an editorial. Young hoodlums, a challenge to society. Well, that's where it usually ends. Brooksy, looks like we're going to be on the job early tomorrow morning.
George, wait a minute.
What is it, Brooksy?
Over there, sitting under the statue of Lincoln. There, feeding the pigeons.
Oh, yeah. Looks like our girl, all right. Come on, Angel. Let's see how unlike an editorial we can be when we talk to her.
Now, that's all the crumbs I have. No use hanging around. Go on, scoop, go on.
Emily?
Yes? Oh, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, that's right.
Gosh, I didn't really believe you'd come, and I...
Hello, Emily.
This is Miss Brooks. We work together.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Brooks. If things weren't so terrible for Eddie, I'd feel pretty silly. I don't have anything in the world, and there's no reason for you to help me.
Well, let's just say you write a darn good letter.
Now, what about Eddie, Emily?
He's a boy I know. He gets out tomorrow.
Why was he sent away?
The police found him in a stolen car.
I see.
But he didn't steal it. He thought he was delivering the car to a second-hand dealer for somebody, just to make a little extra money.
Well, didn't he tell that to the police?
No. He just kept insisting over and over that he didn't steal it. He wouldn't even tell me who got him into that trouble. But he says that since everybody is so sure he's no good, he's going to prove they're right. You know what that means.
Oh, now, Emily.
Well, I know Eddie. He's lost his temper a lot of times, and he got into scrapes, but, well, he's not bad, not really.
Emily, you're pretty sure of that, aren't you?
I suppose when you believe in somebody, you just do, that's all.
All right. Now let's see what we can do.
He has no place to go, Mr. Valentine.
What do you mean?
He only has his father, and Eddie was supporting Mr. Prokosh, selling papers.
Yes?
Well, when Eddie was arrested, Mr. Prokosh told him he never wanted to see him again. And Eddie's very proud. He'd never go back home now.
Well, people change a lot in a year.
Do they? My mother and father haven't. They still think Eddie's no good. And even now, when I went to help him, I have to meet you in the park before I go to school.
All right, Emily, suppose you leave Eddie to me.
I'm going to secretarial school now, and in another year I'll start working. And if you don't mind waiting, I could...
suppose you leave that to Mr. Valentine, too.
Then you mean you'll do everything you can?
That and a little more, Emily. Now, suppose we go and have some breakfast so you can tell me all about Eddie. Then I'm going to have a talk with his father.
I don't care who you are. I want to hear nothing about my son. I got no son. Now get out of my house.
Now, just take it easy, Mr. Prokosh.
Look at me, mister. You see this crippled leg? I got that making honest living. Honest living.
I know. That's dreadful, Mr. Prokosh. But there's still Eddie to think about.
I get few pennies from the company every month. I even bite my tongue and take charity from the Morrissey Association. But better I should hate myself than take one dirty penny my son steals. I don't need it.
But maybe your son needs you.
I told you, lady, I got no son.
Okay, let's just call him another boy, age 16, a boy in trouble and headed for more. But not everybody's sold off in the way you are, his own father.
You know, Mr. Prokosh, you can worry so much about being right that you can be wrong.
Right? Such fancy talk I don't understand.
Hey, Prokosh, I want... Oh. So you got company, huh?
What you want in my house?
Tell these characters are below. There's something I want you to tell me.
Just who is this imitation Bogart?
Huh?
His name is Stan Lucas. He's the worst hoodlum of them all.
Look, Pop, Eddie's time's about up. When's he getting out? I gotta know.
I tell you nothing.
You heard me. I gotta know. And you're gonna tell me all right.
You what? Let go. That flashy tie you're wearing. You don't knot it half tight enough, so I'm gonna help you. And it's not good manners for a tough guy like you to be pushing helpless people around.
Stop it, will you?
Now, you see what I mean, Stanley?
George, look out!
I'll take that.
See the kind knife he carries?
Yeah. Not the kind you peel potatoes with. Why, I ought to...
George, let go of him.
I just got one thing to say to you, mister. Stay out of this neighborhood after dark if you want to live.
Which way do you want to go downstairs, on your head or on your feet?
I ain't through with you. You need a Prokosh.
Beat it. Take that collapsible stiletto with you. Let's hope the cops find it on you. Still have nothing to say to us about Eddie, Mr. Prokosh?
Nothing. You see the kind friends he has? I would rather die than...
know.
All right, let's go, Brooksy. There's one more place I'd like to stop before we meet Eddie tomorrow.
What do I know about Eddie Prokosh? Just about everything, Mr. Valentine.
Good. That's why we dropped in to see you, Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Prokosh says you and the Chelsea Square Association have been helping him out every month.
Well, Miss Brooks, we're sort of a political club, as you know. But we believe in really taking care of our own down here.
So I understand.
Naturally, we hope to win votes. But in a tough neighborhood like Chelsea Square, there are other things that are more important.
Giving out turkeys come Thanksgiving and arranging a boat ride in the summer just aren't enough.
Oh, we do much more than that. We cooperate with the police. Even get to the judge when one of our boys gets into trouble. We've been talking about putting up a playground, too.
Well, I could get the bare facts of what happened in juvenile court. But I thought a man like you, whose business it is to know what's going on, could tell us more than that.
We understand Eddie didn't even try to defend himself on that stolen car charge.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm afraid there was very little he could say. He was caught red-handed. Very unfortunate case. But I'm afraid not at all unusual.
Say, tell me, Morrissey, why would a young hooligan like Stan Lucas be interested in knowing when Eddie gets out from the work camp?
Lucas? Oh, that one. There's really a neighborhood problem.
I can imagine.
But Stan's almost a man now. I don't see what he could have had to do with Eddie Prokosh.
Apparently he had a lot to do with him, Morrissey. But it looks as though we won't get the real picture of Eddie till we talk to the boy himself.
Hey, how about a lift, mister, huh? Hey, you going into town? How about a...
Why knock yourself out, kid? I'm going back to town. I'll give you a lift.
What? Oh, I didn't see you parked under that tree.
Hop in, Eddie.
Okay, thanks. What? How did you know my name?
I've been waiting for you, kid. But we'll go into all that later.
Don't listen to Emily. She's just a crazy kid.
And I suppose you're a brainy old man.
Yeah, well, I know what I'm doing. And you can let me off at the next cross and I can get a bus, you know.
No, just keep your shirt on, Eddie.
That kid gets crazy ideas. I know what I'm doing. I don't need anybody's help.
Okay, so you're on your own. Well, let's set it up this way. Look, I live by myself. What do you say we go home and have some chow? You might decide to bunk over with me until you know what you want to do.
I know what I want to do. Hey, mister, you sure you're not a cop?
Well, some of them are my best friends, Eddie, but I don't happen to be one. No, it's just like I said. I had a little talk with Emily while she was feeding the pigeons in the park.
You mean Emily still sits by that statue and... Well, okay, I guess there's no reason why I shouldn't eat your food.
Thanks, Eddie.
There's only one thing a woman likes better than to see a man clean up that last drop of gravy on his plate.
Oh, what's that, Brooksy?
Two men doing the same thing.
Yeah, I sure packed away a lot, didn't I?
That's why I was here, Eddie. Go on, rave some more about my cooking to Mr. Valentine. It may help. See you in the office in the morning, George. Glad to met you, Eddie.
Yeah, me too, Miss Brooks.
Well, thanks, Angel, for being chief cook and bottle washer.
Wait till you see those dirty dishes in the sink. Good night, George.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, Eddie?
Thanks a lot for the meal, but I gotta get going now.
No, Eddie, no. You're going to stay right here tonight.
Now, look, I said it.
You're stewing about something. You can't wait to get it out of your system without thinking of the trouble it's going to cause everybody, including yourself.
Will you stop preaching at me? You got no right just because you give me a meal. I'm getting out of here.
Not tonight, you're not. Now, look, kid, give yourself a chance to sleep on it. You may feel differently in the morning.
I'm leaving by that door, so get out of my way. Now, I don't want to have to get tough with you, but
Yes?
Okay, you asked for it. Sorry, Eddie. Oh.
Asked for it, too.
Oh, what happened?
Just a little judo trick I had to learn once.
Oh.
Yeah, it came in pretty handy in Salerno.
Hey, you mean you were in that fight in Salerno?
That's right. And the guy coming at you wasn't supposed to land on a nice soft couch like you just did.
Oh.
Well, Eddie, there's no reason why we shouldn't settle down and listen to the fights now. Oh, yes.
What?
When you do go to bed, just remember, I'm a very light sleeper.
So?
So, don't get any fancy ideas about running out on me. Okay, Eddie, time to get up. Hey, Eddie, did you hear me? Rise and shine. Oh, that kid. Say, Eddie, if you want to try my new electric razor, you can... Why, that little... Now, wait. Oh, great. Well, he did leave me a note. That's something. I wasn't asleep like you thought when you went in to take your shower. I even washed the dishes to pay for my room and board. Now, you and Miss Brooks and Emily better stay away from me. You were so anxious to know what I was going to do. Now I can tell you. I'm going to take care of Stan Lucas.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about wear and tear. Most motorists believe, and quite naturally, that automobile engines wear out faster when they're running. But that's not true. Your car faces its biggest danger when it's standing cold. For that's when rust, caused by condensed moisture inside cylinders, starts to work. And that's where RPM motor oil can help you avoid a repair bill. RPM's special compounds keep a rust-proof oil film on all engine parts all the time. Whether your car's running hot or standing cold, RPM clings stubbornly to vital wear points. And consequently, rust never has a chance to get started in your car. No wonder it's the 2-to-1 choice of Western motorists. Next time you need oil, ask for rust-fighting RPM motor oil at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. While you're there, ask for a free copy of Batter Up. It's a wonderful handbook on baseball, a gift to you from independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we'll take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine and to Chelsea Square, a jungle of tenements in the middle of the city and a wolf pack of boys stalking the streets. That's the background for George's present job, the specific challenge to keep 16-year-old Eddie Prokosh from committing a serious crime as he promised.
Good morning, George. Hey, you only shaved on one side of your face this morning.
Okay, so that's the side you can kiss me on. But look, we're in trouble, Angel.
What?
Yeah, playing Big Brother a la Spencer Tracy didn't work out. Eddie beat it while I was shaving.
All right, darling, take it easy.
He left this little note. He's out on the prowl. To quote, he's going after Stan Lucas.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I've got to stop him somehow, Brooksy. If I only knew where to find him down there in that Chelsea district. What pool hall, what dark alley, what hallway.
And Stan with that knife. What can we do, George?
Well, I'm going to have another talk with Eddie's father. Look, you find Emily.
But where?
Well, she gave us the name of the secretarial school. Call her. Get her to meet you in the park. Maybe she can give us a clue on how we can find Eddie.
Okay, George.
And remember, Brooksy, it's a race against time.
Eddie can't do that. He mustn't. Emily, stop crying.
Yes, Miss Brooks.
Emily, I'm not going to talk to you like a child. If you're old enough to fall in love with a boy, this is no time to let him down.
I know. I know.
You came to us for help. Now we need yours. Can you tell us some of the places where Eddie might be looking for Stan Lucas?
It could be anywhere, but
Yes, dear?
I should have told you this before, but I couldn't. I mean about Stan.
Stan? Did he have anything to do with that stolen car business?
I'm not sure, but that's not what I meant.
What did you mean?
Miss Brooks, you said you weren't going to talk to me like a child. Well, I'm not going to talk to you like I was one either. All this year Eddie was up in that work camp. I've been going around with Stan.
Oh.
But I had to. Everybody does what Stan tells them to. I wasn't afraid just for myself, but what he said he'd do to Eddie when he came out.
Does Eddie know that?
No, you know how men are. And I wouldn't want him to know.
Oh, you poor kid.
Well, what could I do, Miss Brooks? Stan said he could even stop the few dollars Mr. Prokosh gets from the association. And he needs that money to live on.
Stan was just talking. But you don't have to worry about him anymore. Mr. Valentine knows how to take care of him.
I'm only thinking of Eddie. If I could only talk to him. I've got to find him.
Wait, Emily, I'll go with you. We'll both look for him.
All I want to know, Mr. Prokosh, is whether Eddie's been here or not.
He knows better than to come here.
Oh, yeah. And I suppose that makes you a great father. Hey, look, Eddie's wandering around. A few words well chosen might save his whole life. And all he gets is a door slammed in his face.
I got nothing more to say, Mr. Valentine.
Well, I have one more thing to say. Your son's out to kill somebody. Kill. That's the kind of thing you get the big rap for, even a kid of 16.
My Eddie, he would not... First a thief, then a murderer.
Okay, Prokosh, I can't waste any more time on you. A 16-year-old girl had more faith in your son than you have. And I've got to keep faith with her. Well, that stubborn old...
Remember me, big shot?
Well, at least I didn't have to look for you, Stan.
No, you didn't. Because I was looking for you. Jumping, boys, jump. Hold against that wall.
Okay, Stan.
Hold him. Twist his arms back, Slim.
Yeah.
Oh. I want to do this right.
Hey! No! Oh!
I owe this mug something. Imitation Bogart. You had something to say about my knife, didn't you?
No.
How do you like it, now? I ought to carve my initials all over that face of yours.
Hey, don't do it, Stan.
No, I won't do it. It's really going to be a pleasure to work him over so even his own mother wouldn't recognize him.
I know my diction isn't very good, Lieutenant Riley.
Valentine, what's the matter with you? Where are you?
Just about got to the hall phone. Look, you got to do me a favor.
Yeah, sure. But what's wrong with you?
I thought I could keep the police out of a boy's life, but it's way over my head now. I need your help, Lieutenant.
Okay, shoot.
Look, pick up 2 boys down on Chelsea Square fast. Eddie Prokosh, about 5'8", freckles on his nose, wears a leather jacket. And Stan Lucas, get it?
Stan Lucas, yeah?
He's a dirty, vicious little... Oh.
Valentine, you stay where you are.
Don't worry, Lieutenant. I can't help myself. Hello, Angel.
George,
I know what you mean. Guy doesn't look his best in these hospitals.
Oh, darling, your face.
Look, what about Eddie? Did they pick him up?
Yes.
Before he got to Stan?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good.
Not quite so good.
What happened, Brooksy?
Lieutenant Riley has Eddie in jail.
Huh?
They found a gun on him.
But if he didn't get to Stan,
The gun was taken from a watchman in a holdup this morning.
Eddie?
No question about that gun.
But, Brooksy, with that guy's record and now this...
I know. But, George, what do you think you're doing? Where are you...
Oh, I'm getting out of here and have a talk with Eddie in jail. Eddie, you gotta talk. What about you and that watchman?
What difference does it make what I say? Nobody will believe me.
Come on, Eddie, come on.
Oh, I bought that gun from Swenson, the pawnbroker, just a couple hours ago.
What?
Yeah, I was going to use it on Stan.
Well, didn't Lieutenant Riley check with the pawnbroker to see if your story was right?
Yeah, sure, but Swenson told him he hadn't seen me since I was sent away.
Uh-huh.
Shouldn't be any surprise to me. I should be used to getting framed.
Now, look, you told me the truth, huh, Eddie?
I tell you, I was nowhere near that factory this morning. I was out looking for Stan.
And it was Stan who framed you on that hot car deal.
That's right.
Well, why didn't you say so when you were arrested?
Well, what proof did I have? He would have lied his way out of it. And he wanted to get rid of me so he could have Emily for himself. Yeah, I know all about her going on with him while I was away. One of the kids up at camp told me.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Eddie. You got Emily all wrong.
Yeah,
You know why Emily was going out with Stan? She explained all that to Miss Brooks.
I'm not interested.
She was afraid of what Stan would do to you when you got out. And he said he could stop the allowance your father was getting every month.
What? What's that?
You heard me, Eddie. If Emily were giving you a runaround, she wouldn't come to me to keep you from making a darn fool of yourself.
Yeah, but... nobody does anything for anybody unless there's a payoff in it somewhere. Nobody gives a good hoot about me anyway.
Look at me, tough guy. My face, I mean.
Stan and the gang did give you a good going over, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. Very artistic job. You think I'd look like this if I didn't give a good hoot about you?
Well,
and I suppose the payoff in this for me is going to be $1 million.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, Eddie, we understand each other. Now, I'll show you how much I believe in you. Here, take this.
A knife?
Yeah, that's right. Wolfpack style. A la Lucas.
I don't get it.
I'm going to talk to Lieutenant Riley. And you're going to have a chance to talk to Stan alone in his cell when they bring him in.
You mean you're going to let me loose with him? With this?
That's right, Eddie.
Oh, that'll be just dandy with me.
Now, look. We've got to get Stan to talk, and he's not giving out for the police or for me. You're the only one who can make him talk. Now, you listen closely.
All right, I don't mind playing ball with you, Valentine. I'm all for helping the kid.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
But you realize the spot I'm putting myself in, letting Eddie have a knife when he talks to Stan?
We'll be right next to the cell door.
Go right in, Mr. Morrissey. The lieutenant's waiting for you.
Thank you.
Well, it's good to see you, Morrissey.
How are you, Lieutenant? Miss Brooks?
Hello, Mr. Morrissey.
I
Morrissey.
I see they're keeping you stepping down there in Chelsea Square.
I'm afraid so, but we do our best.
Well, Valentine thought you ought to be in on this Prokosh case. Eddie's one of your boys, you know.
I know.
Yeah, we're going to hear Eddie's side of the story.
And if it sounds convincing, we know you'd want to help.
I'm glad you thought of me.
Okay, let's get going. Sergeant, bring the Prokosh boy to cell 9. We'll be right there.
Okay, Eddie. The lieutenant says you can talk to this guy in 5 minutes.
Thanks.
Well. How'd you get out, Prokosh? You didn't stay out very long, did you?
No, you saw to that, Stan.
Come on, you're talking through your hat.
Am I?
You want me to give you regards to anybody when I get bailed out? Emily, for instance?
You're not getting out of here.
What are you doing?
You ought to know this trick. How to hide a knife in your shoe so they don't find it when they search you.
Hey, Eddie, put that thing away.
I've been waiting to catch up with you, Stan.
Look, stay away from me.
You framed me, running those stolen cars. Well, now you're gonna pay for it.
Look, kid, take it easy, will you?
Didn't you?
Look, I didn't mean to frame you, Eddie. It was all a mistake. Help! Somebody help! He's gonna... Stop him!
Yeah, I was looking around for a gun, and sooner or later I'd wind up at Swenson's, so you planted that hot gun there.
Yeah, that's right, but look, kid... Help get this guy out of here, you hear me? Get him out of here! We'll get him out of here, all right.
He was
trying
to murder me.
Hey, what are you doing here?
You got a good memory for faces, Stan, especially ones you've been working on.
Gosh, Mr. Valentine, it worked. You heard him, didn't you?
Yes, Eddie, we heard everything.
Look what's going on here. You got no...
Shut up.
Mr. Morrissey, get me out of here. I didn't do nothing.
Well, the less you say, the better, Stan.
Look, you can't let him railroad me like that.
I'll do everything I can, same as I would for everyone else from our district.
I guess you're going to stay put, Lucas. And the rest of your gang will be sent to a place where they can learn to do something useful with their lives. Come on, everybody.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
Isn't it going to be kind of crowded in here for Stan and Mr. Morrissey?
What are you talking about, Valentine?
What do you mean, George?
That was some nice double talk between you and Stan a second ago. The less he says, the better. The better for you meant, didn't you, Morrissey?
Now, look, Lieutenant,
and you, Stan, you said, you can't let them railroad me or I'll...
Well,
or you'd give away the whole works, wouldn't you? Morrissey was the real guy behind the stolen car racket and a lot of other rackets down in Chelsea Square. Morrissey, you were using Stan to bully the other kids into line.
That's why Stan boasted he could cut off the little money Mr. Prokosh was getting from the association.
Well, you don't seem to have much to say, Morrissey.
Everybody knows my reputation.
Oh, yeah, the big power of the neighborhood. Big enough to make Swenson, the pawnbroker, perjure himself so you could be rid of Eddie. I think you can get Swenson to talk now, Lieutenant.
I told you he sold me that gun.
You got this all wrong, Valentine. This Lucas boy here has caused all kinds of trouble. If he tries to implicate me, surely no one is going to believe him.
Look, Morrissey, you're not going to walk out and leave me holding the bag. Valentine is right. I got lots of proof.
Keep quiet, you little rat.
See what I mean, Lieutenant? On second thought, it wouldn't be safe to leave them both in the same cell.
Mr. Valentine, what's that saying about an old fool?
Well, I don't know about that saying, Mr. Prokosh. Why not settle for another one? Better late than never.
Except for you, I would have made a terrible mistake. Thank you.
George, come here.
Oh, what is it, Brooksy?
Look down there out of the window.
Huh?
There's Emily and Eddie sitting on the stoop.
Oh, yeah. Offhand, I'd call that romance, Angel.
And offhand, I remember a saying, too. Speak for yourself, John, if you know what I mean.
And now, a message of importance to motorists. The merry month of May means a merry vacation for a lot of folks. And if you're one of them, here's the way to start out safe as well as happy. Just make sure your car gets a vacation check at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. Do this a day or two before you start out. When the men at these service stations inspect your tires, battery, crankcase oil, spark plugs, all the vital parts, they give your car the same thoroughgoing care they'd give their own. While you're getting this important vacation check, get a new keyless gas cap, too. It has a simple combination lock, no key to lose. And it guarantees your gasoline is safe from theft during your vacation trip and whenever you park your car. Keyless, self-locking gas caps are another better motoring item available at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Oh, hello, Angel.
Oh, darling, I thought you'd never open your eyes.
Oh, why doesn't somebody turn that radiator off? It's hissing.
We're back in the manlock at the tunnel, George.
Oh, what happened?
Well, you were down here this morning, and you must have come up too quickly, and you got the bend.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. Then coming up, and then everything went blank.
There was another accident in the tunnel.
What? Oh, hey, I'm beginning to remember a few things now. And I'm pretty sure I know what causes these accidents. Brooksy, quick, help me over to that phone.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Mary Lou Harrington as Emily, Jay Novello as Dr. Prokosh, Tommy Cook as Eddie, Tony Barrett as Stan, and Herbert Butterfield as Morrissey. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. The Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
The amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator. Operator. Get me the office of John J. Malone.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half hour of mystery starring George Petrie as the lawyer whose practice before every type of bar has become a legend. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, the amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone's the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. Those of you who have dropped by the office before know how proud I am of my collection of cliches. Tonight, let's explore the possibilities offered by Seek and Ye Shall Find. I suppose that goes for headaches, too. As a case in point, I give you Larry Barker. Larry's the rugged-looking boy making his way down the fourth-floor corridor of the Martin Building. Right now, he's looking for trouble, and when he stops in front of room 419, the odds are 20 to 1 he'll find it.
Tom?
Yeah?
I'm looking for Frank Pulaski.
Well, if you don't find him, it ain't because you didn't try the right place.
Are you Pulaski?
Uh-huh.
My name is Larry Barker.
The bookie?
I don't think we have to go into that.
Whatever you say, Mr. Barker. Sit down.
Thanks.
What can I do you for?
That remains to be seen. Someone told me you're one of the best private detectives in Chicago.
Well, naturally, I ain't going to deny it.
Well, we'll soon find out. Take a look at this picture.
Ain't not bad.
That happens to be my wife.
That's even better.
I don't like those kind of jokes, Pulaski.
Sorry.
Now, do you think you could watch her for me?
I don't know why not.
Her first name's Sheila.
Sheila?
Yes. I want to follow day and night. I want to know everyone she sees, but everyone. Can you handle it?
Well, now, let's see if we understand each other, Mr. Barker. You suspect your wife's running around.
Did I say that?
Well, why else would you want to sick a tail on her?
That's none of your business. Now, either you want the job or you don't.
Going to run into a lot of dough.
So?
So, what about an advance?
No dice.
Look, for a job like this, I'll have to put on 3 extra men.
I don't care how many you put on. In my business, I only pay off on results.
I don't do business that way, Mr. Barker.
Well, I do.
In that case, we're both wasting time. You got to find yourself another boy, and I got to find myself another client. Let's hope we both know where to look.
Oh, taxi. Taxi.
Can I help you, honey?
Taxi.
You don't seem to be having much luck.
Maybe I'll do better calling a cop.
Now, wait a minute, baby. I'm not trying to pick you up.
Taxi.
I mean it, Mrs. Barker.
Look, how did you know my name?
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know about you, Sheila. Maybe you'd like to look at my card.
Frank Pulaski, Private Investigations.
Your hubby was in to see me yesterday.
Larry?
Mm-hmm.
What did he want?
This is no place to talk. Now, look, I got a brand new car right around the corner.
You can say anything you've got to right here.
Well, it's kind of embarrassing, Sheila. I don't like to be seen taking money from a woman in a public thoroughfare.
What are you talking about?
Well, naturally, you can't expect me to divulge this kind of information for free.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Pulaski. So you keep your information, and I'll keep my money. Taxi?
Looks like I ain't gonna make a buck from the Barker family nohow. But I like you better than I do your husband.
Thanks.
No, I mean it. If I were you, Sheila, I'd watch my step. Larry's checking up on you.
You're lying.
Nope. As a matter of fact, I did a little checking on you myself.
Why, you...
Now, take it easy. As far as I can learn, you never once stepped out of line. What's the matter with that husband of yours, anyway? Must be out of his mind.
You may be right.
If I were you, honey, I'd never put up with it.
Thanks for your advice, Mr. Pulaski. I'll let you know if I take it.
Just a second. I said just a second. What's the idea? Oh, hello.
You must be John J. Malone.
I ain't a young doctor.
Your office told me I'd find you here.
They have orders not to tell anyone that.
So your secretary said, but when she noticed I was a blonde, she seemed to think it made a difference.
I come to think of it, she's right. Come on in, lover.
The name is Barker, Mrs. Barker.
I don't like to be formal with my clients.
What makes you think I'm going to be a client?
You mean this is a social call? That's even better. Sit down.
Thank you.
Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Drink?
If you don't mind, Mr. Malone, I'd like to get right down to business.
All you pretty women are alike. Okay, Sheila, when do you want me to start suit?
When do I want you to start suit?
Well, don't you want a divorce?
How did you know that?
Didn't they tell you I was amazing?
How did you know I wanted a divorce?
Well, you announced yourself as Mrs. Barker, and then I took a look at your left hand. That little white ring of flesh told me you were wearing a wedding band till a couple of hours ago.
That's pretty obvious.
It always is after someone points it out. What's your husband do?
He's a betting commissioner.
You wouldn't be married to Larry Barker.
Yes.
I'm impressed. I hope you do as well on your next marriage.
There's not going to be a next marriage. I just want a divorce. I don't even want alimony.
Why?
Have you ever been married to a jealous man?
Not recently.
I am not clowning, Mr. Malone.
Sorry.
Larry and I were married 6 years ago. And ever since the first day, he's suspected the worst.
Does he have reason?
No.
You know, I believe you.
Thanks.
It's quite all right. But if Larry had no cause to be jealous, why is he?
I don't know and I don't care. He's killed everything I ever felt for him. He even tried to hire a private detective to keep tabs on me.
Who?
A man named Frank Pulaski. That was the final straw.
I don't blame you. But suppose Larry won't agree to a divorce, what then?
I thought you were the lawyer.
That's right, I am. All right, Sheila, I'll let you know when I dope out something.
And in the last 3 weeks... Yes, sir, can I help you?
Larry Barker in?
Well, he's very busy.
Well, he can't be that busy. Tell him Al Donnelly's here.
What is it, Joyce?
There's a gentleman to see you, Mr. Barker.
Can't you handle it?
He wants to speak to you personally. His name is Al Donnelly.
Oh, well, send him right in.
Will you please go in?
Thanks. Where do we go?
First door to your right.
Come on in, Donnelly.
Glad to see you, Mr. Barker.
What have you got?
Plenty. I told you my outfit delivers the goods. Lucky you didn't get yourself tied up with that Frank Pulaski.
Well, what's the story?
Just what you thought. Your wife's been seeing some guy on the sly.
I knew it.
Spent practically the whole afternoon in his apartment.
Who is he?
John J. Malone.
A lawyer?
Mm-hmm. And you know his rep.
I've heard a couple of stories.
Well, there you are. Just a case of putting two and two together.
All right, Donnelly. Beat it.
Well, what about my check?
I'll mail it.
Oh, now look, Mr. Barker.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Our deal called for something quite different.
Well, just for that, you'll wait. Joyce,
Yes?
show him out.
Never mind. I can find my own way out.
What happened?
Nothing.
That wasn't the impression I got listening at the door.
So you were eavesdropping.
I guess I should be ashamed of myself.
I've got a good mind.
Sure you have, Larry. Mine's the one that's bad. To think at 9 years I would have gotten smarter.
What are you babbling about?
I was just reminiscing.
Well, do it on your own time.
I don't have any time of my own. Every minute belongs to you, remember?
Are you going to start that again?
Yes. I'm entitled to know where I stand. You've been stalling me long enough. 9 years. 9 rotten years. Well, now you got grounds for a divorce.
You're crazy.
I heard what that Donnelly said. Sheila's been running around with Malone.
Shut up. You didn't actually think I was going to marry you?
Yes, I did.
You stupid little fool. Why, Sheila's worth $1 million like you.
She's no better than I am. Ask Malone.
You keep your mouth shut, understand? Don't you dare say a word about her.
I only hope Mr. Malone is as gallant.
Don't give it a thought, Joyce. He won't talk. I'll see to that personally.
Crazy things, one of those bells that now and then rings. Just one of those
It's about
things.
time, Malone.
It was... How did you get in here?
What difference does it make? Shut the door.
I take it that gun is loaded.
What do you think?
This proves conclusively I should never show up at my office as long as I stay in my apartment.
Yes. You do all right there, don't you?
Come again?
I understand you and my wife had a nice little talk today.
Oh, you must be Larry Barker.
How did you guess?
It figured.
How long have you been carrying on with Sheila?
How long have I what?
You heard me.
Yeah, but I'm sure I misunderstood. You think your wife and me?
Yes.
You got a real nasty mind.
Now listen, you.
Tell me something, Barker. How do you get like that? The way I see it, either you once took a beating from some woman or...
Nobody puts anything over on me.
Then I got another theory. You must be playing around yourself.
What?
Sure, I bet that's it. So because you can't be trusted, you don't believe anybody else can.
Why, you know.
I guess that means I'm right, huh?
You're gonna stay away from Sheila, you understand?
Who's gonna make me?
Me! You think you got a kick coming, you're absolutely right, Malone. All right, come on, Malone. It's time to rise and shine.
Oh.
Are you going to lay there and pamper yourself?
Who's that?
Well, just open those big brown eyes and look.
No, that wouldn't be Lieutenant Brooks.
You giving odds?
What are you doing here?
Now, that's no way to talk to a man who saved your life.
Who saved my life?
Sure. While you were out cold, I sampled some of your liquor. You know that stuff could kill you?
Help me.
If I were you, kiddo, I'd stay right there. May save you another trip down. All right, who did this job on you?
Never mind.
It was Larry Barker, wasn't it?
How did you know?
I'm psychic. How about Barker?
I'll take care of him.
A couple of boys down at headquarters think you did already.
What?
Yeah. They found his body 20 minutes ago with 3 slugs in his brain.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And you'll die when you find out who they think put him there. You want to put your head on, Malone? Or will you go like that?
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Now, Sunday, we've got more shows that promise to deliver the tops in mystery adventure listening. For example, Tom Conway stars as that always debonair gentleman adventurer, Simon Templar, alias the Saint. Then there's Dimension X with stories of science fiction, tales of the universe as it might be in the future. And a little later, join Mr. Moto in his latest adventure. Yes, Sunday means great listening for you with the Saint, Dimension X, and Mr. Moto, all over this NBC station. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
It just goes to prove you should never sleep in the daytime. Here, Larry Barker tucked me in, and when I awoke, a police lieutenant named Sidney Brooks was standing over me. I couldn't make up my mind which was more frightening, Brooks' news or his face.
What's the matter, Malone? You look unhappy.
Now, let me get this straight, Lieutenant.
You got it straight. Larry Barker's been murdered.
And you think
Well, it's a possibility. You had a run-in with him.
Well, when you found me, I was unconscious.
How do I know you weren't faking?
Listen, you
It's a
Schlemiel.
possibility.
Now, look, Brooks.
What are you getting so excited for? I said it was a possibility. The probabilities are something else again. Now, what was your trouble with Barker?
Oh, he had some screwy idea I was horsing around with his wife.
Were you?
No.
You're slipping. This is not the Malone I know and love.
Sheila came to me to get her a divorce.
Why? She got another guy on the string?
No, she just couldn't stomach Larry anymore. He was crazy jealous.
Well, so he probably never would have let her go.
Well, that problem's over now.
You know, I hate to disagree with you, Counselor, but I think her problem's are first beginning.
I don't see how.
You're not looking in the right places. You say Barker was crazy jealous. He would have fought a divorce.
So?
So she took the other way of getting rid of him.
You're crazy.
You know, I would have bet you'd say that. Whenever you're stuck for an
I tell you, she didn't kill him, Lieutenant. Where is she now?
Now, where else would she be?
In the brig?
Now, how in the world did you ever figure that out? You know, I guess you are amazing. All right, Malone, let's go.
I didn't kill him, Malone. You've got to believe that.
I do, Sheila.
I'm sorry I can't make it unanimous.
Look, Brooks, why don't you use your head for a change?
Oh, why don't you? You admit her husband would have fought the divorce?
How would he know I was getting one?
Malone told her.
I did not. He thought our relationship was purely social.
All right, then she told her.
That's not true.
And when Larry said he wouldn't let you go, you let him have it.
You don't believe that yourself.
Well, she's here, ain't she?
Yeah.
Then I must believe
Look,
it.
Sidney, you got this all wrong. When was Barker killed?
6 o'clock tonight.
All right, Sheila, tell him what you were doing at that time.
Well, I was watching television.
Ooh, what you said.
Don't be so cute.
All right, Sheila. Where were you watching this, you should excuse the expression, television?
At home.
It's funny you didn't see your husband's murder. I guess Milton Berle was much more exciting, huh?
Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. At about 6:15, I went out for a walk.
Oh, come now, honey. You can do better.
Why don't you give that tongue of yours a rest? Listen, Sheila, did anyone see you while you were out?
No.
Well, when you got back to the house...
She never got back. We picked her up on Madison and Van Buren.
That's the police for you. Always molesting innocent bystanders.
Yeah, that's us. We beat her, too. Sussman and I took turns. I got tired.
Well, why don't you scout around and find out who else who had it in for Barker?
You got any suggestions?
Yeah. Larry was playing around on the side.
I don't believe it.
Of course he was. He practically admitted it in my office. That's why he was ready to believe the worst of you to justify himself.
Well, assuming, and mark you, I say assuming.
I hear you.
There was another woman. So what?
We'll know that what when you find her.
You mean when you find her?
You expect me?
Uh-huh. I've done my part, Malone. I found Sheila. You get your own girl.
Who's there? Who's there?
Hi, Joyce.
You got your nerve.
That's what they all say.
Look, mister, I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of here...
You call a cop?
Yes.
The number is State 4, 8956. What are you waiting for?
Who are you?
Pulaski's my name. Frank Pulaski. I'm a private dick. You know, like the Falcon.
What do you want?
Look, why don't I sit down? So, this is what they call a love nest, huh?
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. It's too bad about your boss.
My boss?
Larry Barker. Somebody done him in.
You're lying.
Think so? Here, take a look at this headline.
Bookie killed in Gold Coast Department. Lawrence Barker, better known as... Oh, no.
Well, that's the way it goes.
Larry. Is this why you came here?
Not exactly. You see, the cops think his wife knocked him off.
They're crazy.
Well, she seemed like the best bet. Of course, you and I know better.
What do you mean?
Well, Barker came to my office yesterday to hire me to keep tabs on his missus.
That's a lie. He hired...
Al Donnelly. Sure. But that was only after I turned him down. Now, he was a tough man to get a buck out of. You'd think his wife would be more generous.
Huh?
Well, I thought she at least would let me have $100 for tipping her off what was going on, but no. So, then I thought of you.
I don't understand, Pulaski.
Well, I wondered why a guy like Barker would be watching his missus when she never once strayed off the reservation. Then it occurred to me that maybe he liked to put on the war paint himself.
I wouldn't know.
Are you kidding, Joyce? Who would know better?
Are you suggesting...
Mm-hmm.
Get out.
Oh, now, you don't want to take that attitude, sweetie. Like I said, this was only a theory. Now, for 500 clams, I'd be willing to forget it.
Get out.
If I do, I'll go straight to Malone.
I don't care where you go.
Well, you can't say later that I didn't give you a chance. I'll bet you 10 Malone will be willing to take it.
Yeah?
Hi, Malone.
Do I know you?
No, but think what you've been missing.
I'm willing to pass it up.
Ah, you'll be making a great mistake, Counselor. You're representing Sheila Barker, aren't you?
Well?
How'd you like to get her off?
Maybe you better come in.
Thanks. Hey, your lawyers do all right.
I don't believe you mentioned your name.
I don't believe I did. It's Pulaski, Frank Pulaski.
Oh.
Don't tell me you heard of me.
Only this afternoon. Sheila Barker told me you were working for her husband.
Well, she got the story twisted. He wanted me to go to work, but I couldn't see it. We couldn't get together on a fee.
That's tough.
It's tougher than you think. Imagine me sitting here with everything I know.
And what do you know?
Is it worth 500 fish?
It might be.
Suppose I told you that Barker was playing around.
I figured that out for myself.
Yeah, but I know her name.
Wouldn't she pay off?
Hmm?
Well, you must have braced her first.
You know, you're pretty cute.
I bet you say that to all the boys. Who's the girl?
First, let me see the color of your dough.
Come on, Pulaski. Who's the girl?
Let go.
I asked you something.
Don't ever do that again.
Don't tempt me. Now, what's her name? Well?
Joyce Crane.
You wouldn't be trying to kid me, would you?
Wouldn't I?
Not if you're in your right mind. Where can I find her?
The Comstock.
Thanks a lot, Pulaski. You've been a great help.
That's okay, Counselor. The pleasure was all mine. You'll be surprised what I'll do for you in the future.
Hello?
Whatever you're selling, mister, I'm not interested.
How do you know? Did you see my line?
I'll take my chances.
You can't afford to, Joyce.
Aren't you being just a little bit familiar?
Well, if you think I'm obnoxious now, wait till you know me better. My name is Malone.
So?
Well, let me give myself my full billing. It's John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law.
Hooray for you.
Can I come in?
You can say everything you want to right there.
Everything?
Look, you're not fooling me, Malone. I know Pulaski's been to see you.
Oh, I kind of hoped it would be a surprise.
No, he announced his intention as he left.
I see. I see something else.
What?
Larry Barker was right. You wouldn't have made him a good wife. You're much too possessive.
Why, you know...
Now, careful. There may be kiddies listening. But you are possessive. You proved it when you killed him.
Get out.
You're forgetting, lover. I am out. You never invited me in. Mr. Big Mouth, I had to go and remind her.
Hey, buddy.
Me?
Yeah. I wonder if you could settle an argument for me and my friend here.
What is it?
He says you're John J. Malone.
Well?
And I got a gun that says you're going to get in this car. Who's right?
Apparently, both of you.
Get in.
You fellas ought to be ashamed of yourselves. You're just confirming what every stranger thinks about Chicago. Things like this don't happen anymore.
Don't they?
Yeah, I guess they do. Well, whose lap do I sit on?
Move over, Wally. And watch him.
You know, I got a friend who won't believe this. He's a police lieutenant.
Think of that, huh?
You're not even impressed.
You think his feelings will be hurt?
Absolutely.
So I tell him. You talk too much, Malone.
You may be right.
Sure I am. I ought to know. I talk too much, too. All right, Wally. Let's find a nice quiet spot where instead of all this dialogue, we can get a little action.
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Sunday, the NBC Symphony inaugurates its 1951 Summer Concert Series. Conducting the orchestra will be the world-renowned Alfred Wallenstein, with Patrice Munsell, glamorous soprano of the Metropolitan Opera, as guest soloist. Also in the Sunday listening lineup is another visit with the Blandings. The Blandings, as portrayed by Betsy Drake and Cary Grant, are the proud but somewhat harried owners of that famed dream house. The NBC Symphony Summer Concert and Mr. and Mrs. Blanding Show are only two of the fine programs heard Sunday as part of NBC's Silver Jubilee. And now back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
Well, that's life for you. Obviously, somewhere along the line, I put my foot in it. 5 minutes after Wally found his nice quiet spot, that same foot was around my neck. The next thing I knew, I was at police headquarters, and it had begun to rain. But I was the only one getting wet. Lieutenant Brooks was in charge of the downfall. Cut that out. You want to drown me?
I thought that would bring you around.
You didn't have to do that.
Oh, it was too good an opportunity to waste. Here's a towel.
Thanks.
Better get the back of your neck, Malone. You're not dry behind the ears.
Oh, that's a good one. How'd I get here anyway?
A prowl car found you in Evanston. Recognizing you as my comrade in arms, they brought you here.
Why didn't they take me to a hospital?
I would have scalped them if they had.
Where's Sheila Barker?
Where's she been for the past 12 hours?
Well, you gotta let her go. Who do you think did this job on me?
Well, you tell me you were there.
Well, I don't know their names, but they were obviously hired by the same party who killed Larry Barker. If you want a description...
I wouldn't care to hear it.
Now, look...
We already picked them up. One is Wally Forbes, and the other is a boy named Tony Ferrara.
How do you know they're the right one?
They admitted it.
Oh. Well, then we shouldn't have any trouble getting them to confess that Joyce hired them.
That I doubt.
Now, look, Brooks.
They're friends of Frank Pulaski.
What?
Yeah. They were just doing him a favor.
I don't get it, Brooks. I just don't get it.
Well, you would if I had my way.
I tell you, Sheila didn't kill her husband.
All right, then who did?
Oh, wait a minute. I just thought of something.
Oh, no, not again. What does it take to stop you?
Barker had a private dick working for him.
Pulaski?
No, this was another boy named, what was his name?
Now, how should I know?
Well, Joyce Crane would. What do you say we go up and see her?
Look, kiddo, you've had a tough day. Now, why don't you let me drive you home?
What's the point? There ain't no gal there. No, Joyce runs a much livelier spot. Let's try it anyway. Hello, Joyce.
Don't tell me you're back again.
I wouldn't slam the door, lover. This time I brought along a friend. This is Lieutenant Brooks.
How do you do?
Look, Lieutenant, I don't know what Malone told you.
Well, that's just the trouble. He didn't tell me a thing. Maybe you can help out. May we come in?
No.
I think we'd better.
Is that an official request?
Well, I didn't flash my badge. Look, why can't we keep this on a friendly basis?
Well, I don't like him.
Me? Hey, the girl's got taste.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Now, what do you want to know?
Well, Mr. Malone here has come up with a very interesting theory.
You see, Joyce, there's one character in this little drama we've forgotten. Now, you don't believe that Sheila killed Larry Barker, do you?
Yes, I do.
You've changed your mind.
It's a woman's prerogative.
Well, let's hold Sheila in abeyance for a while. But getting back to this character we've overlooked, what's the name of the private dick Larry hired?
You mean Pulaski?
No, Pulaski never went to work for him. This is the boy who actually did the job, the one who tailed Sheila to my apartment.
Al Donnelly?
Donnelly, that's the name.
What's he got to do with this?
Well, let's suppose Larry never paid him for the job.
He didn't.
And that gives Donnelly a motive.
You're crazy. The only reason Larry didn't pay him is because he was busy.
But Donnelly expected to be paid right there and then.
No. Larry had a right to check and see whether his information was a McCoy. Once Larry found out Sheila was retaining you to get her divorce, he agreed to pay off.
How do you know that?
Because Larry told me as much.
Then it's your theory.
Sheila killed him. She knew she'd never be free any other way.
You really want to see her burn, don't you?
I most certainly do.
Bloodthirsty little girl, ain't she?
Well, what do you say, Counselor?
I say it's about time you did something.
Now, what are you mumbling about?
She's the one we want.
Are you out of your mind?
That's possible, too, but it doesn't alter the conclusion. You killed Larry Barker.
No.
Yes. Well, all right, Brooks. Fool everybody and make like a police lieutenant.
Hey, Malone.
Oh, what's the trouble, little man? Something bothering you?
Yeah, you're breathing. Why did Joyce kill Barker?
Well, I told you that at the beginning. She was in love with him, and she was getting older every day.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
She'd been going with him for 9 years, always deluding herself that someday he'd marry her. When she finally woke up, he was kidding her.
She pumped 3 slugs in him.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, how'd she discover that?
From Barker's actions. Here he thought his wife was giving him a dose of his own medicine, and he still refused to let Sheila go. But you'll never guess what clinched it for me.
Probably not.
Well, when Larry came to my apartment, he accused me of running around with Sheila. He slugged me before I had a chance to tell him Sheila merely retained me to get a divorce.
Yeah, but Joyce claimed Larry told her that.
Which proved conclusively she was lying.
Well, all I can say is all that publicity certainly went to your head.
What are you talking about?
Well, Time magazine said you were a great novelty.
Oh, that?
Yeah, a guy who doesn't get bopped on a noggin. Well, you certainly proved them wrong today.
They also said you were a great switch for a radio cop, that you seem to know your business.
Is there any doubt about that?
Well, show me where you did so great here.
Well, that's easy. I put Sheila Barker in jail, and you were the one who got her out.
You're darn tootin'.
Yeah, but now that she's out, where is she?
Hey, that's right. I ought to call her for a date.
You'd be wasting your time, Counselor.
You mean she's going out with you?
You know, I guess I'm pretty amazing myself. Good night, Malone.
You ever hear the story of the great athlete? This boy went in for field events. He used to put the shot. One day, he put it in the wrong place. I'll tell you all about it next week, so why not pick me up at my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
George Petrie was starred as John J. Malone, with Larry Haynes as Lieutenant Brooks. Our program is written by Eugene Wang and directed by Richard Lewis. The Amazing Mr. Malone is based on the character created by Craig Rice and produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events and characters in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. This is Fred Collins speaking. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from New York. Stay tuned for The Man Called X, next over most NBC stations.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. From the stage of the Paramount Theater in Hollywood, Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. You know something? If right now it were possible for me to ask every one of you what you had for dinner this evening, I'll bet a good many of you would say chicken. Chicken is an all-American favorite. But boy, you just haven't tasted chicken till you've tried it together with a glass of well-chilled Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a perfect mealtime wine, just made to go with chicken. That Petri Sauterne is a white wine, delicate in color, and what a flavor. A flavor that comes right from the heart of luscious, sun-ripened grapes. You can just taste those wonderful grapes. And I'll tell you something, that Petri Sauterne is pretty much on the terrific side when served with fish or any kind of seafood, too. That's a fact. But say, whenever you serve that Petri Sauterne, remember you can serve it proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now for our weekly doctor's appointment. Let's knock on his library door and see if...
There's no point in doing that, Mr. Slattery. I'm right behind you.
Oh, hello, Dr. Watson. Don't tell me you've been stalking me.
No, my boy, I was on the patio and I heard your footsteps, so I thought that I'd come in and fetch you. Let's go back and sit out there, shall we? It's a beautiful evening.
That's fine with me, Doctor.
Here we are. Now, settle yourself down in a chair and light a cigarette, if you have one. And I'll get on with my story.
Well, last week you told us it concerned an adventure that you and Sherlock Holmes had in Flanders during the First World War.
That's right, Mr. Slattery, it did.
I thought that you and the great man had retired at that period.
We had, my boy, but it was only natural that as soon as the war broke out, we both offered our services in any capacity that might help our country.
Of course. And how did tonight's story begin, Doctor?
It was in the winter of that first year. Things weren't going very well for the Allies. The Germans were advancing on Paris, and the picture was looking very black. It was just 24 hours before the famous Battle of the Marne began, the battle that changed the early course of the war, when Holmes told me that we had to go up to the front lines on a secret mission. We'd been in Paris for several weeks, where Holmes had just solved the case of the missing aide-de-camp. I was anxious to get back to England and my work in the war hospitals, but of course this new summons was in the nature of a command. And so, late on a rainy September afternoon, Holmes and I, with the boom of gunfire in our ears, found ourselves in the front seat of a staff car, sloshing and jolting its way towards the battlefield.
Am I driving too fast for you, gentlemen? No, Sergeant, not at all.
No, you're doing a splendid job. Oh, my man, look out considering the state of the road.
Thank you, sir.
Hello? The gunfire's getting nearer, Holmes.
Yes, old fellow. I imagine we haven't much further to go, have we, Sergeant? No, sir, we're nearly there.
Did you notice the two civilians in the back seat, Holmes?
Yes. Handsome woman and a distinguished-looking man, several years her senior.
I wonder who they are.
I'll tell you. He's a Shakespearean actor of some note, though he never achieved the fame to which he thinks he's entitled. I shouldn't be at all surprised if he feels that he's been slighted in not receiving a knighthood.
But, Holmes, that's amazing. How can you possibly deduce all that from just looking at the man as we got into the car?
Elementary, my dear fellow, I didn't deduce it. We saw him twice last year in the London Theatre, if you remember. What? His name is Maitland Morris. As for his biography, he's a friend of my brother, Mycroft's. He told me about him.
Well, what do you suppose he's doing up here near the front line?
His brother is General Sir Stanley Morris, who's in command of this particular front, and it would seem reasonable to presume that his brother has come up here to give a performance for the front-line troops. I suppose this hut is as far as we can drive, Sergeant. I'm afraid so, sir. We're 4 miles from the front line now. You'll have to clear your papers here. See that ruined farmhouse there, sir?
Yes, Sergeant. Is that the General's headquarters?
Yes, sir.
Come on, Watson.
Good Lord, it's pelting with rain.
Yeah, let's make a dash for it.
Who goes there?
Friend?
Give the password.
St. Crispin.
Pass, friends, and show your papers.
How did you know the password, Holmes?
I was given it before we left Paris, old chap.
Oh, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, isn't it?
Yes, Captain.
I'm Captain Maxwell, General Morris's aide-de-camp. He asked me to escort you up to his headquarters. By the way, weren't Maitland Morris and his wife in the car with you?
Yes, they're just behind us.
Oh, splendid. I'm afraid I'll have to ask to see your papers.
Yes, of course. Here's my permit, Captain Maxwell.
Thank you. I know you both, of course, but we can't afford to take any chances when they're this close to the enemy lines. Let's see. Oh, yes, that's fine, Doctor. Everything's in order.
All right,
yours, please, Mr. Holmes.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Oh, who goes there? Friend.
There's the rescue party now.
Oh, good. This is quite in order, Mr. Holmes.
Show your papers.
Oh, there you are, Captain Maxwell.
Oh, hello, sir. Hello, Mrs. Morris.
How are you, Captain Maxwell?
Well, you've both met Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, I suppose?
Well, no, we haven't, even though we drove up in the same car. Natural reserve of us Britishers, I suppose. How are you, Mr. Holmes?
How do you do, sir?
I know your brother Mycroft very well. How are you, Doctor?
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Morris. I saw you a couple of times in the theatre last year and enjoyed your performances very much.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, then you must know my wife, my leading lady.
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do, Mr. Morris?
Can I see your papers, Mr. Morris? Just a matter of form. You understand.
Yes, of course.
Mrs. Morris, I presume you and your husband are going to give a performance tonight for the men going up the front line.
Yes, Doctor. We're very flattered. They've asked us to do some Shakespearean scenes.
Oh, yes.
Although I should have thought something a little lighter would have been more appropriate. The General, he's Maitland's brother, you know, seemed to think differently.
Well, my dear, show Captain Maxwell your papers. Then we can all go along and see my brother Stanley.
Very well, Maitland.
Mr. Morris, I shall look forward to hearing your reading of Shakespeare's St. Crispin's speech from Henry V tonight.
Well, bless my soul, Holmes. How did you know I was planning to do it?
Well, the setting is so perfect and the time so appropriate, I can't conceive an English actor who could resist the temptation.
Oh.
I noticed that your brother appreciated the fact in naming today's password.
Yes, it's amazingly appropriate. You know, it's almost 500 years ago to the day that the Battle of Agincourt took place.
Well, let's hope that the results of the forthcoming battle will be equally successful for England.
Yes, indeed. Oh, by the way, Holmes, this will probably seem rather silly to you, but I'm an inveterate autograph collector, and I have my book here with me. I wonder if you'd mind signing.
I should be very glad to, Mr. Morris. Give me a pen, will you, Watson?
Here we are, Holmes.
You'll find yourself among quite distinguished company in that book, sir.
So I see. Adelina Patti, Crown Prince of Norway. Hello. Field Marshal von Tauchnitz.
Oh, yes. He was one of my admirers when I played in Munich before the war. I suppose now that our countries are fighting, I should tear that page out. You know, I cannot help but feel that art and the appreciation of art are independent of national hatred.
Quite so, sir. I myself still have a medal presented to me by the University of Leipzig for some trifling services. There you are, Mr. Morris.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Holmes. A notable addition to my collection.
I shall be very glad to sign your book for you, Mr. Morris, if you'd like me to.
That's very kind of you, Doctor. Oh, Captain Maxwell, if our permits are all in order, don't you think we should be moving along?
Just what I was going to suggest myself. I'll take you all straight, though, to General Morris's headquarters. General Morris, may I introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
How do you do, sir?
How are you, General?
How do you do? Know a lot about you. Long way from Baker Street, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, sir.
Where's that brother of mine? There you are, Maitland. Cynthia, how nice to see you both.
Oh, it's good to see you again, Stanley.
Hello there, Stanley.
The men will be glad you arrived. They're looking forward to your show tonight.
We're very flattered that they want to hear us do some Shakespeare.
Oh, rubbish, old boy. With you and Cynthia up there on the platform, you could read the telephone book and they'd love you.
Oh, very kind.
By the way, you'll find the stage very primitive. Just a few trestles and a large tent and a curtain made of army blankets. And your dressing room will be even worse.
Oh, don't worry about our comfort, Stanley. As long as we cheer the boys up, that's the important thing.
Yes, of course. By the way, what program do you have mapped out for us?
Well, I thought we'd have two shows. The tent's not large enough to hold everybody at once. Anyway, we have to keep up an alert all the time. Think you can manage two separate shows?
Oh, of course I can, Stanley. I may look old, but I don't feel it.
You don't even look it, you scoundrel.
Thank you. Perhaps we could take a look at the stage and equipment, eh?
Oh, certainly. Captain Maxwell, take them over to the tent and show them what the facilities are, will you?
Right, will you follow me?
Oh, yes, of course. See you later, Stanley. Come along, my dear.
All right.
I'm glad you're here, Holmes. I'm sure I can speak quite freely in front of Dr. Watson.
Oh, yes, with perfect freedom, sir. He's my colleague, and he's an old army man himself.
Really? What regiment, Doctor?
5th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Later attached to the Berkshires in Afghanistan and wounded in the Battle of Mainwan.
Really? Oh, then I'm sure I can speak freely in front of you. Holmes, you know why you're up here so near the front line, don't you?
I have a very shrewd suspicion, sir.
Yeah, I thought you had. That's why I asked for you to be sent here.
You asked for me to be sent here, General. Yes, I think I understand.
Well, I wish I did.
You will, Doctor, in due time. In the meanwhile, gentlemen, I'll have an orderly show you to your quarters.
Thank you, sir.
And, Holmes, take a look around, will you, and keep your ears open. we're comparatively a little distance from the German front lines, and yet there's a very puzzling silence just now.
Yes, I noticed that, sir. And half an hour ago on our way up, there's quite a lot of shelling.
Exactly. It's unnatural and rather frightening at a time like this. You see, we're attacking at dawn. The enemy might be trying to infiltrate spies, and the whole success of this battle depends on a surprise attack.
I quite understand, sir. Come on, Watson.
Holmes. The first performance starts in a few minutes, you know. They're all there waiting. Why are we tramping about out here in the mud and the rain?
I thought a pipe or two in the open air would clear our brains.
Yes, a pipe in the open air is one thing, but a pipe in a downpour of rain is another.
Was it raining? Oh, didn't even notice it. I was listening to the silence.
What do you mean?
Thousands upon thousands of Germans. Armed Germans. Full of a blind fanatical hatred and desire to kill, are crouched in trenches only a mile or two from here. Surrounding us are an equal number of English boys, also armed. And with a will, if not the desire, to fight. Because they know their cause is the cause of freedom and justice. All these thousands poised, ready to pounce on each other and fight to the death. And yet, beyond that patter of rain, there isn't a sound to break the stillness of a September evening. Strange world we live in, old chap.
You're being unusually rhetorical, Holmes.
Yes, I am, aren't I? Let's be a little more practical, shall we? I wonder what is wrong with the actors tonight.
Why do you ask that?
Well, a little while ago I noticed Mrs. Morris in a great state of excitement, going towards the farmhouse where the General is. Then she went back to her own quarters, and now she seems to be headed in our direction. Is anything wrong, Mrs. Morris?
It's Maitland.
What's wrong with him, madam?
He's disappeared.
Disappeared? What's happened?
We were in the tent together, making up for our performance, when an orderly came in with a message. Maitland said it was from his brother. Slipped on a raincoat and went out, saying he'd be back in a few moments. I waited and waited, and after a while I got worried, and I went over to see the General myself. He said that he'd sent no message, and that he hadn't seen any sign of Maitland.
Good Lord, what can have happened to him?
I don't know, Doctor, but I'm frightened. What shall I do, Mr. Holmes?
You're a brave woman, Mrs. Morris.
Brave? I don't know, Mr. Holmes. Why?
Because the show must go on. I shall take your husband's place.
But Holmes, something's happened to Maitland Morris. He's in danger. He might
true,
be...
Watson, true.
Huh?
But 1,000 men inside that tent are in mortal danger, too. Tomorrow morning, many of them may be corpses on the fields of Flanders. But tonight, they've been promised a show.
Do you think that you can do it, Holmes?
Oh, I think I can, with the help of Mrs. Morris.
I can't do it, Mr. Holmes.
You can, Mrs. Morris, and you will. If only to uphold that great tradition of the theater, that the show must go on.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. Time I'd like to take to tell you that if you've got a butcher who has meat and you've got the points to get that meat, don't forget to bring home a bottle of Petri California Burgundy. Tell you why. That Petri Burgundy is a rich red mealtime wine that's wonderful with any meat or meat dish. That's a fact. Petri Burgundy can make a banquet out of a hamburger. And boy, Petri Burgundy and old-fashioned Irish stew are bosom companions. Just get yourself some Petri Burgundy and share it with your family. Petri Burgundy is the best friend a good meal ever had. And now, back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. It is just before the Battle of the Marne in the First World War, and Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are at headquarters a few miles behind the front-line trenches. A famous Shakespearean actor who was to give a performance for the troops has mysteriously disappeared, and the great detective has taken his place at the last minute. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes, alone on the improvised stage, is delivering a Shakespearean speech before a spellbound audience.
Happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in a silver sea, which serves it in the office of a wall or as a moat defensive to a house against the envy of less happier lands. This blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England.
Holmes, that shot, are you all right?
Yes, old chap. Fortunately, I started to leave the stage as the shot was fired. The bullet just missed me. I heard it splinter some wood nearby.
But who on earth would want to shoot you?
That's what we've got to find out, though I think it more likely that the shot was intended for me. It was not intended for me, but for Maitland Morris, the man for whom I'm substituting.
Well, even so, who'd want to shoot him?
Oh, don't ask me so many questions, old fellow. Let's see what clues we can find. Now, the shot was fired from outside the tent from behind me. Yes, look there. See the hole in the tent there?
By Jove, yes. The footlights would outline your shadow on the back of the tent. Whoever it must have fired at your silhouette.
The question is, where did the bullet embed itself? Aha. Look here, Watson. We got a penknife?
Wait a minute. Here, Holmes.
This shouldn't be hard to extract. Look at this splintered tent pole. Wait a minute. There we are. Excellent. Huh. Very interesting.
Oh, what's so interesting about it? Just a revolver bullet, isn't it?
No, it isn't, Watson.
Huh?
It's far from just a revolver bullet. This bullet was fired from a German Luger pistol.
A German pistol? There must have been a spy here behind our lines.
That's a reasonable enough assumption. Yes, we may be sure that no English soldier would carry such a weapon and face inspection. Come on, I want to talk to Mrs. Morris. Mrs. Morris, I want you to be very frank with me.
But of course, Mr. Holmes.
You know why your husband's missing, don't you?
No, I don't. Have you found out anything?
Come, madam. Why keep up this pretense any longer? I know that your husband is a spy, or at least a great sympathizer with the German cause.
The General's brother a spy? Good Lord.
How dare you say that?
Because it's true. Foreign Office have been suspicious of his sympathies for some time. His own brother knew it. That's why he asked to have me sent up here to keep an eye on him during his visit.
It is true. Why should I keep up the pretense any longer? You see, Maitland was a disciple of Stuart Houston Chamberlain.
Oh, who was this Stuart Houston Chamberlain?
An Englishman who married one of Richard Wagner's daughters and became a German citizen, and an arch-enemy of England.
I tried to dissuade Maitland. I implored him to consider his British heritage, his brother's name and mine. But Maitland was a strange man. His life was one of frustration and envy.
Envy of his brother, I suppose?
Yes. When Stanley was knighted, it hurt Maitland terribly. He said it was typical if the English would knight a soldier and yet leave a great artist like himself unrecognized. That in Berlin, they really understood and rewarded the artist.
Well, if the authorities knew that, it's amazing they allowed him to come so close to the front lines at a time like this.
Oh, it was at the General's request. He wanted to plead with my husband, to warn him that his secret was known. And now Maitland's gone over to the German lines. Oh, it's terrible.
It's worse than that. It's disastrous. He can give them information as to the strength of our troops here. He knows the password. He might even know the hour the attack is timed to start.
How did your husband expect to enter the German lines in safety, Mrs. Morris?
He speaks fluent German, Mr. Holmes. I fancy the autograph book he was carrying, containing the signature of Field Marshal von Tauchnitz, was in reality his pass through the German lines.
You've told the General that his brother was gone, of course.
I haven't been able to. He moved up to the front line position immediately after the first performance, though I had warned him what I thought Maitland was planning to do. I think he intended to give his performance first, then cross the lines immediately afterwards. But something must have made him change his mind. Perhaps he suspected I'd warned the General. Anyhow, as you know, when I got back to our quarters, he'd gone.
Did he leave any note, madam?
Yes, he did. Here it is.
Thank you. I have gone, my dear. Try and understand and forgive if you can. You wouldn't come with me, and so I'm taking what is left of my heart, my hopes, where they belong, among the friends that understand and appreciate me. It is something stronger than love and blood and country that makes me do this. It is something dearer to me than life itself. Dearer to me than life itself.
Oh, how could he? How could he? The shame of this will kill poor Stanley. Mr. Holmes, will you break the news to him? I know it's cowardly of me, but I just can't tell him myself.
Don't worry, Mrs. Morris. I'll tell him. Dr. Watson and I will ask Captain Maxwell to escort us to the General's frontline headquarters. In the meantime, try and keep calm. We'll tell him.
If you will wait in the dugout, Mr. Holmes, I'll tell the General that you're here.
Thank you, and be sure to let him know the urgency of the matter.
Yes, sir.
Holmes, this is a dreadful business.
Yes, it is, Watson. Though if my plans work out correctly, I think the success of tomorrow's battle may not be imperiled.
What plan?
Listen.
You know, Holmes, a strange silence from the German line since we came here might be accounted for by the fact that they knew Maitland was making his getaway. They wouldn't want to risk wounding such a valuable spy.
Quite possibly.
What I still don't understand is who shot at you with a German pistol and why.
You're being very dense, old fellow. Surely it's obvious that... Here comes General Morris now.
Poor devil. This is going to be a dreadful shock to him.
Hello, Holmes. Dr. Watson?
General Morris, I'm afraid that I've bad news for you. Your brother has gone over to the German lines.
Maitland did go there. I should have put him under an armed guard as soon as he came here, but I thought I could reason with him, appeal to his sense of honor.
Instead of which you tried to shoot him, sir, but fortunately for me, you missed. You see, I took his place at the first performance.
But that shot was fired from a German pistol.
True. That was when I first knew the general had fired the shot.
But I still don't see how you could now.
Only a high-ranking officer, not subject to inspection, could carry a non-regulation firearm. You're an old army man, you should know that. In any case, you'll observe that the general carries a Luger at his waist.
Great heavens, Holmes, I thought I was firing at Maitland. I had no idea that it was you.
You intended to kill your own brother, sir?
Yes, and I'm sorry I failed. I'd rather see my brother dead than alive and a traitor to his country. But now he's safely in the German lines. Heaven knows what secrets he may be imparting. One thing we can be certain, our chance of a surprise attack in the morning is gone.
Possibly not, sir.
Oh, what do you mean?
You see, I took the liberty of altering your brother's credentials quite extensively.
How, Holmes?
I knew of his German sympathies. Mycroft had given me a great deal of information about him, and so I took it on myself to decide that it was unsafe to allow him so near the enemy lines with his own identification on him.
Well, what did you do, Holmes?
I took the liberty, sir, of stealing his autograph book, the one containing the magical signature of Field Marshal von Tauchnitz. I have it in my pocket now. I think we shall find within its pages a code concealed in the various autographs, giving valuable information to the enemy.
Good Lord.
I also switched military permits on him. I felt that in the event that he did go over to the German lines, his welcome might be less cordial if they were under the impression that they'd captured Sherlock Holmes. To make that identification doubly sure, I also slipped in his pocket a slight souvenir of my own.
By Joe, Holmes, you mean that medal that was presented to you by the University of Leipzig?
Exactly, old fellow. I no longer wish to own a decoration given me by a country of barbarians, and it seemed a rather neat and effective way of returning it to them.
So the Germans will think they've captured Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, sir, and unless I'm much mistaken, he'll receive very short shrift at their hands.
Yes, they hate you.
There's your answer, sir. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, Holmes. It's better that way. Now his secret can die with him.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Maxwell, what is it?
Would it be in order for me to return to headquarters now, sir? It's very nearly time for the second performance, and I've still been unable to trace the whereabouts of your brother.
Well, my brother will not be acting tonight, I'm afraid. Holmes, I wonder if I might ask you to take his place once again.
If you want me to, General.
I do. Maitland had planned to do the St. Crispin speech from Henry V. He knew how much I loved him.
I realize that, sir. When I was told the password up here.
Well, can you remember the speech, Holmes?
Oh, I think so. At any rate, I can try.
Then do it for me, my dear fellow, will you? For me.
I'll be very proud to do it, General. Goodbye and good luck.
Thank you, Holmes. Captain Maxwell, take them back to headquarters, will you? The men will be waiting for the performance.
Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition. And gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, while any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispian's Day.
Well, Doctor, that was a bit of an exciting adventure you
Oh,
told.
no, I can still remember that awful feeling I had when I heard the shot in the tent and realized someone had tried to kill Holmes.
He did have a narrow escape, didn't he?
Well, Holmes always said there was no such thing as a narrow escape. He said you either escaped or you didn't. If you did, well, why worry? And if you didn't, you couldn't worry, so what?
Quite a philosophy. I'd like to discuss it with you further.
Over a bottle of wine?
How else?
What kind of wine?
Naturally.
Naturally.
You couldn't ask for a more delicious wine than Petri. That's because the Petri family knows how to make good wine. They ought to. They've been making fine wine ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And because the business has always been family-owned and operated, Well, they've been able to hand on from father to son, all they've ever learned about the art of turning luscious grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. That's why no matter what type Petri wine you buy for any occasion, you can be sure it's good wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, how's about giving us a clue to next week's Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Next week, Mr. Clatter, I'm going to tell you a most unusual adventure in which Holmes and I are trapped in an airtight metal chamber, our only companion being a murdered scientist.
Well, sounds like a story we don't want to miss, Doctor. See you next week.
Yes. Oh, just a second, Mr. Clatter. Before we go, I just want to tell our listeners that tonight we're broadcasting from the stage of the Paramount Theater here in Hollywood on behalf of the 7th War Loan Drive. The ticket of admission to the theater was a war bond. I'm mentioning this to remind you, our friends, that you have an important part to play in making the 7th War Loan a success. Buy more and buy bigger bonds than ever before. They're needed to pay for new super forts, new jet-propelled fighters, newer and bigger weapons to lick Japan. Remember, in spite of the magnificent achievements of our forces in the Pacific, the Japanese war has just begun. So let's go all out for the mighty 7th War Loan.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventures of the Blanched Soldier. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember
Petri wine.
This is Jack Slattery saying good night for the Petri family. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
She works in the sleep shop, you know, next to the knobby knit.
Yeah.
And she says they advise their nightmare customers to put a heating pad under the kidneys. And instead of milk toast, just a little beef broth and some warm wine. And pine oil.
In the wine?
No, in the broth. I mean the brass. Bath. Oh! Sam, look at you. Black eyes and scratches. Your lips cut. You didn't go home at all.
I did so.
When you promised me you were going straight home for that much-needed rest. And all the time you knew you were going straight to some sordid bar and get into a brawl. I even bought these things from the sleep shop.
Next door to the knobby net. To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police.
Medical authorities agree that lost sleep can never be made up.
From Samuel Spade, license number...
17596. Fatigue is cumulative.
Subject, the insomnia caper. Dear Dundee, honest, Lieutenant, this is how I got into that mess last night, honest. I've been feeling a little rocky for 2 or 3 days. There was nothing much wrong with me, but as my secretary, the ineffable Miss Perrine, said...
Sam, what you need is a good night's sleep.
Which, Lieutenant, is how I happen to be at home, in bed, at 10:30 in the p.m., wearing a sleep shade, earplugs, and quiet pajamas. At 10:45, my right arm went to sleep. I turned over. That's when one of the earplugs fell out. I tore off the sleep shade, dug the plug out of my other ear, stuck my head under the pillow, and was just beginning to drowse off, but... I sat up and lit a cigarette. The city plunged again into the silences of the night. The fog was creeping in on little cat's feet.
Oh, put an
Then all was peace and quiet again in Post Street. Nothing but the sound of foghorns way out on the bay and the rhythmic throb of the cable car mechanism under the California Street incline. This time I almost made it, and then... I went over to the window and peered out. The room was on a level with mine in a building just across the alley. I had had occasion to scrutinize said room and its occupant on happier occasions. She was young, red-haired, and also had a nice profile, which I had observed in silhouette against the window blind when she did her nightly setting-up exercises. I now observed that she had a boyfriend, and he seemed to be angry. Not wishing to pry into her affairs, I closed my window. Drew the blind, went back to bed. It was stuffy with the window down, but quieter. I actually fell asleep. I dreamed I was home in bed and somebody was knocking on my door. How true.
Please, open the door, let me in.
Who is it? Effie?
Yes.
Okay. What?
Please, don't be angry. May I come in for a minute?
You're in.
Oh, thank you. I know this seems peculiar, a perfect stranger. I saw you in the window.
That makes us even.
I have the apartment across the alley.
Yeah, I know.
And you saw him strike me.
No.
Well, you must have heard.
I heard a lot of stuff breaking.
Well, my ship models, he threw them all over the room, broke them to bits. They weren't especially valuable, and besides, they were presents from him. So...
Now I get it. Now, you came here to tell me all about your collection of ship models. I think that's real neighborly of you, Miss...
Doreen Dubar.
Yeah, well, it was nice meeting you. Drop in again sometime, and I'll show you my collection of trout flies.
Please, don't send me away. I'm deathly afraid of him. His name's Dan McCrae. He's a merchant seaman. His boat just got in today, and...
Yeah, but why me?
Well, I've seen you in the window so many times, I somehow felt I knew you. That's foolish, I suppose. I don't even know your name.
Look, sweetheart, if you think you're going to rope me in as a witness to that lover's quarrel...
Oh, please, no. It's more than that. Believe me. I can't tell you everything, but...
Why tell me anything?
Okay, I'm sorry. Pardon me for living. I know it's wrong of me to want to stay alive.
I don't want to be hard-hearted about it, but if you're really afraid of the guy, you ought to go to the cops.
But you don't understand it.
Doreen, are you in there?
Dan Badger, no doubt, from the game of the same name.
Open the door.
Look, chum, before you say anything, let me put you straight. You picked the wrong sucker.
So you're the guy, huh? The old lady said you was good-looking in a cheap sort of way. Well, I think I'll fix that part of it right now.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, so you're going to make it easy for me, huh?
Okay.
No! Dan, what have you done to him?
He'll be all right. Loosen this tie. I'll go get some water.
All right.
Is he coming around? Oh, where'd she go? Hey, Dan, wake up. Come on. Swallow it.
What'd you hit me with? Where's Doreen?
She dissolved. Come on, get up.
Okay, Shepard. This is your round.
Who? Not that it matters, Danny boy, but who?
You're Frank Shepard, ain't you?
You stupid. Can't you read? The name's on the door. Spade. Here's my card.
Huh? A detective. What was she doing here?
Her story was that she was running away from you. Now beat it, will you?
It can't be too fast for me. I'm sorry, Spade. I've been at sea too long, I guess. The old lady over there told me Doreen was seeing the sky every night. Channel fever or something. I blew my top.
Yeah.
No hard feeling, Spade?
Ah, forget it. But when you do catch up with that guy, Shepard, watch your left. You telegraph it. Homicide. Shepherd's Pie. Reach. Up to pick the halls of Oh, boy, look at me. I'm dozing. Answer that, baby. Let it ring. Huh?
Spade, this is Dan McCrae.
Who?
The guy you beat up on.
Look, I just got to sleep. Call back tomorrow. Better yet, don't call.
Listen, you gotta listen to me. I found Shepard. Not much of a fighter. I marked him up a little anyhow just to scare him.
Go on back to the bar. Have one for me.
Listen, I'm okay now. I sobered up like a shot. I only came back here to phone.
Makes sense, will you?
When I got back to the ship, he was there in my cabin.
What?
He's dead.
Who? Shepard?
Yeah, he's dead.
Hit him too hard?
I don't think so, but I've got to know. You're a detective. Now, look, I haven't got much money, but...
Then start earning some. This is going to cost you. Hello, Dan.
Well, you got here quick.
I'm a real fast sleepwalker. This the ship?
Yeah. Come on, I'll take you aboard.
Give me the rundown. Shepard took your girl while you were away at sea. You slapped her around a little, broke her toy boats, and generally behaved like a bad boy. We'll skip that little exhibition match in my apartment. Then what?
Come on, up this ladder. About those ship models. One was missing. She acted funny about it, and guess where it was? In Shepard's hotel room.
Yeah?
The Boston Hotel up on Broadway. Crumb dump. I shook the address out of that old lady.
Never mind that now. So you went there, went up to his room, worked him over.
But he was alive when I left there. That's clear. Then I had drinks in a lot of different places. I think I was in some other fights.
Yeah, you look it.
I don't know who with. Just faces, a lot of blurs. I don't even know where all I went. Then I don't remember anything till I'm in an all-night beanery down here on the Embarcadero and a cab driver's holding me up on the stool pouring coffee to me. Then I came aboard.
Yeah?
Come on in my cabin. I'll show you.
There were a few bruises and ring marks on the face, but they'd been cleaned up and smeared with methiolate. I know you're not supposed to touch anything until homicide gets there, Lieutenant, but this one had obviously already been tampered with, so I didn't think you'd mind if I rolled him over just enough to peek at the back of his head. There was a tiny cut on his scalp near the base of the skull, not more than 1/4 of an inch long. It had hardly bled. I frisked the pockets. In his wallet, $38, identification card, Frank R. Shepard, Boston Hotel, San Francisco, and a snapshot of Doreen sailing a model Chinese junk in a pond someplace. In his cigar case, cigars. Around his middle, a tooled leather belt with hammered silver buckle. It was a popular type Hickok belt, but something about the buckle didn't quite figure. The prong of the silver buckle wasn't silver. It was tempered steel. And instead of being pointed, the end was flattened out and ground to a sharp cutting edge. There were 2 notches on either side of it that didn't look like they'd been put there for decoration. I took the belt off, rolled it up, and put it in my coat pocket.
Well, what do you make of it?
You touch it?
No. Why?
A man falls forward, not back. The cops will say he was killed someplace else and brought here.
Then I'm in the clear.
Yeah, unless they form a theory that you brought the body down here to dispose of it.
Then why didn't I?
Maybe you lost your nerve. Maybe you sobered up.
How? What killed him?
I don't know. Maybe internal injuries, maybe a head injury, or both from that beating you gave him. Maybe just dropped dead, heart attack. That's for the police medical examiner to find out.
You mean you're going to call the police?
I have to.
But I called you to... I thought you could clear me
Now,
before...
wait a minute. You told me yourself you drew a blank. You don't know where you were or what you were doing.
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
No, wait... yeah, I suppose you have to.
I do.
You first.
Yeah. I must say you're taking it pretty well. I had a small dream. Abstractions, you know, cubes and circles. Nothing worth describing. But after I'd given homicide the rumble and crawled home to my own trundle, I did better. I dreamed I was Wild Bill Hickok, the belt tycoon. I was working on a promotion scheme for a new combination belt buckle, toothpick, and murder weapon. Sam Spade, Sleepyhead.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
nuts.
Sam?
Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Yeah, this is Dundee, Sam.
Okay, Lieutenant, you got me. What time is it?
Wait a minute. 10 after 3.
Any sign of dangerous Dan McCrae, that rat, my client?
Another whiff. Hey, about that girl, Sam. Dubar, Doreen L., Balboa Apartment, Sutter Street. Can
Yeah.
you give me that description again?
Go over and take a look at her.
I'm in her apartment now. She says she never heard of you, and she doesn't know anybody named Dan McCrae. And she says she only went out once tonight to a drugstore to get some batteries for her hearing aid and some elastic stocking.
All right, Dundee. If you want to swallow a pack of lies, all right.
Checked the drugstore, and she's wearing them now. I bring her over there, Sam, but she's a little feeble.
Okay, Dundee. I'll be right over. Hello, Dundee.
Come in, Sam. I want you to make sure, Sam, this is the apartment.
Yeah. That's my window just opposite. You can see the bed that I just got out of to come over here in response to your untimely call.
Will you come in here, Miss Dubar?
Certainly, Lieutenant. I'm very anxious to make that man's acquaintance.
She was about 65 years old with a pleasant motherly face, gold-rimmed bifocals, hearing aid, and snow-white hair. Over her shoulder, I could see into the kitchen. Sitting at a table facing away from me was an old man. In front of him on the bench were 3 ship models in various stages of disrepair. Broken masts, rudders, and with a mallet and a tiny chisel, he was shaping a piece of wood. I guessed that it was a broken spar from one of the hulls.
Well, Sam, still say this is the same apartment?
Yeah. Same apartment, different people.
But you must be mistaken, young man. My brother and I have lived in this same apartment for nearly 20 years.
She's lying, Dundee. Have you checked the janitor, the building manager, anybody?
Janitor says she's been living here since he took the job in 41. We're trying to locate the building manager now. According to your story, Sam, the girl and McCrae had a big row in here, busted up a lot of furniture stuff. I don't see any sign of it.
They could have cleaned it up.
It doesn't make sense, Sam.
Okay, I dreamed the whole thing, but those ship models, I didn't dream them. McCrae mentioned them, the girl mentioned them. Busted ship models. There they are on the table in the kitchen.
Thank goodness. What seems to be the trouble now, Dory? Just why is this young man so excited about my models?
I declare, Sven, I can't make head or tail of it. Something about a girl with the same name as mine and a young man, I forget his name, who seems to have killed somebody named Shepard, I believe it was.
Oh, you're so worried about the ship models, young man. Dory, could it be the girl who brought these over to me to repair? What was her name?
It's just on the tip of my tongue. Who did she say sent her, Sven? Wasn't that Shepard?
Well, no,
With all due respect to your age, nuts. I'm getting out of here, Dundee, while I can still remember my own name. I gotta get some sleep. Hey, wake up.
Oh, Sam.
Get out of my bed.
I'm sorry. I was beat. I didn't know where else to go.
You can go to jail. Their beds don't have inner springs, but it's a free fly.
Listen, I had to make that break. It would have been a murder rap for sure.
You mean your memory came back?
I had a funny feeling I'd seen that guy Shepard somewhere before. And just before I slugged you while we were standing there in the companionway, it came back to me. That guy Shepard, he came aboard ship yesterday when we docked. He flashed a badge on the gangway watch and asked to see the ship's carpenter.
The one that made those ship models for you?
Yeah. But don't you see? Manslaughter is one thing, cop killing is another.
This ship's carpenter, what's he look like?
Oh, thin, around 65. Lame. Talks like a Swede.
City morgue.
Maxie, Sam Spade. That stiff-tagged Shepard?
Shepard, yes, Sam. Just got him back. I think it's all there. Those autopsy boys, careless.
What killed him, Maxie?
Puncture wound. Base of the skull. Small, sharp instrument.
Anything new in his ID?
Well, Shepard seems to be a phony handle, Sam, but it'll have to do till Reveal comes along. Sergeant Polhouse let it drop that the boys at his hotel thought he was a detective. The funny thing about Sheppy boys, Sam, no belt, no suspenders, very loose trousers. How'd he keep 'em up?
By the time I got to him, it didn't matter.
I figured he wore a belt, and somebody swiped it off him.
That's an interesting theory, Maxie. I'll see what I can do with it. I tucked Danny boy back into my bed, locked him in, and gumshoed around the block to the Balboa apartment. Just to be mean, I woke up the janitor and checked his statement on the old couple in Doreen's apartment. He worked 3 buildings, was sure of the old woman, but backed down a little on the man, which is what I expected. Was sure of the floor, but not of the apartment number. Didn't know any tenants by name, which goes to show, Lieutenant, what police statements are sometimes worth. I thanked him, stole his passkey, and went upstairs. I didn't expect to find anybody home in Doreen's apartment. I was half right. Sven, the old carpenter, was sitting in a chair, staring straight ahead of him. He looked as though he were in a daze. I walked over to him. Even close up, he didn't look dead. But he was. Body still warm, no visible wounds. But he was wearing a tooled leather belt with a hammered silver buckle. The prong of the buckle was tempered steel and had the same peculiar shape as the one in my pocket, the one I had taken off of Shepard's body. The ship models were gone. What was left of them I found in the fireplace. And in the charred remnants of what had once been the hull of the toy Chinese junk, I found something that hadn't burned. It was a small metal cylinder with 2 pins projecting from it on either side, about the middle of it. It looked like a miniature lock mechanism, which it was exactly. The key, you guessed it, was the prong of that belt buckle. The cylinder was empty, except for a few white grains that looked like sugar. I tasted them. It was not sugar, but in the dope traffic, they sometimes call it that. About then, I heard footsteps outside in the hall. I ducked into the closet, leaving the door cracked enough to see out.
Stand over there, Doreen. Don't try anything. I won't shoot you unless I'm forced to.
No, you didn't shoot Frank Shepard, did you?
Don't ever mention that name again.
All right.
Well, Sven, don't just sit there staring. We've just time to catch the boat. Then, answer me.
I don't think he can answer you, Mrs. Brownrigg.
Oh, what are you talking about? Sven! Sven! He's dead. He's dead!
Oh, careful, she's got a gun.
Hand it over. Hand it over, Grandma. You won't need it anymore.
You killed him!
Yes, I'm a desperate character. Hand it over.
Come and get it. It should be easy for you. Such a strong young man, and I'm such a weak old woman.
Now, look, you don't have your glasses on, and this 45 is too heavy for an elderly tripe criminal. Now, sit down and keep quiet.
Oh, Sam, I thought you'd forgotten all about me.
I've been trying to all night. Where were you?
They locked me in a closet in her apartment.
Next door?
They were going to take me with them, get rid of me on the boat. After what they did to Frank, they had to get out fast.
Shepard. Who was Shepard, anyway?
I can't tell you that.
He was a federal narcotics agent, wasn't he?
How did you know?
You just told me. Now, tell me the rest of it.
Well, honestly, I didn't know anything about it till about a month ago. I was dusting the ship models and knocked one off the shelf. It broke, and something spilled out of it. Mrs. Brownrigg was here when it happened. She rushed for it and ran out of the room with it. She said she'd take it and get it repaired for me. And then this girlfriend of mine came by while I was sweeping the white powder up. She's a nurse. She tasted it, told me it was dope. Well, I didn't want to do anything till I talked to Danny, but she reported it. And that's when Frank Shepard came to see me from the narcotics squad.
He told you to play along with them?
Yes. They arrested the man Mrs. Brownrigg was selling it to, and Shepard told her he was taking the man's place so he could spy and get evidence, you see. She believed him because of the belt.
This the belt?
Yes. That thing on the belt, it's really a little key that fits in a little...
Yeah. Now, that fits in a little lock that releases the little mechanism that makes the false bottom fall out of a little boat. When did she find out that Shepard was a narcotics agent?
I didn't. I saw them together so much that I began to think they might double-cross me. Then I thought about that sailor, Dan, that roughneck boyfriend of hers. So I went to Dan and told him I thought his girl had taken up with Shepard while he was away at sea.
And I had to let Dan think the worst because I was sworn to secrecy. But Dan's so violent and jealous, he said he'd kill Shepard, so I came to you.
Yeah.
You were a witness that Dan hit me, and I thought we might have him arrested so nobody else would get hurt. But, I guess you were too sleepy to care.
What? Sorry. I must have dropped off. Asleep. Period. End of report.
But, Sam...
Yes, Angel?
Didn't you arrest that terrible old Mrs. Earwig?
Brownwig, Effie?
Wasn't it Brownrigg, Sam?
One of her aliases, no doubt. In reply to your previous question, yes.
Who killed Mr. Shepard, Sam? And how?
Look, if you'll recall that Sven was shaping a piece of wood with a small chisel and a mallet. The fatal wound, you recall.
Oh, and who killed Sven?
Sit down. I want to have a serious talk with you.
Oh.
No, over here.
Yes, Sam.
Stop twisting your handkerchief.
Yes, Sam.
Effie, sometimes I think you've been a detective secretary too long. Warps the outlook.
Sam, are you trying to tell me that my services are no longer required?
See, that's what I mean. You jump to conclusions. As in the instance of the death of Sven.
I only asked who killed him, Sam.
Exactly. Did it ever occur to you that some people, especially old, feeble people, just die?
Yes.
Quietly? Sitting in a chair sometimes?
Yes.
Sometimes in bed in their sleep?
That'll never happen to you, Sam.
Check. But it did happen to Sven. Perhaps the excitement of his criminous activities, fear of discovery, his impending flight were too much for his heart. On the other hand, it might have just been old age.
Of course.
The point is, Effie, it does happen. Yes. Never in detective stories, only in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess that's all. Good night.
Sam, you're not sleepy.
Nevertheless, I'm going home to bed.
Oh. Well, good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Bromo Seltzer and NBC present William Gargan, starring as Barrie Craig, confidential investigator.
There's a familiar saying which goes, give a rogue enough rope and he'll hang himself. The theory holds fine except in one instance. What if the chap doling out the rope happens to be the hangman?
Bromo Seltzer, famous for fast relief of headache and upset stomach, and the National Broadcasting Company present William Gargan in another transcribed drama of mystery and adventure with America's #1 detective, Barrie Craig, confidential investigator.
This is Bill Gargan. Before I tell you about tonight's story, which I call Behold a Corpse, here is a message from Bromo Seltzer, famous for fast relief of upset stomach as well as headache.
Miss Jordan, report to clinic. Miss Jordan, report to clinic. Miss Jordan.
In recent clinical research, nurses reported that sparkling, refreshing Bromo Seltzer relieved distress of stomach acidity and nervous indigestion better, more effectively than other leading upset stomach remedies tested. You see, Bromo Seltzer contains sodium citrate, one of the finest ingredients known to doctors for the relief of acid indigestion. And only Bromo Seltzer gently relieves nervous tension so often associated with upset stomach. Next time you have acid indigestion, take Bromo Seltzer. Like so many nurses, you too may agree.
For upset stomach, Bromo Seltzer works best.
Remember, for prompt relief of stomach acidity as well as headache, take sparkling, refreshing Bromo Seltzer. For best results, use cool water, follow the label, avoid excessive use. And next time your stomach is upset, remember that many nurses report.
For upset stomach, Bromo Seltzer works best.
Barrie Craig speaking. A confidential investigator isn't always hired on his merits. His merits as a fact finder, I mean. Some clients choose you because they hope you're stupid. They don't want a cop. They want a stooge. You're to be the front behind which they can keep a criminal operation going. You're the rubber stamp certifying their sincerity so they can get away with murder. Yeah, you get them like that. Cases phony from the word go. That was my first hunch on Brenda Connor, a brunette with a tendency to overact. We launched her case in Central Park in a handsome carriage, complete with horse, silk-hatted driver, and lap robe. Around the park at $3 an hour. But I wasn't paying the tab. The lady was. Why the handsome cab in the freezing weather? I didn't ask. You get used to eccentrics.
The rhythmic clippity-clop. I'm able to think.
So who's the demon?
Demon?
The demon pursuing you.
You have a flippant way, Mr. Craig.
To cover up my emotions. I'm the type who identifies. A sad lady like you, I can cry harder than any little white cloud around. You were about to tell me.
It's my husband.
Funny now how it always is.
Ralph Connor. He was gone for 5 years, completely out of my life.
A long wait for a streetcar.
I'd almost forgotten him. And then 1 week ago, he came back to me.
And you resent his return?
I didn't say that.
That's right, you didn't. But you don't look overjoyed.
No. But it isn't what you think. I have no basic quarrel with my marriage, even despite the separation, but...
Throw the punchline.
Ralph, this man who is my husband come back. I'm not so sure that it is he.
I let Brenda Connor continue to unburden her soul over coffee. The tab was on me this time. How much coffee could a lady drink?
My alarms about my husband, Ralph.
Yes?
I don't mean to leave the impression with you that...
That you're sure he's an impersonator?
Yes. My reaction to him since his return, my suspicions have been intuitive more than actual. I feel, I don't know.
Her husband takes off for 5 years, and then suddenly he's back. How did you receive him?
Well, gladly enough at first.
You asked him questions?
Yes. His explanation of his absence seemed genuine to me, understandable. He'd been out of sorts with himself. Suddenly 40 and restless, disoriented and neurotic, full of self-dislike, dissatisfaction with the career he'd chosen.
Said career?
Realty management. Connor and Saxton. Saxton is his business partner.
When did the doubt begin for you? The doubt, intuitive as you call it, that this voyager come back maybe wasn't really your husband.
The very first evening. Ralph was different. A stranger I didn't know.
After 5 years, he would be.
Yes, I know. But what I mean is the personality I once knew, the habits, the little things a wife knows about her husband. I could find none of them in this man.
Little things. Can you give me something specific?
Yes. The foods Ralph liked, always liked. This man has very different tastes. And even his speech, his way of phrasing things, and his thoughts so different, so very changed, and even something physical.
What's that?
Left-handed. This man is left-handed. My husband, the husband I knew, wasn't.
Quite a switch, that. How about his appearance, looks?
Oh, there are some differences. Still differences that could only mean time, how time changes the face. Ralph was full in the cheeks. This man is gaunt, thinner. Oh, mind you, I'm not saying... Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm confused. I'm so confused I can't even think straight, Mr. Craig.
Hooray for confusion. But there was more to it than the lady was telling. There always is. I got a peek into what was omitted in the telling. The time was later that same afternoon. It was raining buckets. I had my formal tie on for a ride over to see the husband, Ralph Connor, firsthand. The great thing about a jalopy, it either starts or it doesn't. Mine wouldn't. Wet wires from the downpour, I figured. But my guess was wrong. There was a gentleman on hand to correct me on it.
You'll only run your battery down, Craig. Get off the starter.
A guy on a rain slicker slouched in the back of my car. Nice eyes and an easy grin. and a familiar swell near the left armpit. I knew what that swell was. I had one myself to match it, a gun holster.
The wires aren't wet, Craig. There's another reason she won't start.
What's that?
This. Here. Your rotor.
Rotor?
You don't know about cars?
I know they go or don't go.
The rotor belongs under the hood on the engine where the distributor is. I removed it.
Why?
So your car wouldn't go.
Why again?
So you'd bum a ride from me.
Where are you parked?
Right behind you. Come on, I'll chauffeur you.
You sound like you know where I'm going.
Yeah, I think so. See Ralph Connor. You want to look him over.
You're well informed.
I took courses in mind reading. Come on, I'll drive you.
To Ralph Connor, this is?
No, not right away. I've got something else to show you first. You're stalling, Craig.
No, I'm thinking.
About?
The penalty for armed kidnapping.
20 years. Life if you cross state lines. That's the Lindbergh law. And the chair if you compound kidnapping with murder. So what's it to be, Craig?
I'd been grabbed at gunpoint before, but this one had a new wrinkle. No violence, no dent in my skull. No impulsive ride to the country. Just a short ride over to Queens, to a roadhouse you had to shove your way into. More people and floor space. A jam at the bar and a jam on the postage stamp dance floor. People laughing it up. People living it up.
Look over the dance floor. You see something?
Yeah. Sweat and suffocation.
No, I mean faces. For instance, over there, the brunette swooning all over the He-Man in a plaid shirt. You see her?
I see her.
You know her?
Brenda Connor, my client.
Well, that ends my mission. So long, Craig. You're on your own now.
Buster, wait.
Yeah, Craig?
The plaid shirt with my client. He's not Ralph Connor.
Married folks don't spend time here with each other. No, he's Chris Cantura. He's a tennis player.
A tennis player?
Love matches in the hot afternoon sun and love matches under hot blue lights with slender ladies with fat checkbooks.
Is this why you brought me here?
To show you a two-timing wife so you discount half to 90% of what she told you.
Look, as long as we're talking...
I've said all I want to. So you won't knock yourself out identifying me when I'm gone. Here's my card. So long again.
The card he'd left with me read, Mike Hassick, private detective. The guy who'd put the polite snatch on me was a private eye. I switched my plans around. You do with new developments. I didn't try to interview Ralph Connor right off. I drove over to his residence to case the place. Pretty fancy. A townhouse all lit up like utility bills were no concern to anybody. There was a parlor-floor drawing room that opened onto a stone balcony. I was enough of a gymnasium genius to make the balcony without setting up too much of a commotion. After 10 minutes of eavesdropping on the rustle of thick oriental carpets, I got to listen to a live show. Brenda Connor and a guy I took to be her ever-loving mister on the other side of the glass.
You've got that odd look again, Brenda.
Look, Ralph. What odd look?
The frail, pale princess in the grip of a nameless terror.
Oh, you're being cruel deliberately.
Deliberately?
To unnerve me. Push me to the edge of reason. Push me...
Beyond the edge?
Into insanity. Yes.
I see. Now suppose you try the shoe.
I'd try the shoe.
To see how it fits you. What's been your scheme with me?
Scheme? I have no scheme.
The terrified glances since my return, so nicely timed when company watches, so beautifully acted. And the way you contrived to look at me other times. The unfamiliar stares, if I were not your husband, but an interloper.
Not an interloper, Ralph, but an...
Yes, Brenda?
An imposter.
I see. I am not who I am. Is that what you're saying? Oh, what about me is so changed? I'd like to know, Brenda.
Everything has changed. Your manner, your talk, your habits, so many little things. And not like the Ralph I knew, the Ralph I remember.
An imposter, that was your word. Do you then really think I am not Ralph Connor? That I am somebody else, some diabolical somebody else playing at being Ralph Connor?
I don't know. I don't know.
It was time to get off the balcony and make a more formal entrance into the life of Ralph Connor through the front door. I started to do same when I had a mishap. Cute word, mishap. It can mean anything. It can mean a tear in your trousers from an unexpected nail. It could mean a ton of brass landing on your head. In my case, it meant the last mentioned. A ton of brass. Ooh! It fell from a height, from upstairs somewhere with cannonball speed. What? Who? I was too sleepy to care. I just lay down.
Back to Barrie Craig in just a moment. Our American heritage of freedom is one of our most priceless possessions. Over a large part of the world today, totalitarian government has done away with many of the liberties we have in our country. Indeed, with the whole list of freedoms given us by our Bill of Rights. Freedom of speech in the press, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, equal treatment under law. Every one of us realizes the vital importance of keeping the liberties we have. But because we often take them for granted, we're not as vigilant in our defense of them as we must be. Keep democracy strong and our American heritage intact by being an active citizen. Serve on school boards, jury panels, and in the government of your community. Combat racial and religious prejudice and all attacks on our liberties from whatever source. Don't be a lazy American. Work for your freedoms. It's the only way to keep them working for you. And now, back to William Gargan, starring as Barrie Craig, confidential investigator.
One thing about consciousness, it always returns sooner or later. If you're not dead, that is. I wasn't. I had proof I wasn't. I could wiggle a finger. When you're dead, you can't. Rigor mortis won't allow it. I was on a couch with a guy slapping cold compresses on my forehead. A guy with nice eyes and an easy smile and wearing a rain slicker indoors. He was the private eye, Mike Hassick.
Able to get up now, Craig?
I'm up. What hit me?
A flower pot, solid brass. It was on the window ledge 3 flights up.
It fell?
No.
Oh, it was dropped on me.
That's right.
By whom?
Me.
You're working for the Mr. Ralph Connor?
That's right.
An impersonator. Stand in for the real article.
If you want to believe a wacky two-timing wife.
I see. Who owns all the loot in the family? So don't answer it. I can guess the way it shapes. My client, Brenda Connor, does. Your client hasn't got a dime.
That stuff about Ralph Connor being an impersonator is the malarkey, Craig.
Maybe, but answer me this. Can a man who's been right-handed to the age of 40 suddenly turn up left-handed? But don't answer it, Hassick. Think about it while I'm busy somewhere else.
You're going to heckle Connor?
Maybe. Oh, Hassick.
What?
Come here to the rear window a minute.
Yes?
What's outside?
The yard.
Yeah, it's a backyard. Not much of a drop. Only 10 feet, I'd guess it to be.
10 feet? So what?
So one of us has to be discouraged. You've had your whack at me. Now it's turnabout.
Craig, let me go. Put me down.
Put you down? Sure. Exactly what I intend doing. You meet some guys sometimes who have to be paid back in their own coin. I didn't set up a talk with Ralph Connor. I passed him up a second time. I had nothing to say to him yet. Instead, I looked up Saxton of Connor and Saxton, Realty Management. Connor's business partner. Maybe he could shed some light. A short guy with 2 stomachs and pink ears like he was always blushing. There was an oily look to him, like he was an accomplished phony.
I still don't quite understand the purpose of your call here to me, Mr. Craig.
If you've stalled long enough, Saxton...
If I've stalled?
Worked out answers in your head,
Well, I have no ulterior motives in evading you.
Then?
Well, it's just that I don't care to become embroiled in the man's affairs. That is, his affairs other than our joint business. Frankly, I've always found Connor strange and unpredictable, explosive.
He was gone for 5 years.
Yes.
Did you keep his end of the business up all that time?
Oh, yes, scrupulously. His share of the net profits were put into an escrow account for what they amounted to. His drawing account, of course, was suspended while he was gone.
In the time he was away, did he write to you, keep in touch?
No.
Now, a big question. Is he Ralph Connor?
Yes, Mr. Craig.
You don't seem surprised at the question.
No, I'm not surprised anymore. I've been asked the same question before.
By whom?
2 persons. By Mrs. Connor and by a private detective named Mike Hassick.
So Hassick wasn't so sure of his client's identity either.
What's that you said?
Just thinking out loud. What makes you sure this new Connor is the same old Connor?
Why, everything about him.
Like?
Well, I don't know how to answer that quite. He looks like Ralph Connor, facially and physically. He knows about me, our business, the background of our business.
He's demonstrated all that to you?
Why, yes, of course. He has demonstrated an intimate knowledge of our business. It couldn't be faked. The man simply had to know.
Connor was Connor. Only thing, Saxton didn't sell me the notion convincingly enough. I double-checked on Saxton's truthfulness by applying some heat to the office bookkeeper of Connor and Saxton.
Why, Mr. Saxton told you outrageous falsehoods. Outrageous!
He didn't ring true to me too much. Good I got to you, Mr. what's it again?
Pippet. I'm the one to tell the truth.
Oh, that's peachy dandy. But, get around to telling it.
Well, now, Ralph Connor, the new one, he's a queer one.
Meaning?
Well, when he came back after being away all that time, he didn't know my name. He kept calling me Pippin and Poppin. Pippin and Poppin, mind you, when it's Pippet, like it's always been.
Pretty staggering.
And then about the business, he didn't know about the old Cameroon account.
He didn't, huh?
The biggest account in the Connor Saxton agency, and he didn't even seem to know he had it. Like this wasn't his business.
What else?
Well, his easy way about money. Tipping me $1 when he sent me out for coffee. The old Ralph Connor only tipped 5 cents.
Is the new Ralph Connor also easy about money in other ways? Business ways, for instance.
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, like not asking for an accounting from Saxton to cover the 5 years Connor was away.
Well, there never was an accounting. And Mr. Connor never yet asked for one.
Well, you'd know that. You're the bookkeeper.
Oh, yes. I'd be the one to know, all right.
Is there an escrow account with Connor's share of the profits of the last 5 years in it?
Oh, no, there's no escrow account.
Well, were there any profits the last 5 years Connor's been away?
Oh, yes. Good profits. Business has been very good.
How good were the profits?
Well, I couldn't say without going over the books.
$50,000? Is that close to it?
It isn't far from it.
Then a sharpie like Saxton would have reason to play ball with somebody not the real Connor, but an impersonator. Keep all the accumulated business profits, so long as the new Connor didn't stick his hand out or yell for the DA.
Well, I'm afraid now you're getting too deep.
Forget it. You've been a great help. You can go back to your books now, Pippin.
The name is not Pippet.
Oh, my mistake, Poppin.
It's Pippet.
It was time to form an independent impression of Ralph Connor, I figured. The townhouse sat next door to the East River. I'd just gotten to the doorbell when I found myself doing some more eavesdropping. Nothing subtle this time. Anybody for a mile around could eavesdrop along with me. A scream has carrying power. A high-pitched woman's scream. Brenda Connor. I could identify the voice. Brenda Connor at home, either being strangled to death or blowing her top. Inside the house, I didn't get to see my screaming client. She was in her room behind locked doors. The husband, Ralph Connor, told me the melancholy facts. Or do I mean the melancholy fiction?
Brenda is in there in her room with her doctor.
Doctor who?
Does that matter?
It matters. I'm jotting it down in my notebook. Mrs. Connor is my client.
Dr. Phipps. 275 Dartmouth Street, if you also want the address. Phipps is Brenda's own physician.
I get your emphasis. When can I see Mrs. Connor?
I don't know. She's under restraint.
Restraints meaning?
She's had a nervous breakdown.
All of a sudden?
No, my wife has a history of, say, emotional instability. Hallucinations, compulsive behavior, a fascination for unsavory places and people.
That's a careful reference to the roadhouse and tennis Adonis. Mike Hassick made sure I'd see.
Yes, so that you'd be aware of all the facts. This emotional instability in Brenda, it's one of the reasons I left her 5 years ago. I've had all I could stand of hysteria.
You make a glib case of it.
It's the truth.
What happens to Brenda Connor from here on?
Hospitalization. It's not the first time Brenda has been confined before.
And cured?
Evidently not, as this new breakdown shows.
Comes the time she's declared mentally incompetent. Who gets her money?
That is an impertinent question.
I'll answer it. You do. You step into her estate. I'll even bet you've already got the petition before the court with Dr. Phipps' affidavit pinned to it.
I don't care to dignify this nonsense any longer, Mr. Craig. So if you don't mind, good night.
On the street, I had an encounter with a guy who was making a habit of it.
Stop a minute, Craig.
What for, Hassick?
A talk. Friendly talk.
With a gun in my ribs?
The gun's for my own protection. You play too hard.
So do you.
I have to. I'm in it for the cabbage, just like you.
Speak only for yourself.
You'll change your mind. $100,000. We split it down the middle.
Who gives it to us?
Connor, if you don't spoil it for him.
Keep talking.
Connor is a phony, an impersonator, like you said. The real Connor, he probably knocked off somewhere, the way I figure it. But none of our business. Now, this Connor grabs the wife's estate. We let him. You let him. Then the bite. He pays us off. We own him.
You're sure of your facts?
I checked. I sized everything up. Connor's a fake, a smart fake, and the winner. Let's win with him, okay?
Why did Connor hire you in the first place, Hassick?
To follow his wife around, report on who she saw, spent time with, that tennis player, you. So, now tell me, are you playing it smart along with me?
What do you think?
I think you are. Sure you are. What have you got against money?
I played it smart, the poor man's way. I didn't go home and let Connor play out his scheme. I went back to Connor for a closer look at his scheme.
You've become a frequent visitor, Mr. Craig.
Every 10 minutes. I realized out on the street that I'd said things in here to you that were out of line. I'm sorry.
Forget it.
Thanks. I can see now what a screwball Mrs. Connor is and how I went for the bunk. The only thing...
Yes, Mr. Craig.
I'm a working operative. I put in time and sweat. I've had expenses.
Oh, I see. You've got a bill, and you're wondering how you're ever going to get paid.
That's it. It's no obligation of yours, I know.
Oh, nonsense. I'll pay Miss Connor's bill. In fact, I'll make out a check right here and now. How much is it, Mr. Craig?
Well, 100 will about cover it.
$100. Very well. Here you are, Mr. Craig. A $100 check for you.
It means more to me than you think, Mr. Connor.
Oh, you don't have to thank me. The money's due you.
But I didn't mean it like that. Guess again, Connor.
I frankly don't understand you.
I'll explain myself. You wrote out a check, and you also wrote out a confession.
A confession?
You're right-handed. You wrote that check out right-handed. Like Ralph Connor should, since he was always right-handed.
Look here, Craig.
Let me finish. But you've been deliberately left-handed for Mrs. Connor's benefit since you came back to her. To confuse her about you, start her doubting your identity. See you as an imposter, but never be sure. Until she went out of her mind like she has.
Well, you can't prove a thing, Craig.
All kinds of tricks like that to play on her imagination. You thin down, change your known habits and clothes and foods, your style of talk. All to make an already unstable woman a screaming lunatic. Have her declared mentally incompetent so you could take control of her money and her estate. How big is the estate, Connor? Big, I'd judge it to be. No end of money. It has to be a fabulous grab to rate your fancy technique in crime.
I say again, you can't prove a thing.
Because you're really Ralph Connor, huh? And can prove it. Birth certificate, relatives stuck somewhere, fingerprints. That's what you're gambling on. Why you're so cocksure. You're immune, you figure. Win or lose, you can't lose. Since you're really not an impersonator, but the genuine article. Get your hat anyhow, Connor.
My hat? Where are we going?
To the district attorney's office to see what charge he can fit to your kind of cute scheme. Offhand, I'd say conspiracy. But what do you bet the DA finds a few more in the book?
You've been listening to William Gargan in another exciting transcribed mystery drama from the adventures of Barrie Craig, confidential investigator. Tonight's story, Behold a Corpse, was written by John Robert. Next week, it's the strange story titled The Sinister Snowman, about which Barrie Craig has this to say.
Next week, I find that murder on skis is twice as romantic and deadly as murder on foot. When a skiing champion gets permanently stiff in the joints. Not so much from the cold weather as from the icy chill in a lady's eyes. Good night, folks. See you next week.
Bromo Seltzer, famous for fast relief of headache and upset stomach, and the National Broadcasting Company have brought you Barrie Craig, confidential investigator, starring William Gargan. Featured in the role of Brenda was Barbara Weeks. Carl Caruso speaking.
Tonight enjoy Meet the Press on NBC.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive? What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes. This is Cloak and Dagger. Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, The Black Radio, concerns an OSS agent who broadcast Allied propaganda from behind the enemy lines and is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
It was one of those quiet days. The sun was splashing in through the windows, and I was marking time until lunch in the cafeteria. And a date I had with the red-headed secretary. There were just the two of us in the big gadget room of the OSS in Washington. Just me and Hank Martin. And all of a sudden, Hank grabbed my arm.
Hart, get down! Air raid, duck!
Okay, what's the big idea?
Oh, boy, I wish I had a camera just then. Brother, did you look scared?
All right, what was that thing you just threw in a wastebasket?
Just a little noisemaker. Great if you get in a tight spot and want to start a riot.
All right, look, let's start from the beginning, huh? How does it work?
Well, like you see. It's not very big, just about the size of a lemon. Easy to slip into your pocket. All you do is pull out the cap and throw it, and when it explodes, pow! We call it the Hedy Lamarr.
Major Langer, I have a job for you.
Yes, sir.
When our armies cross the Rhine into Germany, Freiburg will become a strategic city. The less resistance we get from the people when we make that advance, the less lives will be lost. Up to date, we have no report of any underground or partisan movement there.
Mm-hmm. And OSS wants me to go in there with a black radio and soften them up. Is that it, sir?
Right.
cut in on the Nazi local stations, broadcast the information we want them to get.
Mm-hmm.
Another of our agents infiltrated that area over 3 months ago to get acquainted with the city and locate suitable hiding places for the radio.
Of course, sir, it'll have to be moved every time we use it.
Yes, that's right. Now, we haven't heard from our agent since she was sent in. We didn't want her to run the risk of trying to contact us.
Did you say she, Colonel?
That's right. Have you any objection to working with a woman, Major?
Oh, no, sir. I mean, no, sir. Her name was Lucille, the Colonel said. I wondered if she was anything like the redhead, Miss Lucille. Nobody had heard from her for months. Maybe she'd been caught. Maybe the Nazis had twisted out of her the reason she'd been sent to Freiburg. Maybe I'd have a reception committee of Germans waiting for me. It gave me something to think about on the plane flying over the Black Forest in Germany a few weeks later.
There's your rendezvous point straight ahead, Major.
Straight ahead and straight down, you mean?
Running in. Ready?
Ready?
Go. Good luck.
I tossed the radio out first, then I jumped after it. No matter how many times I jumped, it was always the first time. The feeling of falling. Sick feeling. Like a dream. I came to with a jolt. A sharp pain across my thighs from the pull of the strap and the crack of the chute. Then, air all around me. I looked down on the black forest that was blacker than ever at 0400. 4 o'clock in the morning. There were no Germans waiting. But no Lucille either. There was nothing but a foreign country. And up above, the plane faded away. Then it was gone. And I was alone. The radio had floated to Earth about 50 feet away. I checked it, made sure it was all right, buried my parachute, and wondered what to do next. There was a milk wagon coming down the road. I could hear the milk cans swaying with the movement of the cart. I could see a shadowy figure holding the reins. I dragged the radio behind a clump of bushes. And then I waited for the wagon to pass. For a moment, I didn't recognize the song. And then, all of a sudden, the words wrote themselves in my head. Come away with me, Lucille, in my merry Oldsmobile. Lucille. Lucille.
I'm sorry I was late, Major Langer. A German soldier I know stopped to talk. I couldn't break away without being impolite.
Oh, just as long as you got here.
Hurry, Major. Let's go.
Yes. I was ever so glad to see anyone in my life. But I didn't quite expect to meet the milkmaid.
What did you think I'd be like, huh?
Oh,
Come, Major.
Well, I had no idea.
No doubt you pictured a slim young thing who'd add interest to your intrigue, huh? I've been neither slim nor young for longer than I'd like to remember.
Tell me, what did you do before the war, Lucille?
Taught history in grade school.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm helping to make it. It's a good feeling. Until you consider the possibility of getting caught.
Well, we've got to make sure we don't get caught.
There is always that possibility, Major. Accept it. And it's much easier to take it if it comes.
Yeah? Who is it?
May I come in?
Well, what do you want?
It's your neighbor across the hall. I wish only to make your acquaintance. My name is Gruber. Am I disturbing you, Herr Langer?
Well, you know my name, I see.
As a poor old widower, alone in this world with very few interests outside of the future of the fatherland, that is, I make it my business to know everyone in this rooming house.
Oh, do you?
You arrived in Freiburg only a few days ago, nein?
That's right.
You have a medical discharge from the army. You were wounded at Anzio.
Is there anything about me you don't know?
Oh, no. Do not take offense, my friend. I asked the landlady about you. It was she who told me.
Your information is right, Herr Gruber. Yeah. I was wounded. Yeah. I spent 2 months in a hospital.
Yeah.
And I'd like to be left alone.
Yeah. Oh, you are bitter.
Yeah.
A civilian life will not be easy, but you must mix with people, make friends. Don't keep too much to yourself. Now, here, I brought with me this bottle of schnapps and 2 small glasses. Will you not join me?
Well,
Here. To the future, Herr Lange.
Well, I'll drink to that. There was something about the old windbag who rented the room next door to me on the 3rd floor that I didn't like. I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was the way his eyes, like patent leather buttons, kept darting around the room.
Well, good schnapps, nein, Herr Lange?
Yeah, very good.
Not like we used to get before the war. Of course, I'm not complaining. It is such a little sacrifice to make for the Reich.
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course. What are you planning to do here in Freiburg, Herr Lange?
Well, I have my craft card as a union motion picture projectionist. Yeah. I worked in a film house in Berlin before the war and was hoping to find a position here.
You've had no success yet?
No, not yet.
The motion picture house, a block from the mining university. Have you tried there?
Why, no, I haven't.
Oh, do try it. Tell the manager, Herr Schmidt, that you are a friend of mine. He's always complaining to me about being short of help. But that also is just a little sacrifice to make for the Reich, of course.
Yes, of course. Doctor, I'll go there tomorrow.
Good.
Oh, tell me, what is your business, Herr Gruber?
I am a clerk.
A clerk?
Yeah, in the administration building of Gestapo headquarters. More schnapps?
Yeah. I may not have liked the old windbag, but I took his lead anyway. I went to the movie house near the university and got myself a job there on a day shift. And I counted the hours until the Thursday, when I'd meet Lucille at the deserted car barn we'd agreed on. On Wednesday, I was in the projection room running a half-hour newsreel, most of which was a close-up of Hitler making a speech in Berlin and foaming at the mouth. I looked down over the heads of the audience, wondered if all of them were as enthusiastic about the Fuhrer as they pretended to be. Wondered how much it would take to push them into starting their own underground. Wondered how many of them would be listening to their radio the next night, listening to me.
Herr Langer.
Yeah, Schmidt?
I came to tell you... turn that speaker down, will you? I came to tell you only have tomorrow afternoon off.
Tomorrow afternoon, but I don't understand.
Zerbrechen Sie sich den Kopf. I will want you tomorrow night instead.
Oh, but tomorrow night is impossible. I mean...
Longer, you have a good job here. If I ask you to take the night shift this once, I see no need for argument.
Oh, but, you see...
Is what you have to do that important that it cannot be postponed?
9, Schmidt. Not so important. I'll be here. The next night at 20 minutes past 10, the feature film went off. I set the machine. The newsreel would run by itself for half an hour. No more. It didn't give me much time before the reel would run out. Just a half hour to get to the car barn, broadcast, and get back. Well, that's it, Lucille. 730 kilocycles, but I can't seem to get reception.
They are signing off.
This is Reichsstation KLD signing off. Until tomorrow morning, Heil Hitler.
Well, here we go. Keep your fingers crossed. Don't turn off your radios, people of Freiburg. This is for you. I am your voice of freedom, bringing you news as it actually exists, not as the propaganda ministry would like you to believe.
Mark, that's good. Wonderful.
It wasn't 50 sons of Freiburg who died at the Anzio beachhead, but 500. You mothers, wives, sweethearts who have not heard from your men. You think the mails are slow? Is that why you haven't received letters? Your men will never write again. They were killed at Anzio. Women, they are taking your men away. What do you have for compensation? You have no food. You're cold. And the political leaders want to sacrifice everything but themselves. Haven't you sacrificed enough?
Mark, it's late.
It's all right. And now, until another time soon, this is the voice of freedom. Good night. I will not say Heil Hitler. I say instead, God be with you.
The first of many. God be with us both.
We dismantled the radio. I lifted it into the back of the milk wagon, ran as fast as I could back to the theater, and slid in through the side door. And then I heard it.
Hey, Langer, where were you?
Oh, Herr Schmidt. Well,
What business had you to leave the protection room during the newsreel of the Führer? I only hope the authorities do not hear of this. Our leader cut off in the middle of his speech. Where were you?
Where was I? I was in the washroom.
I was just going up to see if you had fallen asleep. Let's go fix the machine quickly.
When did this happen?
Happened just a minute ago, natürlich. It's a wonder you couldn't hear all the disturbance from the washroom. Also, mach schnell, los.
Ja. I ran up the stairs to the projection room. God must have been with me that first night. If the machine had broken down 5 minutes earlier, Herr Schmidt would have known I'd left the theater. The next week, and the next, and the next, we were on the air. We moved the radio to a deserted warehouse, to a cave in the Black Forest, to a barn on the outskirts of town. As the voice of freedom, I told the people of Freiburg, you are fighting a lost cause. The losses of the Luftwaffe are 75% higher than reported. Resistance in all German-occupied territory is growing stronger. People in the city looked the same. Were as respectful as ever to the Nazi soldiers that walked the streets. None of them showed by so much as a look or a word that they ever heard those broadcasts. And then I received my first indication.
I saw you through the window of the coffee shop, Herr Langer. May I join you at your table?
If you'd like.
Oh, thank you. So, have you been listening to your radio lately?
I have no radio.
Well, if you get one, then, I advise you not to listen to Reichsstation KLD.
Oh, why not?
Because the Gestapo will arrest anyone caught listening to the man who calls himself the Voice of Freedom.
Oh, what does he talk about, this Voice of Freedom?
Oh, it's nonsense, of course. Allied propaganda nonsense. You sure you have never heard him?
I told you, Herr Gruber, I have no radio.
Oh, but of course. I forgot. Why is it, Herr Langer, I have the feeling I've seen you somewhere before?
It was ridiculous to suppose that he had ever seen me before, but he told me one thing. The people were listening. And the Gestapo was looking for me.
Unser Führer wird uns siegreich aus dem Krieg bringen.
Hör mich auf, Mark. Mark, with that cough of yours, perhaps I'd better broadcast tonight.
No, I'll be all right. People of Freiburg, this is your voice of freedom. I want to tell you, my friends, how step by step Hitler has developed his program. Step by step he has carried it out successfully. First he took our men and destroyed them. And now Hitler is destroying our cities and our factories. Allied bombings will destroy all Germany. Our men are already dead in 100 battlefields. This is the Fuhrer's greatest achievement for Germany. He is accomplishing it all in less than 12 short years. 12 short years of Hitlerite success.
They are jamming the radio, Mark. You'd better sign off.
It's all right. This is the voice of freedom saying good night. I will not say Heil Hitler. I say instead, God be with you.
I'm afraid they may be closing in.
Yes, Lucille, it's the first time they've jammed our broadcast. We'll have to move fast. Dismantle the radio and get out of here.
The wagon is right outside. Hurry.
Less than 5 minutes later, we'd left the basement of the schoolhouse near the cathedral. It was quiet in the streets. Too quiet. As if the city were holding its breath. Waiting for something to happen.
Good night. Until Friday. You know the place.
Yes, let me take the radio tonight.
Oh, back to your room with it under your arm. What foolishness.
Yes, but Lucille, you always take the risk of being caught with
I
it.
have the milk wagon to hide it. And the barn to bury it. We'd better not stand here any longer. Good night again. And take care of that car.
I started to walk quickly in the opposite direction. If German triangulation had found the general location of the radio, the neighborhood would be swarming with Gestapo any minute. The headlights of the official car came out of nowhere around a corner and blinded me.
Halt! Stay where you are! Halt! Halt!
I started to run.
Halt! Halt!
I ducked into a doorway, up the stairs to the roof, across the roof, down some stairs again, back into the street. Somehow, I'd shaken them. I was free of them. I had to find somewhere to go, somewhere to hide. The movie house where I worked was close by. I went in through the side door. Hunched down in a seat, anonymous in the darkness. I was one of hundreds of people watching the travel. And then something happened to the film and the soundtrack went sour.
You people listen to me. There will be no more films tonight. Not until we check the identification of every man in this theater. One by one. But we're looking for a man who is seen coming into this theater through the side door. A man who is wanted for questioning by the Gestapo. You will file out the exit one by one and row by row with no talking. Women to the right, men to the left. There will be no more...
Maybe my forged identification would pass inspection easily. But the men who were chasing me had a general idea of my height and weight. I couldn't take the chance. I put my hand in my pocket and pulled out a round disc about the size of a lemon. The noisemaker OSS called the Hedy Lamar. I yanked out the cap and threw it. It started a riot, all right. The soldiers couldn't hold them back. They practically walked over them in their rush to get out. And I walked out, too, swept along in the tide of panic.
Guten Tag, Herr Lange. You're
Gruber.
Just on your way to work, I see. I will walk with you part way.
Well, if you'd like.
Tonight, when you get home from your work, listen to your radio.
I told you I have no radio.
Oh, yeah, I do keep forgetting. You're welcome to listen to mine, then. There's to be an important announcement at 7 o'clock.
Announcement? About what?
I learned about it this morning at the administration building where I work.
Yes?
There's to be a hanging in the square at noon tomorrow. An allied spy who was caught with a radio.
What did you say?
A woman, a spy. She was picked up last night, driving a milk wagon. Can you imagine such a... Are you ill, Helena?
I haven't been well. Cold.
They haven't caught the man yet. The one who calls himself the voice of freedom. But I have no doubt they will soon. They're offering a large reward.
Are they?
That's a very bad cold, Helena. Tonight, when you return from work, remind me to give you some of my cough medicine. It's very... I turn off here. Be the same.
I didn't stop by for the cough medicine. After work, I locked myself in my room and stayed up all night, looking out of the window, up at the ice-blue stars that hung over Germany. And I tried to think of something to do to help Lucille. Before noon the next day, I went to the square, but I still didn't have the answer.
Isn't it frightening, Helena, the way an execution will draw the people like flies to honey? Is it fascination, do you think, of seeing someone else suffer?
You tell me, Herr Gruber. You should know. You're here.
So I am. But then, so are you.
What? Whoa! Woman, have you anything to say before you die?
People of Freiburg, remember what you heard on your radios. Remember what the voice of freedom told you. It was the truth. The truth. Your leaders are betraying you. Goodbye, citizens of Freiburg. I will not say Heil Hitler. I say instead, God be with you.
It happened quickly. It was all over. And I hadn't done a thing to stop it. Yes, who is it?
Only I, Herr Gruber.
Go away, will you, please? Go away, I don't want to talk to anyone.
Upset, are you, my friend, about the hanging this afternoon?
No. No, I just don't feel well.
Now, don't torment yourself this way. There was nothing you could do to prevent it. She did not expect it.
What are you talking about?
Trust me. You have no one else to trust. The Gestapo is going to check and cross-check every man's papers. Every man in Freiburg. Are you sure you can stand a thorough investigation, Lange?
Are you crazy? Are you accusing me?
You are the voice of freedom. I suspected it for a long time. I was never sure. I was afraid to step forward soon.
Now, look.
No, listen to me. I know you don't like me. I have not liked myself for years. Afraid of my own shadow. Afraid to think. Afraid. But no longer.
Herr Gruber, look. I am a discharged soldier from the Wehrmacht.
I have your face looked familiar. It was not your face. But it was something about you. Your voice. I thought I recognized it. And then I started to think. I, who have been afraid to think for years. You came to Freiburg about the same time the broadcast began. You were too ignorant of what was going on. And then, yesterday, you coughed, as he had. I was almost sure then. Now, today, I watched your face when she was hanged. And then I knew.
Herr Gruber.
Trust me. You have no one else.
He was right. I had no one else. And I had to get out of Freiburg. Gruber offered to drive me across the bridge that night. From there, it would be only a few miles to the border of France. With his official pass from Gestapo headquarters, Gruber would be able to get past the guard. I got into the trunk of the car. It was open just enough to let me breathe. I still didn't know whether to trust him. There was a pretty big price on my head. The car slowed down when we reached the bridge.
Let me see your identification.
Of course. There you are.
Mm-hmm. What is your business outside of Freiburg?
Official business for the administration.
Fair. This looks all right. I have orders to search all cars.
Well, you can see there's nothing in mine. Please, will you hurry? This is official business for the Gestapo.
One moment, not so fast. What's in your trunk?
The trunk? Well, go see for yourself. I have an American spy there. I'm smuggling him across the border.
Don't be impudent. You understand?
I'm sorry. I was just having my little joke.
Well, I don't like jokes. You work as a clerk for the administration, so your head swells. You think you're Himmler. All right, pass.
I'm sorry.
All right, pass.
Quickly, get out here.
I want to apologize for the things I thought when you told the guard what you did.
It was the only thing I could think of at the moment that would prevent him from searching the trunk.
Well, goodbye.
Yes.
And thank you, my friend.
No, wait. Look, don't feel the woman died for nothing. She did not. You and she have given us the courage to look at ourselves in the mirror. We will continue to talk in whispers, yeah, but after you have gone, there will be many of us who will no longer think in whispers. Yes, well, you go. Goodbye. Wiedersehen.
Major Mark Langer made his way back to Allied lines. And when Freiburg was taken over some months later, it offered little resistance, thanks to the strong underground that had been encouraged by the Black Radio. And thus, once again, the report of another OSS agent closes with the words,
Mission accomplished.
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Mark was Larry Haynes, Lucille, Lily Darvas, and Gruber, Barry Kroger. Others were Raymond Edward Johnson, Arnold Moss, Stefan Schnabel, Bob Weil, and Jerry Jarrett. Script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. The music was under the direction of John Garth. Sound effects by Chet Hill, Dick Gillespie, and Art Cooper. Today's OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program was produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's mystery and music tonight on NBC. The mystery is Sam Spade's latest case in which the romantic private eye solves the caper of too many clients. The music is the NBC Symphony Summer Concert with Antal Durati as guest conductor, and the American Album of Familiar Music, one of radio's best-loved musical programs which returns to the air tonight. 3 times mean good times on NBC.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Hey, watch it, sailor. That's the second time in 3 blocks the car's almost run you down. What's the matter with you?
Shannon's place. The Hotel Nifty, rooms 350.
What?
No, I don't like it.
You don't like what?
Slogan for our new stationery. The Hotel Nifty, rooms 350.
Well, what's the matter with it? It tells the story. It says that Shannon's place is a classy hotel and the rates are reasonable.
Yeah, I know, but
But what?
Now listen to this slogan. Shannon's place. Rest in Havana in your private cabana.
Who's got cabanas?
It makes it a problem, doesn't it?
It's too late anyhow. Sanchez has already printed the stationery.
My name's on the letterhead, isn't it?
Right under running hot and cold water.
That's nice.
Hey, look. Sanchez's shop is dark.
Well, he just called you 15 minutes ago, didn't he?
Yeah, he said come right over. The stationery was ready. Come on, sailor. Sanchez! Sanchez, it's Slate Shannon.
Try the door, Slate.
It's open. Sanchez! Sanchez! Hey, something's wrong, sailor. Strike a match.
Something really is wrong. Look at the place.
Yeah, torn apart like...
Slate, there's someone here.
I'd never have known. I got him, sailor.
Hold him. I'll hit him. Slate, where are you going? Oh, Slate.
Say, what did you hit me with, sailor?
I don't know. I picked something up. Feels like a monkey wrench. I'm sorry. I guess my aim was bad. Hey, what's all this about?
Who knows? Maybe somebody else doesn't like our slogan.
We'll stop here first, Harry, at my place.
That'll be nice.
Only to heal the bruises the man gave you in the printing shop. Then you're going home. Here's my key. Open the door.
After you, my dear.
You got a cut under your eye. There's collodion in the bathroom. I'll get it.
I reckon Sanchez's joint exhausted me. Collodion just won't help the tired feeling I got.
What'd you do with Sanchez?
Beat him up, whispered a word of advice in his ear, threw him in a private gutter where I can find him again.
That'll make him understand us?
Sure it will, baby. It's the only way to talk to these people. Sanchez just didn't know what we've got going for us. Fake American passports. A man in my position could get fat selling things like that. There's such a hunger for him.
But we need Sanchez. Will he keep engraving them for us after what you've done to him?
Now that he's figured out what he was doing, he'll put his heart and soul into it because I asked him. Poor little man. He should never have tried to use his brain. Never said he was going to report us to the authorities.
And to the consulate. Have they ever questioned you about the things you do on the salary they pay you?
I told him I was tutoring a Cuban lady in English. The boys at the consulate understand things like that.
What about those people who walked in on you?
Shannon, the Havana character?
Yeah, it worries me.
Leave him to me, Jenny. Leave everything to me. Have I ever failed our great love? Have I?
Mr. Shannon, he go to printing shop for stationery with name on top. He go inside, then hit toboggan when monkey wrench connect with noggin. Miss Sailor, she wished that she was dead for making lump on boyfriend's head. But Lump is happy, it doing fine with cold compresses and iodine. Mr. Shannon...
That's enough, King. Hold still, Slate.
Ouch. Hey, that hurts.
And then cry on my shoulder. See? I know all the cures.
I appreciate it. It's not every day a man gets the opportunity to get banged with a monkey wrench. I've looked up the records.
There, that looks better. You can hardly notice, can you, King? The bump doesn't show a bit.
From this angle, Mr. Slate looks like a man wearing small top hat.
Stand over here where I am. He looks like a man wearing two small top hats. I'll get it.
I wish to see Mr. Shannon, please.
Who are you?
Oh, that is him in the chair. Please step aside.
Hey, you can't barge in here.
Mr. Shannon?
Yeah, what do you want, Buster?
I am Juan Sanchez. I have heard that you were at my brother's place of business. The business being that of printing. It is so, see?
It is so, see. That's the way you want it.
Having not found my brother Carlos, you called Senora Sanchez, the wife of my brother. Informed her so, that my brother was not at his shop, that the shop was ruined, that you were thrown here and there and hit heavily. See?
That's a fair version of it. What's on your mind?
On my mind is this. I know where is my brother. I will take care of the affairs of the family of Sanchez. And as I have heard a tourist say, you will keep your fat head out of my business. I will say goodbye to you. Goodbye.
Close your mouth, Slate.
Keep my fat head out of his business.
That's what he said, Mr. Shannon.
I don't care whose brother he is.
I know. You're going to find out what happened to Sanchez.
I like Sanchez. I've done business with him for years. He's in trouble. He needs help.
Rubs off on you, doesn't it? People's troubles.
No, please.
Hey, what goes on?
Please, no.
Come on. There he is on the patio. Hell, he's not going to take care of his brother's problems anymore. Juan is dead.
Like I said, it rubs off on you, doesn't it?
Yeah. Starts in a printing shop and it continues on my patio. Call the cops, sailor. I'm going to find out what makes that shop print obituaries.
The rotary press goes in that corner, boys. Be careful with it. This is very delicate equipment. Very expensive. When you're through with that, boys, I want you to... Are you one of the workmen? Will you please...
No, I'm not a workman, but I could do some work for you.
Well, that would please me.
I'll make a note of that, miss. What name do I put down?
Jenny Sloan.
I'm Slate Shannon.
I've heard of Slate Shannon. This is a red-letter day for me. I sell a big order and I meet Slate Shannon.
girl like you sells printing equipment? There must be people who want to take you away from all this.
There are. They do. But maybe you can make a better offer?
Yeah. But first I've got to find Sanchez.
Why must that come first?
His brother was shot down, killed in my hotel. I figure things like that has a priority.
It does, doesn't it? And you'd rather tell Sanchez his brother was killed than... You don't know it, Slate, but you just made me an offer. I like it.
We could tell him together. Where is he?
He called my office from his home, ordered all this, asked me to install it for him. Because he was too sick to manage for himself.
From his home, huh?
Mm-hmm. So you'll understand I'm needed here. I couldn't go with you.
The things I understand, Ginny. Just you wait. Hey, is there a phone here?
There on the wall. Need change?
Thanks, I've got it. Hello, King. Put Sailor on. Well, tell her she can wash out my socks later. Put her on the phone. You good with socks, Ginny? Sailor has a... Oh, Sailor? Meet me down the corner from Sanchez's house. Yeah, right away. Well, I'll tell you why later. Uh-huh. Oh, and Sailor, don't forget to put my Argyles on the stretcher. Yeah, I know. I haven't got any Argyles, but I can dream, can't I?
Sailor, That'd be Miss Duval. Chalk up another red letter for me.
Tell me something, Ginny.
If I don't have to shout.
I'll lean close. Better? Better. How come Sanchez, a poor man, a sick man, can afford to buy all this equipment from you? What does he need it for?
You'll ask him when you see him, Slade? Then come and tell me. 16 Avenida del Presidente. I want to know, too.
I'll do that, Ginny. Real soon.
I still don't understand what you're trying to do, Slate.
I'm looking for some new answers.
Well, tell me the new questions, huh?
Why is that printing shop wrecked and put together again with expensive equipment? Where does a beautiful American girl named Ginny Sloan come into all this?
A beautiful American girl, huh? Where did you find her?
Next to a linotype machine.
You've got red printer's ink on your lapel.
Yeah, you got to watch those linotype machines. Oh, here's Sanchez's house.
Here, let me knock.
What's the matter? Don't I know how to beat on the door?
No one's answered, have they?
You looking for Senor Carlos Sanchez?
See what happens when I knock, Slate? Taxi cabs appear.
Yeah, we're looking for him, Chico.
I give him to you. He's in the cab.
Hey, come back here.
I give you the cab, too.
Now, let's go look, sailor. Sanchez.
Oh.
Yeah. Beaten, bloody. You want to go knocking on any more doors, sailor?
Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Look, Sanchez, try to understand. You stay here with us until you get well. Understand, Sanchez?
Si, señorita Duval. Comprendo. You have been kind.
Who did this to you? Beat you like this? Hurt you? Tell us, Sanchez.
Do not ask me, señorita. I will not answer.
You're beaten like a stray dog. Your shop is wrecked. Your brother is murdered. What does it get you keeping your mouth shut? Another beating? Because you like living this way?
Please, Señor Shannon. The beating was to me. Do not take it unto yourself. It belongs to me.
Cops tell me they found an illegal passport in your brother's things. A fake United States passport. Is that what you're mixed up in? All that fancy printing equipment. Did you order it?
No. Of course I order it. How else does one attain such things? He buys it from a merchant.
You bought yourself a whole lot, didn't you, Sanchez? The payment was good, too. Look at you.
Leave him alone, Slate.
Senor Slate, there's a man at the desk who wishes to talk with you.
Be right there, King. Sing to Sanchez, sailor. Kiss his cheek. Do something, anything that'll take the hurt away.
I'll try, Slate.
At the desk, huh, King?
Yes, sir, Mr. Slate. It's Mr. Harry Turner.
King says you wanted to talk to me, Mr. Turner. It's on your mind.
Carlos Sanchez. I've come to take him home.
You a relative?
Only a friend. Sanchez does printing for us at the United States Consulate. I've grown very fond of him. This morning we heard he'd been in an accident. I'd like to take him to his home. Do what I can for him.
How'd you know he was here?
Some people saw you take him out of a cab, bring him here. Word got around, got to the consulate. We got up a little collection, and I was appointed to pick him up.
All right. He's badly hurt. Take it easy with him. Sanchez, you want to see this man?
Senor Turner.
Hello, Carlos. I'm sorry about what happened. I've come to take you home.
You want to go home with him, Sanchez?
Of course he does.
I asked Sanchez.
Si, I do. I'm very happy to go home with him. Happy, si.
Okay. Give Turner a hand, sailor. I'm going out.
Where? All right, don't answer me. Surprise me when we get there.
You're not going, sailor. You'd clutter it up. This one belongs to me.
Yes? Oh, hello, Slate.
Am I disturbing you?
Yes, you do. Come on in. The place looks a mess. I undressed on the way to bed last night. Wait till I pick up these things. Sit down right here.
Thanks.
You said you'd come to see me. You couldn't wait, could you?
I've been thinking about you, Jenny.
Don't do it that way, Slate. Too many men start off like that, not Slate Shannon.
I knew a girl like you once in Hong Kong. She wore bells on her ankles, and when I said goodbye to her, she tried to stick a knife into me.
The scar on your cheek?
Uh-huh.
There. So I can share it with that girl with bells on her ankles.
That's funny. She did the same thing after she cut me.
It's going to be good, Slate.
I found Carlos Sanchez.
Later, Slate.
He was almost beaten to death. Do you know why?
Slate.
Tell me why, Jenny.
Now, at this time, it means that much to you.
I'm going to tell you why.
I don't like you so much, Slate.
Last night you were in his shop. You were delivering a whole lot of merchandise, expensive stuff.
I told you
Yeah, that you worked for a printing supply house. But Sanchez never called you. He didn't order that stuff. I know. You delivered it to the wrong place.
Listen to me, Slate.
It's got something to do with passports. Sanchez is an engraver, a good one. He could have made plates for a counterfeit. Printed passports for illegal immigration to the States.
He could make a lot of money out of that.
A lot of people could. You and...
You.
I don't see how.
A lot of people come to Shannon's place. The word could have it that your hotel's a fine place for people who want to go to America.
Who do you work for, Jenny?
Wait a minute. This is a small gun, Slate. I can make up a fine excuse to the police why I had to kill you.
Who do you work for?
I'd weep over your body till the police came.
Jenny. Jenny, put the gun down.
All right, Slate, if you say so. No more questions, Slate?
No more questions. King, stop playing that thing and listen to me.
Do what he says, King. A man with lipstick smeared all over his ugly puss. You gotta do what the man says.
What?
Been cuddling up with a linotype machine again, Slate? I see she got some new ink. The color's different this time.
Yeah, it's tasty, too. Had Mr. Turner take Sanchez home?
Carried him like he was a baby. Imagine a man doing desk work having muscles like that.
Oh, you know that because he told you?
Because I asked him. He swore it was desk work. I didn't believe him at first, but he finally convinced me. Nice fellow, that Mr. Turner. I bet he doesn't care if a linotype lives or dies.
King, here's $200. Go buy yourself a fake American passport.
I don't wish to go no place, Mr. Slade. Besides, I got a passport.
Humor the fellow, King, because the fellow wants to play cops and robbers.
You know Havana, King. Find the right alley, wave $200 under the right nose, buy the passport, then come back here and tell me who you bought it from.
King might get hurt, Slade. Look what happened to Sanchez.
Don't worry, Lady Sailor. King Moses take care of himself. It's like Mr. Slade say, I know Havana, Havana knows me. She will do me no hurt.
What do you want here?
Please, mister, they tell me come to you. In Barrio, they say for what I want go ask Mr. Harry Turner. You are Mr. Harry Turner?
Where in the Barrio?
At the place of the Palace of Jollies. They say many times their people come to you for same thing I need. I have done bad thing in Havana, mister. I must go away. 2 states will be nice.
You're all alike. You do a bad thing, you must go away. Get in here.
A pleasure, mister.
They tell you what it costs?
They say you will tell me this thing, mister.
What's it worth to a man who has to go away?
I have only $200 American, mister. Is enough? Is all I got. Please, mister, they catch me. Prison.
Give it to me. 200. You get away cheap.
The passport?
You know Sanchez's printing shop? You'll find it. Be there at 9 o'clock tonight.
The passport?
I'll check with my mood. Now get out.
He told you to be there at 9 tonight, huh, King?
Yes, Mr. Slade.
Well, you did good. What do you think of your desk job now, sailor?
Well, he beats people, kills people, makes passports on the side, money on the side. I'll have to know him better before I can give you an opinion.
Say, what in the name of... What are you doing with knitting needles?
You said you wanted some argyles, didn't you?
You think you can finish them by 9, sailor? I want to look spiffy for Mr. Harry Turner. I told you to go home, sailor. What are you following me for?
Don't you know I always follow you, wherever you go? This time I just happen to be with you.
Now, look, there's liable to be trouble.
Well, if anything happens to you, I want to be there to get my argyles back.
All right, sailor, just keep your mouth shut, that's all.
If you like it that way.
Just the way it was before. Lights in this shop are out. The door is open. Anybody here? Hey!
The back room.
Hey, let's go. Oh, hello, people. How's business?
You didn't think you were fooling anybody, Shannon, sending that guy around for a passport.
You told me you weren't going to ask any more questions, Slade. I'm disappointed.
Is this the one, Slade? I'm disappointed, too.
I told you, sailor, keep out of it.
Ginny tells me she made you a proposition, Shannon.
I've been thinking about it. What's the take?
You'll be paid. All you have to do is let us use your hotel for distribution.
Yeah, but not for murder, huh? You give my place a bad name.
You mean Sanchez's brother? Juan felt his family ties too strongly. He found out Sanchez had counterfeited those plates. He tried to tell his brother of the error of his ways.
What did he do? Threaten you?
Oh, forget about him. He's dead, isn't he?
But you didn't kill Sanchez because you needed him to print the passports. You just beat him up from time to time.
It's easy. You beat him up, it hurts him. Give him new equipment, it makes him feel better. All right, Shannon, let's stop rubbing noses. You interested or not?
I'm interested. As long as I know you're going to hold on to that job at the consulate.
Job at the consulate? He sweeps floors there. When he goes out, he puts a carnation in his lapel, and Havana thinks he's big.
Well, Shannon?
I haven't made up my mind.
I know what's bothering you. That girl. Her.
She means you, sailor.
Do what you have to do, and let's get out of here.
It's not that easy. See, you pose a problem. Jenny and I understand each other. She said it would be good between us.
Better than that, Slade.
You see? You're going to be in the way, sailor.
Oh, I am, huh?
You know how it is. Jenny and I met. Something happened. Man finds a new direction when a woman like Jenny happens.
That's for all the good times we've had. And that's one for the road.
Well, you settle it for me, sailor. Harry, I'm in.
Great. We'll think about you later, Mr. Val. Sit down.
I said sit down.
Welcome, Slate. Now we go to work, huh?
I was wondering how you'd phrase it.
Harry?
What?
Goodbye, Harry.
Ginny, you...
Hello, Slate Shannon.
Oh, like the girl I knew once in Hong Kong.
Oh, she left a scar. There won't be any of those with me.
Show me. Show me, Jenny.
All right.
Put the gun down. Go ahead, put it down. I don't like my love mixed up with 45.
Slate.
Put it down. Drop it.
Oh, you two are going to make a happy couple.
So help me, Jenny. I'll pick up that gun, sailor.
I've got it. Who do I kill first?
Slate, you cheap rotten.
When you run out of names, I've got a few more for you. Slate, you can let go of her now.
That had to be done my way. I can handle a gun now, sailor. You call the police. Sailor.
Go away. You bother me.
I brought you something.
You can take your dime store jewelry, and you know who you can pin it on.
Why don't you just turn around and look? See? I brought you a monkey wrench.
Just what I've always wanted.
Yeah, I had an idea if you clobbered me over the head, it'd make you feel better. It's thoughtful, huh?
Give it to me.
Here. Well, go ahead. Clobber me. What's the matter with you?
What happened when you went to Jimmy Sloane's apartment?
Well, she had a gun in her hand, like you're holding that monkey wrench. I'll show you. Come here.
Slate.
Yeah, that's what happened, sailor.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Blackie, if this is a dinner party, where is the dinner?
I don't know, Mary.
Ooh.
But here comes Roger Masters.
Who's he?
Our host.
Hello there, Blackie.
Hello, Roger. It's about time you came over and talked to us.
Blackie, it's good to see you. I was hoping you could come.
All you had to do was urge me with one invitation. Oh, Mary, this is Roger Masters, our host. Roger, Miss Mary Wesley.
Well, this is a real pleasure, Miss Wesley. I've heard about you.
Oh, since I've known Blackie, I'm afraid a lot of people have heard about me.
Oh, Blackie has a way of getting around.
Yes, everything, including me.
Now, Mary, you know
At
Don...
the sound of the next loud noise, one subject will be dropped.
Say, Roger, is that your brother Harvey at the piano?
Oh, yes. Under that delightful coat of tan is my very undelightful brother. He's just back from Georgia. With Georgia.
I beg your pardon. Will you say that again, please?
He's back from the state of Georgia with a bride-to-be by the name of Georgia.
Oh.
She's the redhead to the left of the piano.
What number bride-to-be is she?
When I run out of fingers, I can't count. But you'd think it was true love by the talk they give each other.
Must be great listening. Yankee drool and Southern drawl.
Oh.
Say, I haven't seen our hostess.
Well, there should be down by now. I can't understand what's delaying her. Perhaps the diamond. She always fusses when she wears it.
Is the family diamond really as big as they say it is, Mr. Masters?
Miss Wesley, the Masters diamond is the biggest thing in our family. And wearing it is about the biggest thing we do. We're a rather useless lot, you know.
I don't know that at all.
Stick around 40 years and you'll find out.
Say, Roger, what kind of a party is this? Look who's coming.
Oh, I don't know that man.
Well, I do. It's Inspector Faraday.
All right, everybody. Quiet here.
Huh?
Stop that piano.
What's the matter, Inspector? Don't you like music?
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Enjoying myself till now. What brings you here, Inspector?
What brings me here? Just that the Masters diamond is missing.
What?
And Mrs. Masters is upstairs murdered.
What?
No.
And I'm going to stay here till I find out what this is all about.
Hey, Lemmy, when's the Stonecracker coming?
Joe'll be here pretty soon, Pete.
Ain't it a shame, ain't it?
And what a shame.
We gotta bust up this rock and cut somebody in besides.
We either cut Joe in to bust this rock, or we bust rocks for a bunch of years.
But ain't it a shame, ain't it?
What you using for a brain, Pete? This your Master's diamond is as easy to spot as a gorilla in a birdcage. It's gotta be busted up.
Is it really on a level that he can slice it in one whack, huh?
I've seen Joe work. First he looks at the rock, all which ways. Second, he throws light on it, like he was looking for something on its insides. Third, he draws all kinds of lines on it, this way and that way. Then he puts it on a table in a little cup.
Yeah?
Then he's got a hammer in one hand and a chisel-looking thing in his other hand. And he puts the chisel on top of the rock, and he goes tap with the hammer, and right there in front of you, that one big, beautiful diamond, is a lot of little rocks.
Ain't it a shame, ain't it?
It ain't a shame when you gotta eat. There's money in your pocket because you sold those little rocks.
Yeah. And nobody can trace nothing to us because old lady Masters never saw us.
Yeah, Pete. We did this one right. We grab what we're after, and nobody sees us to tell the cops what happened.
Hey, Lemmy.
Huh?
What's that extra?
I don't know. Open the window, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Master's diamond missing. Well, they only found dead. Police had no clues. Read all about it.
Lemmy, do you hear that?
Hear it. It's shouting at me. Close the window, quick.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, this is bad.
The dame's croaked, huh?
Pete, you gotta do something.
Yeah, but what, Lemmy? But what?
I don't know. I gotta think.
They'll get us for murder, Lemmy.
Unless I get an idea first. I gotta.
What do we search next, Rollins? And let's make it snappy. I want to get out there in the living room and question that whole bunch together.
Blackie's next on the list, Inspector Faraday.
Blackie, huh? Good. Get him in here.
Okay, Blackie, you're next.
How are you this evening, Rollins?
Okay, Blackie.
I don't have to ask you how you are, Faraday. I know, as confused as ever.
Don't bother to make wisecracks, Blackie. And don't bother to sit down.
Around you, everything's a bother.
Quiet, Blackie.
I'll start with your coat, Blackie.
You're not starting with anything, Rollins. We're not searching this guy.
Oh?
But, Faraday, are you sick? Here, Rollins, start with my coat.
The only starting we're going to do is you. Out of here.
What? I don't get this, Faraday. You catch me at the scene of the crime. I admit to you that I was upstairs about the time of the murder, and all you want to do is get rid of me. Now, is that being smart?
There's a law against all I want to do, where you're concerned.
Concerned? Say, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I'm plenty concerned. Here I am in a house with a body, and you find it first. Say, how did you do it, Faraday?
Well, the upstairs maid phoned me, and I told her not to say anything to anybody. While you were still downstairs... Hey, it's none of your business how I found the body. Now get out of here.
Are you sure you don't want me to give Rollins my coat?
I said get out of here.
Oh, please now, Faraday. Be yourself for a change. I admit I was upstairs for a few minutes before the maid found the body.
I know that.
I admit I'd like to own the Master's diamond.
I know that.
Well, then why don't you think I'm a first-class suspect?
Because you're much too smart about this whole thing. You don't deny anything. You don't offer any alibi. You don't even try to get away from me. So you don't figure in this case at all.
I don't figure, and you can't. All right, Faraday, have it your own way.
I intend to. Now get out of here.
Say please.
Please. Get out of here.
So long, Faraday.
For my money, you can make it longer than so.
Very good, Inspector. Very good.
Gosh, Inspector, you shouldn't have let him go.
Rollins, you think I'm a sap? He wouldn't have that diamond on him. He'd laugh at me for weeks because we didn't find it.
But don't you think he had anything to do with this?
Put 2 men on detail to follow Blackie wherever he goes. I not only think he had something to do with this, I think maybe he did it.
Oh, for once, Mary, I really enjoy just sitting here in my apartment and not even thinking about murder.
But, Blackie, what I'd like to know is why did Inspector Faraday let you go?
Maybe he's getting smart.
You mean it's a trick?
Either a trick or he knows that this time he has nothing on me.
Oh, darling, what does he ever have on you, really?
That's a good question. Come in.
Mr. Boston Blackie?
Yes?
Oh, Blackie, she's so beautiful. I wish you'd said no.
I'm just so sorry to put you to all this bother, Blackie. But I've just been so anxious to meet you. And I'm just so distressed. And I just know you can be so much help to me.
So?
Oh, you're Georgia Aiken, aren't you? Harvey Masters' fiancée. I saw you at the Masters' party. Miss Aiken, this is Miss Wesley.
Hello. How do you do? That's a wonderful suntan you have, Miss Aiken.
I'm from the South. Maybe y'all can't tell it, but I am. That's where I met Harvey. We've just come back from Georgia, where we had so much fun.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, you're so kind, but no. I just dropped in because I wanted to meet the wonderful Boston Blackie. I've heard so much about you, and, well, I thought...
You thought? I'm sorry. I guess maybe I'm in the way here.
Oh, dear me, no. What I want to talk about is the thing that's happened to Mrs. Masters. And I'm afraid it's going to mean trouble for poor, dear Harvey.
For Harvey? Why?
Well, the police will find out he inherits all his mother's money.
Well, what about his brother Roger?
All of it goes to Harvey. He said so, and he ought to know. That's one reason he made up with his mother.
Well, I don't think there's anything to worry about. The police believe that Mrs. Masters was killed by whoever stole the diamond.
I don't think they'll ever suspect Harvey.
But they'll find out so much more about Harvey when they begin to investigate. He and his mother hated each other. He's going to be in so much trouble when these things get out. And you're so wonderful, Blackie. I wish you'd help.
You say Harvey hated his mother?
Yes. He'd been away for 6 years because of her. And they didn't speak for years before that.
But she was giving last night's party for him, wasn't she?
Yes, this was supposed to be a kind of a reunion. But it wasn't doing so well. Even before poor dear Mrs. Masters was killed.
Excuse me. Come in.
Is Georgia Aiken... Oh, there you are, Georgia.
Well, Harvey, darling, what are you doing here?
Looking for you, dear. There's been a call from police headquarters, and we have to go down there for a few minutes. I wanted us to go together. Mother's maid said you were coming down here.
Oh, Harvey, darling, this is that so wonderful Boston Blackie. And this is Miss Wesley.
That not so wonderful Wesley. Hello.
How do you do? What brought you up here, Georgia?
Well, you're going to need help, Harvey. You know it.
Yes, I know, dear.
Miss Aiken says you're the sole heir to your mother's fortune and that you and your mother were more or less enemies. She thinks that that's cause for you to worry.
Oh, I don't think it is, do you?
No, frankly, I don't. But the police will probably investigate you.
Well, that's quite all right with me. I expect it. Well, if you'll excuse us, Blackie and Miss Wesley, we have to get to headquarters.
Of course.
Goodbye, Blackie. You've been so wonderful.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Wesley. Goodbye, Miss Aiken. It's been so nice to meet you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
So long.
Harvey, darling, are we really going to police headquarters?
Listen, you.
Harvey, darling, you're hurting my arm.
What's the idea? Who told you to go to Blackie about me?
But I only want to help. Harvey, you're hurting
Now,
me.
listen, you. Open your mouth about me just once more to anybody, and I'll shut it permanently.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Two jewel thieves, Lemmy and Pete, steal the fabulous Masters diamond. When Mrs. Masters is later discovered dead, police believe she was killed by the robbers, despite the fact that she had had a long-standing quarrel with her son, Harvey, recently returned from the South with his fiancée, Georgia Aiken. As we return to our story, Lemmy and Pete, who stole the Masters diamond, are in their hideout.
Oh, Lemmy, ain't you got an idea yet?
Get up, will you, Pete? How can I think when you talk to me all the time?
But, Lemmy, when they find us with a diamond, they'll get us for killing that Masters dame.
Wait a minute. I got it.
Yeah? What are we going to do, huh?
Get rid of the diamond.
But after going to all that trouble to grab it, oh, Lemmy, no.
The only way to duck getting wrapped for murder.
Gee, Lemmy, and that diamond was going to net us a pile of dough. Ain't it a shame, ain't it?
I know exactly how we can get rid of it, too.
I guess that's good. But it's such a beautiful hunk of ice. Ain't it a shame, ain't it?
Be careful what you say on the phone, Mary. Faraday or Rawlins are either listening or waiting downstairs to nail me when I go out.
Blackie, you really think so?
I'm sure of it. I'm also sure I'm going to stay right here in my apartment until Faraday solves this case.
Well, I'm going to be home for the rest of the evening, darling. Call me if anything happens.
Sure, Mary. With Faraday alone on a case, a lot is probably going to happen, and I hope it does to him. What's the matter, Faraday? Can't you think of anything to say? Well, I guess the inspector is downstairs after all. Oh, there's the door, Mary. I'll call you later.
All right. Night.
Night. Come in. I thought you were in the building, Faraday. That telephone line was as open. Well, who are you?
Name's Lemmy. You Boston Blackie, huh?
I'm Boston Blackie, huh?
You got the right joint, all right, Pete. Come on in.
I offer most of the invitations around here. Habit, I guess.
Close the door, Pete. Just stand there quiet like.
Yeah, sure, Lemmy.
We got a little favor to ask you, Blackie.
How little?
Oh, it ain't gonna be no trouble to you. Just a little delivery job, that's all.
Delivering what? To whom? And just how many years in jail will it involve? How about making sense?
Okay. The Master's diamond. Does that make sense?
Properly handled, that can make dollars.
Well, it can't be handled. It's too hot.
You have the Master's diamond?
Yeah. My pal has a gun in his hand. In a couple of minutes, we ain't gonna have the diamond no more. You're gonna have it.
I'd rather have the mumps.
Come on, take it. Here.
This is a fine thing. I get held up and forced to take something. Now that I have the diamond, what?
Get going.
Where?
Out the door, down the elevator, out onto the street. We'll be right behind you.
When I get out on the street, what do I do?
Take the diamond to headquarters and turn it in.
Oh, fine. All Faraday has to do is to catch me with that diamond.
Get going. We lifted that rock, Blackie, but we didn't bump that dame. So you're taking it to headquarters to take the heat off us.
See, Rollins, the chances are Blackie's got the diamond and will try to sneak it out of his apartment. And that's why we're waiting here for him. Now, if he's on this elevator, Rollins, you grab him.
Right, Inspector.
Here's the elevator. Now, get ready. All right, Blackie, stand right where you are.
Come on, Pete, let's get going.
Faraday, well...
Hold on to him, Rollins.
Hold on to him, Rollins, for what?
The Master's diamond.
Faraday, quick, grab those two guys going out the front door.
I'm not and anyone but you.
Don't be a sap, Faraday. Grab them, quick.
I don't want them. All I want is you. With the Master's diamond in your pocket.
It's not in his pocket, Inspector. Of course, I just took it out.
So, you stole the diamond and killed Mrs. Masters, huh, Blackie?
Faraday, you're under delusions.
Maybe. But I bet you'd like to change with me. You're under arrest.
Look, Faraday, before you get me all the way down to headquarters and have to let me go, be a smart guy and listen to me, will you?
You don't have anything to say, Blackie. I caught you with the Master's diamond, and that's that. Well, go ahead and tell me. I need a good laugh.
Well, laugh at this, then. Those two guys who stepped out of the elevator with me and beat it out the front door when you and Rawlins held me up gave me the diamond.
You expect me to believe that?
I don't expect anything of you, Faraday. But if you'll send out an alarm for a couple of guys by the name of Lemmy and Pete, you can get a confession out of them. I'll give you the description.
I suppose you think these two guys killed Mrs. Masters, too.
No, as a matter of fact, I'm sure they didn't. That's why they brought the diamond to me. I was supposed to deliver it to you.
Okay. When we get to headquarters, I'll send out a general alarm. Pick these guys up.
Well, why take me to headquarters, then, if you believe I didn't steal the diamond?
Because I want you to see me work. I've got an angle on the murder that doesn't include you.
I feel sort of slighted, as a matter of fact. Who are you after?
Roger Masters, one of the victim's sons.
What's his motive?
Money. He's his mother's sole heir. It's that simple.
It's not so simple as you think, Inspector. I heard Harvey Masters was the sole heir.
Oh, well, I read Marilyn Masters' will just a little while ago. She cut off Harvey without a cent.
Well, in that case, maybe we ought to go see him. That's a pretty good motive for murder. Harvey's room here. The maid said he went to bed hours ago.
I never objected to waking anybody up, Blackie.
How well I know that.
Let's go in.
Wait. I'll turn on the light. Uh-oh.
Quick, let's cut him down. He may not have been hanging very long. That chandelier doesn't look too strong.
What's the matter with you, Faraday? Can't you see he's dead?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he is.
Well, this ought to prove three things, Faraday.
What?
My friends Lemmy and Pete didn't kill Mrs. Masters. Rogers didn't kill her. But Harvey here did. Too bad it doesn't.
It doesn't? Then why would Harvey commit suicide?
Look closely, Faraday, and you'll see that he didn't. He's been murdered.
Huh?
That stool there, look at it. It's only a foot high. And Harvey is at least 2.5 feet or 3 feet off the floor.
Hey, you're right. I'm going to grab Roger Masters. He killed his mother and now his brother. And I'm arresting him before he kills somebody else.
I do declare, Blackie, it's just so thoughtful of you to drive me back to the master's mansion at this most distressing time.
Well, I was sorry you had to go to the morgue to identify Harvey's body, Georgia, but Faraday insisted. Well, here we are.
Won't you come in?
No, thanks. Well, I'll take you to your door.
I'll get out on your side, too.
All right. Here, give me a hand.
Here.
You're all right, aren't you?
Yes, of course. Thanks to you. I'm just so grateful. I don't know what to do.
Well, if you need anything, let me know, will you?
You've been so kind. You sure you won't come in?
No, I have to get back downtown. And I don't think you're going in either, unless you let go of my hand.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just wasn't thinking. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Aiken. When you get back to Georgia, your state can brag about one more peach.
Well, well, how is the so wonderful Boston Blackie?
Oh, cut it out, will you, Mary?
But Georgia thinks you're so wonderful, and I think you're so wonderful, too.
Well, that's fine.
Don't you want me to think you're that wonderful, Boston Blackie?
Do you have to like me with an accent? Now, stop it, will you? I'm trying to think.
About Georgia?
I can remember her without thinking.
That's what worries me.
Say, where did I pick this stuff up?
What stuff?
This tan powdery stuff on my fingers.
Well, let's see it.
What is it?
What? What's makeup?
Makeup?
I think the shade is suntan. In fact, I'm sure it is.
That's funny.
Darling, you didn't pat sweet Georgia on the cheek, did you?
Will you please forget about her?
That wonderful suntan of hers. I'm beginning to think it came right out of a bottle.
No, it didn't, Mary. Her tan is real enough. I didn't get this makeup on my fingers from her unless she had it on her hands.
Well, why would she have suntan makeup on her hands?
That, sweetheart, is a wonderful question.
Would it be just as good as it would be if I said it with a southern accent?
Southern, Western, or Yankee? The accent around here is on murder. Pardon me, I'm going to see Miss Georgia.
The state?
No, the girl. But if my hunch is right, I think the state is going to see her.
You might as well talk, Roger. You did it, didn't you?
We know you did it, Roger.
No, Inspector Faraday. I didn't.
You did. You killed your mother. You killed your brother.
You know you did it, Roger. Talk.
I didn't. I tell you, I didn't.
Your mother told you the diamond was missing.
You saw your chance.
You killed her.
No.
You figured the thieves would be blamed.
We know the thieves didn't kill her. You killed her.
No.
We have the thieves locked up. They confessed to the robbery.
Not to killing your mother.
We know they're not killers, but you are. Now talk.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
We know you killed your mother.
Because you killed your brother to cover up.
You were upstairs when your mother missed the diamond.
What do I have to do to make you leave me alone?
Talk. Admit you killed your mother.
And your brother Harvey.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
All right. Yes, I killed.
Well, it's about time. You killed them both, didn't you?
Yes, I killed them both.
Good. Rollins, get Masters out of here.
Okay. Come on, Master.
Okay.
Now I get Blackie on the phone. I want him to know that when I want a confession, I get one.
Never mind the phone call, Faraday.
Huh? Blackie, how did you get in here?
Oh, it was very difficult. I opened the door and walked in.
Well, for once, I'm glad you're here. Now you know I can get a confession without any help from you.
You should be very glad I'm here, Faraday, because you got a confession from the wrong person.
Yeah?
Yeah. Here's your killer. Georgia Aiken.
How do you know?
Do you want me to tell him, Georgia, or do you want to tell him in your charming drawl?
I don't care what you do.
All right, I'll tell him. Faraday, your theory about how Mrs. Masters was killed is correct. Only it was Georgia who was upstairs with Mrs. Masters when she missed the diamond. So she killed Mrs. Masters, realizing the robbers would be blamed for the murder.
That's crazy. She had no motive.
Money was a motive, Faraday. Harvey told Georgia he was inheriting his mother's fortune. Georgia wanted Mrs. Masters out of the way, so Harvey would inherit it.
Then why did she kill Harvey?
Money was the motive again. With Harvey dead, she would inherit from him.
Now I know you're out of your mind. For two reasons. Harvey was hanged. How could a girl handle a big guy like that? And how could she inherit from a guy that she wasn't even married to?
I'll answer the first question first, Faraday. This little Georgia Peach is not exactly a dainty little girl. I checked and found she was an athlete a few years ago and still is a champion tennis player and swimmer.
Yeah, I guess she is pretty strong at that. But how could she get a rope around Harvey's neck without getting banged up herself?
She probably drugged him with sleeping tablets. After he was knocked out, it was a fairly simple matter to hang him.
Yeah, I guess so. But what about question two? How could she inherit from a guy she wasn't even married to?
Look at this girl's hand, Faraday. It's beautifully suntanned, except on the third finger, left hand. There's a ring of white around it, isn't it?
Yeah, like a wedding band was on it.
A wedding band was on it, Inspector. Because Georgia and Harvey were married months ago down south. As his wife, she would inherit from him. Even you ought to know that.
But that white never showed on her hand before this?
No, it was covered with suntan makeup. But I took her hand to help her out of the car a few hours ago. Some of it came off her fingers. Here, Faraday. Take her. She's all yours.
Well, lady, how much trouble am I going to have with you signing a confession?
I'll sign anything. What do I care? I admit I killed him, and I'd do it again for a chance at the same amount of money.
The funny thing is, Georgia, Harvey lied to you. He wasn't getting a cent from his mother.
What?
And Roger got it all. So let this be a lesson to you. Next time you murder for money, make sure you kill the right people.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
To Box 13, care of the Star Times. I am desperately in danger, I'm sure. I'm afraid to go to the police right now. So if you'll really go anyplace and do anything like your ad says.
If you really go any place and do anything like your ad says, please meet me tomorrow at 6 in the evening at the corner of Gateway and Lakeview Boulevards. Constance McLean. You didn't know it then, but this was one time, Holiday, you had your work cut out for you.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure.
I guess I was asking for it when I put that ad in the Star Times. But I wasn't asking for what happened this time, and I don't want it again. You see, it was... Well, might as well start from the beginning, and Susie saying...
Constance McLean. That's a pretty name, Mr. Holliday.
Well, what do you make of the letter, Susie?
Make of it? Well, what do you mean?
Well, take this line. I'm desperately in danger, I'm sure.
Well, what about it?
No, it sounds like something from an old melodrama.
But it's thrilling. Maybe she is desperately in danger, Mr. Holliday. Why don't you find out?
You think I should, huh?
Sure. You'll be just like one of the old knight irritants.
Knights errant, Susie.
What's the difference? They both hunted for trouble, didn't they?
Well, what's good enough for a knight errant is good enough for me. I'm sorry I can't oblige you by dashing off on a white charge and wearing a tin suit. But so long anyway, Susie. The intersection of Gateway and Lakeview Boulevards was in the fashionable suburb of the city. The kind of a neighborhood where money is the root of the most important family trees. I looked at my watch. It was 6 exactly. Then I heard someone coming. I waited. It was about dark. The shadows of the trees kept me from seeing who it was whispering. But a couple of seconds later...
Hello.
Oh, good evening. You're, Constance McLean?
Oh, no. No, my name's Barbara Rodney. Constance is over there.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm box 13.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what's the matter?
You're different.
From what?
From what we thought.
You mean to tell me you got me all the way out here to see what I look like?
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. 13. I mean, well, what is your name?
Dan Holliday.
Oh, that's nice. Wait a minute. Come on, honey. It's right up here. Mr. Holliday, this is Constance. Connie, how do you do?
How are you? She stared at me, and I stared back. She was about 17. Not pretty, but kind of a hungry face and eyes. I smiled at her, and she smiled back.
It's awfully nice of you to come, Mr. Holliday.
Well, not at all. I think anyone would come on the strength of your letter, Connie.
Can we go someplace and talk? I mean, we can't stand here on the corner, can we?
We could, but sitting would be better. What do you suggest?
How about Smudgy Mary's?
I beg your pardon?
Well, Connie needs Smudgy Mary's place.
Oh, I thought for a moment you said Smudgy Mary's.
We can sit down there. They have tables, and we can talk. I've got to talk to you, Mr. Holliday.
Just a minute, Connie. What kind of a place is this Smudgy Mary's?
It's nice.
They serve ice cream and sundaes and malts.
Oh, well, swell. Let's go. Is it within walking distance, or do we go in my car?
Well, we can walk, can't we, Connie?
Well, if you think it's safe for me.
Safe? What's the matter?
We'll go in your car, Mr. Holliday.
On the way to Smudgy Mary's, I tried to draw Connie out, but she was determined to wait until we got to that paradise of ice cream and malts. The two kids chattered away, and I gathered they both went to a fashionable and ultra finishing school in the neighborhood. Then I found myself in Smudgy Mary's. Kids were all over. Nice-looking kids. And the usual jukebox. Connie and Barbara guided me to a table in the back, and we sat down.
What do you have, Mr. Holliday?
What's the specialty of Smudgy Mary's?
You want one?
If you do, Connie.
No, don't think so. Just a lemonade.
Barbara?
A double malt with chocolate ice cream and whipped cream on top. I'll go over and tell Mary. We call her Smudgy because she's always got a smudge on her nose. I'll be right back.
All right, Connie. Want to talk now?
Right. Here, you read this.
She took a crumpled piece of paper from a handbag, shoved it across the table to me. I opened it. There was a message that read, "If you don't get $1,000 from your parents, they'll never see you again." The letters were cut from magazine and newspaper print. I read it twice, then asked, "How did you get this, Connie?"
It came to the school for me.
When?
Yesterday, just before I wrote the letter to you, Mr. Holliday.
Who knows about this?
Just Barbara. She's my best friend. Now you.
All right, Connie. As soon as we leave here, we're going to the police.
Oh, no, please. Please, Mr. Holliday, we mustn't.
Why not?
Well, if I did, well, Mother would have to know.
Don't you think she should?
No, she mustn't.
Why not?
Well, she isn't well, Mr. Holliday. With something like this, it'd make her worse.
But this is very serious, Connie.
Then you help me.
Now, look, Connie. You're not helping other girls who may be in your position someday. Let the person who wrote this get away with it this time, and he'll try it again.
Mr. Holliday, if you go to the police, I'll kill myself.
I stared hard at her. Her face was more hungry than ever, and her eyes were scared. Then Barbara came back with the orders.
Here we are. I brought you a specialty, Mr. Holliday.
Thanks, Barbara.
Babs, Mr. Holliday wants to go to the police.
Sit down, Barbara.
Yes, sir.
Now, Connie, have you anything else to tell me?
Today someone called me on the phone. It was a man's voice. He said, I should have the money by the day after tomorrow or I'd be sorry.
That's right, Mr. Holliday. I was there when the man called.
Did you recognize his voice, Connie?
No, I never heard it before, I'm sure. It had kind of an accent.
Do you know anyone that speaks like that?
No, I said I didn't recognize him.
Where are your father and mother?
They're away.
Where?
In Michigan.
For how long?
They'll be gone about 2 months.
I see. This man said you'd have to get the money by the day after tomorrow. Is that right?
Yes. Oh, Mr. Holliday, I'm scared.
Why are you afraid to go to the police, Connie?
I'm afraid what will happen if I do.
To you?
Yes. To me.
Yes, she was scared, all right. She didn't touch a lemonade, and I couldn't touch the specialty of the house. You see, I wanted to be alive the next day. A little while later, we left Smudgy Mary's. We didn't say much. Connie, because she was scared. Barbara, because she was scared. And I, because, well, I had an idea. It was after 8 when we pulled up in front of the school where they lived in the dormitory. Connie and Barbara got out of the car.
What should I do, Mr. Holliday?
You sure that man said day after tomorrow?
Oh, yes, I know he did.
All right, Connie, I'll do what I can.
You'll help her, Mr. Holliday?
Of course I will, Barbara. Now, you two run along. I'll wait till you get inside. Go on now.
I don't know how to thank you.
Don't try. Just take it easy and don't worry.
All right. Good night, Mr. Holliday.
Good night, Connie. Barbara.
Good night.
I watched them until they went in. I was about to close the car door and drive away when...
Holliday! Oh, Mr. Holliday!
That was Connie. It didn't take long to cover the distance to the dormitory entrance. Connie! Barbara!
Mr. Holliday! Look! It was under my door. This.
Another letter. Give it to me quick.
Oh, here comes Miss Ogilvy. She's head mistress. Oh,
please, Mr. Holliday, don't show her that letter. Please, don't tell.
I don't know why I stuck that letter in my pocket. Maybe it was Connie's face. Absolute terror on it. But I rammed the letter in my pocket just as...
And what does it mean?
Please, Miss Ogilvy.
And who are you?
She looked at me, and I remembered my 5th grade school teacher. The one who didn't like me. I looked at Connie. There was a desperate please don't tell look on her face. Barbara was as white as a sheet. I decided to be hung for a sheep as well as a lamb, as Ogilvy repeated.
Well, sir, if you please. Girls, into your rooms.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm waiting, sir.
I'm in the wrong house.
Really? And for which house were you looking?
The Smiths.
Really? Where do they live?
Not here, I guess.
I hope you have an explanation.
Well, I'm afraid I don't. All right, I'm waiting for a streetcar. Will that do?
May I have your name?
If you'll just forget all about this, I'll go quietly home and lie down for a while.
I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to stay.
That's very kind of you, Miss Ogilvy, but I have a previous engagement.
If you try to leave, I shall ring the alarm and the caretakers will stop you.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Nothing. But I'm going to call the police.
All right, Holliday. All right. You were in the wrong house. Why?
I told you, Kling, I made a mistake.
Couldn't you tell a girls' school from a private home? Besides, there's no one in the neighborhood named Smith.
How do you like that? 3,000 Smiths in that phone directory, and I picked the wrong neighborhood.
You should have worn a ribbon in your hair, but nobody would have noticed you.
Thanks, dear. You're pretty, too.
Listen, Miss Ogilvy preferred charges, trespassing, and a dozen other counts. She can make the mistake.
Kling, what if I said I had a good reason for being there, but I couldn't tell what it was? What would you say?
The same thing I said 2 hours ago. Why?
I can't tell you, I promised.
All right, you'll spend the night in the jug.
Unless I put up bail. Which I'll do. I could have told Kling, but I kept thinking about Connie. Maybe I believed her when she said she'd kill herself if I told the police. Anyway, I kept the whole thing to myself. The next morning, I went over the second letter she'd received. It read, "You have one more day to get the money from your parents." One more day. That meant today. And that was all. I did a lot of thinking, and it added up to something very, very strange. I was thinking about it when the phone rang, and Susie answered it.
Hello? Yes, just a minute. Mr. Holliday, Lieutenant Kling wants to talk to you.
Oh? Okay, Susie, thanks. Hello? Yeah? What? When did you hear that? Okay, I'll be right over.
Dr. Holliday, what's the matter? You look scared.
I am, Susie. Maybe I've made a mistake. Connie McLean's disappeared. Now back to Damsel in Distress, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Kling and I drove out to the school. He pounded at me to find out what I knew. I told him about the letter then. I had to. He was mad. I guess he had a right to be. At the school, we sat across from Miss Ogilvy and Barbara Rodney.
All right, Miss Ogilvy. Let's hear what happened.
Barbara, please tell us what you know.
Well, I woke up this morning. Connie and I have the same room.
We know that, Barbara.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I looked across to Connie's bed. She wasn't there.
What time was this, Barbara?
When I woke up, about 7:30.
And you looked everywhere for her?
Oh, yes, Miss Ogilvy.
What makes you think Connie disappeared?
Constance has never been tardy for a class, Mr. Holliday. And I might ask what you know about this. Your actions last night...
Barbara, will you leave, please? I'll talk to you later.
Hey, Holliday. What's the idea?
Please, Kling, I want to learn something.
Is it all right, Miss Ogilvy?
I suppose so.
I'll be in my room.
Now, Mr. Holliday?
Shh. Kling, tiptoe to the door. See if she's there.
Huh?
Please.
Okay.
Oh, I'm going. I'll be in my room.
Well, that's strange. I never suspected Barbara would do a thing like that.
What's on your so-called mind, Holliday?
Some questions? Miss Ogilvy, do you know if Connie had many dates?
Dates?
Yes. Parties, dances.
No, she didn't. Why?
How about Barbara?
Yes.
They're very close to each other, aren't they?
Inseparable. But what is this leading to?
I don't know yet. Now about Connie's mother and father.
Yes?
Do they come to see her often?
Not very. They do a great deal of traveling.
Uh-huh. Thanks, Miss Ogilvy.
Now, Holliday, you through playing games?
No, not yet. Miss Ogilvy, isn't there some sort of dance coming up soon? I think I saw a notice on the bulletin board as I came through.
Yes, next week. But really, I don't see how questions like these are going to find Constance.
Oh, Kling.
Yeah? What now? You going to ask me to the dance?
Look, Kling, I'll get Connie back here, and no one will know anything's happened if Miss Ogilvy pressed the charges against me for last night.
What?
Miss Ogilvy, you know it wouldn't be good for the school if this got in the papers, would it?
Not at all.
Oh, great. The poor kid's disappeared. She got those letters, and you're worrying about the school.
The letters gave her until tomorrow to get the money. All right, I've got all day. But I want to do this my way. Believe me, it's for Connie's sake. Well?
Very well. I agree.
All right with you, Kling?
Oh, it has to be.
Good. If I'm not back in 12 hours, bury me anyway. I was playing a hunch all the way to the finish line. If it worked, okay. If it didn't, then Dan Holliday was cooked like a hot dog at a barbecue. I had a couple of stops to make. The first one was at the Star Times. There I asked Mona, the society editor, a few questions.
The McLeans? Are they the ones there?
Uh-huh. They got a daughter, Constance.
That's right. And $100 million or so.
Where are they now?
I can't tell offhand, but wait a minute. Back file should tell. The Riviera, not here. Nice, not here. Monte Carlo, not here.
Mona, please drop the opera glasses and get to the McLeans.
All right, Danny boy. Let's see. Here we are. Mr. and Mrs. Randolph McLean have left for an extended vacation in Florida.
Florida? You sure that's not Michigan?
Well, if it is, the Florida Chamber of Commerce is going to be awful mad.
Did they return yet?
No.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. That's my job here, remember?
Okay, Mona, thanks. I'll remember you at Christmas.
Once a year is all I ask. So long.
There was another stop to make. And strange as it may seem, it was to see a psychiatrist. Well, what he told me checked, but good. Then I made one more visit, this time to a telegraph office. I sent a wire to Connie's parents to charter a plane and come home at once. When that was done, I was all set except for one more little item. A long talk with Barbara. I got Miss Ogilvy's permission to take Barbara for a drive in my car.
But, Mr. Holliday, why do you want to talk to me?
Oh, maybe I just like to, Barbara.
Where are we going?
Is Smudgy Mary's open in the afternoon now?
Yes.
Okay. Let's you and I drop in for a lemonade or a malt. How about it?
Well, I've really got to get back to school.
Miss Ogilvy said it was all right for you to come with me.
Oh.
You didn't hear Connie leave the room this morning, did you?
No, I didn't.
And you're sure you looked all over for her?
Oh, yes, everywhere.
Uh-huh. Well, here's Smudgy Mary's. You know, Barbara, a diet like this will ruin my health. But come on.
All right.
Well, practically deserted. Is that Smudgy Mary?
Yes, that's she.
Mm-hmm. 2 specials, Mary, please.
Oh, really, Mr. Holliday, I don't think I can eat
Let's
any...
try the jukebox. Any particular number you'd like?
No. Anyone's all right.
Okay. Come on, we'll take this table over here.
What do you want to talk about?
Connie?
What about her?
Come on, Barbara. Why don't you tell me where she is?
Well, because I don't know. I'll bet she's been kidnapped. Those awful letters. They said that
Those letters wouldn't have fooled a baby, Barbara. No kidnapper's going to ask for $1,000, not when the parents are worth millions.
Well, maybe he was scared.
Could be. But that second letter under the door last night, the kidnapper put it there?
He must have.
Mm-hmm. Well, how did he get in?
Well, I guess he sneaked in.
Barbara, no kidnapper goes around in brightly lighted halls shoving threatening letters under doors.
I don't know where she is.
Barbara, please tell me.
You won't tell anyone, will you, Mr. Holliday, please?
I'm afraid I'll have to, Barbara. But maybe everything will come out all right. Now we'll save those Smudgy Mary specials until later. Right now, we're going to pick up Connie. How about it?
All right, Mr. Holliday.
Barbara and I drove out into the country and up where the lake sits in the hills. There were a lot of cabins around. Barbara directed me to one, and I stopped the car. This it, Barbara?
Yes.
You wait here. I walked up the path, up the porch stairs. Tried the door. It was unlocked.
Oh, Mr. Holliday.
Hello, Connie. How are you? It's all right now, Connie. It's all right. Come on. We'll get back to town. Sure, everything was all right. I drove the 2 girls back into town. They didn't say a word. I dropped them at the school and then had a long talk with Miss Ogilvy. It was later that night when Lieutenant Kling and I walked into the McLean home. Mr. and Mrs. McLean had called from the airport. They said they'd be home in a few minutes. Connie and Barbara were upstairs. Miss Ogilvy, Kling, and I sat in the big living room.
All right, Holliday. How about the plot? Going to get with it?
I think we'll wait for the McLeans, huh?
There won't be anything in the papers, will there?
That depends on Lieutenant Kling, Miss Ogilvy.
Why me? Listen, I still don't know who pulled the snatch.
Kling?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Miss Ogilvy. What I mean
By
is...
snatch, you mean kidnapping.
Yeah, that's right. You talk English.
Oh, that'll be the McLeans. Miss Ogilvy, would you mind meeting the girls down here?
Certainly, Mr. Holliday.
Connie,
Where's my daughter? Where is she?
Mr. McLean, my name is Holliday. I sent you and your wife that wire this morning.
Where is she? Is she all right?
Yeah, she's all right. She's coming down to...
Mother. Connie. Oh, darling. Oh, darling.
Oh, Mr. Holliday, we're so grateful. I can't tell you how much.
Well, we'll see. Connie,
Yes, Mr. Holliday.
would you and Barbara wait outside? We'll only be a minute in here.
Yes, sir. Come on, Barbara.
Who did it? Who kidnapped her?
You did. You and your wife.
What? Mr. Holliday.
What are you talking about?
You're insane.
No, I'm not. Now, listen to me. You have a daughter, but no one would ever know it. How often do you see her?
Now, see here, Mr. Holliday.
About once a year, you put her in a school and forget about her. Except when you think something's happened.
Holliday, you can't talk to me.
I'm not
like
finished, Mr. McLean. That kid's lonely. And because she's, well, maybe you call it plain, she doesn't go out very much. Not many dates.
I don't see what this is all about.
You see, I talked with a psychiatrist today. Used a lot of fancy words, but they boil down to this. Connie wants and needs attention and affection desperately. She didn't get them here, so she thought of this scheme. Pretend to be kidnapped. Get attention called to herself. Then she'd come back with a story. She'd be in the limelight. And Barbara helped her because she's her best friend.
Now, wait a minute, Holliday. We'd have torn holes in her story. She wouldn't have gotten away with it.
I know. That's why I didn't tell you right away. That's why I wanted to handle it my way. If this had gone to the police, the whole thing would have blown up for Connie. There'd have been a newspaper story, ridicule for the girl. But this way, well, let's give Connie a break. And Barbara. How about it, Clay?
Sure, I'm willing.
Oh, thanks, Clay. You're a gentleman and a scholar.
I'm a soft-hearted cop.
Mr. Holliday.
Yes, Mr. McLean?
I guess my wife and I didn't realize how selfish we really were. We thought we were giving Connie all she ever wanted.
Yes, all but one thing. The one that really mattered. Affection.
Oh, I want to thank you and Lieutenant Kling. Well, now I think I'll start what should have been started years ago.
Sure. But you've got lots of time. Mind if I cut in first?
What do you mean?
No. You can start tomorrow. Meanwhile, I think I'll play this all the way, huh?
What are you up to now, Holliday?
Practice what you preach, I always say. Connie. Oh, Connie.
Yes, Mr. Holliday?
Everything's all right in there. Nothing to worry about. For you either, Barbara.
Oh, you're wonderful, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Barbara. Will you excuse Connie and me for a moment?
Huh? Oh, well, sure. Well, I'll be upstairs, Connie.
Connie, about that dance. Got a date for it?
Oh, sure I have.
Connie?
Well, no, I haven't.
Well, look, I'm just a little older than you are, and when I comb my hair and put on a tuxedo, I look like I've been in the stag line a bit too long, but do I get the date?
You? Honest?
We'll make a night of it. First the dance, then, even if it kills me, Smudgy Mary's for a special.
Did you have a good time at the dance, Mr. Holliday?
I was the belle of the ball, Susie. Everybody cut in on me to dance with Connie.
Uh-huh. But you didn't tell me one thing, Mr. Holliday.
What's that, Susie?
What's a Smudgy Mary special?
Oh, well, 3 scoops of chocolate ice cream, 3 strawberry, 2 vanilla.
Oh.
Slice 4 bananas and embalm them in pineapple syrup and lay them out neatly alongside the ice cream.
Pineapple. Strawberry.
Let's see now. Oh, pour on 2 ladles of chocolate syrup, a huge gob of whipped cream.
Mr. Holliday,
wait. Then sprinkle with nuts with a few bits of shells left in and what's the matter, Susie?
I ate an awful big lunch. Good night, Mr. Holliday.
Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. Watch for him in his latest picture, Saigon. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with original story by Russell Hughes and original music composed.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
On the flow of October dusk, the sounds of Broadway are softer, fall gently on the ear. Through loudspeakers, the autumn songs filtered by electronics in darkening twilight. The voices that keened against day, quieter now, and the walk is slower. The direction not yet decided upon. The in-between time, the time for the conjuring of images, remembered and sought for. And night hits, night mushrooms in the street rocks. So start running, kid. Refuge waits in a neon doorway. And night has a good hold now in the street of the rooming house, where autumn wind quick strokes the light of street lamp across scarred brownstone, across the faces of kids clustered in their night game. Upstairs from that, a room where I was, and Detective Muggavan, and a woman dead of the deep knife in her.
It's a place to die, huh, Danny? This room, the way it's furnished. No extras, just the necessities. The bed, washstand, chest of drawers, hot plate behind the screen.
You find out who she is?
Yeah, Super told me. Said she answered the room-to-let sign in his window around noon, paid a week's rent in advance, gave her name as Mrs. Ruth Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
Around 55 to 60, I'd say, Danny. Her hands worked hard. This dress she's got on, mission salvage type. What could a woman like this do that'd make someone stick a knife in her?
The suitcase in the bureau, Muggavan. You've looked at it?
Not yet.
Open it. Look in it.
Yeah. There's a couple more dresses like the one she has on. There's some nice underclothes. Tortoiseshell comb, hairpins. There's some papers here in one of the pockets. Yeah, take a look, Danny.
Release and discharge from Women's State Prison Farm.
Notice the date here, the time this lady was let out of stir?
Yeah, today, this morning, 8 a.m.
Hits this room at noon, lives in it a while. Same night dies in it, gets killed in it. A day she must have marked with a red circle on the calendar.
Uh-huh. Well, let's look around some more, Muggavan. And it becomes this, violence in a narrow room, and the two men who move through it. And this, night and dust in corners, and far away behind a crack in the window that cuts it in half, a rind of yellow moon hung on a drifting cloud. City and pale light and dust and death. To make notes on it, give it to Detective Muggavan, and get out. Get out and go where the bed is. Give yourself up to it, and go after this night's version of sleep. And finally give that up, too, because then it's morning. Back to headquarters, check in. Then the long ride upstate to the woman's prison farm. And in the warden's office, the woman who shakes your hand and takes your hat, touches at her graying hair and points at a leather chair for you. Is named Miss Fimbres.
And now we can talk.
It's about Ruth Nelson, Miss Fimbres.
Ruth Nelson? I don't understand. She was released yesterday.
It was in this morning's papers, I thought.
What was?
She was found murdered last night.
Oh. That's ironic, isn't it?
It is?
I would say so. A woman who spends 30 years in a penal institution is finally...
30 years?
Is finally released and is murdered. Why? What happened?
We only know that she was here at the prison farm, Miss Fimbres. She was murdered, and we want to know why.
Oh, there's an impasse, isn't it? You want to know why, and I want to know why. What shall we do now?
She was here for 30 years. On what charge?
Murder. She did a thing to her husband with an axe.
I see. Is there anything you know of, anything, Miss Fimbres, something that happened here in your...
Institution? Nothing. I knew Ruthie quite well. A model detentionee. She left yesterday with silk underwear that the girls bought for her.
I'd like to see your institutional records on her, Miss Fimbres.
Sick calls, you mean? That sort of thing?
No,
I'm afraid that's about all you'll find, Miss Clover. There was a fire 20 years ago here in this spot. On Halloween night in 1932, somehow the prison farm got burned down. Much before my time, but I understand it was arson. However, records of detainees before that date are very incomplete. Again, however, there is only one other person who has been here for 20 years, so it doesn't make much difference. Does it? Does it, Mr. Clover?
Then there's nothing you can tell me that would help to...
Does it, Mr. Clover?
No.
And there's this you should know. I tell you now because it's the progression. Ruthie had a visitor a few days ago.
Oh? I'd like to...
I know. Here. Visitor, Louise Downey. Address, 595 East 74th Street. Nature of visit, to arrange a place of residence for Ruth Nelson.
May I have that card, Miss Fenders? Please.
By all means. Take it.
Miss Louise Downey? Yes, sir, we have Miss Downey lives here.
I'd like to see her.
Well, she ain't in. Ain't been in for 2 days. I'll be happy to put a note in the box if you can.
I'm from the police. It's important that I talk to her. Where can I find her?
Will you try to place of business? Whenever she stays away for 2 or 3 days at a time, it's a place of business.
Which is what?
Secretary. Confidential secretary for the Jonathan Harts, you know.
No, I don't know.
No? The 5th Avenue Jonathan Harts. Now you know. Wait here. I'll fetch your address exactly.
The address the man has given you is marble columns, soft glowing in the moonlight, dedicated to Upper 5th Avenue. And the night stillness is very special. Mansions in autumn type. And slender shadows moving on lace. And the butler-opened door makes a sudden spill of light on granite stoop that stands erect from coarser pavement. And he poses the question of identity on a share-the-secret basis, and you give him the answer. And for a fleeting instant, his aplomb is stunned. But he recovers, bids you patience, closes the door, and shuts the light spill from you. And wait against autumn night. And in a while, the door is opened again, and you're ushered into a room where carpet flows against your ankle, where there are hangings of brilliant silk, mist reflected in antique mirrors flecked with gold. And leaning against the mantel, a fellow in tweed and flannel, drink in one hand and a woman's hand in the other.
You like it?
What?
Oh, Jonathan, he doesn't like it.
Of course he does. How could he possibly not?
Look,
Jonathan racked his noble brain for the proper pose and attitude for the receiving of a policeman, and this is what he came up with, and you hate it.
I think it...
You hate it. That's settled. Let go my hand, Jonathan. Thank you, dear. Sip your drink, dear. Jonathan does this for kicks, you know, kicks and small gifties.
Oh?
He figures it gives our life stature. He poses for aristocratic ads. What was it today, dear? Saddles or Jaguar?
Oh, I'm sure the fellow isn't interested one bit.
Of course he isn't interested one bit. What are you interested in, Mr. Clover?
Louise Downey, I was told she worked for you. Is she here?
What about Louise could possibly interest you on a soft autumn night like this?
She visited a woman in state prison a few days ago.
Oh, that Louise. She's a deep one. Deep. Isn't that how you'd describe her, Jonathan, dear?
No, not quite. I think I should put it, Louise...
Your glass is empty, Jonathan, dear. And there's loads of champagne. So fill your glass and sip. This is your house. Show the man you're of noble breed. You were saying, Mr. Clover?
Yesterday morning, Louise Downey visited a woman who had just been released from prison. Last night, we found that woman in a rooming house. Dead. Murdered.
Louise did that? Killed a jailbird? Jonathan, dear.
It's not impossible, Vicky. Nothing's impossible once a fellow or girl sets his or her mind to... What was my thought? I lost my thought.
I asked you two something. Is Louise Downey here?
Hasn't been near us for days, and I've missed her dreadfully. My checks to sign, creditors impatient, my correspondence unanswered. And my back has cricks in it where she's been negligent in her other duties as masseuse. Cricks here.
Make an effort, Mrs. Hart. Try real hard to understand what I said to you. A woman was murdered.
So exciting. Nothing as exciting has happened to you and me in days, has it, Jonathan, dear?
There was something, but not here. Not now, Vicky.
Think of it. My social secretary, a murderess. A girl I've been this close to, right under her thumb and finger. The confidences I've shared with her. Shared with the big heart of a murderess, a killer.
We don't know that she's a killer. You know it, Mrs. Hart?
Well, it's a natural assumption. A woman dead in a rooming house, you here? Louise not here?
You have any idea where she might be?
Not in the slightest.
Describe her for me, Mrs. Hart, so that we can...
I'll do better than that. I'll give you a picture of her. Jonathan, dear.
Yes, Vicky.
In my desk, that snapshot of the three of us, you, me, Louise, at tennis. That's it, dear. Now, unsheath my scissors. That's it. And bring them to me. Oh, well done, dear. I'll just cut out the part you need, Mr. Clover. Easy. Easy, girl. There you are, Mr. Clover. Louise Downey. Take her. She's yours.
And somehow a buzzer is rung, and the butler appears and shows you the way out of the splendor of it all, nimbly, efficiently, and with a side-of-the-mouth yawn at the end of it. So out into the streets, and the squad car ride to headquarters, and the all-points bulletin on Louise Downey, friend of murdered woman, Louise Downey, now missing. And check out and have the Blue Plate special. Buy the magazine and home again. And the article in the magazine proves statistically that everything is better everywhere. There's a cure for everything. Fight it, but you drowse anyhow when you come to the spot where everybody is rich, really. Drowse.
Danny? Muggavan, Danny. I'm at headquarters.
Yeah. What do you want?
Found her, Danny.
Found who? What are you talking about?
Louise Downey.
Louise Downey.
Get with it, Danny. Louise Downey, the private secretary, the girl who wanted to give a home to a convict. Louise.
Where did you find her?
Central Park by the lake on her face.
Listen,
Dead, Danny.
I'll meet you there right away.
Oh, forget it. They already moved her downtown to the morgue. Thought you'd sleep better if you knew where she was. Good night, Danny.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Very few forest fires are set off by lightning, not more than 1 out of 10. The rest are started when someone carelessly tosses a cigarette from a car window, or when a hiker traveling through the woods forgets to follow simple safety rules in regard to fire. Make it a point to remember those rules when you're in wooded areas. Help prevent tragically wasteful forest fires.
The new day is the new dream on Broadway, and each day the new wilderness. It's the dumping ground of odds and ends, and beginnings and leftovers. And a million billboards trade name your loneliness and have slogans for the kind of happiness you ought to have. And each doorway has a promise, suitably geared to mood, thirst, and credit rating. Name it and it's yours, because Broadway has everything. Light and darkness, crowd and corner, skyscraper and gutter, the dream, whatever you're looking for. Here's the place to hold it close. And at police headquarters, the new day is an old door opening.
Danny?
Oh, good morning, Sergeant. Come on in.
From me, Danny, to you. Unwrap the newspaper.
My Gino.
Claret wine from sunny California, Danny. To partake when is your whim. A gift from Mrs. Tartaglia and me. You should share in what happened to us last night.
What happened?
Last night, about 4, Mrs. T woke me, made me get into my warm robe and slippers, and took me by the hand into the backyard. There we sat and watched the leaves fall from our tree by moonlight. Till 4:30.
What's the wine got to do with it?
At 4:30, Mrs. T takes me by the hand into the kitchen and takes out wine. This we sip between toasts to our friends. Mostly you, Danny.
Well, thank you, Gino.
So we figured instead of us sipping, you should have the full benefit. Enjoy the bottle of wine, Danny.
I don't know what to say.
Now, don't well up on me, Danny. To work, shall we?
If you please.
Rundown on background on dead girl Louise Downey. From effects found in her room, we learned that she had once registered with an employment agency as a secretary and through them finally located her last job, the one with Mr. and Mrs. Jonathan Hart.
What else?
What else is the various effects a girl of 28 surrounds herself with to fight the battle of life. Perfumes and books and things for every occasion wear. And this, Danny. A second. Let me separate the chiff from the chaff. Here it is. A page torn from the yellow section of the phone book.
Yeah, a page of private investigators. That's interesting.
Well, that's about all, Danny. Enjoy the wine.
Oh, I will, Gino. Thank Mrs. T for me, too.
There are strange and dark currents running rampant in my missus. Have you thought of that, Danny?
Many times. Now, if you'll pardon me, Gino, I've got some calls to make. And begin the calling of private investigators, men who listed their wares. Quick results, strictly confidential handling, armed escorts, photographs, shadows, on a 24-hour basis. And the seller of shadows, who in big type posed the question of the day, why worry? And in smaller type offered the formula at reasonable rates, I solve your problems. Ask them had they had a client, Louise Downey, and be told by an investigator who had given the city and its surrounding boroughs 45 years of faithful, dependable, unselfish service. No. Louise Downey, the girl fished out of a lake? No. She should have come to him, though. He could have helped, unselfishly helped. And the fellow who offered to come and talk over your problem with you, as that was his policy, free estimates. And a chap who had married a client, retired, and now owned the hotel he had worked. And in the W's, the man...
Downey? Louise Downey? The girl whose picture's splattered all over the papers today?
Yeah, that one, Mr. Waterfield.
Come on down, Lieutenant, and I'll open up a dead girl's secrets to you.
Go to an office Herb Waterfield, private investigator, had subleased from a dentist. Find him lolling, swiveling in a dentist chair, thumbing a National Geographic.
Persuaded the doc to let me keep the chair. Added rental, of course. Does something psychological to my clients. They walk in, they see the chair, it throws them. They expect pain. All they get from me is honey. Makes them open up wide, real wide.
Like Louise Downey?
Yeah, like her. Only that dead girl lied to me. I thought she was as honest as the day is long. She lied to me.
Oh? You're going to tell me about it, Mr. Waterfield?
The lady lied. She didn't tell me Louise. She told me Mary. Mary Hughes.
Oh, what else she told you?
What else figured? The rest wasn't a lie. It figured.
You want to share it with me?
Well, that's me. Sharer. Real sharer. Girl came to me, let's see. Yeah, 3 months ago. July she come to me. Says, you find people? Find me my mama and my daddy. She called them mother and father. Maybe 28 years old, and she misplaced her mama and her daddy.
Go on.
It seems it went like this. 16, she ran away, didn't give a thought to the old folks at home. Now she had a good job, and she felt sorry, wanted to make it up to them. Find them, she says to me, and I'll pay you.
Oh, did you find them?
Yeah, you could say that. She gave me an address in Pittsburgh where she lived with the folks while maturing, while ripening into womanhood. I went there, nosed into here and there of Pittsburgh. I found out her folks was dead. The parents Hughes was dead, killed in an automobile accident 8 years ago.
And you came back and you told her that, that's all.
That's not all. Found out what else about her. Found out she was a adopted child. Found out when she ran away to New York to marry a fellow.
The man she married, you know who he is?
Who he is, where he is, just in case he has a need for my type sometime. There in the file under G, Charles Gifford. Help yourself, Lieutenant. This thing in the magazine on pygmies has me spellbound. Under G for Gifford.
Gifford, sure, that's me. You've been recommended. What can I do for you?
I'm a police officer, Mr. Gifford. Name's Danny Clover.
Glad to know you, Danny. Glad you looked me up personally. Glad. You know why? Because you're a law enforcement officer. You deserve special consideration. Now, I got a little car down here in the back of the lot, 1949.
It's about your wife, Mr. Gifford.
Wife? You're on the wrong used car lot, Mr. Clover. I'm not blessed with one of the little darlings.
Your ex-wife, then, Mary Hughes.
A lot of miles and bumpy roads back, Danny. What about her?
You seen her lately?
What's this all about?
Murder.
Murder, huh? You ask and I'll answer. I got a reputation for being square and straight from the shoulder, and I'm going to show you why. Ask away, Danny.
Tell me about your marriage.
She was a fireball out of Pittsburgh, PA, where fireballs really come from. A little on the younger side, 16, but I was only 23 at the time. One look, and then we both knew, and then we got married.
Go on.
We got married, sent her step-parents in Pittsburgh a wire. They show up about 5 hours later and break us the news. Wow.
Wow what, Mr. Gifford?
The parents sit us down and say, Mary, it's time for you to know where you came from. Mary and I nudge each other and smile, we being already married, but they go on anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
Mary, they say, have no secrets from yourself or your husband, and you will have a long and prosperous marriage. Then they drop the bomb.
Just go right ahead.
Bomb. Mary, they say, your true mother killed your true father with a heavy axe, and you were born in prison, and that's where you came from. Mary cried. I ran for the nearest lawyer and got annulled.
All right. Now, let's go back. Have you seen your ex-wife lately?
Haven't seen her since we got annulled in 1940. Talked to her, though.
When?
Keep shooting them at me, Danny. 6 or 8 months ago. Saw a picture in a magazine, phoned her up.
Just to say hello, huh?
Look, Danny, her picture was in a magazine on account of she's beautiful, rich, and married, and her house looks it. Now, I'm going to level with you, Danny. I phoned her up because I needed a loan of some dough.
She give it to you?
Yeah, she did. It was a little difficult getting through to her at first, but when I did, it was a lark. I merely explained to her I needed 10 G's to buy some cars. The check was in the mail the next day, a loan.
After 12 years, you call her up and she sends you $10,000.
A loan, Danny. I'm going to pay interest.
Take a look at this picture, Mr. Gifford. This your wife?
Nope. But I've seen this girl before.
Oh?
Yeah, she was in a couple of weeks ago looking over cars. We got talking. She told me the story of her life. I told her the story of mine.
The story you just told me.
That's right. I'm opening a above board with potential customers. She didn't buy a car, though.
Good evening. What is it?
Well, don't you remember me, Mr. Hart? I was here yesterday.
You, let me see now. Yes, it was. It was yesterday. Oh, please come in. You forgive the informality of this evening. The butler went to the football game today. His school was playing. Oh, this way. I suppose the butler's team won and it got looped. Butlers are human. Vicky? Vicky, dear?
What is it?
We have a guest.
Oh, wonderful. That game I was telling you about, Jonathan, it's better with 3 anyway. We can... Oh, hello. We can't, Jonathan, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mrs. Hart.
The busy evening, Mr. Clover. What is it you want?
You know about our finding Louise, don't you?
You found her? Where is she?
She's dead, darling. I forgot to tell you. It was in the papers, but I forgot to give them to you.
Dead? Why?
She was murdered.
There's some mix-up here. I'll explain it to you. Yesterday, Mr. Clover, you said it was an older woman who was murdered, not Louise. A convict of some sort, so it couldn't be Louise.
Face it, darling. Strike a nice pose. Pathetic. For the death of the social secretary.
Vicky, you take it so calmly. She was very nice.
It's all right, dear. We'll find another one. Nicer.
All right.
You see, Mr. Clover, you really didn't have to bother.
No bother.
Still, I like that girl.
Jonathan.
Yes, Vicky.
Go pour yourself a drink.
Yes, Vicky.
You know why she was killed, Mrs. Hart?
Oh, love affair? Jealous suitor? A mugger? What?
Blackmail. It figures that way, anyhow.
She was being blackmailed? Louise? But you have to be naughty to be blackmailed. She seemed so prim to me.
I brought you a drink, too, Vicky, and Mr. Clover one, too.
No, thanks.
You may drink them all, dear.
Cheers, one and all.
I'm not getting through to you, Mrs. Hart.
Don't try. I've already told you about this evening how busy we were.
Louise was blackmailing somebody else. This somebody else resented it and killed her.
Jonathan, dear.
Yes.
Don't overdo it. That tragic look. I said we'd get another secretary, younger.
All right.
Mrs. Hart, you told me yesterday that Louise Downey did a lot of things for you, personal things. Signed your checks, things like that.
Things like that, Mr. Clover. It's the nature of her profession.
And some time ago, she signed a check for you for $10,000. Check made out to your first husband, Charles Gifford. I said...
Did you once have another husband, Vicky?
I was very young, darling. I was called Mary Hughes then, and I was very foolish. And my marriage lasted only a very short time.
Oh. Lasted only 12 hours.
You know about it, don't you?
All about it.
Well?
Well, what?
Louise should have left it alone, Mr. Clover.
She didn't, so you killed her.
She should have left it alone, or I should have had more sense than to let her sign that check, either one.
Probably the last. You get a phone call from a stranger, and you have a check signed for $10,000. Louise hired a private detective and found out why. About your husband. About your mother.
Let's not call her my mother, shall we? I never saw her until... I never knew her. I didn't owe her the respect of the word mother.
But you killed her.
I live nicely. You can see that. Jonathan here...
What?
I'm not talking to you, darling.
Oh, sorry, dear.
Jonathan here isn't any trouble. He's got a lot of money, and he gives me what I want. My pictures get into magazines, how happy I am, how respectable I am. Suppose it'd get out that I was born in jail of a murderous mother.
It's going to get out, Mrs. Hart.
Now it will. But I thought I could prevent it. Well, it didn't work out.
Well, let's go, Mrs. Hart.
Will you want a wrap, dear?
Yes. Yes, I think I do.
Let me help you with it. There. Will you be long, Vicky?
Very long.
Have a very nice time.
Broadway's rearing on its haunches now and wearing its comedian's face. And Broadway will reach out and tickle you under the chin and make clacking noises. Or bang you across the mouth and get hysterical. Either way, you feel no pain. Because it's a street that never does. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Vicky and Jay Novello as Jonathan. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Harry Bartell, and Paul Frees. Bill Anders speaking. Later this evening, you have a date with Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. Now, you don't have to swing through the trees to keep up with the Wonder Man. Just relax and let Tarzan's story for tonight, titled Cathedral of the Congo, provide the atmosphere and excitement. Also tonight, on most of these same stations, hear the case of the twice-parked car on Gangbusters, a saga of an automobile with an alibi taken from actual police records. And don't forget Gene Autry will be along tonight, too, as well as that full-hour Steve Allen show with all its fun. All ahead tonight on CBS Radio. Stay tuned now for the Vaughn Monroe Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, the comedy treat that can't be beat is Jack Benny Time, Sundays on the CBS Radio Network.
Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Listen, Casey, I'm a great man.
Huh? What have you done now, Ethelbert?
I'm the only man on the block who never saw a flying saucer.
Well, that won't put you on history's pages.
You mean I won't be famous?
No, Ethelbert. You gotta do something. You gotta be outstanding to be famous.
Sure, like Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, Lady Killer. Mid-afternoon, the cocktail lounge of a luxurious resort hotel in Colorado. A man enters, surveys the place with casual approval, and saunters toward the bar. He's about 35, well-dressed and rather good-looking. But there's nothing distinctive about him. As he waits for one of the bartenders to serve him, he hums an old tune.
What'd it be, sir?
Martini, please. Extra dry.
Yes, sir. Say, haven't I served you before, sir?
Well, no, I just checked into the hotel an hour ago. This is my first visit to the bar.
I don't mean here. Someplace else. Maybe L.A. I worked there last year.
I've never been to Los Angeles.
Denver or Frisco, then?
No, I'm sure we've never met before. I've spent the last 10 years in Europe.
Well, I've never been across the water. Yet. I guess you just remind me of somebody.
Yes, I imagine that's it.
Yeah. See how this martini strikes you.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's exactly right.
That's how I try to make everything. Call me when you want another. My name's Frank.
Frank.
Yeah?
I shan't want another for a while, so I'll pay you now. Yeah? Keep the change.
Say, thanks.
Quite all right. Oh, by the way, that fine-looking woman at the corner table over there, do you know her?
The brunette with the big diamond ring?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know her.
Her face is very familiar. I was just wondering if...
You've probably seen her picture in the papers. There was a big story about her a couple of weeks ago when she got a Reno divorce from her husband, plus $1 million settlement.
Oh.
She's Madeline Chalmers.
Oh, yes, of course.
I used to wait on her back in Toledo, where she comes from. I worked there 2 years ago. She and another wealthy lady named Utley used to say I was the only bartender they'd ever met who could make a planter's punch exactly right.
This Mrs. Utley, she's a close friend of Mrs. Chalmers?
Miss Utley. She was one of them bachelor girls then. Or since she's married a banker named Fisher. Yeah, she and Mrs. Chalmers were pals.
Well, I'm acquainted with a banker named Fisher. I believe he married an Utley. Let's see now, his first name is...
This one's first name is Douglas. He the one you know?
Well, his wife's first name is...
Irene. Irene Utley.
Uh-huh, they're the people.
I'm told they took a trip to Europe last year, where you were. I guess you met him over there.
Yes, London or Paris, I think. Mr. and Mrs. Fisher aren't here by any chance.
Oh, no. Mrs. Chalmers tells me they're up in Maine this summer. Bar Harbor.
Well, since Mrs. Chalmers is alone, I shouldn't be intruding if I introduce myself, I suppose, and inquired about my friends, the Fishers.
No, I don't think so.
I'll see you later, Frank.
Thanks again, Mr.
Thank you. How do you do, Mrs. Chalmers?
I beg your pardon?
I can see you've forgotten me. Irene Utley introduced us several years ago in Toledo, I think it was, before she married Doug Fisher.
Oh, you're a friend of Irene's and Doug?
Why, I spent a day with them only a week ago in Bar Harbor.
How are they? Irene hasn't written to me in ages.
Well, they were fine, enjoying themselves. May I sit down and order us... I seem to remember you had a preference for Planter's Punch.
Do sit down.
Thank you very much.
I'm terribly embarrassed. You remember even my favorite drink, and
I can't
Well,
recall.
unlike you, I have a face that people soon forget. My name is Gramerton, Cecil Gramerton.
Cecil Gramerton.
You plan to stay here for some time, Mrs. Chalmers?
At least several weeks.
Well, I'm going to remain about the same period, and if you'll permit our acquaintance to ripen, I'll try hard not to be forgotten again.
Come in, Cecil.
Thank you, Madeline. Oh, you look lovely this evening. More so than usual.
You like this gown?
No, it isn't the gown or the perfection of your hair or those magnificent diamonds you're wearing. That's simply you.
Cecil, you always say the right thing. I'm afraid you're what my dad used to call a lady killer.
Lady killer?
Or a wolf.
Oh, well, how do I look like a wolf or a lady killer?
No, which makes you doubly dangerous. A week ago, when you came to my table in that cocktail lounge, I thought what a mild, negative, innocuous man you were.
And now?
Now I'm in my suite alone with you. I sent my maid away tonight, as you requested.
Which proves?
I like you. Sit down.
Mm-hmm.
Hand me a cigarette, will you?
Yes, of course. Here you are.
Thanks.
Light?
Mm-hmm.
You, only like me, Madeline? Last night I told you that I loved you.
And I almost believed you.
Didn't believe me?
A rich divorcee should be careful, especially when she knows the man no better than I know you.
You'll get better acquainted with me tonight. You sure we're really alone here?
Of course, dear.
Now, what do you want to know about me, I'll hold you close as I tell you. Do you suspect I'm a fortune hunter who wants to marry you for your money?
That's a possibility. But I'm comfortable in your arms.
It's an impossibility. I wouldn't marry you for any amount of money.
You wouldn't marry me?
Or anyone like you.
Cecil, let go of my throat. Take your hands away.
I'll tell you what I am, Madeline.
Cecil.
I'm really a lady killer. Really a lady killer. Such nice diamonds you had, Mrs. Chalmers. You won't need them anymore.
Hey, Walter.
Yes, Cecil boy.
Don't forget to stack some more paper napkins under the bar.
I won't.
Speaking of paper, reminds me, Casey, did you see the newspapers this morning?
Certainly not. I only work on a paper. I don't read them.
There's a deep suspicion, Ethelbert, that no press photographer knows how to read.
Yeah, I've heard that, Miss Williams.
It's also suspected, Annie, that few reporters know how to write.
Oh, yeah?
Well, anyway, your Morning Express had an article saying that fella who's believed to have strangled Mrs. Madeline Chalmers in Colorado last month, is thought to be hiding in this town. Is that true?
No, it's baloney. Confidentially, Ethelbert. Papers all over the country got such a swell front page spread out of that Colorado hotel murder, they're trying to keep it alive.
Oh, wait a minute, Annie. Don't be skeptical. The police have pretty definitely tied him up with the murder of 7 other wealthy widows.
Well, it's not known for sure that Cecil Gramerton has killed and robbed other women.
That's just some more newspaper buildup, huh?
Not in my book or in the cops. Listen, during the last 5 years, 7 other rich women have been strangled and their valuables stolen under nearly exactly the same circumstances.
Casey, people in that Colorado hotel who saw Gramerton every day don't give a description of him that agrees with the men suspected of the other crimes.
Well, they don't agree with each other in their descriptions of Gramerton. You
seems to be one of those negative-looking guys nobody ever remembers.
The bartender out there remembered him, according to what I read.
All he remembers about him is that he was always humming sentimental songs. That isn't very much to go on.
Whenever there's a sensational crime, a witness usually turns up who tries to get into the spotlight by telling a lot more than he really knows.
Say, come on, we got to get out of here, Annie.
Oh, yeah, we're due at the Fenimore Plaza in 10 minutes.
That's right.
What are you going to do at that swanky hotel?
Oh, one of those lousy assignments. The Express has an exclusive tip that the Clara Simmons has broken her engagement to the Charlie Fawcett.
And we're getting a confirmation or denial from her before we pass the news to our palpitating public.
Clara Simmons is the oil heiress?
Yeah. Worth about $20 million. What I've heard, though, she's kind of a wet smack. She doesn't smoke, she doesn't drink, she doesn't approve of modern bathing suits.
She's a very nice girl, Casey. She's just a little bit old-fashioned. I've met her.
I haven't met an old-fashioned girl for years. They're old-fashioned now.
Yeah, Oh, well. Come on, Annie. See you later this evening, pal.
So long, Ethelbert.
So long, Walter. So long, Casey. Walter, where are those napkins?
The report you heard is altogether correct, Miss Williams. Mr. Fawcett and I have broken our engagement.
Do you care to give me the reason, Miss Simmons?
I can only say that he and I agreed upon the termination and that we shall remain the best of friends. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm expecting guests.
May I take a picture of you before we go, Miss Simmons?
I'd rather you wouldn't, Mr. Casey.
Oh, well, we can run one of your old ones that we have in our files, but you look so nice this evening, I'd rather...
You know that no woman can withstand that kind of flattery. Take your picture.
Thanks. Will you stand over there by the piano, please?
Surely.
Casey wasn't guilty of flattery, Miss Simmons. That gown is charming.
Thank you. Do you like the style?
Uh-huh, very much. I haven't seen anything like it. It must be the latest.
It was 20 years ago. My mother wore it then.
Your mother?
She wore it to a ball only a week before she died. I was just a child then, but I've never forgotten how pretty she looked. I kept it. I had it made over to wear tonight.
Some big event must be scheduled for tonight, eh?
It is, Mr. Casey. Will you take your picture now and then excuse me?
Oh, sure.
Oh, I'm afraid I'll have to answer that. I've given my servants the evening off.
Evening, Clara.
Come in, Evans. Where's your mother?
Well, she phoned that she'll be delayed. She'll join us here in a little while.
Oh,
You have guests.
this lady and gentleman are from the Morning Express. They're leaving right away. Miss Williams, Mr. Casey, this is Mr. Pentecost.
How do you do, Mr. Pentecost?
Pleasure.
Sit down, Evans. Mr. Casey is going to take a picture of me.
Very well.
Will you stand by the piano again, Miss Simmons?
Well, yes, of course. Like this?
Yes, that's swell. Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, I hope you won't think me rude if I
not
ask.
at all. You've been very kind. Thank you very much. Good night, Miss Simmons and Mr.
Pentecost. Evans Pentecost.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, and thanks again.
You bet.
Not at all.
Why were those newspaper people here, Clara?
To ask me about my engagement to Charles. I told them I'd broken it.
To tell them why?
I didn't say a word about you. Evans, you said you were bringing your mother here to meet me. I sent the servants away, as you requested, so the three of us could be completely alone. But since your mother's been delayed, I think we should...
You're worried about us being alone?
Why, naturally.
You're very different from other women I've known.
We'll go down to the mezzanine and wait for your mother.
You're lovely in that gown, Clara.
Don't try to change the subject, Evans.
My mother once had a gown like that.
Be a good boy now. Let's go down to the mezzanine.
We must be alone or you wouldn't be so insistent.
Why, of course we're alone.
Alone?
Evans, why do you look at me like that?
We're alone.
Evans, you frightened me.
All alone.
Don't come any closer. Go away, Evans!
At the end of a long, hot summer day, listen for the tinkle of ice cubes on frosty crystal. Cool summer drinks are doubly inviting when served in the amazing new Sunburst Crystal. Now, this truly fine crystal has the radiance of a diamond. Its brilliance is like rare old hand-cut crystal. And now, thanks to a revolutionary new anchor-hocking manufacturing discovery, you can enjoy this magnificent crystal at unbelievably low prices. Imagine a sunburst crystal glass for fruit juice priced at only 5 cents. Imagine 10-ounce table tumblers, 2 for 15. Big oversized glasses for ice drinks, only 10 cents each. And a beautiful matching 2-quart pitcher for only 50 cents. That's what you'll find tomorrow and Saturday in the windows and on the counters of the retail stores of America. Prices slightly higher in distant cities. Don't put it off. Enjoy Sunburst Crystal this weekend. Sunburst Crystal is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
I have a taxi cab for you, Mr. Pentecost.
Thank you, boy.
It's outside this door, sir.
You've put my baggage in it?
Yes, sir. Everything's all set.
Here, this is for your trouble.
Thanks very much. I hope you'll be our guest at the Fenimore Plaza again, and very soon, sir.
I don't think I shall be. Union Terminal driver.
Goodbye, Mr. Pentecost.
Goodbye.
Bellboy!
Huh?
Bellboy!
Yes, sir?
The guy who just got into that cab. Where was he going from here?
It's against Fenimore Plaza rules to give out information concerning our guests, sir.
Not with rules. That guy's a murderer.
Of what?
I was bartender in the Colorado Hotel where he killed Mrs. Chalmers. That guy's Cecil Grammaton.
Grammaton?
The lady killer. Get the cops after him quick. Then find out what dame he strangled here.
Grammaton got away, Captain Logan.
Yeah, he did, Miss Williams. My men located the cab that took him from this hotel, but he'd gotten out of it with his baggage only a few blocks from here.
He didn't go to Union Terminal where he told the driver to take him.
Oh. Where he is now is anybody's guess, Casey.
You said he didn't hurt Miss Simmons, Logan.
That's right. She was hysterical when they found her, but otherwise she was okay.
Well, she was hysterical because he tried to kill her.
Oh, he didn't even lay a hand on her, Miss Williams.
What?
Well, the thing's screwy the way she tells it. She says she suddenly got terribly afraid of the guy. He started to reach for her, and there was an insane look on his puss. And all of a sudden he drops his hands, mumbles an apology, and walks out.
Of course, you've searched the rooms that Grammaton occupied.
Sure.
Well, did you find anything that might lead to...
No, nothing that looks very hot, just an old photograph.
A photograph?
Yeah, of a woman. I'd say it was taken 25 years ago. It was in a nice leather frame, and obviously slipped out of one of the guy's suitcases.
Can we see it?
Yes, but there's to be no mention of it in your paper. I'm not tipping Grammaton that we have the thing.
That's off the record, Logan. Don't
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Here it is.
Oh? Oh, she's a sweet-looking old lady.
Too sweet. She's a prim and prissy type. Say, look, the name of the photographer who took this picture is at the bottom, Logan. Perkins. Name of the town.
Yeah, Perkins of Fairview.
Fairview, that's only about 100 miles from here, isn't it?
I'm taking the trip up there tomorrow.
Oh, I'll go with you.
Okay, but you may be wasting your time. It's my job to go.
Well, I got a hunch it won't be wasted time, Logan. And I've got another hunch. A hunch that no newspaper guy should get.
Yeah, what's that?
That you should kill the entire story of what happened tonight.
Kill the story?
Yes, Annie, every bit of it.
Oh, it's big news, Casey. Front page.
That doesn't matter. Put that bartender under wraps, Logan. Tell the hotel people and Miss Simmons to clam up about what they know and give all the papers a hush-hush order.
This is the first time I ever got that kind of advice from a news hound. I'll take it.
Oh, you should be thrown to the squirrels for this, Casey.
Oh, no, Annie. The big story will be Grammaton's arrest, and we'll play for an exclusive on that. Logan, how soon can we leave for Fairview?
Why, yes, Captain Logan. I took this picture of the lady, 20 years ago, I'd say. It was shortly before her death.
Oh, she's dead, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, she died of pneumonia.
Well, who was she?
Mrs. Asa Bristow. A very fine woman. I was her neighbor for many years, and we attended the same church.
Did she have any children?
Why, she had an only son, Elmer, an extremely well-behaved boy. They were inseparable, and her death was a great blow to him. He was only about 15 at the time.
Now, you know what happened to this Elmer?
No. Relatives took him out west to live, and I've heard nothing of him since.
Could you describe him, Mr. Perkins?
Well, I knew the boy so well, I should be able to. You know, that's strange. I can't just seem to remember what he looked like.
You can't?
Well, well, there was nothing about him. All that I can really recall is that he had a great attraction for girls and older women, although he seemed to care nothing for anybody but his mother. And he had a habit that was frequently irritating, a habit of humming sentimental old songs. I'm sorry I can't be of greater help to you.
You've helped plenty, Mr. Perkins, and thanks a million. Let's go, Logan.
Yeah, I'll probably get in touch with you later, Mr. Perkins.
Well, I'll be at your service, Captain.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye. He couldn't have given us a better description, pal.
Yeah, but what does it get us? Apparently the lady killer's real name is Elmer Bristow, and he had a doting mother.
Now, wait a minute, Logan. I think he developed what the psychological docs call a mother complex.
So what?
So it finally made him go haywire and start killing gals like Madeline Chalmers. Listen, Logan, all of the 8 women strangled by this guy were direct opposites of his mother. They were unconventional babes who did all the things that Mama had taught her only son to despise.
Casey, he did those murders for dough.
Those thefts will send him to the chair instead of an asylum when he's caught, Logan. But his real motive, I believe, was hatred of a type. But he proved that last night when he didn't hurt Clara Simmons. Because I think she was the same type as his mother. In that old-fashioned dress she had on, he may have seen her all of a sudden as his mother.
Yeah, we'd be right. And from what you just suggested, maybe we can figure a way to make him walk right into our hands.
Of course we can.
And by using your dear old power of the press and Clara Simmons.
Gerard.
Yes, Dorothy?
Must you gaze into space and hum those corny songs? I must be dreadful company.
Oh, I beg your pardon, darling. I was thinking.
Light me a cigarette.
Oh, sure. Shall we get another drink?
Oh, not now. Sitting here on the beach has made me lazy.
We're going to look out at the beach from your apartment tonight. Alone.
Mm-hmm.
Until tonight, every minute will seem like an hour.
That romantic line is pretty old, Gerard.
Yeah, well, I'll try to do better next time.
I hope you do. Oh, speaking of romance, did you see this morning's papers?
No.
Oh, there was the silliest story about that frightfully rich Clara Simmons.
Clara Simmons?
Yes. Ever meet her?
What? No.
I have. She's a trippy little thing.
What did the paper say about her?
Oh, she's very ill.
Ill?
Pneumonia.
Pneumonia?
Brought on by a breakdown. Caused, the paper said, by a wrecked romance.
I see. Well, did the paper say where Miss Simmons is?
Well, she's in the city hospital, I believe.
Dorothy, will you excuse me? I've got to go back to the hotel.
Oh, why?
I've got to put through a long-distance call. Business. I may have to leave here on the very first train.
Leave? What's happening about tonight?
Nothing, to my regret. Because, Dorothy, you're just the sort of woman I love to find alone.
There he is, Captain Logan. The man getting out of that cab.
Fine, Miss Simmons. Casey, our cockeyed scheme worked, eh?
Pretty sure it would.
We knew he'd fallen for it after that long-distance call came through to the hospital.
When they told him I was really ill, Miss Williams, he came to me.
Well, don't think of what he's doing now, Miss Simmons. Think of what he has done.
Yes, I must.
Here he comes, Captain.
This is it. Hello, Elmer Bristow. What? Oh, you let go of me. You're a collector of jewelry. Here's a pair of bracelets for you. Oh, what's the meaning of this? What? Clara. Clara.
Yes.
You're not ill. This was a trick. Yeah. And now a few uninhibited rich gals are going to enjoy longer lives. Take them away, men. Now, come on, Miss Simmons. I'll help you back to
Annie.
your room.
Huh. Miss Simmons is crying.
So what has that insignificant-looking guy got? Made the women fall for him.
Casey, if he wasn't on his way to jail, I think I'd try to find out.
Yeah. Huh?
We gals crave romance. And if we don't get it from overwhelming personalities like yours, well, there are a lot of Elmers.
Annie, I think there's going to be some nice moonlight tonight.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
So?
Well, poor little Miss Simmons needs comforting. Maybe I should invite her to go out with... Ow! Ow!
Oh, I'm so sorry, Casey. I didn't mean to kick you in the shin.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. You know, beer isn't the most important thing in the world, but it certainly is one of the pleasantest. And Anchor Hocking's revolutionary new one-way bottle makes beer and ale easy to enjoy. You know, it took a lot of research to develop this one-way bottle. It had to be light, compact, sturdy. It had to be so low in cost that no deposit, no return to the store is necessary. And that's what it is. A little wizard at fitting into packed refrigerators. Easy and safe to open. Easy and safe to drink from. No trouble about returns. When it's empty, just throw it away. And best of all, it's glass. Glass that can't affect the flavor and purity of beer and ale. Glass that keeps your beer brewery bright. You'll find 12-ounce, no-deposit bottles of your favorite brand at your local store. For beer at its best, ask for it in the new Anchor Glass one-way bottle, a product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
This guy, Elmer, admitted all his murders, huh?
Yep, he's a psychopathic case, Ethelbert, and when his kind start talking, they keep it up. You know, that guy's proud of all his killings. He's bragging about them now.
A nice, sweet guy.
Yeah.
And you got him to come back here by figuring Clara Simmons had the engine sign on him just as his mother had, huh?
Yeah, he couldn't let her die of pneumonia as his mother died without trying to save her.
So clever, this Casey. Expert photographer, consulting psychologist, and eminent authority on affairs of the heart.
What?
You sound bitter, Miss Williams.
Do I?
Well, Annie, I'm not responsible for this rain tonight.
Who said anything about weather?
Well, if it had been a nice moonlit night, I thought...
I'm not interested in what you thought.
Oh.
To a person with even the slightest imagination, moonlight is non-essential.
Oh. Well, care to take a drive in the rain, Annie?
Well, if the right person invited me, properly.
Miss Williams, will you go for a drive in the rain with me? I'd love to have your company.
Why, yes, Mr. Casey. Where shall we drive?
Poor Clara Simmons must still need comforting. How about calling on her and... Ow, my other shin!
So sorry, Mr. Casey. Clumsy of me.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Tittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town. So stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, the Brenner Pass, is the story of an American engineer who single-handed cut off the escape of part of the German army in Italy from onrushing American troops. The Brenner Pass is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that cannot...
No, Padre, I don't want it.
Ecco, qualche cosa a bere. Drink this, figlio mio. It will warm your inside.
I want to talk to you. I want to tell you.
Drink this first. Buona.
I'm so tired.
Rest then.
So tired.
Rest.
You won't give me away, will you? You'll hide me if the Germans come. Won't you, Padre? Won't you?
You came to me, my son, because you knew I'd give you sanctuary. Any man has sanctuary in this house.
Yes,
I've taken an oath, figlio mio. Anything you tell me, only God and I will witness. And if I had not taken this oath, I still would not give you away.
Thank you, Father.
Now, you are an American. That much you have told me. Do you want to tell me more, or do you want to sleep first?
No.
It is better you sleep first. I'll sit beside you. I won't leave you.
No, Padre, I want to tell you. There may not be much time. I have a feeling that time is running out for me. My name was Donald Harper. I say was because somehow I don't feel as if I have a name anymore. When you're tracked down and hunted, you're not a human being. There's no past or future. There's just the present, and you run. So much has happened in a few weeks that it's hard for me to remember. Remember back from this morning when you found me unconscious on the steps of the chapel. Back to the moment I was sent on my mission. November 12th, 1944.
Captain Harper, I'm well aware of everything we have to gain if this scheme of yours succeeds.
You still think it's just a scheme, eh, Colonel?
I don't have to think. I know what your chances are of actually getting through to the Brenner Pass and blowing up that highway. And I know what'll happen to you if the Italian fascists or the German police get you.
I know a couple of things, too, Colonel. One of them is the country up there in the mountains. Yes, I nearly broke my neck half a dozen times when I was a kid climbing the rocks around my grandmother's hut. And just before the war, I took a trip from the States to see her again. I skied over every inch of that mountain near the Brenner Pass. Colonel, I know I can do it.
We've been through this before, Harper. I'm aware of everything in your favor. Your knowledge of the country, the fact that you were an engineer before the war.
Just give me supplies, some TNT, an Italian uniform, and some phony papers in case I tangle with the fascisti. It's all I need, Colonel. I tell you, I can do it.
It's true, if that highway to the Brenner Pass could be destroyed, it would take the Germans months to repair it. It would cut off one of their retreats out of Germany.
Of course.
Now, we'd have them where we want them when the American armies advance. Their backs to the mountains and no way out.
That's it. Your permission, Colonel. Please let me try it.
You say your grandmother's hut is right near your objective?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you names to memorize of other partisans in the mountains who might help you on the way. I'll have all the supplies you requested, and you can leave.
From the beginning, Padre, I had bad luck. It snowed during most of the 40-mile journey, and it was difficult for me to move quickly. And the longer it took me, the more chance I had of being discovered. Then it came. You know what a storm is like here in the mountains. How it can blind you and throw you against the rocks. When it was all over, I realized what had happened. I had been thrown off my course. But that wasn't the worst of it. My knapsack was gone. All my supplies. And the packet with papers the OSS had forged for me. I had no identification now, and no food. But I still had the TNT for the highway near Ampezzo. There is a tavern, Padre, not far from Parola. It wasn't sheer recklessness, but desperation that made me go in there knowing I had no papers. Knowing the tavern catered to Nazis and fascisti. Knowing the rucksack on my back was filled with explosives. But there was no other place for miles, and I had to get food or I couldn't go on.
Come, Tony. Tell us more of the story.
Oh, well, as I already told you, she was fat and prima donna.
Yeah.
Oh, Mia, she was big. Oh, she was like this. And look what she sang. When she sang, it looked like this.
See? What would you like to order?
Some bread and cheese, if you have it, and some coffee, black. Very strong, if you have it, please.
See? Where's the beer I ordered? Bring it fast if you know what's good for you.
Yeah, see, fast. Bring it fast if you know what is good for you.
See, coming right away.
I tried to make myself as inconspicuous as possible.
Oh, you were telling.
I hoped the Germans would continue to be amused by the Italian girl and not ask to see my papers. I had nearly frozen in the snow a half hour before. Now the sweat broke out all over my forehead. Pay attention to her, I kept praying. Watch her. Don't even look my way.
Here you are, senor. Cheese, bread, coffee.
Oh, grazie.
It is here. I have it here, right here.
Oh, that soldier must be important to be served first. Come here, soldier. Come over here and tell us how important you are.
Well, no, I'm not important at all. Forgive me. The waiter should have served you first.
That's right. He's not important. Come. Take a sip of my beer, Tony. It will make it taste better.
No. Let the soldier have beer with us.
No.
Poor soldier. He's all alone. Buongiorno. Come and have some beer with us, soldier.
No, grazie, signorina. I will just finish this coffee and then I must go.
Tony, forget him. Come back to work.
Wait a minute. You must not be rude, soldier. Men are never rude to me. If I ask you to drink with us, you must.
No, please, signorina. Some other time, perhaps. Now I must go.
Ha! You're afraid of me. Afraid of girls. And afraid to drink beer. Oh, you should be back in your mama's lap, I think. I will give you some beer now. Perhaps you will acquire a taste for it. Here.
She threw it in my face. I felt it start to trickle down my neck, and I could hear the Germans laughing themselves sick. I wanted to snap that small neck of hers in half for making me the center of attraction. Grazie, waiter.
You are very sure you're not followed here to my house?
Very sure, amico, and it's snowing again. Even the tracks from my snowshoes are covered.
We must be careful, very careful, all of us partisans. The Germans are closing in on us. Do you know what would happen if they found out I took you in? An American. This would happen.
But I tell you, there's nothing to worry about, and I'll be gone in the morning.
Ah, in the morning. One.
All I want is a night's rest.
There is a bed in the back room you may use, Senor Harper. You are sure you are not followed, very sure.
Yes, and I'll be gone in the morning before you're awake.
You must not think, Senor, that I am being hospitable, but these times, they're very bad times for all of us.
Yes, I know.
To live is important, too. Yes, in order to fight back later, one must leave now, no?
Yes.
And the Germans are clever. Very clever. If they knew you were here...
I was too tired to stand there and listen to the old man's whimpering. Too tired to watch his narrow eyes like small brown buttons dart about the room, looking first at the windows and then at the door, half expecting the Gestapo to come. All I wanted to do was sleep. I fell across the bed. But a few minutes later, I sat bolt upright, listening to the voices in the next room.
Here, an American in the back room, sleeping.
Are you sure? Are you sure he's an American, Father?
His name is Harper. Donald Harper, Tony. The American OSS sent him.
Oh, an American, eh? Oh, how the German police...
That girl. The girl from the tavern, the friend of the Germans. I didn't stay to hear any more. There was a small door leading out to the back of the hut. I knew, Padre, that somehow I must have come to the wrong house. I didn't dare take any more chances and stop again until I reached my grandmother's. And I was so tired. So tired.
Donaldo, mio. Donaldo. So good it is to see you again.
Oh, Nana.
Oh, but how you look. So thin, so tired.
Nothing changes here, does it? It could be 6 years ago or 10. Nana sitting here like this, in this house.
Ah, and your mama, your papa, how are they? Mail does not come here easily any longer. You have heard from them?
Yes, Nana, a few weeks ago. They're fine. They tried so hard to get you to America when the war came.
I would not go anywhere, Don Mio. This is my home. No one could make me leave my home. Not the Germans, not the fascisti. Here I stay until the world rights itself again. But what can I get you? The comedy. Make yourself comfortable. You are hungry.
Yes, but I'm too tired to eat. I just want to sleep.
Do then. I'll make up the room for you later. For now, rest here on this couch. When you wake, I will have food for you. Like the old days, caro mio. My dear one. I will be in the kitchen. Sleep now. Sleep.
I don't know how long I slept. When I awoke, I wondered for a moment where I was. And then I saw her, standing over me.
Oh, like a little boy you sleep. I've been watching you.
You? What are you...
Watching you sleep. You don't drink beer, and you're afraid of girls, and you sleep like a little boy.
You followed me here. You brought them. What have you done with my grandmother?
What?
I'd kill you. Oh. I should have killed you then. I will now.
Stop! Stop it! You're hurting.
Friend of the Germans, you little she-devil. I'll kill you.
Donaldo, here. What is going on?
Nana, You all right?
Of course I'm all right. What are you doing? Tony, what is wrong? Oh, your grandson has his mother's hot Italian blood in his veins. He wants to kill me, that's all. Oh, I'm ashamed of you, Donaldo. This girl, she's a friend.
Friend?
I will get the soup for you, Signora Apicella. Perhaps some soup will cool his temper.
But, Nana, I saw that girl with the German.
Oh, she told me about that. She did not know who you were then.
Yes, but
she wondered why you disappeared from her father. She knew the name Donald Harper because she heard me speak of you often. So she came here after you.
Nana,
When she saw you asleep. Then she understood why you had run away from her.
She was with Germans. I was there. I heard...
That girl, Donaldo, is the leader of our group of partisans.
Your leader? But the Germans...
Oh, the Germans. I amuse them. Porky, animali. I tell them funny stories, and they laugh at me. Here's your soup. They do not hear me laugh when I get them drunk, and they tell me things I can use to our advantage. Your soup. Drink it.
Tony, I'm sorry.
I understand. Che bella questa ragazza, Donaldo. No?
Yes, Nana, the girl is very pretty.
Oh, Signora Apicella, you embarrass me. Donaldo, we are friends now? See?
See, Tony. Friends.
You work too hard, caro mio. What are you doing?
Oh, drawing diagrams, Nana. I've got all the plans made to blow up that highway early tomorrow morning, and I want to make sure nothing goes wrong.
Here. I brought you something to eat.
Oh, you spoiled me, Nana. But it was good to have you spoil me again these past few days.
Ah, how good it is to be able to. Will you leave, then, tomorrow? After you do what you have to do?
Yes, I must, but I'll come back to say goodbye first.
Yeah. I come. Ciao, signora. Ciao, signorina. Where's Donaldo?
Tony, what are you doing here?
Are you displeased to see me?
Where is that partisan friend you were going to send to help me?
Here.
What?
Me. I am the friend.
Oh, no.
I can do as good a job as any man. Let me help you, Donaldo.
No, it's crazy.
Please, let me do it.
Girl, it's crazy.
It is not crazy. Think what it will mean for me after you are gone from these mountains. Listening to my fat friends, the Germans, talk about the explosion, and to know secretly that it was I who helped to make it. Please. Donaldo. Mio.
Well, it's too late to get anyone else.
That's why I waited so long. The only man to get on this short notice is my papa, and he is a scared rabbit.
I was right the first time. You are a little she-devil.
See. Take her with you, Donaldo.
All right, then. Pay attention to this diagram.
See.
Now, there's a railway, as you know, going right over that highway. If we plant enough TNT to blow that right onto the road, it'll be blocked up for months. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning when we got to the highway and climbed up on the tracks of the railway. Tony stayed up above, and I made my way slowly, climbing down into the framework of the trestle, feeling my way along the girders. They were icy under my hands, and 2 or 3 times I almost slipped.
Careful, Donaldo.
It's all right. Watch yourself. Watch how you handle those explosives.
Do not trouble yourself about me. I told you I can work as well as any man.
Then work as quietly as one. The troop train of Germans would be coming over the railway soon, and I had to finish before it came. I had a coil of wire around one arm and a pair of pliers hanging on a thong from my waist. Tony, you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Well, hand me down those packages of explosives, one at a time.
Here you are.
All right, thanks. I shoved them in where I wanted them. Packed them close. Tony, the wedges. Quickly, don't be so slow about it.
I'm doing it as fast as I can. There.
All right. I lashed the grenade on top of the braced explosives, wound it tight with a wire, twisted it with pliers. Finally, I was finished. There was snow on the ground, and yet my shirt was wet with perspiration. All right, last finishing touch. That does it for this side, Tony. Now let's get to the other side.
See? Give me your pliers before you drop them.
Okay.
There. Oh, I have helped you much this far. See?
See. You've helped me much.
Let me do it.
No. We haven't any time to argue. That train will be along any minute.
Please let me set off the explosion. Let me have that pleasure. I will follow your directions. I will do it just the way you told me.
No. The train, it's coming.
Just tell me when to pull it.
All right, you win. But heaven help you if you make a mistake. Hold it now, steady. Yes. And don't pull on the wire yet.
Yes, I will pull it softly, lightly, but firm.
Here she comes. Pull it!
Signor
Nana. Nana, what is it?
It is nothing. These attacks come on after.
Nana! Tony, some water, quick.
No, I will stay with her, Donaldo. You must leave quickly.
No, I'll stay. You go on.
This section will be swarming with soldiers after what we've just done.
And if they find you, they'll wonder what you're doing here.
Men do not know how to take care of the sick. I will stay and help you.
All right. Get the water.
You should not have stayed, Don Mio. I would have been all right.
All right, don't talk. Just...
Donaldo!
What is it?
Germans coming to this house. I can see from the window.
Oh, no. No, you should have gone before, not waited.
No, it's all right.
Donaldo, do this one thing more for me.
I won't leave while you hold them off for me. Is that what you want?
I know them. I am a favorite of theirs. Please, caro mio, you can escape and do more important work. And I will not be harmed if I stay behind.
That's right, my son. Escape. There is still time. The girl knows them.
Upstairs. They may be around the back, too, so go upstairs. Jump from the window to the roof of the barn. You can make it from there.
No, Tony.
Go, I say. Promise not to turn back. Promise.
I ran up the stairs to the tiny attic. I heard the door close downstairs, so I knew they had come in. I could distinguish their voices, too, although I couldn't hear a word they were saying. I opened the window and saw it was an easy jump to the roof. Then Tony screamed. And I forgot my promise to her and went back, flattened myself against the wall at the head of the staircase.
No, I have done nothing, but I came here to take care of this poor old lady. Well, can you not see that she's ill?
Give her another taste of the stick.
Oh, please, let the girl alone, please.
Perhaps another taste of the stick is what she needs, Signorina. Somehow, Tony, you are always around when there's trouble. Trouble and Tony. Asha, is the truth out.
Oh, let the girl alone, I beg of you. No, go back.
What's this? I surprised the first German when I jumped him, brought the butt of my gun down on his head again, and again. But the other German was not so simple a matter. He had my shoulders pinned down, and I couldn't move. Then I saw Tony standing over us, a heavy candelabrum in her hand. Good work, Tony. Now listen to me carefully, Tony. Take my grandmother back to your house. No one will know you were here. If others question you, tell them my grandmother was here alone when someone, a stranger, took refuge here and killed the officers who came. Then she went to your house because she was afraid. Will you remember that? All of it.
Will you be back? Will I ever see you again?
Who knows? Perhaps. Carlina. Carlina, my dear little Tony. Now go. Go quickly. She did. I wanted to tell you, Padre, that's everything that's on my way here. You will hide me.
Rest easy.
If they come, you...
I will do what I can for you.
Who was that?
What's right of you coming in like this, breaking down the door?
Do not make trouble, Padre, I warn you.
No,
this is the house of God.
It's all right, Padre. It's all right. No, you're mistaken. My name is not Donald Harper. I'm an Italian soldier. I was lost in the snow. My papers are gone.
Come, this is tiresome. Admit it. You are the American who blew up the highway. Answer.
You are mistaken, Herr Hauptmann. You are mistaken.
We will see. Sergeant, send in the old man.
Ja, Herr Hauptmann. In der Whistle.
See.
Hauptmann. In der Whistle.
See, I come.
Oh,
You recognize him, I see. Excellency, what is this man's name? Behind there.
Harper, Donald Harper, the senor is an American. Now I have told you, you will let us alone, see?
You have talked enough, go now.
You will leave my daughter and me alone, and the old lady too, now that I have told you. We have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
But you will not tell my daughter. You promise, remember. She has a soft heart, it would distress her.
Take him away, guard.
You will let us alone now, see, we are on your side, loyal, see.
You have nothing to say.
Everything has been said for me.
That highway has been completely destroyed.
I'm delighted to hear it.
That many loyal soldiers as alike have been killed.
Well, thank you for telling me.
And what is more, you are in Italian uniform. A spy. Bullets are too good to waste on you, American. But a rope can be used again. Sergeant!
Ja, Herr Hauptmann.
Take this man out and hang him.
But I cannot do this.
You will do as you are told, Herr Doctor. Here is the death certificate of the American who was hanged this morning. Sign it.
The cause of death you want that I should write.
As I told you. Just as I told you. Heart failure. A pity. Some weeks later, 2 retreating German battalions found their escape through the Brenner Pass blocked. Captain Harper had done his job well, and the onrushing American troops caught the enemy with their backs to a mountain. Though Donald Harper did not live to see victory, he shared in it. And once again, the record of an OSS agent closes with the words,
Mission accomplished.
A further adventure in black warfare is next week's
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and...
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Dana Andrews and Millard Mitchell in My Six Convicts. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play is based on that bestseller, My Six Convicts, and Stanley Kramer Productions has turned it into one of the funniest comedies of the season. You know, a few years ago, criminals were sentenced to prison and confined without any rehabilitation, until one day, a new type of doctor began some interesting experiments. Starring in the role of the doctor, we have Dana Andrews, and co-starring in his original role, Millard Mitchell. Yes, tonight's play is a bestseller, and with good reason. I've been especially pleased to receive your letters, praising our entertainment this season. Now, My Six Convicts, starring Dana Andrews as Doc and Millard Mitchell as Connie.
It was in January that I arrived at State Prison to take up my duties as psychologist. I had never been inside a prison before. As I stood in the warden's office, I was suddenly aware how uncertain, ignorant, and scared I really was.
Now, according to your papers, Doc, they've sent you here to test the men for work aptitudes.
Yes, sir?
You mean what kind of a job a guy's good for? Well, what else?
Well, general psychological advice for personality problems, percentile ratings, research.
Now, all I'm required to do is supply you with office space, your meals, and convicts, right?
Yes, sir.
I've had 40 years of prison work, Doc. I still don't know what goes on inside the mind of a con. But I suppose you've had experience with
Well,
them.
no, sir. I've been teaching psychology in a college.
Uh-huh. Of course, by some fluke, you could get to hear something that might interest me. What the cons are up to, plans for a break, gun smuggling.
Well, I'm sorry, Warden, but whatever's told to me is completely private. That's the only way a psychologist can work. If they can't learn to trust me,
None of the cons are going to trust you with anything more than the time of day. But I'm glad to know how you feel. I advise you to stay away from this office. You see, I'd want to know what you'll know, if you should happen to know anything.
I understand, sir.
Now, just be careful, Doc. If you make any mistakes in a prison, only God can help you. You're on trial here, right?
Yes, sir. It's sort of an experiment.
Well, I hope you'll be here a long time. What I mean is, you'd better be a bright psychologist, Doc, or you'll be a dead one.
It was routine for all new members of the prison staff to fill out a personnel questionnaire and to be photographed. One of the guards escorted me to the photography room.
What sort of job you got here, Doc?
I'm a psychologist.
Bugs doctor. I didn't know we were getting any.
Apparently no one else did. I was quite a shock to the warden, too.
Connie, come on, get ready.
I'm all set, sir. Just show the gentleman in.
Connie works the cameras. He's one of the top kick cons. He's in for opening guaranteed burglar-proof safes. See you later, Doc.
All you gotta do is sit down on that there stool.
Oh, thanks.
Turn around and face the light. You're squinting. Something terrible.
Well, that's a light in my eyes.
Yeah. You should have come by train, Doc. You didn't save no dough with that jalop of yours.
Well, how did you know I drove
Keep it steady, will you, Doc? Why'd you stay at that Hotel Ross in Laurel Lake? A flea circus. It ain't respectable enough for a bugs doctor.
Well, just a minute. Who told you that I stayed at the...
Don't move. I gotta take another one. What kind of bugging do you do, Doc?
Different tests.
What's in a test?
If I told you, they wouldn't be any good when you take them.
Hey, you need a bugs doctor yourself. You think I'm gonna play patsy to a psycho.
How do you know so much about me?
You tell me your secrets, and I'll tell you mine.
Okay. Go ahead, ask me.
What's behind these tests? What's the angle?
Sorry to miss you, Doctor. I'm Captain Haggerty, disciplinary officer.
Glad to know you, Captain.
Connie treating you all right?
Oh, real friendly.
The Doc's mug is now immortal, Captain.
And if you'll come with me, I'll take you to Dr. Gordon's office.
Dr. Gordon?
Yeah, he's our medical man. This way, Doctor.
It was incredible. A prisoner, knowing who I was, how I traveled, where I'd spent the night. I looked back at Connie as I walked out. He ducked behind his camera, grinning at me.
This used to be a stockroom, Doctor. I know it's hardly conducive to scientific research, but...
Dr. Gordon, how can I even...
I'm sorry, but we're very short on space, and no one told me you were...
I was coming? Yes, I know, Dr. Gordon.
Something wrong, Doctor? Scared? Disappointed?
Both, I guess.
It's good to be a little scared in a prison. Of course, outside, the scare can be bigger. You're scared you can't pay your rent. You're scared you might lose your practice. There are 1,000 fears outside. Here, only one, the fear of violence. I like working in a prison. Life's much simpler.
I suppose I could get some painters and carpenters to fix this place up, couldn't I?
Oh, sure, that's a cinch.
And I'll need a staff, a psycho-galvanic operator, a statistician, a couple of...
Sorry, but I haven't any men to spare.
Well, I can't very well test 1,000 men by myself. It would take years.
You'll have help. You've got 1,000 men to pick from.
A staff of convicts? How do I start? How do I pick them?
Oh, they'll pick you, if you're lucky.
What are my chances, Dr. Gordon? Do I have any at all?
I don't know you yet, so I can't say. But I do know you'll meet with lots of resistance. You see, it's your job to find out what goes on inside their heads. And in their heads
is the only privacy a prisoner has.
I'm afraid I never thought of that.
That's not all. Most of them won't know the difference between a psychologist and a stool pigeon. They have only one solution for stool pigeons. We have stabbings here about once a month, and nobody ever finds the knives. So take it easy, Doctor. Just don't try to rush things.
I spent the next few days turning the storeroom into something resembling an office. And for the time being, I forgot about Connie, the convict who knew so much about me. But I soon discovered that only one other man among the prisoners was more respected. A real tough character named Punch Pinero. One day, while the men were in the prison yard...
I've been waiting for you, Connie. I've been waiting to hear from you. That nut specialist has been here for 6 days.
My, Mansour Pinero can count.
I thought that you and me decided that it was your job to finagle his racket. All right, so how do we finagle it if we don't plant a man in his office?
Give the doc time. He'll do a bonehead and the warden will give him the yuts. Save us all a lot of trouble. Economy of effort, Mr. Pinero. That's me.
And I say no more waiting. If you don't jimmy in, I will.
I have here a document.
Yeah?
The test that Mr. Spoil Guy is hoping to give us. I borrowed a copy.
Yeah, what's it say?
The state test of mental maturity. Study it, my boy. You want to know anything else? Just to check with your Uncle Connie.
Look, Gordon, you don't have to escort me to lunch every day. I can walk across the prison yard.
Well, if I were you, I'd wait a little while longer before I tried it alone. Remember Dr. Britt?
The dentist? Sure.
He's been here 3 years. He still walks with a guard.
I guess nothing's safe here. I got 2 crates of printed matter yesterday. The test I'm going to give them. One of the crates was open.
Sure, the boys did that.
Well, they could at least have nailed it up again.
Then how could they let you know that they know what you're planning? By the way, have you got any assistants yet?
No. And tomorrow I test my first group of prisoners, 20 of them.
Well, good luck, Doc. Meanwhile, let's get some lunch.
Yes, the following day was a big event. My first official contact with the prisoners. It lasted about 5 minutes. They started by hooting at me, and they ended with bedlam. I finally went to the door and called for the guards.
All right, break it up. Break it up. Now line up. Line up, I said. Where you pushing?
Still want to give him that test, Doc?
Oh, not today. Take them back.
Now get in line. Get in line.
You should have done like I said, Doc. 6 guards and you'd have had no trouble.
I was so sure. I could handle them.
Okay, you guys, now march. Move. And hurry it up. Hurry it up.
Can I come in, Doc?
What do you want?
I'm Connie, Doc, remember? I took your picture.
Well?
I just thought you might like one for your sweetheart, maybe, Doc. Here.
Some picture.
Yeah, I guess you moved your head, huh? Oh, here's my pass. You got to sign my pass. How did it go?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Hello? Oh, yes, Warden. Well, I guess I just wasn't ready for them. No, I'd rather not have the guards present. Well, because it would make the men self-conscious and spoil the test. No, sir, I don't know how, but I'll work it out somehow. Yes, sir.
Doc, it ain't that the boys got anything against you personally. It's just a question of the war.
What war?
The war, Doc, between you and me.
I'm not fighting anyone.
Sure you are. Every prison's a battlefield, I know. I've been in 11 of them. It's us against you. It's a war between the ins and the outs. You're on one side or the other.
But I'm not on either side. I'm a scientist.
Then go back to your college boys, Doc. We don't need no head shrinkers here.
Now, I'm going to tell you something. They ganged up on me, I know that. But I'm going to stick it out, see? You can pass that word around on your grapevine. Here's your pass.
Okay, Doc. Okay.
A couple of days later, just as Captain Haggerty was passing the photograph room, he heard a crash that stopped him in his tracks.
All right, Connie, what happened this time?
Oh, Captain Haggerty, sir. A terrible accident. Oh, I'm just butterfingers.
Our $300 camera is smashed.
I just don't know how it could have slipped out of my hand.
Every time you want a work transfer, you have another accident. You cost this state a fortune. Why can't you just come right out and ask for a transfer?
But, Captain, that'd be disloyal to you.
All right, Connie, you asked for it. I'm sending you to the bugs doctor.
Oh, no, Captain. Not that.
And I hope he finds you perfect material for the garbage detail.
got news for you, Doc. You just got yourself a new chief of staff. Me.
Really? What's happened to the war between us?
I changed my mind. I was impressed with your character.
Come on. Give it to me straight.
Well, you see, Doc, maybe I got the wrong slant. I've been learning my trade from crooks, and I figure if I'm ever going to change, well, you're a student of the mind, Doc. You know what makes it tick.
I don't believe a word of that. But if you're going to work with me, the first thing you'll have to do is take some tests. Here. Take a look at this paper.
Oh, swell. This shouldn't be too...
Well?
It says this is the odors classification test.
That's right. Why? Were you expecting the state test for mental maturity? You stole some copies of it, didn't you?
You know, Doc, you got possibilities. But I ain't taking your test. I ain't putting nothing down on paper. Most of the trouble in the world today is because somebody put something down in writing.
But if you don't take them, how are you going to give them to the others?
Others? You mean I'll be giving these tests to the boys?
Well, I can't do it all by myself.
Okay, Doc, let her rip.
And so Connie, a safecracker, became the first of my 6 convicts. A man with a grudge against the respectables of our society. His IQ was high as the average college senior. I sensed that he was really here to test me, a symbol of the world he distrusted, and to break me. Well, a couple of months went by, but I was still afraid to attempt another group test, even with Connie's help. But if I didn't do something soon, my trial period would be up, and I'd be out. I decided on a roundabout way of showing the prisoners that I wasn't afraid of them. I made up my mind to cross the prison yard alone.
I'm getting fed up with you, Connie. It's coming out of my ears. Every time I ask you what gives with the stoolie bugs, Doc, you clam up.
It's too complex for you, Mr. Panero. Too complex.
This is me, see? Punch Panero.
Take it easy. Punch, he's coming. Doc, Bugs is faded.
Where's Kopach going?
Like Kopach's got something to say to the Doc.
Yeah? Well, maybe I got something to say to the Doc myself.
So you see, I work in the tailor shop now, Doc. But if you get me a transfer, I'd like to work with you.
Nobody works for the Doc.
What's your name?
Steve Kopach.
I said nobody works with the Doc.
Oh, look, I got less than a year to go. Please. I got lots of problems, Punch.
Yeah? You see, Doc, I'm Punch Panero, and the whole world knows it, and these are all my boys. Well, I give them a break sometimes, so it's okay for Kopach, Doc. It's okay. But don't crowd me no more. I don't like guys mooching in on me. It goes for you, too, Connie. Okay, all right, knock it off. Anybody else do a Kopach, stay here from me.
Well, what's the matter with you, Connie?
A mistake, Doc. A mistake.
Kopach was a submissive personality with an average IQ. He'd been serving a 10-year term for embezzlement, but he was frightened of the world outside, the world he would soon re-enter.
Don't you see, Doc? In life, I'm a big failure, so I become a crook. I steal some money, and the very next day I get caught. I'm a big failure as a crook, too. But I get out in December. What have I got outside? What have I... Doc, look, Panero.
Hiya, Connie. How'd at it, huh?
Well, if it ain't Friday the 13th.
Something I can do for you, Panero?
Maybe. What's the book, Connie?
It's a study of the morphology of the mental defective.
Oh, you don't say.
Well, Panero?
Well, Doc, all year I've been working on a machine shop, treading pipe, getting me little pinkies all dirty. See, so I asked for a work transfer, and Captain Haggerty, he obliges me.
You want to work here? With me?
Yeah, with you, Doc, only I don't figure on working. I just want to sit on some feathers like Connie here. Reading them $10 books, that's some go, huh, Connie?
He's a little on the microcephalic side, eh, Doc?
What'd you call me?
Knock it off. Knock it.
Doc, is Punch coming in?
Well, sure, if his IQ is high enough.
Then I'm resigning.
Oh, that's okay with me.
But, Connie, I'll need you to give him the Otis test.
Oh, that's different.
I ain't taking no tests he's given.
Well, I'm afraid that's the way it'll have to be.
You heard what the man said, Punch. You won't understand. You softened up a lot of hoods in your day, only this time I'll be softening you.
Oh, yeah? I'll be seeing you, Connie.
Why did you have to put me on the spot?
I'm saving your headache, Doc. Punch wants in because he don't know what's going on, so he figures if you can't beat another mob, merge with it and take over.
Hey, Doc. Hey, Doc, I got a right to change my mind, ain't I?
Thanks, Pinero.
Yeah. If you want to run out, Connie, and leave me to be the Doc's chief assistant all by my sweet self, why, that'll be just ducky.
Well, Connie?
I'd better hang around and protect him from his baser instincts. Come on, Mr. Pinero. I'll show you the setup.
Connie, COPAC, and now Pinero. A week later, I was ready once again to attempt a group test of the prisoners. And just before they came in, my 3 assistants stood around me.
Kind of nervous, huh, Doc?
No, I'm okay. Now, you're all going to act as proctors, understand?
What's proctors, Doc?
Well, sort of keeping the men in line, COPAC.
This I'm gonna like.
But you're not to help them with the answers. And you're not to show any expression of approval or disapproval.
How do you want us to look?
Impersonal, scientific.
Huh?
Well, the way Connie looks at me sometimes.
Oh, like this?
This is perfect. Now, ask the guards to send in our pigeons. Now, if you'll just be quiet, I'll tell you what this is all about.
Hey, look, Doc, you're laying an egg. You don't know enough. You let me take over, huh?
Okay, Punch. Go on. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, this is a scientific test, see? Look, on my say-so, the doc will give out with the instructions in a scientific and personal way, see? So you will kindly shut your big yaps and you'll keep 'em shut. Now, there ain't everything you don't understand, and if the doc don't make it clear to you, I will. Now, gentlemen, you will please remove your little caps. I say, please remove your caps. Okay. That's better. That's fine. Okay, Doc, proceed with the analyzer.
In a few moments, we'll bring you the second act of My 6 Convicts. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Perhaps one of our greatest ambassadors was the humorist Artemus Ward, who did a great deal to cement the friendship between America and England. In 1866, Artemus Ward arrived in London for a series of lecture tours, although he wasn't in the best of health. After his first lecture, an English newspaper wrote, "There is certainly this foundation for a cordial understanding between the two countries calling themselves Anglo-Saxon, that the Englishman, puzzled by Yankee politics, thoroughly relishes Yankee jokes. When two persons laugh together, they cannot hate each other much, so long as the laughter continues." As Artemus Ward continued his tour, in his own humorous way, he criticized both England and America, and a cordial understanding grew between the two countries. Although his health grew worse, Artemus Ward refused to abandon his tour, and he didn't stop until he collapsed in the middle of a lecture. Within a few days, he was dead, at the age of 33. In announcing his death, the London Observer said, "Artemus Ward never used his great powers of humor for that biting purpose which is implied in the word sarcasm. He's been a man not only of humor, but of good humor. There is no man among us who does not feel that he is the better for having known him. Since his landing in this country, he was taken by the hand in a feeling of brotherhood between our two countries. So it was that Artemus Ward proved to all America that by helping others, you help your country." Now our producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Act 2 of My 6 Convicts, starring Dana Andrews as Doc and Malone Mitchell as Connie, with Sheldon Leonard as Punch.
Thanks to Punch and Connie, the group test was quite successful. Out of it came proper work assignments for more than a dozen men and another assistant for me, a young fellow named Scott.
Oh, it's perfectly true, Doctor. I'm here on a phony rap. The result of gallantry, stimulated by family tradition, and too much whiskey. I protected a young lady who insisted on running over a policeman.
You got to see him pitch, Doc. He beat the Sheriff's All-Stars last year, a no-hit game.
I see you are an artist, too. This is yours, isn't it, Scott?
Just a modest bit of doodling, sir.
Well, put in for a work transfer. I'll speak to Captain Haggerty.
You taking a kid in with us, huh?
He has a very high IQ, Punch.
Anybody takes a rap for a dame, he ain't got no IQ.
Hey, look, Punch. It's you. Scotty drew your picture.
Hey, let me see that drawing. Yeah, it sure is you, Mr. Panero. Look at this. A rod in each hand scaring a bunch of little kids.
That's a lie. I don't frighten kids. I like them. All my life I like kids.
Yeah, what about all those kids whose papas you knocked off?
Hey,
Punch, cut it out.
Hey,
cut it out.
That cutting in his needles. All the time, the needles.
I said, let him go.
What's the matter with you?
I got only one thing to tell you, Doc. Don't ever touch me again.
And cut out this brawling. And that goes for you, too, Connie.
Like I said, don't ever touch me again.
Things stayed fairly quiet for the next couple of weeks. I was able to leave the men alone now, knowing that a reasonable amount of effort would be expended with, well, reasonable results.
Hey, Connie, you got this book you give me to read. I just read here why I'm here in a can. It's my boys. It was all their fault. My boys, they're all delayed morons. When I get out of here, I'm going to give the whole mob the IQ.
Where, in Italy? You're going to be deported.
Ah, the dirty, filthy...
No cussing, Punch. Remember, the doc says swearing is a symptom of certain types of psychosomatic bookmaking company. James T. County speaking. What odds are we giving on a ball game? 10-1 we win, even money the sheriffs get a goose egg, and 5-3 we out hit them. Okay. Hey, Punch, put down Driscoll. $10 on the game.
Check. Well, what a quiet little place. Like a library.
What do you want here, Dawson?
I'm planning on joining the staff. See the Harvard tie?
You ain't trouble on this joint, and I'll personally...
Good morning, Pathological Bookmaking Corps. Hold the phone. Hey, Punch. Packy wants to know what odds on how many shares get spiked. Well, I tell you, Packy, it's even money they...
Knock it off. Dementia Dan's coming. He's got Randall with him.
Oh, this is why my phone's been busy all morning.
Wrong numbers, Doc. We had more wrong numbers all day.
Well, men, I've been getting us a new assistant. You all know Randall here.
Sure. Hi,
Hello, Randall. Get him a desk, will you, Punch? Well, what do you want?
My name is Dawson, sir. I had 2 years in college, and I thought I could be useful, too, like Randall.
Well, Randall makes my 5th assistant, and I hardly think... Oh, college man, huh? All right, Connie, line up the test for Dawson.
If that's the way you want it, Doc.
Any reason why I shouldn't?
No. If that's the way you want it.
Randall had a sort of hopeless look on his face that won my sympathy from the beginning. As for Dawson, he was a psychopathic killer. Unlike Punch, who was violent in order to gain power, Dawson had killed for the sake of killing. The time came when the 6 were reduced to 5. Kopak, having served his term, was now a free man again. But saying goodbye wasn't easy.
But I got no place to go. For 10 years, this has been my home.
Cheer up, Kopak. If you need anything, you just tell them Punch Panero sent you. The whole world knows me.
Sure, Punch, sure.
Now, come on. You got a bus to catch.
So long, Kopak.
So long, Dawson. Thanks. You're all my friends. My only friends. What am I going to do without you?
There'll be others, Kopak.
I've been in here for 10 years, Doc. Randall, ain't you going to say goodbye? Randall?
Oh, yeah. Goodbye, Kopak.
So long, Randall. I'll do my best, Doc, I promise.
And it won't be as tough as you think. Remember, you're just as good as the next man. Good luck, Kopak.
Goodbye, boys. My only friend.
I was watching Randall as Kopak walked out. His face had suddenly turned white and started shaking, screaming.
I want to get out of here. I want to get out. Shut up, man. I want to get out.
Let him go, Dawson.
I want to get out.
Take it easy, Randall.
I got to get out. Out. I got to get out. I got to get out.
Dawson, there are other ways of stopping hysteria.
Yeah, Doc?
It's all right, Randall. You'll be all right. Hey, Connie, call Dr. Gordon. Tell him we're on our way.
What about him, Doc? How's Randall doing?
Dr. Gordon says there's nothing wrong, Connie, organically.
But Randall still can't talk, huh?
It's called hysterical mutism. He's lost his power of speech.
That's how come you're going to try that hypnotism stuff, huh?
All right, Connie. Who told you?
Told me what, Doc?
I'm doing a hypnosis on him first thing in the morning.
Hospital, huh?
No, in my living quarters.
What are you going to do to Randall, Doc?
Try to get him to talk, of course.
You do something like that, and the fella's going to say what's on his mind, huh? Without knowing it?
That's right.
Doc.
Why not?
It's too dangerous. You may hear something you wouldn't want to hear.
Get back to work, Connie.
I'll be at the hospital. Punch, Scotty, I want a word with you.
You get Randall to talk yet?
Tomorrow morning.
Where?
Next door, in the doc's room.
If that Jake Dawson finds out that Randall's going to talk...
I got an idea. We're going to need help, Punch, from the plumbing repair department. Tell him Doc's sink won't work, his wash basin, and to bring a mic along. The rest I'll handle myself.
Randall was an easy subject. Under hypnosis, he was free of the hysteria which had caused him to lose the use of his vocal cords. I asked him several basic questions, among them why he'd been sent to prison.
I needed money for my wife. She was sick bad. When they wouldn't give me a mortgage on the farm, I hit the man and grabbed the cash box. I almost killed him.
What were you thinking about when COPAC said goodbye to us yesterday?
My wife. I love her. I've got to see her. I'll kill myself without my wife.
Well, doesn't she come visiting days?
She lives in Canada. She don't even have enough money to take care of herself and the kid.
There's no way out, Randall. Not until your time's up. You know that, don't you?
Doc, I gotta tell you something. I gotta tell you. You're the patsy, Doc. The front man. Me and Dawson, we're gonna break out, Doc. I've got to. My wife, I gotta see my wife.
A break? When?
I don't know. I don't know when.
You and Dawson? Who else? No, I don't want to know anything more about it. Close your eyes, Randall. Go to sleep. When you wake up, you'll forget that you told me anything. Understand?
Forget.
You'll feel fine. You'll forget everything, except that you're able to talk again. Now, go to sleep, Randall. I knew now what Connie had tried to tell me, his warning about hypnosis. I was going to be the shield when they made the break, standing between them and the machine guns. But there wasn't anything I could do about it. If I ratted, the men would find out and my work would be over for good. All I could do was to watch my step and hope I had some friends. When Randall awakened, I took him to the hospital for a day's rest. Then I went back to my room, and there, a few minutes later, I made a strange discovery. Hey, Connie, come in here, will you?
I hear you got the kid to talk again. You've done a great job, Doc.
Thanks. I'm going out for a while. While I'm gone, my room could do with a little rearranging. Those files should be closer to my desk. I want the bookcase moved against the wall. I'll be back later.
Why, sure. Punch, Scott, come on. You heard what the man said.
I was gone most of the afternoon, and when I came back to the office, no one was there. No one except Connie.
I've been waiting for you, Doc. I got something to give you. Here.
A roll of film?
That's right. It's from a recording machine. It's all there, Doc. The whole show by electrical transcription. Every word that Randall told you about him and Dawson breaking out.
Thanks, Connie. Who knows about this?
Only me and Scott and Manzur Pinero.
What makes you trust me now?
When you were here before, you found something.
A few drops of water under my wash bowl. At first, I thought it was leaking. Then I found a wire. It led to a microphone.
Yeah, we borrowed it from a friend in the plumbing department.
What's the plumbing department doing with a microphone?
Doc, you ask so many questions. Anyways, when you left, I knew you found it. And when you asked me to rearrange your room.
Well, I wanted you to know.
You're a good student, Doc. I'm proud of you.
I still don't know why you trust me.
It's simple. When you left here, you took a walk to the library. Then you drove into town to get some gas. You stopped off at the Five and Dime and bought some blades and shaving cream. And then you went...
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Simple. You never once talked to the warden or the Haggerty. You had a sterling silver reason to stool, and you didn't.
I'll bet you even know how much money I've got in the bank.
Checking account or savings?
Can anything be done? I mean, without stooling?
Not a thing. I'm sorry, Doc.
Okay. I appreciate it anyway.
Well, you can show your appreciation by not asking any questions if we're a little late to work day after tomorrow, and by giving me and Punch and Scott 4 passes.
4 passes? For 3 of you?
Made out to the bearer and good for the yards and the shops.
What do you want them for?
We trust you, Doc. You trust us.
We'll continue shortly with Act 3 of My 6 Convicts.
We pause now for station identification.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of My 6 Convicts, starring Dana Andrews as Doc and Millard Mitchell as Connie, with Sheldon Leonard as Punch.
The 4 passes Connie requested had nothing to do with Dawson's plan for prison break. It was months before I learned that they had used the passes to smuggle Randall's wife into the prison and out again. How they arranged it, I'll never know. But it was an operation worthy of the FBI, Dick Tracy, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Hello, boys.
Hello.
Well, Randall, you're feeling pretty chipper again, huh? What did it?
Oh, nothing special, Doc. It just came over me all of a sudden, Doc. You see, last night I thought and...
You went over your entire situation, huh?
Oh, that's just what I did, Doc.
And you got an insight into your problem and made an adjustment to reality.
That's it, an insight.
Well, you see, men, that's what psychology does for you. It helps people to acquire insight.
You're so on the nose, Doc.
Doc, you're wonderful.
I ask you, how does he do it? Huh?
Insight, that's what it was.
What a fool I must have seemed to them. What I needed was a little insight of my own. Some way, for instance, of figuring out when Dawson was going to make his break. But week after week went by and nothing happened. When everything's got especially monotonous, we could always depend on Connie to give us something to talk about. It started with the warden requesting a special favor.
The warden, huh? What kind of a special favor, Doc? Is he going to make me his chief deputy?
Something even better than that. A safe's got jammed in a bank in town. Now, tomorrow's the 4th of July. They can't get an expert till the day after. But they have to meet the payrolls today.
They want me to open a safe? But, Doc, in broad daylight without, I got to listen for the cops. I ain't got no experience that way.
The warden's waiting, Connie. What do I tell him?
Okay. I do it on one condition. I want $10, a suit of clothes, and a straw hat, and the rest of the day off in town. Under guard, of course. Otherwise, I don't perform.
You know the warden won't go for that.
Oh, look, Doc. I ain't never told this to no one. But I got a 20-year-old kid. He don't know me from Adam, but I kept a line on him. He's in the Marine recruiting office, and I'd sure like to see him.
I didn't even know you'd been married.
That ain't the precise point. Will you put it to the warden, Doc? I just want to see if the kid looks like me, that's all.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
What did he say, Doc?
Well, you've got yourself a deal. You're to report
Hey,
to
we got company while you was gone, Doc. Is you going to say hello to COPAC?
COPAC.
Hello, Doc. I'm back, Doc. It didn't work.
Well, I failed with you, didn't I?
Oh, no, it's not you, Doc. It's the world outside. Too big for one man. And after all this time, I still got no friends like Connie and Punch and you. So don't feel bad, Doc. I broke parole to get sent back here.
Broke parole?
Yeah, it's like I told you. I'm a big failure in life. But I'm a big success as a prisoner. I never want to leave here, Doc.
Okay, friend. Your old desk is waiting for you. Connie, you report to the warden right away.
Oh, brother, the big city. Lock up your silver and button down your maidens. James T. Connie is on his way.
Connie didn't show up that night, nor had he returned the next morning when we came back to the office after the 4th of July ceremonies.
Liberty, freedom. Well, who do they think they're kidding? I don't get it.
It's the country's birthday party, Punch.
Like the first time in your life when you felt you were a man.
I was a man when I was 6 months old.
Connie.
Hey, what's the matter, Doc? You worried about Connie, huh? I told you he wasn't coming back.
Who ain't coming back?
Hey, it was a dream, boys, a dream. When I left here, I was riding in the front seat of the warden's car, puffing a big cheroot and waking a siren for all it was worth. Get out of the way for James T. Gunny.
Well, all right. So what happens? Come on.
Well, we get to the bank, see? The joint's crammed with legit characters wearing vests and pinched noses.
Yeah.
Tearing my eyes away from a blonde stack of wheat cakes and figuring I gotta make a deal with the suckers before and not afterwards, I says to the big cheese, get me a chair, will you, Punch? I'm wore out.
Yeah, sure. Give him a chair.
Get this one here.
Sit down,
well,
Connie.
Thanks. I says, look, cousin, I get out in about 3 years. Now, how about me coming back and collecting about $100 for this job? A kind of honorarium.
That's for $100.
When he says no, I says, okay, cousin, have it your way.
Yeah.
So I hand him my straw hat and begins the modus operandi.
Don't use no torch, no soup.
And get my clothes all dirty. Besides, it's a kick. A baby could have opened it.
I bet.
What happens is that a screw slips on the time lock when they close it up the night before. This they don't know. But all I got to do is kill a little time and wait until I hear her click. But I pretends that my fingers are a little out of practice and I need some help. So I says, only the blonde has got long enough fingernails.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, she don't mind too much, and it ain't inconveniencing me none.
I'll bet.
So the two of us snuggle up to it until I hear the click. Then I tell the boys to go in and get their Missoula because I got to fix the time lock so that they can lock it up again that night.
Yeah.
Do you know something?
What?
I had a feeling that those fellas were going to be just an even, exact, precise $100 short that night.
We do it. The $100, I believe. The blonde dame, no.
Me, neither.
No. That's exactly what I figured.
Well, just a minute, Connie. That adhesive tape on your forehead. How did you collect that item?
Yeah.
Well, it's like this. After a little while, I figured I need some solid food. I didn't care what it cost. I had oysters, fried, raw, and stewed. Rare prime ribs, an inch thick with a plank porterhouse on a side. And 4 different kinds of cake. Not forgetting the wine and other such liquors. And then comes the piece of resistance. I calls the waitress over, and I rises politely. I gives her all the dough I have left, which takes care of the tab, and a large honorarium. Then I says, baby, will you return the favor? She says, well, and I says, will you give me a kiss? Now, she ain't the giving kind. So I establishes my identity, explaining that the world is full of skeptics who don't believe nothing without evidence. And that it wasn't the kiss that counted, it was the lipstick that counted.
Oh, well, the evidence. Where's the evidence? Come on.
Okay, Doc, you may now remove that hunk of adhesive tape. Hey! When they bumped out my stomach last night, I fought like the devil to keep them from washing this off. And now, you skeptical cons, let's get on to work on those correlations.
Well, say, Connie, what about your son?
What son?
The boy you were telling me about.
Why, Doc, I ain't got no family, honestly. Are you feeling okay? No hallucinations?
No, Connie. Just an occasional delusion of grandeur.
Well, when you look in your room, you're going to find something to fix it. You see, I know the boys don't feel so comfortable you wearing that same suit all the time. It's all paid for, too.
Well, thanks, Connie, but I can't accept that. That's against the rules.
I know, Doc. You keep the rules. I break them.
Hey, Doc, can I see you over here for a minute? It's important.
It was Dawson. He was standing near the door. He had just taken something out of a filing case. A gun.
This is a break, Doc. You give me away and I use the gun.
Dawson, think it won't work.
It'll work.
Let him alone, Dawes. Shut up.
And don't any of you others butt in. You coming, Randall?
No, I told you long ago. I changed my mind.
Suit yourself. Start walking, Doc.
You could have put the finger on a dentist. That gent gets kicks out of pulling teeth.
I've got nothing against Doc. He's just handy. Let's go, Doc.
We gotta save the doc. We got it.
Well, how? How are we gonna? We ain't stoolies. We can't call a warden.
I should have warned him.
The question is, how are we going to get him off the hook without ratting? What's Dawson's plan, Randall?
Well, he's picking up Johnson and 2 others in the yard. They all got guns. Then to the auto gate. The ambulance will be there. The driver's in with him. And they use Doc to get through.
We got maybe 3 minutes. Listen, you mugs. This is how we'll do it. Me and Punch.
That's only the chow whistle.
Come on, I'll give you the layout on the way over.
With Dawson's gun in my back, we were walking toward the auto gate when Connie stepped out from the tool house. In back of him were COPAC, Punch, Scott, and Randall, and the prison dentist, Dr. Britt.
We swap you, Dawson. The tooth pulling for Doc.
Get out of our way.
Come on, boys. Make the swap.
Yeah, sure. What's the diff?
No diff. We'll take 'em both. Now beat it.
Stand where you are. Haggity in the guard. Give it him.
This is your last chance. Drop your guns. Put up your hands.
Come and get it, Haggity.
like we got them all, Captain.
Yeah, how many hit?
1 winged and 2 dead over there by the shed.
Okay, march them all to solitary.
Captain, we had nothing to do with this, honest.
That was the truth, Captain. All we did
Shut
was...
up.
Just a minute, Captain. These are my men. They were trying to help me.
That's right, Haggerty. Like I said, Doc, I had nothing against you personally.
Thanks, Dawson.
Which men are yours?
Panero, Connie, Scott, Randall, and Kopak.
Kopak? Doc, where's Kopak?
Kopak's dead. He was right in the line of fire.
Kopak. Can I take my men now, Captain?
Okay, take your men.
That winter, my work at State Prison was finished. My successor was a man named Hughes. Poor Dr. Hughes. Such confidence. So many wonderful ideas for rehabilitation. But just as inexperienced with convicts as I had been. Plus the added liability of a mustache.
Oh, I'm extremely grateful, Doctor, for your concern. But I can assure you that my social work has taught me how to handle unfortunates.
Well, I'd like you to meet some unfortunates. My staff, Doctor. Gentlemen, this is Dr. Hughes. Doctor, this is Mr. Pasquale Panero, James T. Connie, Mr. Clem Randall, and Mr. Blivin Scott.
All right.
Now, men, I will do my best to follow in the steps of the good doctor. There will, of course, be some changes. May be difficult for you at first, but I think
Doc,
that I can...
is a mustache a symptom of a malfunctioning ego or a superego?
You are a jerk, Connie, because everybody knows that it is a neurotic compulsion.
Now look. I happen to wear a mustache.
On the other
because
hand, gentlemen, it could be a fetish.
Or a fixation on a prenatal experience.
Yeah, maybe his mother had a mustache.
Now, according to Lombroso...
It wasn't lumbago, it was Aristoteles.
As you see, Dr. Hughes, my men are students. Fearless and outspoken.
Yes, I see. You know, it could be that a fellow's girl might like him with a mustache, you know.
You mean that redhead you got stashed away in town?
How did you know?
I'll explain later. Randall, take Dr. Hughes to Dr. Gordon, please. I'll be up a little later, Doctor.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
I'm hoping you're all going to stay on here with Dr. Hughes.
I'd love to, Doc, but Haggerty wants me back taking the pictures. I forgot to tell you.
And me, I put him for the library.
I'm going to work in the hospital staff. Randall, too, Doc.
I wish you'd stay on. This fellow's going to need a lot of help.
You can say that again.
Yeah, sure is too bad.
Well, I've got to finish packing.
Get off my foot, Punch.
Oh, what's the matter with you? I didn't even touch you.
I'm full of it. Why don't somebody go in and say goodbye to the doc and get it over with? Scott, you go on in and say goodbye.
Okay. What are you so sore about?
One by one, they came in to say goodbye. First Scott, then Randall.
You know, I have to tell you something, Doc. I was in on the break with Dawson. I mean, I planned it with him, and then I backed out.
I'm glad you did, Randall.
Well, it was partly because of you and because of something else that happened. You see, my wife was... I'd like to tell you about it, but I can't.
Well, getting inside sure helped, didn't it?
Yeah. Great thing, psychology. So long, Doc.
I'm going to see your wife. I'll give her your love.
Oh, thanks, Doc. You can count on my plugging along with the new guy. No use wasting what we did. Scott's going to stay on, too.
Thank you, Randall.
Okay, Punch. Go on in.
Well, Punch, good luck.
Yeah. Hey, look, I changed my mind about that new squirrel with the mustache. Somebody's got to line him, and, well, them other jakes, they're all running out.
Thanks, Punch.
Yeah. Hey, look, sometime you come to Italy, eh, Doc? I'll set you up right there. Big castle, lots of dames. And all legit, Doc. I'm through with the hoods, see? I got plenty of dough. I don't need nothing no more.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, you come to Italy, eh? You just ask for Punch Panero. Everybody in the world knows Punch Panero.
I remember that last walk out across the yard to where my car was parked. I remember trying to figure out why Connie had avoided saying goodbye, and how grateful I was that at least some of my men had learned to be loyal. Not to a gang or a leader, but to a job, and in a small way to society. Yes, I had hope for their future.
Hey, Doc. Hiya, Doc.
Connie, what are you doing out here?
Seeing you off. I fixed it with the warden.
Well, I was kind of wondering.
There ain't no justice, Doc. Took me all this time to get you nicely broke in, and you take a powder on me.
And now I got to start all over again with that mustache cup from the Harvards.
Then you're going to stay on with him.
Who else can do it? Well, drive slow, Doc. I don't want you to get no ticket.
Right, you've got the wrong car, Connie.
Me and the boys.
Oh, now, wait a minute. A new car? I told you before, it's against the rules. I can't accept this, Connie.
But it's legit. Bill of sale and everything. The warden checked it all over.
I'm not taking it.
Then you're going to have to walk, Doc. We had to turn in your old car, and I got no idea where it is right now. So if I were you, I'd just... So long, Doc. I'll keep my eye on you. And if anybody don't ever treat you right, why...
In the years that followed, I heard from them all now and then. They'd drop me a line or send a message, and they always asked the same question.
Are they treating you okay, Doc?
Fine, my friends. But how's the world treating you? All of you.
In a minute, our stars will return. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Ever heard of Billy Brown? Well, for over a year now, young Billy, a high school senior of Yorktown Heights, New York, has broadcast a 15-minute program over the Voice of America. Every Friday, in answer to some letter from a pen pal, he talks about such varied subjects as sports, stamps, religious freedom, and American jazz. The program is repeated in Urdu, a language spoken in India and Pakistan, and beamed to Asia. In 1 month, Billy answered 627 letters from 35 countries. When one pen pal asked about student government in American high schools, Billy tape recorded a 5-minute student meeting in his school. For a while, it looked as if Billy's program might be discontinued. But it had become so successful that the local Rotary Club set up a special committee to raise funds for its continuation and for the purchase of postage and stationery so Billy could continue to correspond personally with his overseas pen pals. Recently, Pakistan's ambassador to the U.S. and his family visited Billy at his home for a weekend. And later, the envoy invited the Brown family to Washington, where Billy received a reward for his, as the citation read, contribution to the growing spirit of brotherhood between the youth of America and the youth of Pakistan. Although Billy Brown plans to enter law school, he hopes to continue with his radio program, for, like so many other Americans, he's discovered that by helping others, you help your country. Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are coming forward for a curtain call. Dana Andrews and Millard Mitchell. Well, we're delighted you boys got off with such light sentences.
Yes, that prison work is a little too confining.
We all agreed on that, Dana. Millard, may I welcome you to the Radio Theater?
Thanks, Irving. I've enjoyed it immensely. Don't miss Stanley Kramer's new production of 4 Posters, starring Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer. It's a honey.
I saw you at the preview, Millard, and I agree. It's a wonderful comedy.
Yes, indeed. And Dana, I've heard raves about your exciting new Columbia picture, Assignment Paris.
Oh, thanks, Irving. It's very exciting because it's founded on today's headlines, the efforts of a newspaper man to free an American held on false charges by the communists.
That's as timely as our play for next week, Dana, because it's the story of the fight against communists on the home front and the tragedy and anguish suffered by a family when one son is discovered to be under the investigation by the FBI. It's Paramount's stirring drama of My Son John. And as our stars, John Lund, Fay Bainter, and in his original role, Academy Award winner Dean Jagger.
That'll be a great show. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks for a wonderful evening. This is Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were Sheldon Leonard as Punch, Peter Leeds as Randall, Marvin Bryan as Scott, Jack Crucian as Kopak, Herb Butterfield as Dr. Gordon, James Nusser as Dawson, Bill Johnstone as the Warden, and Robert Griffin, Dan Riss, and Chester Stratton. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. The Hollywood Radio Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Damon Runyon Theater. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theater brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, So You Won't Talk. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. It is one nippy evening of February, and I am just about to go into Mindy's to partake of some hot onion soup, which is very warming, when I see a hack pull up at the curb. An arm reaches out, and a finger on the end of the arm curls back and forth at me. Naturally, I am more than somewhat curious, so I go to the hack and look in and hear,
I am very glad I saw you, Broadway.
Ambrose Hammer. Are you nailed in the cab that you cannot get out?
Listen, Broadway, did you hear the news?
What news?
The murder.
Murder? Whose and where and who does it?
Just lend me your overcoat.
My overcoat? Now look, Ambrose, it is colder than a bookie's heart out here. Besides, I see you are wearing a Benny.
It's not for me. It's for what I got with me.
Where?
On the floor of this cab. Now, don't look, King. You might attract attention.
I will attract more attention by taking off my overcoat in the middle of the sidewalk.
Listen, I am not kidding when I say I got the only eyewitness to the murder of Grafton Wilton.
Grafton Wilton? The playboy?
The same. Somebody cooked him earlier tonight.
And you have got the only eyewitness?
The only one who can talk. Now, do I get your overcoat?
Yeah, but I...
Broadway, do not argue. Give me your overcoat so I can get this eyewitness into Mindy's.
Well, I am more than a little curious indeed, because I know that Ambrose Hammer's hobby is following murder cases, although he is a dramatic critic by trade. Also, I wish to see this eyewitness myself, so I give Ambrose my overcoat. And what happens when we get into Mindy's is something I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, So You Won't Talk.
Like I am saying, I give Ambrose Hammer my overcoat, and he ducks down and wraps something up in it. I am not able to see what it is. Then we get to a table, and the scene is as follows.
Yeah, I don't think anybody saw us, Broadway.
Look, Ambrose, you say you have got an eyewitness under that overcoat?
Exactly.
Must be an awful small eyewitness.
Not big.
Midget?
No.
A kid?
No.
Ambrose, I will probably catch pneumonia by giving you my Benny. I have got a right to know what is under it.
Okay. Take a quick look. I'll lift up the corner of the overcoat. You ready?
Sure.
Okay, now look fast.
It is something green, and it is very hoarse.
Uh-huh. A parrot.
Ambrose, I think you say a parrot?
I did.
Give me back my overcoat, and we will get you to a clinic real fast.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
Do you wish a straight answer, or do I humor you?
Look, parrots talk, don't they?
Sometimes.
And this was Grafton Wilton's parrot. The cops went over Wilton's place with a fine-tooth comb. And what did they find? I asked you, what did they find?
Mr. Grafton Wilton cooked.
Exceptionally deceased. With his nose out of joint and both eyes black. And Broadway, no trace of the murder weapon.
Oh?
Yeah. Now, personally, I've never cared for the guy at all.
Neither does anybody else.
But murder is murder.
So it is. But how about the parrot?
Aha!
Now, that is a real straight answer. It fills me in on things I do not know. Uh-huh.
Don't you get it?
Get what?
Now, look. Grafton Wilton's 2 servants were away for the night. The cops checked. Now, Wilton would never let anybody in his place he didn't know. So I figured the party who killed him was a friend.
My, how friendly can you get? It seems to me that chopping a citizen between the eyes, hard enough to make him deceased, is more than somewhat distinctly hostile.
That's beside the point.
Not to Mr. Grafton Wilton.
Forget him for a minute.
So there you are, Ambrose.
Huh? Oh,
Look,
Dawn.
How long do you think you can keep me waiting when we got a date?
Oh, Dawn, baby, I'm sorry. I forgot.
You forgot. I waited a half hour for you to show up.
Listen, baby, when you hear what I got to tell you, you'll understand. Here, sit down, huh?
Yeah. Hiya, Broadway.
Hello, Dawn. How is the dancing business?
It's a hard grind.
Now, look, we'll have something to eat here, and I'll tell you all about the murder of Grafton Wilton.
Wilton. Did you say Grafton Wilton?
Sure, why?
Grafton Wilton? You sure, Ambrose?
Sure, I'm sure. Hey, baby, you're all pale. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I'm just tired, I guess. Yeah, that's all. Just tired. There. Tell me about the murder.
Real hard at Miss Dawn Astra because it seems to me she takes this very, very big. However, I put it down to the fact that Judy's are naturally soft when it comes to hearing about citizens getting pushed off. Well, Ambrose Hammer fills her in on the details he gives me. Then he says as follows.
So, I conclude the party who killed Wilton must be a friend. Somebody he knew well enough to let in a house.
And this parrot?
Aha, that's where I'm smart. Now look. Parrots are natural talkers. They like to repeat things they hear. Right, Broadway?
I am never acquainted with parrots. I never like them.
I don't either.
That's beside the point. Now, look. This parrot was in the same room where Grafton Wilton was found chopped. The bird must have heard the party's name mentioned more than once. You get it?
You mean sooner or later this parrot is going to repeat the name of the party who kills Grafton Wilton?
Exactly.
Well, that's silly.
I don't think so.
You spent the whole evening at a murder when you had a date with me.
I like murder.
Someday I hope you go to your own.
What's burning you up?
Oh, that bird.
He didn't do a thing to you.
He made you forget you had a date with me.
Yeah, but this is an important bird, an eyewitness to the murder. And sooner or later he'll talk. And he'll repeat the name of the party who killed Wilton.
You sure of that?
He's got to.
Ambrose, lift up the overcoat and see what he has got to say now.
Sure. Now watch.
He says that when I first meet him.
It'll take patience, but he'll talk. And until he does, I'm not going to let him out of my sight.
You mean you'll take that bird along when we go out on a date?
Why not? He's small.
I should say not.
I will say one thing for this bird. He never lets go of an idea. And the idea now seems to be nothing but... Oh, shut up.
Never mind. You'll all sing a different tune the day I walk into police headquarters with the killer's name.
As the days go by, Ambrose is never without the parrot. Then one night, I am about to go into Mindy's when I see a familiar figure. It belongs to Miss Dawn Astra, and there is never any mistaking her figure for a sack of potatoes. But she is deep in conversation with a hack jockey. I wait until she finishes, then speak to her. She jumps like I hit her and says...
Oh, Broadway.
Well, yeah, what is the matter?
Matter? Nothing at all.
You are nervous.
No, I'm not.
Who do you think I am when I tap you on the shoulder?
No one. That is, well, you just scared me, that's all.
Why?
Why what?
Why do I scare you?
What difference does it make?
Not at all to me. And by the way, is not that cab jockey I see you talking to one Julius Smung?
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
He is at one time your fiancé.
That's all over.
Sure.
What's the idea asking me all these questions?
I am very sorry. I will not ask any more.
All right, don't.
So I will be still.
Where's Ambrose?
Since I am not in the habit of making dates with him, I do not know.
Has he still got that awful parrot?
The last I see of him, it looks like he might marry into the bird family. Why?
Has it said anything?
Just...
Oh, I see. Well, I'm late for my show.
Yeah, by the way, how is it that you do not know where Ambrose is? Is there not a romance between you?
I thought you weren't going to ask any more questions.
Okay.
But since you did ask, I told him it was me or the bird.
He gives you up because of that parrot? He is developing rattles.
Yeah, well, I gotta go now. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I will see you later, Miss Dawn Asper. The more I think of it, the more I think Miss Dawn Astra is acting more than somewhat strange indeed. But I think it is none of my business, and go into Mindy's. I am there maybe no more than 4 or 5 hours when Ambrose Hammer comes in. As usual, he is carrying the big cage with the parrot in it. He sits down by me and says,
Broadway, it looks as though I'm going to have to give up the bird.
Maybe because of Miss Dawn Astra?
How'd you know about that?
She tells me.
Oh. Well, not only that, but my editor informed me that my dramatic criticisms are taken lightly because people seem to mistrust a man who is very close with a parrot.
Does the bird say anything yet?
Nothing. Wait a minute, maybe you'll talk now. Hey, you. Talk. Talk, will ya?
Well, business at the same old stand.
That's disheartening. Here I am with the only eyewitness to a murder, and he won't talk. I give up Dawn to keep the bird. I risk making an idiot of myself, and he says... See what I mean?
Ambrose.
What?
What name do you expect him to say?
The name of the murderer. What else?
It could be any name? Like a girl's name?
No, not a girl. The blow that killed Grafton Wilton couldn't have been struck by a woman.
Oh, I see.
Why?
I'm just asking.
Broadway, here I sit with the solution to a case that's baffled the cops. But the solution won't talk. Now, in order to keep my job, I gotta give up that parrot.
Look, Ambrose, it seems to me that you are going too far. Why do you not keep the bird in your apartment when you go out? Do you have to take him with you?
Sure, because at any moment he may say that name.
Oh.
I can't... Hey, I just thought of something.
Yeah, what?
You keep him for me.
Me?
Sure.
No.
Look, keep him in your hotel room.
I will not be nursemaid to a bird.
I'll pay you.
I will not... How much?
$5 a day.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. You mean that you will pay me £1 a day to watch this bird?
Sure. Just sit with him. Listen to everything he says and write it down.
How do you spell awk?
You'll do it?
For £1 a day, I will keep an eye on the Bronx Zoo and talk to all the animals.
It's a deal. Come on. Let's take him to your place now. It's a solution. But remember, you gotta sit tight and listen to him because he...
Because he what?
Broadway. You see that doll at the table near the door?
The one with the black hair and real white face?
Yeah. Who is she?
I never seen her before.
I have. I know that face. I know it.
Well, congratulations.
Come on. Excuse me, miss, but I think I know you.
I don't think you do.
I'm Ambrose Hammer, dramatic critic.
I said you don't know me. And I don't know you.
I never forget a face. Especially if it's ever been in the newspapers.
Who said mine was?
Oh, well, maybe I'm wrong. Excuse me. Let's go, Broadway.
Sure.
I'll swear I know that doll. And I'll swear it's in connection with...
With what?
I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about that now. The big thing is to get the parrot to your place. Broadway,
you're going to be in on the most sensational crime solution of the century.
And he is right. But it does not turn out quite like he expects it. However, it is very strange indeed what does happen. And what that is, I will tell you in a minute.
And now back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, So You Won't Talk.
Well, like I am saying, Ambrose Hammer gives me the parrot. He also gives me a $1 a day for being the bird's secretary. Although I have to admit that it is the most non-committal parrot I ever see. It comes up one night, and I am in my room just looking at the bird, when the scene is as follows. You say something? Look, Big Nose, it is time you open up with a little information. It is now 3 days since you live here, and I am getting tired of talking to myself, you hear? Maybe you are just stir crazy. Maybe... You will pardon me while I answer my phone? Hello? Oh, yeah. To be quiet is not for you. No, I'm not talking to you, Big Sam. Huh? What? Well, how big is the game? Yeah, I see. Yeah, well, look, Big Sam, I would dearly love to toss a few cubes, but I have got a job, and... Yeah, I see. Okay, I will be there. Yeah, in 10 minutes. So long. Excuse me, but I have got to go out. Do you mind? Thank you. Look, I will leave you a pad and pencil. If you have got anything important to say in the next hour, write it down. Goodbye.
Broadway, I have got to see this parrot you talk about.
Well, sure. Maybe he will talk to you, Sam.
Where is he?
Over there in his... Oh, my goodness.
The door to the cage is open, and your window is open.
He is a most ungrateful bird. I give him a good home, and he deserts.
Well, look out the window.
There is nothing out there but New York. Sam, the bird is gone. Ambrose Hammer will be very angry because this is a valuable bird. Besides, he pays me $1 a day for taking care of it.
Oh, that is bad.
£1 a day is £1 a day.
Yeah. Hey, look. You win 15 fish tonight.
It is not worth it.
Wait a minute. There's some pet shops over there on 8th Avenue. Why not mosey over there and pick up another bird?
It will not be the same as this one.
Oh, who knows the difference? They're all green. Unless this one has a birthmark.
Yeah. Maybe that is a good idea.
Sure. You buy another bird, put it in this cage. Ambrose will never know the difference. And you will go on collecting the $5 a day. And besides, you will keep out of trouble with Ambrose.
Sam, you are right. Come on. So I buy a new parrot that the guy in the bird store tells me is a good talker. Of course, to be better than the one who flies away is no hard job, even for a very backward bird. I put this new one in the cage the old one vacates on short notice. Then I look up Ambrose Hammer, who is at Mindy's. I take the parrot there, and the scene is as follows.
I've been waiting for you, Broadway.
Yeah, I know.
Did he talk yet?
Not a word. I got 4 pages of arcs written down.
Take the cover off.
In here?
Of course, why not?
Well, Ambrose, maybe we better wait.
What's the matter with you? Take the cover off.
Okay. But before I do not be surprised.
At what?
At anything.
Go ahead, take off the cover.
Sure.
Hello there, fella.
Yeah, you see what I mean? He has got a one-oak mind.
Yeah. I thought maybe different surroundings would make him talk. Broadway, I tell you, this bird knows the killer.
Maybe he shuts his eyes at the time.
Sooner or later, he will talk, and he will...
You're here.
Listen, he talked. He said something.
Yeah, he talks.
Come on, boy, talk some more. Broadway, give him a crack.
Sure, here, have a cracker.
I can lick anybody in the joint.
That is nothing for even a parrot to say, what with certain citizens in the place.
Well, he's getting over the shock of seeing his master killed. The mental block is going away. It was psychological before, but now you...
What a babe! What a babe!
Look, every doll in the place turns around.
Quick, put the cover back on. I don't want her to spill the name in front of everybody. Get the cover back on.
I do not like the way certain citizens are looking at us. This parrot can be dangerous.
Now I'll show people a few things. They thought I was crazy before. Wait till this bird gives me the tip. I'm going to... Broadway, look. There's the same doll sitting over there.
Yeah, the one that says she does not know you.
I know her from someplace. I never forget her face.
Especially one like that.
Coal black hair, white skin, big dark eyes.
I never see her around here before the night you first see her.
Yeah, her name's on the tip of my tongue. Come on, let's talk to her.
Without an introduction?
What's the difference? Come on.
How about the bird?
Bring him along, but keep him covered.
Look, Ambrose, she is watching you.
Yeah. And does it seem to you that she looks a little scared?
Mm-hmm, it does.
If only I could think of her name.
You are just like the parrot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Hello.
Goodbye.
Look, I know you from someplace.
I said you don't. You tried that line the other night, and it didn't work then. It won't work now.
Yeah, but I never forget a face. Maybe I forget names, but not faces.
All right. Take a good look at me. Well?
Just can't find a name.
All right, then stop staring at me and stop talking to me. You've taken a good look at me. You don't know me. Now leave me alone. You hear? Just leave me alone.
Well, it looks like the lady wishes nothing to do with you, Ambrose.
Yeah, I guess it does at that. Well, it's not important. What is the fact that this bird's finally decided to open his mouth and turn stooly. And it won't be long before you'll read in the papers that Ambrose Hammer cracks the Grafton Wilton murder case.
A few more days go by. Ambrose Hammer is tossed out of places because he now insists on taking the parrot with him again. In fact, Ambrose Hammer has to defend himself several times when certain citizens claim Ambrose makes nasty remarks about them or their dolls. But it is only the bird telling all and sundry what he thinks of them, and the parrot's choice of language is by no means pure. However, Ambrose stays with it. Then it is one night in Mindy's, and the scene is as follows.
So close and yet so far.
Nothing yet, huh, Ambrose?
The bird's gone through all the names in the world. They're not exactly names a person could use.
Well, why do you not just give it up, Ambrose?
I should say not.
But look, you almost lose your job. You are getting the reputation of being more than somewhat rattled. And you also lose Miss Dawn Astor.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that reminds me. Where is Dawn?
I do not know. I do not see her for several days.
Yeah, it's very funny. Hey, that reminds me again. When I walked in here tonight, a waiter gave me an envelope. What'd I do with that? Oh. Here it is.
Who's it from?
Hey, this is in Dawn's handwriting. Oh, no. Oh.
What is the matter?
Look, read this.
Yes, sir. Dear Ambrose, when you receive this, Julius Smung and I will be on our way to South America where we will be married. Julius Smung. That is the guy she is soft for before she meets you.
Yeah. And I lose her because of this. Shut up.
There is more. You wish me to read it?
Go ahead.
We are leaving suddenly because we are afraid it might come out that Julius calls on Mr. Grafton the night of the murder.
Huh? Go ahead, read more.
I do not tell you this, Ambrose, because I know you will get mad if you find out I once have a date with Grafton Wilton. Julius goes to see him for insulting me and...
Oh, go on.
Ambrose. She says that Julius hits Grafton Wilton and kills him.
Wow. How do you like that? That dirty double-cross... Broadway, all dolls are no good. She let me carry this undersized eagle around for weeks, and all the time she knew it was Julius Smung who killed Wilton.
There is more.
That's enough.
It says P.S. Kindly do not tell it around that Julius kills Mr. Wilton because we do not wish any publicity about it.
All that dirty...
Oh, shut up.
No, wait a minute. That bird just had a name.
But Ambrose...
Polly, Broadway, that's it. Pretty Polly. That Dame, that doll, the one whose name I was trying to remember. That's it.
Now, look, Ambrose, there was something I have got to tell you.
No, it'll keep. Where is she? Come on, guess.
What for? Ambrose, please, before you go off on the wrong steer.
I know that bird is going to tip me off.
Do not speak to her, Ambrose. I tell you, do not speak to her.
Just watch this. Well. Hello there.
You again. I told you to keep away.
You mind if I sit down?
Either you'll beat her or I'll have you thrown out.
Will you? Pretty Polly. Pretty Polly Olligan. I never forget her face.
Ambrose, before you do any more...
Broadway, meet Pretty Polly Olligan.
How are you? Look, Ambrose, this bird is not...
So, you're the one who was with Grafton Wilton that night, huh, Polly?
You can't know. You can't.
But the bird knew it.
Here we go.
3 years ago, you, Pretty Polly, was sent to Auburn for trying to shake down Grafton Wilton on a breach of promise suit.
It was not a shakedown. It was on a level. I couldn't fight his millions.
So you bumped him.
Ambrose, let us take our parrot and go someplace else before...
Broadway, will you shut up?
Okay, but I warn you...
Polly, you're not in town for your health. Also, you had a good motive for cooking Wilton.
Yes, I did.
And did you?
Yes, I did. I went to see him.
You had 2 black eyes and a banged-up nose.
How did you know?
Never mind.
We talked. And I put something in his drink.
Sure. That killed him.
But Julius Small...
the police and no dopes, Broadway. They knew Wilton was poisoned, but kept it to themselves. But they kept looking for the citizen who blacked his eyes.
Now what'll you do?
Well, there's only one thing I can do.
Yeah, I know. But I'm glad. I've been trying to go to the police for days, and I couldn't. Now I'm glad.
Sure. It's better this way.
Yeah.
Now, Broadway, you believe me about the parrot tipping us off?
Well,
What the devil are you trying to tell me?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. You kept trying to warn me about something.
Oh, no. You are mistaken, Ambrose. Sure. You are mistaken. Of course, I figured that telling Ambrose about the switch and the parrots will do no good now. And there is no sense in getting him mad at me for nothing. But that is not the end of the story. The payoff comes a couple of days later. And I will tell you about it in a minute. Saying it is a couple of days later that I am sitting in Mindy's when in walks Ambrose Hammer and sits down by me. I see that something is on his mind, and I ask him to get it off. And he says...
Yeah, there is something on my mind.
And what is that, Ambrose?
I can't get over what a close call I had with that Dawn Astor.
Close call? What are you talking about, Ambrose?
Why, at one time I was crazy about that doll. I was going to ask her to marry me.
Think of that. But why is that a close call?
Well, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's a doll who can't tell the truth.
What? Does Dawn lie to you?
Yeah, I just got around to reading all this note she sent me. What with all the excitement?
That note? Well, what does it say?
Yeah, funny you didn't see it, Broadway. You read it.
Sometimes I am nearsighted.
Broadway, when you had the parrot, did you take good care of it?
When I have it, I take very good care of it.
Sure. So why should she lie? Why should she tell me she stole the parrot from your hotel room?
She says that? But why?
She says she was afraid the parrot would talk and mention Julius Smong.
Oh, I see. And you say she lies. Well, what makes you say that?
Because the parrot is never out of our possession. The only parrot who could possibly give us the name of the murderer. Pretty Polly.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, So You Won't Talk. Listen in again next week for... Damon Runyon Theater. The Damon Runyon Theater with John Brown as Broadway is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Carstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production.
Pet Milk Show, usually heard at this time, has moved to a new time period on Sunday nights. Be sure to hear Larry Douglas and Kay Arman on the new Pet Milk Show tomorrow night on NBC.
And now, here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to a homicide detail. A man's wife has suddenly dropped from sight. On the surface, it appears only as a routine missing persons case. You start to investigate. Suspicion grows. There is evidence of possible foul play. Your job, find the woman or find her murderer.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. Investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, September 15th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from lunch, and it was 12:56 when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Hi, Joe. Waiting for you.
Hiya, Ben. Al.
Hi.
I hear you got something for us.
Here's a report right here. Gardener by the name of Eric Kelby called in day before yesterday. Said his wife disappeared from their home out in the valley Sunday night. Says he thinks she left him.
That happens every day, Barghetti.
Not this way, it doesn't. Walsh and I went out yesterday to interview the guy. Story doesn't add.
Why not?
None of her clothes are missing. None of her luggage. She even left her pocketbook behind, full of money. Found out from the neighbors a missing woman is a 17-year-old boy by a former marriage.
So what?
An only child. Mother dotes on the kid. Shouldn't even say goodbye to him.
How did this Eric Kelby impress you?
Pretty grouchy with Walsh and me. No cooperation.
Wants to find his wife, doesn't he?
I don't know if he does or not. There's no help, I'll tell you that.
Can I see that report a minute now?
Oh, here you are.
Agnes Trumbull Kelby, age 39.
Kelby's her second husband. First one died a little after the boy was born.
Mm-hmm. Disappeared Sunday night from her home, 546 Belasco Road, between 7 and 8 o'clock. When did Kelby call in?
Monday afternoon. Said he thought his wife might be spending the night with her sister. When he found out she wasn't, called us.
Did you meet the boy while you were out there, Borghetti?
Yeah, that's another thing. Kid came riding in on a bike while we were talking to one of the neighbors. Tried to talk to him, but the old man came out, hustled him inside the house. Then he starts eating us out.
What'd he say?
Told us it was our job to find his wife, not to go prying into his stepson's affairs.
Well, that's a new slant.
How about her friends and relatives around here, Al? Any besides her sister?
Walsh located a couple of her aunts. I don't think he's checked them yet, though. I'll tell you, boys, this is one I'll bet on.
Maybe. You got the names of Mrs. Kelby's relatives?
Oh, yeah. Right over here. Sure wish we had a chance to talk to that boy.
Yeah. How's it feel to you, Ben?
I don't know. Notice anything else funny about the guy, Al?
I don't know. Well, here's those names, Joe.
Thanks.
Kelby was upset, all right. For some reason, he didn't strike me as reacting the way a normal guy reacts when his wife disappears.
All right, Al. How would you react?
Barghetti's worrying again.
Oh, now listen, boys. It's no fooling matter. This is one I'll bet on. It's a homicide.
All right. How about a copy of this report?
Yeah, where'll I get the phone? Missing persons, Spaghetti. Who's that? Oh. Yes. Yes. About what? Oh, sure. All right, son. 4:00. Yeah. Goodbye. That was Kelby's stepson. What do you want? Think something's happened to his mother.
In police work, missing persons detail is not a department separate in itself. It is organized as a part of the Homicide Bureau. According to Barghetti, who took the call, the boy said he suspected his stepfather, and he didn't want him to know of any meeting between him and police officers. He would meet the officers that afternoon at 4 p.m. in a restaurant on the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Fairfax Avenue. At 3:15, Ben and I left the office and drove out to the meeting place, the Dairyland Fountain and Coffee Shop. We arrived there at 3:45. At 8 minutes to 5, the Kelby boy still had not arrived.
Youngster's not very prompt.
Well, let's wait a little while longer.
Yeah. Smoke?
Yeah, thanks.
Want some more coffee?
No, thanks. Well, I guess the boy isn't going to show.
Think something's happened?
15 minutes after we left the coffee shop, we drove up in front of the gate of the Kelby Nursery on Belasco Road. The house itself was set well back on the property, which covered about 4 acres. The entire nursery was surrounded by a 6-foot steel wire fence, and it looked like almost every available foot of ground inside was planted with some kind of a flower or shrub. Kelby met us at the gate.
Yes? What do you men want?
Police officers. Are you Mr. Kelby?
Yes, what do you want?
Well, if you'll shut those dogs up for a minute, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
I'm busy now. Can't you come back tomorrow?
It's pretty important, Mr. Kelby. I think we better talk right now.
All right, if you have to. Red, Giant, down. You too, Jaime. Quiet. All right. Now, what do you want?
Mind if we come inside?
These watchdogs of mine are pretty vicious. We can talk here at the gate.
All right, Mr. Kelby. This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday. We've been assigned to look into your wife's disappearance.
Oh. Did you find anything yet?
Nothing definite. Maybe you can help us. Would you tell us exactly what happened the night your wife disappeared?
What do you mean, what happened?
Well, when did you last see her? When you first noticed she was gone?
We finished up Sunday night dinner about 7 o'clock, and I laid down for a nap. Agnes went out on the front porch for some air. I woke up a little before 8 and went outside to look for her. She was gone.
Nobody saw her leave, Mr. Kelby?
Not that I know of. Maybe some of our nosy neighbors, I don't know.
How about your stepson? Wasn't he around Sunday night?
Bruce? No, went out to a show with some other kids.
When did he get back from the show?
About 10, I think. Why?
Where's your stepson now?
Who are you looking for, my wife or my stepson?
Both, Mr. Kelby. Where's your stepson?
Gone. I took him over to my sister's in Alhambra. Been feeling bad since his mother disappeared. Figured the change would do him good.
When did you take him over to your sister's, Kelby?
This afternoon. What's that got to do with it?
We'd like to talk to Bruce.
No, I can't allow it. The boy's too upset. I can't allow it.
I'm afraid you're going to have to allow it.
Listen, mister, you can get off this property right now. No cop's giving me sass.
Nobody's giving you sass, Kelby. We want to talk to your stepson, that's all. He might give us a clue as to the whereabouts of your wife.
And I say you can't see the boy. What's more, you cops couldn't find thorns on a rose patch. I'll get somebody else to look for Agnes. It's my business anyway, nobody else's.
It's our business, too, if anything's happened to her.
What are you talking about?
You better get your coat, Mr. Kelby. We're taking you in for questioning.
You come through that gate, and I'm going to let these dogs go accidentally.
I'd hate to shoot the dogs. Now go on in the house and get your coat. Eric Kelby turned and made his way up the path and into the house. 5 minutes later, he came out. Without a word to either of us, he came down the path, closed the gate behind him, and got into our car. On the way back to headquarters, he chatted pleasantly about the weather, the nursery business, and his dogs. When we pulled up in front of the city hall, we met the reason for his sudden change in temperament. His lawyer was waiting for us at the door. We took Kelby to one of the interrogation rooms. His lawyer tagged along. We tried to question him, but the lawyer objected to 2 out of every 3 questions we asked. It was hopeless, and we knew it. So did the lawyer. We released Kelby, but we did get the name and address of his sister where the stepson Bruce was staying. After they left, Ben and I got back in the car and drove out to Alhambra to check on the boy.
Spaghetti had this one pegged right, Joe. It's a real sleeper.
Yeah. I'd like to know how the stepson missed that date with us this afternoon.
Well, if the kid called us from the house, his stepfather could have overheard him.
It's possible. Sister's house ought to be along this block, shouldn't it?
Yeah, let's see. 1408, 1406. Right is, Joe. A gray cottage, 1402.
Right. Well, it's a nice-looking little place, isn't it? Well kept.
Yeah, it's a nice neighborhood. I wonder how the lot prices run out here. Somebody's coming.
Yes, what is it?
Police officers, ma'am. Are you Miss Kelby?
Bertha Kelby, yes, that's my name. Why?
We talked to your brother earlier today, Miss Kelby. He said that you brought his stepson Bruce here to stay for a while. We'd like to see him.
Bruce? Yes, he was here till about, an hour and a half ago. I went to the store, and when I came back, he was gone.
Have you any idea where he might be, Miss Kelby?
Well, I telephoned my brother Eric's place just before you came to the door. He's not there. I don't know where he might be. I'm worried about him. He seems so upset. This business about his mother's disappearance, you know.
Would you mind if we came in and looked around, Miss Kelby?
Well, no, not at all.
We went in and looked the house over from one end to the other. There wasn't a trace of the boy. We drove back to Kelby's nursery and satisfied ourselves the boy wasn't there. Then we came back to Alhambra and we kept an eye on Miss Bertha Kelby's home until midnight. No one came or went. At 5 minutes past midnight, the lights went off in the living room, and a few minutes later, in the back of the house. The next morning, when Ben and I checked in for work as usual at 8 o'clock, we met with Captain of Homicide, Frank Kearney.
What makes you two so positive there has been any foul play in this Kelby thing?
That's just it, Cap. We're not positive. It's a whole setup. It smells bad.
For instance?
That lawyer. If a man's innocent, he doesn't need a lawyer to sit with him in the interrogation room and tell him not to answer questions. Number two, that kid's telephone call.
Maybe he doesn't get along with his stepfather. It happens, you know. Maybe he's trying to get back at him for something or other.
Maybe. Then why is Kelby hiding him out?
You sure he's hiding him out?
No other way to take it, Cap.
The Kelby woman walked away from her home Sunday night. Nobody saw her. She took nothing with her. No clothes, no luggage, no money. You checked with the family doctor?
Yesterday. He told us Mrs. Kelby was in perfect health. We double-checked the Wanderer's file and the Repeater's file in missing persons. Couldn't find her name in either one.
How about her relatives in town?
Haven't had a chance to talk to him yet, Cap. We'll check him this morning.
Well, one thing's certain. The woman couldn't have gone very far.
We checked the sheriff's office, the jails, the hospitals.
We've sent out a teletype and an APB. Every cop in the city has her description. She's been gone almost 4 days, but nobody's seen her. How does that add up to you?
It doesn't. You better move on it. Check every one of Mrs. Kelby's friends and relatives.
Right, Frank.
Then try the neighbors. As long as I've been a cop, neighbors have been able to tell everything about anyone.
All that day, Ben and I made the rounds. First stop was the Western National Bank, where Mrs. Kelby maintained her account. Her savings statement showed a total balance of $31,564.17. Her separate checking account had a balance of $842.71. At the Farmers Mutual, we found the record of an insurance policy issued to Agnes Trumbull Kelby. It was a 20-pay life policy covering the insured in the amount of $30,000. The beneficiary was listed as the insured son, Bruce Trumbull Kelby, if living upon the receipt of such due proof. If not, the insured's husband, Eric J. Kelby. By the time we finished checking her financial status, the odds were piling up fast. From only casual reports, we knew that Eric Kelby was a frugal man. If he was greedy as well, if he wanted or needed money badly enough to kill, then he had all the motives necessary to murder his wife. Maybe his stepson, too. Ben and I started to make the rounds of Mrs. Kelby's friends and relatives. Our first stop was at the apartment of Agnes Kelby's sister, a talkative maiden lady in her early 60s.
Agnes just isn't that kind. Oh, I'm worried sick about this. I really am. And Bruce, the poor lad, he must be heartsick. And Eric, what does Eric say about all this?
He says he thinks his wife left him.
Left him? Why, that's ridiculous. How strange.
Can you think of any good reason why your sister would leave Mr. Kelby?
Why, no. They had tiffs, of course, small ones. But, of course, there was that argument about Bruce. The two of them always seem to be arguing about Bruce.
How do you mean, ma'am?
Oh, well, raising the boy and all, you know. The last time I talked to them, they were tiffing about whether or not Bruce should be paid for working in the nursery for Eric. And the strangest thing, Eric seemed to be so upset about it all. Imagine. All on account of paying the boy a few dollars for good, honest work in that silly nursery. Well, you know, I'm the outspoken kind, and I just told Eric. Eric, I said, don't be an old meanie. Pay the boy.
That was the extent of the information which Mrs. Kelby's sister had to offer. Next, we called on an aunt, Mrs. James D. Trumbull, 83 years old. She could hardly understand our questions, let alone answer them. She hadn't seen her niece, Agnes, in a year. After that, we paid a visit to one of Mrs. Kelby's friends, a Mrs. Lillian Humboldt.
Well, I'm sorry, Sergeant, but I can't think of any good reason why she would leave him. Unless that silly business about Bruce got out of hand.
You know, maybe Eric is just a little jealous of the boy.
Next, we called on Daisy McLeod, who worked as a day maid for Mrs. Kelby.
Officer, what Mr. and Mrs. Kelby thought, what they said, what they did, it's none of my business. I come in the morning, I do my work, I do it well. I'm not the nosy type, and I don't pry. I take half an hour for lunch, and when I'm through, I take my pay, and I don't expect tips, and I take the bus home. I'm not the peeking through the keyhole kind, sneaking around corners listening. But what I couldn't tell you about that man.
Exactly what do you mean, Miss McLeod?
Oh, he's a hard man, you know. They're always arguing about the boy. Bruce this, Bruce that. He's a nice boy, I think. He's never done anything to me. Oh, but the arguments. Him and her all the time. Should the boy be paid for working? Shouldn't he? Why? Why not all the time? It's just...
When Ben and I finished with a list of Mrs. Kelby's friends, relatives, and employees, we started out on the neighbors. None of them saw Mrs. Kelby after 6 p.m. the night she disappeared. 2 of the neighbors said they saw the porch light burning after 7 p.m., but both said the porch was empty. Mrs. Kelby was not sitting in her chair at the usual time after dinner. According to them, that was one of her habits. It was 10 minutes to 6 by the time Ben and I got back to the office. The light was still burning in Captain Kearney's office.
Full day, Joe. Lot of mileage.
Yeah. Wonder what the captain's hanging around for.
Let's find out.
Get anything?
Pretty good luck, Cap.
Good. I've got some more for you. Just walked in 5 minutes ago.
What do you mean, Frank? Who walked in?
Bruce Kelby. He's waiting in the next room.
We went in the next room and met Bruce Kelby. He was small for a 17-year-old, dark-haired, and a little on the sickly side. He told us that he couldn't keep the date he made with us on the phone because his stepfather apparently did overhear the conversation and drove him directly to his sister's home in Alhambra. We asked him why he was so sure that his stepfather was responsible for his mother's sudden disappearance.
For one thing, all 3 of us usually go to the early show on Sunday night. Eric, Mom, and me. But last Sunday, Eric said he wasn't feeling good and he wanted Mom to stay home and take care of him. Then he told me to go on ahead to the show, so I did.
What time did you get home, son?
About 9:30, 9:45.
What was your stepfather doing when you got home?
Sitting in the living room reading the paper.
You notice anything unusual about the way he acted?
He was nervous and jumpy, more than usual, I think.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. When I came in through the front yard, I noticed the dogs had mud all over their paws. They'd been out somewhere in the nursery plots. And they won't go out in the plots unless Eric's with them. He doesn't want them to trample the seedlings.
What would your stepfather be doing out in the nursery at night? Does he usually do some work at night?
No, sir. None of the plots are even lighted. Only the greenhouses.
And the paths in the greenhouses are usually graveled, aren't they? No mud around.
It's my job to see that the greenhouse paths are kept graveled. I know they're not muddy. I fixed them the day before, Saturday.
What do you think it means, son?
I don't know. I don't want to think about it. I just know he's done something. He's done something to her.
Did your stepfather give you any reason for keeping you away from the police officers the other day?
No, sir. He said people were getting nosy, and he said it might be better for me over at Aunt Bertha's. She's his sister.
Do you think your Aunt Bertha might know where your mother is?
No, we hardly ever see her. We don't know her well at all.
We've heard your mother and your stepfather argued about whether you should be paid for your work in the nursery.
When I started to work for him, he promised he'd pay me. I was saving up to buy a 31 Model A. And then after a couple of months, when he didn't pay me, I asked him. He told me I ought to be glad to work for him for nothing.
And your mother argued with him over that?
Sure, it was her money that bought the nursery anyway.
How'd you get away from your aunt's place last night?
Well, Bertha had some shopping to do, and she left me alone. She locked the door to my room. Even the screen over the window in my room was nailed down, but I kicked it out and got away. I stayed at a friend's house last night.
Thought about where you're going to stay tonight?
I don't know. But I'm not going home. And I'm not going back to Bertha's place either. I'll get a room.
How'd you like to stay at my house a few days?
Sure nice of you, sir. Maybe I'd better not. Mom might not like it.
Oh, I'll take care of that. Now let's hop out and get some dinner.
Sure darn nice of you, sir.
All right, son. Come with me.
What do you think, Joe?
He could be lying? Yeah.
Now what, Cap? Shall we bring Kelby in again?
No, not yet. He's found out by now from his sister that the boy's gone. He probably figures the police station is the first place he'd come.
Wouldn't do much good pulling him in now, Ben. We couldn't even question him. 10 to 1 his lawyer'd be waiting for us when we got back.
That's the problem. How do we get to this Kelby without his lawyer finding out?
Well, what about the early morning, Cap? Say tomorrow, about 5 or 6 a.m. Think you'd be looking for us then?
Yeah, that might do it.
If we can just get by that pack of hounds he owns without waking the whole neighborhood, might work.
If we could just question him alone. I got an idea it wouldn't take much to make him cop out.
All right, give it a try. Get out there in the early morning and bring him in for questioning as quietly as possible. I'll be in at 6 a.m. If you want me before then, call me at home.
All right, Frank.
Kelby's got a smart lawyer. It's going to be plenty hard to convict him without a body and corroborating evidence.
He's got 4 acres out there, Cap. You can hide a lot of bodies in 4 acres.
Well, that's what I mean. This case isn't ending. It's just beginning.
The next morning, Ben and I met at the office about a few minutes past 4 a.m. We had a cup of coffee and a donut at an all-night restaurant, and then we started for the Kelby place out on Belasco Road. We took 4 pounds of fresh horse meat with us to keep the dogs quiet if they raised a fuss. It was 28 minutes past 4 when Ben pulled the car to a stop a few hundred feet from the gate to the Kelby nursery. We got out of the car and made our way down the road to the gate. I reached in and tried the latch. It was padlocked. The dogs started in. Okay, Ben, looks like we'll have to jump the fence. Toss some of that horse meat over to him.
Yeah, here.
That's it. Come on, let's climb.
Keep an eye on those hounds. Looks like they could chew your leg off.
Yeah. Here comes the third one, Ben. Toss some more meat.
Yeah, there you are, boy. Go get it. Go get it, boy. Here.
Look, Ben, lights going on in the house.
Come on, let's make it fast.
Who is it? Who's there? I'll set the dogs on you.
Police officers, Mr. Kelby.
What? What are you doing out here this time of night?
You're under arrest, Kelby. Get your coat.
You cops are asking for a peck of trouble.
Get your coat.
Where's my stepson? What you done with him?
What have you done with your wife?
You're going to pay for this. I'll have your jobs.
That's not the first time we heard that, Kelby. Let's go. Lights burning in the captain's office.
Yeah. All right, Kelby, in here.
You pay for this, mark my word.
Ben, take him in the office here and stay with him. I'll see if Frank's in yet.
Right, Joe. Come on, Kelby, inside.
Friday? Did you bring in Kelby?
He's down in the interrogation room. Ben's with him.
Somebody saw you.
Don't think so.
They must have. Kelby's lawyer's sitting in the next room.
Kelby again refused to answer any questions without the advice of his attorney. We released him. That day, Captain Kearney sent out 2 men to keep an eye on the nursery and report on all of Kelby's movements. Shortly after 7 o'clock that night, just after nightfall, we tried once again to bring in Kelby for questioning without his lawyer's knowledge. It didn't work. A little after we booked him, his lawyer obtained a writ of habeas corpus. We had to release him again. The 2 men assigned to stake out the Kelby place reported definitely that somebody was tipping the lawyer whenever unknown visitors showed up at the nursery and drove off with Kelby. There was nothing we could do about it. The next morning, Kearney came up with a lead.
I had a long talk with the boy last night. Accidentally, I think he's given us a pretty good lead.
Yeah?
There's only one way we'll ever get a conviction. That's by finding the body and evidence to tie Kelby in.
Yeah, that'll do it. Where do we start looking?
In a new rose bed next to one of the greenhouses in Kelby's nursery. The kid came up with it last night.
How come?
First, Kelby's crazy about saving $1 and making one.
Yeah.
In the nursery trade, especially where you have a limited area to work in, like Kelby, you cultivate every foot of ground. Every bit of soil you got is planted with something. Kelby's not the type to waste anything. Especially he's not the kind that would let ground lie fallow when he could plant something that might bring in a few dollars next season. Bruce tells me his stepfather has every inch of those 4 acres planted. Every inch. Except a 6 by 9 foot plot of ground in that rose garden.
Oh, it sounds like a long shot to me, Frank.
The boy said he prepared that piece of ground for planting late Saturday afternoon. His stepfather wanted it ready for Sunday morning. The plot of ground's still vacant.
Might have planted it yesterday, Cap. When's the last time you checked?
Before I came to work this morning. I called the men on stakeout next to the nursery. They told me the plot's still empty.
It's worth a chance, Frank. When do we look it over?
Tonight. I don't want Kelby or his lawyer to know a thing until we find that body.
Well, how are we going to work it?
We'll order up a crew from the crime lab. They can take probings through that plot and all around it. They can tell us without any guesswork how deep that ground's been worked over lately.
When do you want to start?
Be here in the office at 8:30 tonight. If my hunches are any good, we'll find a body.
It was 10 minutes past 9 that night when we got to the Kelby place. Lieutenant Lee Jones and his assistants, Kearney, Ben, and 2 other men from Homicide. The men on stakeout told us that Kelby had left about 20 minutes before in a dark blue coupe. Ben brought along the usual supply of horse meat for the dogs, so we didn't have any trouble there. We found the empty plot of ground in the rose bed next to the greenhouse, exactly as Bruce described it to Kearney.
Ground's been worked over all right, boys. At least 4 to 5 feet down.
All right, Lee, let's start digging. Romero, take care of the dogs. Watson, grab one of these shovels.
Right, Captain.
Hey, Gilbert said these dogs were vicious, didn't he?
Yeah, why?
Look at these hounds. They're no more vicious than a lively coal. Look.
Higgins, get that light over here, will you? Thanks.
What is it, Lee?
Let me see. Teeth. Set of false teeth.
Been in the ground long?
Don't think so, judging from the shape they're in.
How far down would you say, Yarley?
A couple of feet. Ground's real soft.
Lee, come here a minute.
What is it?
Body. Here's the shoulder.
All right, you men over here with Watson. Get the dirt off the face. Romero, you got a picture of the Kelby woman?
Yeah, Cap. Let's see. Oh, here it is.
Thanks. Get the light down here.
Hunch paid off, Frank. That's her. Ben and I went back to the car and notified communications to broadcast a want for murder on Eric Kelby. His description, together with a description of the car and license number of the car he was driving, was rebroadcast every 15 minutes. Then we went back to check the house. We found the front door unlocked. We went inside and looked around. In one bedroom, we found clothes scattered over the bed and the floor. There was only one old suit remaining in the closet. On the table next to the bed, we found an airline's timetable. We got to the phone and notified communications to alert all police details at railroad stations, bus terminals, and airlines, and then to send out an APB on the teletype. After that, we checked with the airlines. One of them told us that a man answering Kelby's description had booked passage for Mexico City. The plane was scheduled to take off at 10:40 that night from Burbank Airport. Ben's watch said 4 minutes past 10. We called the detail at the airport and alerted them. Then we drove over to check in person. It was 10:35 p.m. when Ben and I took up our positions just inside Gate 3, where passengers were boarding Flight 72 for Mexico City.
He's cutting it close, Joe. Got about 4 minutes more to make that plane.
We waited. The crowd got thicker as departure time came closer. At 10:39, Eric Kelby came through the main entrance, across the terminal, through Gate 3, into a pair of handcuffs.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
We found your wife's body, Kelby.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
In the rose patch next to the greenhouse. Your lawyer can't help this time.
Mexico City. Would have been a nice trip. Expensive.
I'll plead insanity. I didn't know what I was doing.
Be a nice vacation next year, Joe, Mexico City. I'm going to talk to my wife about it.
I didn't mean it. She slapped me. We were arguing about the boy. I didn't mean it.
I don't know if you did or not, Kelby, but you killed her. Come on. You missed your plane.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Eric Kelby was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He is now awaiting execution in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 14th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of W.A. Wharton, Acting Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to William J. Weston, Jr. of the Washington, D.C. Police Department, who on the evening of March 4th, 1945, gave his life so that yours might be more secure. Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. If you enjoyed tonight's production of Dragnet, you'll want to listen to Richard Diamond, private detective, as played by the screen's romantic tough guy, Dick Powell.
Pet Milk Show, usually heard at this time, has moved to a new time period on Sunday nights. Be sure to hear Larry Douglas and Kay Arman on the new Pet Milk Show tomorrow night on NBC. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to Let George Do It. Brought to you by the makers of climate-tailored Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. George Valentine would be the last person in the world to take a job that was not exciting, even with a large salary attached. That's why he opened his office and advertised to solve any problem, for a fee, of course. Well, he's had his excitement, all right, sometimes more excitement than he bargained for. Right now, George, his secretary, Claire, and Sonny are driving along in his car.
Mr. Valentine, why so much mystery? Where are we going?
Just playing hooky from the office, huh, Mr. Valentine?
We can't afford to play hooky, Mr. Valentine. You know that.
Have you two ever heard of the Harding Bookshop?
Not I.
Never. Why? Should we have?
Well, that's where we're going.
To buy a book?
Of course not, Sonny. Mr. Valentine has a book.
Here, bright girl, take a look at this newspaper clipping.
What does it say, sis?
William Harding, eccentric owner of the Harding Bookshop, died in his sleep last night. He leaves his widow Harriet and a nephew Frank. Mr. Harding had been in poor health.
Okay, that's enough.
Well, what about it? Man dies in his sleep. Where do we come in?
Well, his widow phoned. She wants me to meet her at the bookshop at 11. She made it sound urgent.
Jeepers, I wonder why she wants to see you.
An eccentric book dealer dies in his sleep. His widow is very anxious to see me. Kids, I don't know what it's all about, but it has all the ingredients for some real excitement.
Oh, it's no use, Mr. Valentine. The bookshop's closed.
Maybe Mrs. Harding hasn't arrived yet.
Wait a minute. I think I hear someone in there.
I'm sorry, but we're not open for business. The shop is closed.
Oh, Mrs. Harding, I'm Mr. Valentine, and these are my assistants.
Oh, of course. I've been expecting you. Come in.
Suffering cats. Look at the place.
Books scattered all over.
Yeah. Somebody been searching for something, Mrs. Harding?
You can see why I called you. Someone broke in here last night.
Did you phone the police?
No, I didn't.
No? Why not?
Because I think it was an inside job. The windows were securely locked. They don't look as though they'd been tampered with. Someone unlocked the door and walked right in.
I see. You suspect someone in your family. That's why you didn't phone the police.
Mr. Valentine, I won't try to keep anything from you. I suspect my husband's nephew, Frank.
Did he have keys to the shop?
As far as I know, my husband and I had the only keys.
But you must have some reason for suspecting Frank.
Well, he's always been a wild boy. I never had any use for him. My husband was fond of him. He even had Frank helping here in the shop.
Mrs. Harding, just what was this person looking for, do you know?
Money.
Money?
I'm not sure, of course, but I think my husband had some money hidden away here.
Uh-huh.
You may have heard my husband was, well, he was odd. It would be like him to hide the money in his shop.
Then he mentioned some money to you?
He always said that we'd be well taken care of in our old age, and yet he died penniless.
I see. And just what do you want me to do?
If there's any money here, I want you to find it. I'll pay you, of course.
Oh, of course. But the shop's already been searched. Maybe the money's been found.
I don't think so. You see, I frightened the person away.
Oh, then you saw someone.
I just caught a glimpse of someone running away. It was dark, but I think it was a man.
Mm-hmm. Why did you come down here last night, Mrs. Harding?
I wanted to look around myself.
Oh, yes, of course. All right, Mrs. Harding, I'll keep in touch with you. Come on, kids.
I'll be waiting to hear from you.
Let's go, kids.
What do you make of it, Mr. Valentine?
Say, quite a girl, isn't she? Her husband dies, and that same night she's down at his shop looking for any money he may have hidden.
Well, why don't we stay here and search the shop?
Because someone beat us to it, Sonny. Besides, I want to know a little more about this case. And a little more about Harding's death, too.
Mr. Valentine, do you mean... Do you think he was murdered?
I'm just guessing. Come on, let's go to the car.
Hey, wait a minute. I want a word with you.
Jeepers, I wonder who that is.
Must be the nephew.
I just want to warn you not to believe half of what my aunt tells you. She's not herself. She's hysterical.
Oh. Well, I don't agree with you, Frank. Your aunt seems unusually calm, considering.
Calm? She called you in, didn't she? She knew what she was doing. Why would she call in a private investigator?
How did you know I'd been called in?
Well, you were, weren't you? Suppose she told you there's some money hidden away. That's a lot of baloney.
Is it?
You're just wasting your time. They said some money disappeared after my father died, too, but we never found any. There's always that kind of talk when some eccentric dies.
Just when did your father die?
5 years ago.
Uh-huh. Frank, were you with your uncle when he passed away?
No. It was during the day. I was in the shop with my aunt. Miss Barrie phoned us.
Miss Barrie?
Alice Barrie, the nurse. My uncle's known her since she was a child. Of course, she's a young woman now. Very attractive, too.
Okay, Frank. See you again sometime.
No, you won't. I'm going to tell Aunt Harriet to call you off.
Yeah, do that.
Do you think she'll listen to him, Mr. Valentine?
No, she doesn't trust him. Claire, I want you to get all the information you can on Harding's death, then meet me here.
Here?
Yeah, in front of the bookshop, about 10 o'clock tonight. And Sonny.
Yes, sir?
Get down to the Evening Express. Talk to Ben Steele. He's a friend of mine. He'll let you look through the old newspaper files.
But what am I going to be looking for?
Well, Frank's father died 5 years ago. Get what you can on it.
Okay, Mr. Valentine. Hey, what are you going to be doing?
Oh, he's going to talk to the nurse, of course.
Why, Claire, how did you guess?
Oh, she's young and attractive. Naturally, you'd want to investigate that yourself, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Harding had been ill for years. There was nothing mysterious about his death. But don't take my word for it. Talk to Dr. Mark.
Oh, I'd rather talk to you, Miss Barrie.
And I know Mr. Harding didn't leave any money. You're wrong about that, too. If you don't mind my saying so.
Miss Barrie, when a woman is beautiful, she can toss my theories into the ash can, and I don't open my mouth.
I'll find that out after I get to know you better.
Oh? You're going to know me better?
Of course.
What makes you think Harding didn't leave any money?
Because he couldn't even afford to pay me a salary. He gave me this box of old phonograph records instead.
I see. Miss Barrie.
Alice.
Alice?
Alice.
Alice, did Harding die in his sleep?
Oh, yes.
Then he didn't say anything before he died?
Well, he mumbled something.
Mumbled something? What, could you tell?
I suppose he thought he was a little boy again, listening to Mother Goose.
Why? What did he say?
Mary had a lamb.
Mary had a lamb. Are you sure?
Well, the words Mary and lamb were plain enough.
Uh-huh. Look, here's my card. If you think of anything else, give me a buzz, will you?
I'll give you a buzz.
Oh, good. Say, how does that verse go? Do you remember?
Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow.
Oh, yeah. And everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
You're late.
I was detained.
By the nurse?
Now, never mind.
What are we going to do, Mr. Valentine?
Well, we're going to get inside this bookshop.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, where did you get those keys?
They've opened lots of doors. See? Never fail.
I'll try to find the light switch.
Now, don't bother. I'll use my flashlight. Sonny.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine?
Stand near the window, will you? Let me know if you see anyone.
Okay.
Mr. Valentine, the books are all back in place.
Well, Mrs. Harding must be a neat housekeeper. Come on, Claire. Now, we're looking for the section that has books for children.
Then the nurse did give you a clue. Was she helpful?
Oh, yes. And beautiful.
Really? Tell me about her.
Well, I haven't time. Couldn't do it justice. Here we are now. Let's see. Peter Rabbit, Alice in Wonderland. Hey, look for Mother Goose.
Is she a blonde?
Yes. Treasure
A
Island.
natural blonde?
Oh, Claire, will you concentrate on Mother Goose?
Oh. Is this what you're looking for?
Yeah, good. Now find Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Why?
Oh, Claire.
Oh, all right. Little Jack Horner, little Miss Muffet. Mary had a... Oh, here it is.
Good. Now read it.
Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow.
Uh-huh.
And everywhere that Mary went, lamb was sure to go. Do you want all the verses?
Well, isn't there anything written on that page?
No.
Well, maybe there's some more Mother Goose books.
These are all there seem to be.
Okay, hang on to it.
Put your hands up.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Suffering cats.
Now, what are you doing here, Frank? Where did you come from?
I was in back. I've been waiting for someone to show up.
Why? What made you think someone would show up?
Well, the place was ransacked last night.
And you thought it might happen again tonight, huh?
We can't tell. And Harriet says she frightened the person away. He might come back.
Uh-huh. That may be why you're here. Or, then again, you might be looking for the money yourself.
I told you there isn't any money.
Okay, Frank. Now put that gun away. You might hurt somebody.
And get out of here, all of you.
All right, we're going. Coming with us?
I'm going to stay here and keep an eye on things.
Say, that's a very good idea, Frank. Just keep an eye on things. Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow. Everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. I could
Oh, Mr. Valentine's a little late to be reading Mother Goose.
Well, look, here's what we've got so far, kids. Harding's brother, who's supposed to have money, dies, but he doesn't leave anything. On the other hand, Harding, who's supposed to be poor, tells his wife they'll be provided for in their old age.
Oh, I see. You think he had his brother's money.
And he hid it in his bookshop.
That's what Mrs. Harding thinks, and so does Frank.
Well, go on.
Well, this Mother Goose rhyme should lead us to the money.
Why?
Because Harding tried to tell Alice about it before he died.
Alice?
The nurse.
Oh, first name.
Oh, definitely.
Hey, who'd be phoning at this hour?
Hey, get it, will you, Claire?
Hello?
Is Mr. Valentine there?
Yes, who's calling?
Alice Barrie.
Oh, just a minute. Your nurse. And she's not a natural blonde. I can tell by her voice.
Have it your way. Hello, Alice.
Mr. Valentine, maybe I can help you after all.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, you remember that Mr. Harding left me a box of records?
Yes?
Well, I was looking through the box of phonograph records when suddenly I... Oh!
Hello. Hello, Alice.
Mr. Valentine, what's the matter?
Something's happened to her. I've got to get over there quick.
Well, it'll take George a few minutes to get to Alice's apartment. Meantime, I'd like to tell you about a conversation I had recently. One of my Chevron dealer friends asked me the other day what qualities I look for in a gas station. So I said that, first of all, I looked for Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. Well, that's easy, he said. Just keep your eye peeled for a cream, green, and burgundy station. That's your cue for Chevron. Then I told him that I'm a credit card user. Don't blame you, says he, and don't forget that Chevron credit cards are as good as gold at our stations. So then I told him my favorite gas station must be a friendly place where I can depend on getting good service for my car. The dealer laughed and said, "Sure sounds like a Chevron gas station to me." We all had plenty of experience before branching out on our own. Now that we're in business for ourselves, we know how to keep our customers happy by keeping their cars in good shape. I had to agree with my friend. Chevron gas stations offer just about everything a motorist wants. Try them yourself and see. George was about to get some important information. The nurse, Alice Barrie, phoned him, but before she could explain, something happened to her. Now it's a few minutes later. George is opening the door to her apartment.
Alice! Alice! Oh, you poor kid. Here, let's get you up on that couch.
Oh.
Now, take it easy. You're going to be all right.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Wait a minute. I'm going to put you down here. There you are. Now, you better lie still for a few minutes. I'll get you a drink of water.
No, please don't leave me.
Don't be frightened. Hey, you've got a nasty-looking bruise on your forehead. Otherwise, you seem to be okay. How do you feel?
Oh, like I've got two heads.
Yeah, I'll bet. Want to tell me what happened?
Well, there isn't anything to tell. I was talking to you on the phone, and then it happened. Somebody took a sock at me.
Well, who was it? Don't you know?
No, he must have crept up and hit me from behind.
From behind?
Yes.
Oh, you didn't see him at all, huh?
No, for all I know, it might have been a woman.
Yeah, it might very well have been a woman. What about the records?
No, I guess they're gone. They were on that table over there.
That's bad luck.
Oh, don't worry about them. It was just an old bunch of records. Believe me, if all those endearing young charms, Who is Sylvia, and a few more like that.
But I thought you discovered something about them.
I guess the person who stole them thought so, too. No, Mr. Valentine, that's not why I phoned you.
Feel like telling me about it?
Of course. You see, while I was looking through the record, I got to thinking about Mr. Harding and what he'd said just before he died.
Yes?
I could almost see the whole thing all over again. He was moaning and tossing around in the bed. I ran to him and felt his pulse.
Go on.
I told you that he said Mary had a lamb. But now as I think back, Mr. Valentine, I'm almost certain he said Mary Hayden Lamb. Mary Hayden Lamb.
Mary Hayden Lamb. A woman's name?
That's right. Do you think it means anything?
Well, it must mean something. Yeah. It'll probably lead us right to the money. That is, if there is any money. Now, look, I gotta beat it. But I want you to lock the door behind me, understand?
Don't worry. After this, I'll always lock my door.
Good. Better put some ice on that forehead. It's turning a beautiful purple.
I'll be all right. Mr. Valentine.
Yeah?
If it does mean anything, will you let me in on it? I feel as though I have a stake in this now.
Oh, I don't blame you. Okay, Alice. I'll keep in touch with you. Hey, open up. Hey, Mr. Ward. Mr. Ward, hey, open up.
Wait a minute. You out of your mind? What are you doing here at this hour?
I want to buy a book.
Well, go away. We're closed. Come back in the morning.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't close the door, Mr. Ward. I got to have something to read tonight.
You realize it's after 11?
I know. I'm terribly sorry, but let me in, will you?
Oh, all right. Come in. Other people have sane customers, but I suppose it's got to be a mystery with at least 6 murders in it.
Mr. Ward, did you ever hear of a book called Mary Hayden Lamb?
Oh, never, no.
Are you sure? I came here because you have a reputation for knowing every book that's ever been published.
There's never been a book published by that name. Now, however, if you were to ask if there were ever a novelist by that name, I'd give you a different answer.
A novelist? Hey, of course. Why didn't I think of that? Well, tell me about it, will you?
Well, she was a local writer, and to my knowledge, she wrote but one book, thank heaven.
Why do you say that?
Because it's by far the worst trash it's ever been my bad luck to read.
I see. What's it called?
Isle of Love. It's about a girl and an island and a man, and if you want something to put you to sleep, I'll personally guarantee you your money back.
Then you've got a copy, huh?
One. Almost sold it this afternoon.
Almost sold it? Is that so? Someone wanted it, huh?
Well, asked me about it anyway. But evidently I had the good taste to turn it down. I found it on the counter when I was putting my books away.
Well, who asked to see the book, Mr. Ward? Do you remember?
Certainly not. I do a big business, young man, and I can't keep track of every customer who walks into my shop. Unless they make a special impression by getting me out of bed at this unearthly hour.
Okay. Anyway, you've made a sale. I'll take Isle of Love.
No, you've made a bad choice. Here you are. Marked down to 89 cents. And, young man, believe me, I'm cheating you.
Hey, Claire, Sonny, come on, wake up.
Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine.
May we go home now, slave driver?
Oh, I'm sorry, kids. I know it's late, but we can't stop now. Don't dare take the chance. Somebody may be getting desperate.
What do you mean?
What do you expect to happen?
Well, nothing if I can beat them to it. Now, Claire, I've got a job for you. How are you in the charm department?
Charm?
Yeah, that's right. Have you got any? Don't answer that.
Whom do I have to charm?
Frank.
The nephew? I quit.
Hey, I knew he was suspicious. As soon as I saw him, I said to myself, now there's
Shut
a
up,
guy...
will you, Sonny? Claire, I want you to get Frank out of the bookshop tonight.
So that you can get in there without his seeing.
That's the idea. Think you can do it?
Oh, it should be simple, even if my hair isn't blonde. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Valentine. I'll take care of Frank.
Who is it?
Oh, put that gun down, Frank. It's Claire.
Oh. You're Mr. Valentine's assistant, aren't you? What do you want?
Well, Mr. Valentine's just down the street at your aunt's house.
What do you want?
Well, I was with them, but then they wanted to talk alone, so... Well, they sort of left me stranded. Don't I look stranded?
Yeah.
Well, your aunt was giving Mr. Valentine an earful. She's not very fond of you, is she?
You can't forget that I was once a wild kid. I've straightened out since then.
Oh, I can see that.
What do you want?
I want to come in. Use the phone to call a cab.
Why didn't you stop at a drugstore?
Oh, well, all right if that's the way you feel about it. Good night.
Wait a minute. Pretty late for you to be wandering around.
Oh, I knew you had fine instincts, Frank.
Oh, all right. Come on. I'll take you in my car.
Okay, Sonny, come on.
The coast clear?
Yeah, they just drove away in Frank's car. Now, don't turn on the light.
Excuse me for asking, Mr. Valentine, but just what are we looking for?
We are looking for a book.
More Mother Goose?
No, The Isle of Love. There ought to be a copy just like this one somewhere in here.
But why do you want 2 copies?
Don't you understand, Sonny? I've got to have Mr. Harding's copy of this book.
Oh. No, I don't understand.
Never mind. Just start looking.
Yeah, but Mr. Valentine, there's at least 1,000 books in the shop.
Let's see now. Mary Hayden Lamb was a local writer. Now, why would Harding choose her book unless... Hey, wait a minute. I think I got it, Sonny. He must have known her.
Well, what of it?
That means it would be Harding's personal book, see?
Oh. No, I don't see.
Come on, there's a little room in back of the store. Remember? That's where Frank was hiding the last time we were here.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, come on.
It's dark.
Careful now. Here we are. I'll look around with my flashlight. Now, let's see.
Hey, there's a desk, Mr. Valentine.
Are there any books on it?
Sure.
Read the titles.
Webster's Dictionary, The Complete Shakespeare, Cooking for Fun, and The Isle...
The Isle of Love. That's it. Grab it, Sonny, and let's get out of here.
Okay, Mr. Valentine.
We'll take it back to the office.
Hey, aren't we ever going to get to sleep tonight?
We haven't time. Now, let's get to the car. Sonny, duck.
Jeepers, what was that?
Somebody took a shot at it.
Mr. Valentine.
It's all right, Sonny. You missed.
Yeah, but let's get out of here quick. I don't think that person likes us. And then somebody started shooting at us. Oh, it was plenty exciting, sis.
You're lucky. Frank's a bore. His conversation is brilliant. It's either yes or yeah.
I guess it was Mrs. Harding shooting at us, huh, Mr. Valentine? Because Frank was with Claire.
Not for long.
No?
No, he just took me to a cab stand.
I see. Run out of charm?
Oh.
Jeepers, Mr. Valentine, you've just about taken that book apart.
Well, there's nothing in here. No secret compartment, no writing on the pages. I can't find a thing.
Well, then let's go home and get some sleep.
No, we can't stop now. Okay, kids, make yourselves comfortable.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'll have to start reading the book.
Aloud?
Certainly. I might miss something.
You're going to read all of it?
That's right. Here we go. The summer sun was setting in a blaze of glory, casting its light like a shimmering ribbon of golden orange across the lake. On the bank, her wavy hair streaming from her uplifted head, stood Jennifer.
Oh, I can tell this is going to be a classic.
Perhaps her dream of love was to become a reality, for coming toward her was a canoe, and in the canoe was a man.
Mr. Valentine, do you think Sonny's old enough?
Oh, keep quiet, will you? Jennifer sighed longingly. Sonny. Perhaps her stay on the island was at an end. Her face was alive with expectancy. Weeks had gone by. Jennifer knew that this was her man.
What choice did she have on a desert island?
In spite of his aloofness, in spite of his air of mystery, Jennifer knew that she loved him. And then a wonderful thing happened. He knelt beside her and kissed her.
Well, it's about time.
Oh, she said, then you do love me.
Naive creature, isn't she?
Yes, he answered. I love you with all my heart. If you don't believe me, look carefully when the grandfather's clock strikes the hour of midnight. And I love you, too, she told him.
Wait a minute. What was that again?
And I love you, too, she told him.
No. Go back to where he loves her.
Oh, yes, he answered. I love you with all my heart. If you don't believe me, look carefully when the grandfather's clock strikes the hour of midnight.
Hey, that doesn't make sense.
Hey, wait a minute. The printing on this page looks a little different. Yeah, so does the paper. Claire, get my copy of the book.
Here it is.
Okay, turn to page 82. Come on. Okay, now read that part.
Yes, he answered. I love you with all my heart. I swear it, Jennifer.
That's enough. This is it, kids. Mr. Harding printed this page himself. Look carefully when the grandfather's clock strikes the hour of midnight.
Mr. Valentine, there's a grandfather's clock in the bookshop.
That's right, Sonny. And there's where that money must be hidden. Claire, get Mrs. Harding on the phone. Tell her to meet us at the bookshop right away.
At this hour?
And then phone Frank at the shop. Tell him to expect us.
All right.
Oh, and Claire, phone Miss Barrie, will you? She wanted to be in on the kill.
Oh, now you've got me phoning your blondes for you. Well, whatever you say, Mr. Valentine.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Valentine? Why don't you give me my money?
You mean my money, Aunt Harriet?
Now, don't fight over the money. We don't even know if there is any.
And why did you call us here?
And why bring Alice into this?
Well, if there is any money, you'll have to thank Alice. She gave me the clue.
Then it really was a clue, Mr. Valentine.
That's right, Alice. It led me to a book. And in the book, I found some words that Mr. Harding printed. It said, look carefully when the grandfather's clock strikes the hour of midnight.
The grandfather's clock? I'm going to see about
Now,
this.
take it easy, Frank.
Now, Frank, that's not your property. Get away from that clock.
There's nothing in here.
The clue didn't say there was something in the clock. It said, look carefully when the grandfather's clock strikes the hour of midnight.
Well, it's striking 12 now.
Well, what's different about the clock when it strikes 12 than at any other time?
When it strikes 12, both hands point up.
Smart girl, Claire. Sonny, hand me that chair.
Okay. You think there's something on top of the clock?
No, above it. On the wall here. Yeah, see? There's a false panel.
Need any help?
Oh, thanks, Frank. I think I can do it with the heel of my hand. That does it.
What is it?
Is there something in there?
Yes. A package.
What's in it?
Just a minute, I'll see. Well. Bills. Large denominations. And lots of them.
Let me have that.
Now, don't rush me. Hey, there's a note here, too.
What does it say?
Mrs. Harding, is this your husband's handwriting?
No, it isn't.
That's my father's handwriting. You see, the money is mine.
Not so fast, Frank.
Well, what does the note say?
It says, Dear Brother Bill, I'm leaving this money in your care. Frank is too wild to be trusted with it. When he settles down, you can give it to him.
Then give it to him.
Oh, wait a minute, there's more. There's a condition I attach to this. Frank must provide for you and your wife as long as either of you shall live.
Is that all?
That's it, Mrs. Harding.
Then it is Frank's money. Give it to him. He doesn't have to provide for me.
No, this money is for both of us, Aunt Harriet.
Well, that's more than I deserve, Frank.
You can stop talking right now and hand that money over.
Alice.
Miss Barrett.
Give it to me, Mr. Valentine, and hurry up about it.
I never argue with a beautiful woman, especially when she has a gun in her hand.
Mr. Valentine, was she the one who was after the money all along?
That's right. When she phoned me and got bumped on the head, I thought it was funny I didn't hear the blow over the telephone. And if she was hit from behind, why was the bruise on the forehead?
Never mind the explanations. Hand that over.
Then she's the one who shot at us.
Certainly. She couldn't get in here to look for the book because Frank was guarding the place. First, she tried to put me off the track with that Mother Goose stuff. But she finally gave me the right clue. She figured if she told me the truth, I'd get the money and she'd tail me and pick it up.
That's enough out of you, Mr. Valentine. Give me the money.
Oh, certainly. Here you are, Miss Berry.
But, Mr. Valentine...
Now, don't try to stop her, Frank. It's dangerous.
You're right. It is dangerous. Stay just where you are. Don't any of you make a move.
But, Mr. Valentine...
Careful.
But you're letting her get away.
Not very far. The police are out there.
Hey, it's okay, Mr. Valentine. They got it.
Your money will be returned to you, Frank.
Thanks, Mr. Valentine. I owe you a lot.
That's right. But you'll get a bill in the morning. Come on, kids.
Good night, Mr. Valentine.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, I'm really going to sleep tonight.
Yeah, so am I.
Oh, too bad. Too bad it had to end this way.
Huh? What do you mean?
He's thinking about the nurse. Aren't you, Mr. Valentine?
You know, Claire, I believe she was a natural blonde after all.
George will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, it doesn't matter whether you sit in an office or ride a tractor. Life these days seems to be getting more complicated for everybody. Any convenience that makes living a little simpler is always as welcome as spring. Your Chevron dealer knows this, as any friendly businessman should. So he tries to make you his friend by making his cream, green, and burgundy station as convenient and efficient as he can. He'll make it a point to know your car and the grade of RPM compounded motor oil you use. He'll urge you to use a Chevron credit card because he wants to save you time. He handles Chevron Supreme gasoline because he knows it'll give you good going wherever you drive. He takes the trouble to know the country nearby so that he can give you good travel tips. When you get right down to it, at Chevron gas stations, you get the same sort of convenient service you expect from any other wide-awake home-owned business. Get acquainted with the one near you. You'll like it. Well, next week, George Valentine is confronted with a problem. A big problem. You'll probably hear something like this.
Client or no client, Mr. Valentine, you can't keep a dog that big in this apartment.
Jeepers, do you realize he eats 6 pounds of food a day?
6 pounds? What kind of food?
I'm not sure, but he seemed awfully fond of my head.
Okay, Sonny. Go out and buy him a bone.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Claire and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vincent. Others in the cast were Jane Morgan as Mrs. Harding, Harry Bartell as Frank Harding, Evelyn Scott as Alice Barrie, and Paul McVeigh as Mr. Ward. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to
Let George Do It.
the Mutual Downlink Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Hollywood. The Armed Forces Radio and Television Service brings you the Hollywood Radio Theater, starring Dana Andrews and Ruth Roman in The Blue Gardenia. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes in a moment of great emotional stress, we commit a foolish and regrettable act. In tonight's exciting drama, The Blue Gardenia, it's an impulsive telephone call that leads to an accusation of murder. As our stars of this intriguing mystery from Warner Brothers, we have Dana Andrews and Ruth Roman. Now, Act One of Blue Gardenia, starring Dana Andrews as Casey and Ruth Roman as Nora. Almost every large American city has a newspaper called the Evening Chronicle. But not every Evening Chronicle has a reporter and featured columnist whose byline is Casey Mayo. Casey's specialty is the human interest story, which you may find almost anywhere, even in the main office of the West Coast Telephone Company. At the moment, he's in the office of the Director of Public Relations.
Oh, yes, Mr. Mayo. Our business has shown a phenomenal expansion since the war. For instance, I have some comparative figures in the file here.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Mitchell. I'll take your word for it.
Here we are. Now, comparing the year 1953...
Oh, Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah?
Well, let's save that stuff for the financial page. My readers are interested in people. In your case, that means the telephone girl. Who they are, what they look like, what's behind the voice that says, "Number, please."
Well, I can show you some pictures of our girls that we're running in our new advertising campaign. And these are some pencil sketches made by the artist on the series. This one is Jane. She's our youngest operator.
Uh-huh.
And Tanira, she was actually born and reared in Turkey.
Yeah. Mr. Mitchell, the artist who did these drawings, was he Harry Preble?
Why, as a matter of fact, yes. He specializes in women, you know.
He certainly does.
Come to think of it, Mr. Preble's doing another sketch right now. One of our prettiest girls, too. Would you like to see him?
I'd like to see her. No, Crystal, don't turn your head. I want a complete profile.
Look, Mr. Preble, I can't do everything at once. Either I pose for you or I answer Mr. Mayo's questions. One or the other.
Then let's concentrate on Mr. Mayo.
It would be a pleasure. Now, where did we leave off?
Let's see, you said you were from Chicago.
That's right. Oh, and my phone number is Granite 7323.
Granite 7323. Thanks, Crystal.
Don't bother to call, Mr. Preble. I expect to be out every evening for the next 5 years.
What is this between you two? Love at first sight? Come on, Casey. Finish up with the girl.
I wish there was something you could write about me, Mr. Mayo, but I'm afraid my past is all in the future. Hey, maybe you better try Nora.
Nora? What's so special about her?
Well, she's engaged to one of the real heroes of the Korean War, that's all.
That's good enough. Lead me to her.
Mr. Mayo, Mr. Mayo.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell.
Your office is phoning you. You can take the call in one of the booths in the hall outside.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Preble, there's a call for you, too.
Oh, all right. Hello?
Darling, I know you told me not to call you there, but I've just got to talk to you.
Well, just a second. Who is this? What do you want to talk to? Don't hang up, Casey. Maybe that's for me. Could be, Harris. He wants to speak to Darling. I guess my call must be in the next booth.
Harry? Harry, is that you?
Hello, honey.
Harry, I've just got to see you right away.
Look, Rose, I'm tied up now. Call me at home.
I can't. You've changed the number and I can't get it from the operator. Harry, you promised me that if anything
Rose,
happens...
I said I can't talk now, so take it easy. I'll call you sometime.
Harry!
Oh, Harry? No, yeah, got your call, Casey? Yeah, do me a favor, will you, Harry? Tell Crystal and her friend I had to go back to the office. The editor wants to see me on the double. Something big breaking? Something real big, for me.
Well, see you, Harry, and good luck with Granite 7323.
Nora, are you listening to me?
Yes, I can hear every word.
Yeah, I'll bet. Look, will you please come out of that closet?
Just a minute.
Go on, Crystal. Then what did Casey Mayo say?
He said, lead me to her, he said, meaning Nora. Then comes the phone call, and that's the last I saw of Mr. Mayo.
Well, I don't see why you didn't introduce him to me. After all, I'm your roommate, too.
You were busy on the switchboard, remember, Sally?
So was Nora.
All right, so I'm a beast. But Casey Mayo wanted a story, and it's Nora who's engaged to the big war hero. Oh, Nora?
Yes?
What did Bill say in that last letter about coming home?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't opened the letter yet.
Nora, where did you get that dress?
And how much did they rook you for it?
You like it? Oh, yes, I adore taffeta.
And thanks for getting it in black. It'll look good on all of us.
But you don't mind if I wear it first, just for tonight.
Well, seeing as it's your birthday, okay.
Thanks a lot.
Sure seems a waste of scenery to get all dressed up like this and then just spend the evening at home.
It's the way I want it.
Mm-hmm. You know, honey, Homer and I wouldn't mind your coming along on our date tonight. Homer might even forget the movie and take us dancing.
Oh, I know. It's sweet of you, Crystal.
Does anybody smell smoke? Oh, I know it.
Nora's roast. It's still in the oven.
Sally, you
probably burned.
Ruined. Sally, I asked you to turn off the oven.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nora. You know I just can't concentrate. I ate dinner downtown, so for me that's the end of food until breakfast.
Wait a minute. Maybe we've still got some hamburger in the refrigerator.
Hamburger on Nora's birthday? Not if I can help it.
Sally, you're not going to the market.
I just got time. It closes in 10 minutes.
Nora?
Yes?
Did you buy this bottle of champagne just for tonight?
Oh, yes, it's been on ice long enough. I'll take it.
Honey, a word of advice from a veteran. Drinking all by yourself is no good.
I won't be alone.
Oh, of course not. You've got Bill's photograph to keep you company.
Yes, I have.
Sure. I've watched you set the stage. The dining table set for two, Bill's photo propped up by his napkin, and now champagne for a toast to the big man who isn't here.
Well, what's wrong with that? I can pretend he's here, can't I?
Oh, honey, it's your birthday. You ought to be with people.
Well, I'll be with Bill, and I saved his letter, the one that came yesterday. I'll read it tonight.
Well, maybe I'm the one who's stupid. Maybe pretending is better than the real thing.
Well, it isn't, but it's better than nothing at all.
Uh-oh, that's Homer downstairs. You're sure you won't come along?
No, thanks, Crystal.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, Nora?
Yes?
Save me the champagne cork.
I will. Good night. To you, darling. And now to me. Wish me a happy birthday, Bill. No, wait. That's what your letter is for, isn't it? Dear Nora, I've been wanting to write this letter to you for so long, but instead I've written to you about other things. Things that aren't nearly so important as this. Remember when I collected that load of shrapnel in the leg? Well, they shipped me to the hospital here in Tokyo. That's how I met Angela. She's my nurse. We're in love. We're going to be married. Hello?
Granite 7323?
Yes.
How are you, honey? Had dinner yet?
No. Who is this?
Harry Preble.
Oh, the artist?
Look, honey, let's stop playing games. You told me you'd be out every evening for the next 5 years, and yet here you are getting ready to have dinner with me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Preble, but I'm afraid you've made a mistake.
We'll discuss my mistakes over cocktails. Now, come on, hop in a cab and meet me at the Blue Gardenia. They've got the best Chinese food in town.
Oh, Mr. Preble, you don't understand.
Maybe I do. You've got a date.
Well, no, I did have.
And he stood you up, huh? Okay, then what's holding you back?
Well, nothing really. All right. The Blue Gardenia. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Gardenias? Blue gardenia? Blue gardenia for the ladies, sir?
No, sorry, May. I'm fresh out of blonde.
Oh, Mr. Mayo. So nice to hear your voice again.
Oh, thanks, May. How's everything?
Oh, not like the old days, Mr. Mayo.
I suppose not. I'll tell you what, May. Look me up at the bar after I've had a drink or two. Maybe I'll buy one of those gardenias.
I will, Mr. Mayo. Thank you.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Fourth Estate himself.
Hey, Harry. Well, I was hoping I'd meet somebody I knew.
Yeah, why?
You remember this morning at the phone company when the editor called me back to the office?
Yeah, you said it was something big.
The biggest. I'm to cover the next series of H-bomb tests out in the Pacific. No more hack work for me, boy. Only top assignment.
I see. You said you were hoping to meet somebody here that you knew.
That's right.
And I asked why.
Well, when you have some good news, don't you like to have somebody to tell it to?
Oh, no.
It's so funny.
If you want an audience, why don't you get married?
Because it's cheaper to talk to you.
Mr. Preble, your young lady, she come now.
Oh, thanks, Louis.
Young lady now at table.
And Louis, bring us 2 of your Polynesian pearl divers and heavy on the rum.
Hello, Mr. Preble.
Well, this is a coincidence. I just talked to your friend Crystal.
Oh, you didn't talk to her. You talked to me. I'm one of Crystal's roommates.
No kidding.
I told you made a mistake.
Sort I like to make, honey. Mind if I sit down?
It's your table.
That's right.
I probably shouldn't have come. It was just a silly impulse. You see, it's my birthday, and I just bought this new tablet.
Your birthday? Then this is a real occasion. Louis, those drinks better be for us.
Yes, Mr. Preble.
Are those rum drinks?
We call them Polynesian pearl divers. Mostly ice and pineapple juice. Aren't they, Louis?
Whatever you say, Mr. Preble.
Can I get high on one of them?
Do you want to?
I don't know what I want. Only to forget the early part of this evening.
Okay. Tonight starts as of now. To us.
To us. What's the name of that tune?
Blue Gardenia.
Pretty. Was the song named for the cafe or the cafe for the song? Which Harry? Harry, you listening?
Sure. Louis, the lady will have another pearl diver. Okay, honey.
Why not? Just ice and pineapple juice. And soft trade winds across cool water.
Gardenia?
Have you saved one for me, May?
Of course, Mr. Mayo. You've brought me luck.
Oh, I have? How?
Well, nobody's ever given me $5 for a gardenia before. And Mr. Preble did tonight.
$5? His date must be pretty terrific. I gotta see this dish.
They just left, Mr. Mayo.
Oh.
I'm sorry to say it, but I wish that girl wasn't with Mr. Preble.
You know something, May? So do I.
What do you know? It's starting to rain.
Rain, rain, go away. Come again another day.
Still feel okay, honey?
Wonderful. Oh, it's so wonderful. Smell this gardenia, Harry. What does it remind you of?
South Seas, Southern Cross above coral reefs. Lovely maiden bathing at the foot of a waterfall.
That's me, isn't it?
Sure. Okay, hop out, honey.
Where are we going?
Up to my apartment. I've invited a few people in.
Good. Every girl should have a party on her birthday. more to drink, Harry, please?
Oh, come on. One glass of champagne can't hurt you.
Oh, then just one. Harry, where are all the people you invite?
They'll be along.
Such a one little place to give a party. You can see the whole city from these windows, and a real fireplace to make it cool. What was that?
Just thunder.
Harry, can we have some music? I feel like that.
Well, I'll turn on the phonograph. I've got a special record here to remember our first date. Do you remember it?
Blue Gardenia. Oh, Harry, I've got to sit down.
You wanted to dance.
Oh, I've got to sit down on the sofa. Oh.
Yeah, take off your shoes, honey, and just relax. Everything's all right.
Everything's all right. Oh, no, it isn't. You wrote me that letter.
Letter?
Oh, why did you have to meet that nurse? Oh, darling, you know I love you.
You do, honey?
I love you, Bill. I love you.
That's what I wanted to hear. I knew you'd be a good kid.
Oh, no, Harry, don't.
Come on, baby. Give me a kiss.
Oh, it's late. I've got to go home.
There's no hurry.
Oh, there is. My shoes. What happened to them?
Maybe I've got them. Maybe I won't let you have them unless you act nice.
Harry, please.
Are you going to be nice?
Oh, no, stay away if you don't.
Yeah, what do you do?
I'll use this.
Hey, give me that poker.
Get away.
Give it to me.
Harry, I warned you. Oh.
Act 2 of the Blue Gardenia in a moment. You know, our servicemen overseas have a wonderful opportunity to observe new customs and traditions. They find, too, that these ideas aren't so strange after all. For instance, take this business of tattooing. On some of the islands of the Pacific, the natives adorn themselves with tattoo marks indicating the group they belong to or the gods they worship. Among the Brahmins and Mohammedans, a tattoo is used as a mark of caste, although the caste system is rapidly disappearing. In Japan, skilled artists create truly beautiful designs using the human body instead of a canvas. Well, all this might sound strange, but tattooing is not unknown in our culture. However, as some of our servicemen have observed, it's a little embarrassing when a fellow with a tattoo that reads John Loves Mary takes as a wife a girl with the name of Josephine. Or the young man with a beautiful anchor on his chest finds himself in the Army or the Air Force. From another standpoint, the beauty marks worn by some women of Western civilization are nothing more than a form of tattoo. And the same thing is true about other customs and traditions of all countries. The way of doing things may be different, but the ideals are the same. These customs are important to the people who follow them, and our servicemen are helping to maintain goodwill by observing the customs of other people in other lands. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of the Blue Gardenia, starring Dana Andrews as Casey and Ruth Roman as Nora. Nora Larkin should never have gone out with Harry Preble. She should never have had all those drinks. And she should never have gone to Harry's apartment. But what was done was done. And when Harry came toward her with that look in his eyes, Nora reached out for the only weapon at hand, a fire poker.
Harry, I warned you. Harry? Harry, what did you do with my shoes? All right, I'll go home without them.
The night and the rainstorm pass, and now it is morning. In Harry Preble's apartment, a group of sober-faced men are busy with cameras, tape lines, and fingerprint kits.
Then she must have raised the poker over his head and let him have it. Who let him have it, Captain?
Hello, Casey. What are you doing on a routine murder case?
Well, I happened to hear the police calls on the car radio. From the address, I thought it might turn out to be something for the society page.
No, this guy was an artist.
Oh. Oh, hey, Al, give a look around and see if you can find some pictures of artist models. You know, something with nya.
Gotcha, Case.
So you're right an assistant now, huh, Casey?
Don't let Al hear you call him that. He thinks I just write the captions for his photograph. Now, where's the body?
The coroner just took it.
Uh-huh. Who found it?
Cleaning woman. And I mean a real cleaning woman. She wiped the fingerprints off the cocktail glasses and the fire poker and then discovered the body.
Yeah. No clues, then?
A couple. A lace handkerchief, pair of suede pumps, size 5.5.
Must have been in a real hurry. Unless she's the kind of girl who always walks home in her stocking feet after killing the boyfriends.
Yeah. Maybe she always wears blue gardenias.
Blue gardenias?
We found one on the sofa, broken off at the stem.
Hey, Al, leave that phonograph alone.
Oh, I just wanted to listen to...
Keep your hands off it. Maybe Captain Haynes hasn't checked it yet.
No, we have. The cleaning woman said that record was still playing when she let herself in this morning.
Oh, I see. Captain, you said this guy was an artist?
Yeah, that's right.
Girl, a blue gardenia. By any chance would the victim's name be Preble?
Well, I thought you knew, sure. Harry Preble.
Huh.
You knew him?
Yeah, I knew him. And I know a story when I see one, Captain. Maybe you and I can write this together. I got a pretty good idea for Chapter 1.
Yes, Louis, remember? Louis take young lady to table. Mr. Preble order many drinks for young lady.
All right. And what did she look like?
Blue gardenia very busy last night. Blue gardenia always busy. That is why Louis not look close at ladies sometimes.
But if you saw this girl again, you'd know her, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you, Louis?
Yes. Louis know.
Well, I know you can't see, May, but can you remember anything? Well, the girl's perfume. Something about her voice or...
It was a friendly voice. Friendly and quiet. Mr. Mayo, her dress. It was taffeta.
Taffeta?
Yes. It rustles like no other material.
Taffeta. Thank you, May.
The police have already been here, thanks to you, Mr. Mayo. They've questioned every single operator who posed for one of Preble's sketches.
And did they find, Mr. Mitchell, that one of the girls checked in late this morning?
They were on time, all of them. Sorry, Mr. Mayo, but you'll have to look elsewhere for your murderers.
Perhaps. Operator, give me the number of the Blue Gardenia restaurant.
I'm sorry I cut you off, sir. Please excuse it.
Feeling any better, honey?
Oh, no, my head's coming to pieces.
You're still not talking about last night.
Well, there's nothing to talk about. I just went out and got Tice.
All by yourself, Nora? Who are you kidding?
Well, visitors again.
Who? Where?
Down at the end of the board, Casey Mayo and some guy. Hey, isn't he Chinese?
Casey Mayo?
No, the other one.
Crystal, I don't feel well. Will you take my calls for a moment?
Why, sure, honey. Maybe you better go up and see the nurse. Yes, I will.
Gee, I've never seen Nora with a hangover before.
No, and I bet you never will again. Long distance. Hello, long distance. Yes, sir. This is Operator 27.
And better known to her friends as Garnet 7323. Ladies, may I introduce my friend, Louis Wong?
Yes, sir. We have an appointment call for you at
Glad to know you, Mr. Wong. Maybe you'll introduce your friend, Mr. Mayo.
Didn't I see you yesterday?
If you did, you didn't make much of it.
Sorry. Well, shall we go, Louis?
Oh, Mr. Mayo.
Yes?
Maybe you can tell us why the police are suddenly so interested in a girl's nightlife. Such silly questions.
Such as, Madam, when was the last time you went strolling in the rain without your shoes?
And that was one of the dillies. Hey, what's it all about?
I'm sorry, the answer will cost you 7 cents. Check page 1 of the Evening Chronicle. Coming, Louis?
We're ready, Salt Lake City. Please put on your apartment.
Well, what do you say, Louis? You looked at least 50 girls. Which one was it?
Louis did not see. Girl not here, Mr. Mayo.
Extra artist murdered, painter killed in penthouse studio. Read all about it.
City room, Mayo.
Casey, this is Haynes. Have you gone nuts?
By that, Captain, I'd say you just read my story about Harry Preble. You like it, huh?
Oh, sure, yeah. Especially this line. Yeah. So here's a bit of information from my good friend Captain Haynes of Homicide. The murderess you're looking for, Captain, was wearing a taffeta dress, probably black.
Uh-huh. She probably was. I checked with the gal who does our fashion page. She says everything's black taffeta this year.
Did she tell you that taffeta was a must for murder?
That's not bad, Captain. You mind if I use that line?
Look, Casey, if you got any real clues, I want them. Now, you know what the penalty is for withholding information from the police.
Who's withholding? Just keep reading my column, Captain. You'll find it all there. Oh, Al. Al.
Yeah, Case.
I want you to go back to Preble's apartment and photograph everything in sight. I gotta find a new angle, some new gimmick for the next edition.
Now, I don't get what's so important about this story, Case.
Well, it's news. Beautiful girl kills to defend her virtue. That's big news. And maybe something extra in case your Mayo's paying a little.
Okay, but how do you know that this blue gardenia girl's beautiful? Maybe she's a dog.
They're always beautiful. What did you call her?
The blue gardenia?
That's it, Al. That's my gimmick. The blue gardenia murder case is expected to break wide open within a matter of hours. The clue, which may well lead police to the murderess, is a taffeta dress, probably black.
Leads the police to a murderess is a taffeta dress, probably black.
Probably black, probably bright red. That type of girl doesn't wear black.
What type of girl?
The type who would go out with Harry Preble.
Well, maybe she was just lonely, bewildered.
Huh?
Maybe she was tired of drugstore food and one-room apartments and a career in an elevator or at a switchboard or behind a manicure table. Maybe she wanted more excitement.
Hey, gee, that Casey Mayo sure knows how to write. Listen to this. Her voice was quiet and friendly as she drank half a dozen Polynesian pearl divers in the blue gardenia. She was just Harry Preble's kind of doll, a flashy blonde putting on an act.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, will you?
Huh?
Nora, honey.
Well, gee, what did I do?
No, I'm sorry. I'm just so tired. After all day on the switchboard, my nerves are...
Same here. We've had enough blue gardenia. Let's turn in.
Okay, I'm first in the bathroom.
Aren't you always? Nora.
Yes?
I know what's wrong with your nerves.
You do?
Yeah. When I woke up this morning and saw you passed out on the couch, your dress soaking wet and everything, I knew something had happened. Oh, honey, I don't blame you for doing it.
Doing it?
Yes. I found Bill's letter on the dining table. I read it. If a guy jilted me like that, I'd go out and get tanked, too.
Thanks, Crystal.
Oh, it's nothing, really. All right, Sally, ready or not, here I come.
The clue which may well lead the police to the murderess is the taffeta dress, probably black. Crystal? Sally?
Hey, you there.
Who are you?
Night watchman, man. Don't you know it's against the law to burn incinerators after dark?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
Oh, you forgot that.
You're not going to make me put it out.
No, looks like it's too late now. But don't let it happen again.
It won't. No, never again.
This smell. Words. Just words.
The blue gardenia case?
Yeah, I need a new angle. Something that'll drag that dame into this office before the cops get her.
Why?
Why, what?
Why should she come to you?
Because I want her. An exclusive. That's simple, isn't it?
Casey, isn't there anything in life for you besides a headline?
Yeah, 2 headlines. Do you realize, Al, 1 week from now, I'll be out in the South Pacific. I can't just walk out on this dame.
You've left dames before, haven't you?
Yeah, that's something else. That kind of deal is easy.
Not for me. I always hate scenes. I stall the bust up until I'm leaving town, then I write the dame a letter.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
Why not what?
A letter. Listen. An open letter to an unknown murderess. Dear Blue Gardenia, I hope you'll read this letter because I want to help you.
Because I want to help you. When I say I, that means my newspaper and me. Tell us your story. If we get it first, we'll go all out for you. That includes hiring the best trial attorney in town.
Hiring the best trial attorney in town. By now you must be frightened out of your wits. You don't know which way to turn. There's no place to hide, nowhere to run except to me. So take my advice, Blue
Take my advice, Blue Gardenia. Go to the nearest phone booth and invest a dime on the rest of your life. Dial Madison 60025 and ask for yours very earnestly, Casey Mayo.
Where are you going, Nora?
No place, just out.
But, Nora, dinner's almost ready.
I don't want any dinner. Please leave me alone. I'm sick of you two watching everything I do and everything I say everywhere I go.
Honey, what's gotten into you? Sally and I, we're just concerned about you. You're not yourself these days.
Oh, I'm not. So you've both been spying. You admit it.
No, this is silly.
Well, leave me alone and don't try to follow me.
Well, what was all that about?
I don't know. Sally, I'm beginning to be afraid. Terribly afraid.
Mayo.
I read your ad in the paper, Casey. If you'll just tell me what size police badge you wear, I'll come over and pin it on your chest.
How are you, Captain?
Fine. Just burning to meet your pen pal.
Hold on a second, will you, Captain? Mayo.
You know how I killed him? You want to know why? Because I loved him with a passion that was bigger than both of us.
The size of the passion is very important, lady, but tell me first, what size shoe do you wear?
Shoe? 8.5C. But I could wear an 8 if it was...
Sorry, lady, you're not our Cinderella. Captain Haynes?
Yeah, I'm still here.
That last call makes the 10th confession so far. How many phonies are there in this town? Hello. Mayo.
Mr. Mayo, I read your letter.
Okay, lady. Tell me how I can be sure you're the Blue Gardenia.
The newspaper said the police found his shoes. Weren't they suede shoes?
Maybe. Go on.
They were size 5.5B. The rubber heel was loose on the left shoe. Am I right?
Look, where are you calling from?
A phone booth on the street. It's right next to the service station at the corner.
Fella, where's the washroom?
Yeah. Go on.
No, I'm not ready yet.
Hello, Gardenia. Are you still there?
Hey, fella, your phone's off the hook.
Hello?
Gardenia.
Who? Gardenia?
Who is this?
Highway Patrol, Officer McManus.
Where's the girl I was just talking to?
What girl? I don't see any girl around here.
Yeah, because she saw you first. Okay, officer. Thanks for the near miss.
Hey, Case.
Yeah?
You think she'll call again?
How do I know?
Well, it's been a couple hours.
All right, Al. I get the message. Go on home.
You mean it? I hate to leave you here alone. It's almost midnight.
Go on, I said. You're lousing up my game of solitaire.
Okay. See you in the morning.
Hello, Mayo.
Mr. Mayo, do you remember a phone call earlier tonight? The one that was interrupted?
Just which call was that?
About the shoes, size 5.5B. I know the girl who phoned you. I'd like to talk to you about her.
Mm-hmm. Where are you now?
A block from your office.
Okay. Come on up here. There's a self-service elevator on the side street. Get off on the second floor. That's the city room.
You'll be alone?
Yeah, alone.
All right. In 5 minutes, Mr. Mayo.
In a moment, Act 3 of The Blue Gardenia. The story is told about a couple of tourists who are going through an art gallery in Italy. One man, obviously tired of sightseeing, announced to everyone within hearing, you call this art? Nothing but faded paint and cracked canvas. We got better stuff on our calendars at home. An American serviceman overheard this and saw how it offended the Italians. He turned to the man and said, "Sir, the paintings here are not on trial. The people who come to see them are." Well, the frowns of disapproval on the faces of the Italians were erased by smiles of understanding, and the incident was widely repeated. It was a small thing, but even small things can have tremendous results. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Blue Gardenia, starring Dana Andrews as Casey and Ruth Roman as Nora. In the dark and deserted city room of the Evening Chronicle, Casey Mayo waits tensely for the minutes to pass. And then in the corridor outside, the automatic elevator, Casey reaches for the light switch.
Oh. Hello. Won't you sit down? Please. Right here. Cigarette?
Yes. Thanks.
Local girl?
What?
Oh, you're a local girl. You born and raised here?
Does it make any difference?
No, not really. Just making conversation. Well?
Mr. Mayo, I want to explain about the first phone call, why my friend didn't call you back.
She was too frightened? Or maybe she didn't trust me?
That was it. So she asked me to talk to you.
Look, I don't want to sell myself to you or to your friend. I told you, I mean her. All we want is an exclusive story. We'll pay for it with the best criminal attorney in town.
But perhaps the police will never find her.
Oh, they will. And they won't be so generous either. How did your friend meet Preble? At the phone company?
No. She didn't tell me.
Well, anyway, they were good friends.
No.
She went to his apartment, didn't she?
He said there'd be other people there.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayo, she had a lot to drink. She wasn't thinking straight.
She wasn't thinking, period.
That's what she told me. She doesn't even remember killing.
Oh, the old amnesia alibi. Maybe you're worrying too much about your friend. Sounds to me like she can take care of herself.
I don't know what to say.
Look, how about a hamburger?
What?
I've been cooped up in this office here all night. No dinner. There's an all-night joint up the street.
Oh, no, I don't want to be seen with you.
Believe me, it's perfectly safe. It's one of those hangouts that's either empty or you can't get in. Just the thought of one of those juicy hamburgers and a cup of coffee.
Coffee?
Yeah, a whole pot if you want. Come on, let's go. You know, when you first walked into my office, I thought you were the Blue Gardenia.
What changed your mind?
You're coming here with me. You wouldn't have risked that. Besides, you're just not her type.
Oh? What type am I?
The type that looks very becoming with a dab of mustard on the tip of your nose.
I have not. But I have.
Do that again.
What?
That. It's the first time since you walked into my office.
It's the first time since I found out about my friend.
You haven't found out very much.
It's clear up till the time she went to Preble's apartment. The rum drinks, the flour he bought her. Even after that, when he put the record. The Blue Gardenia?
Yeah, pretty song. Well, let's see. I think it's listed here on the jukebox. Yeah. That's a nice song. It's too bad it was background for murder.
Mr. Mayo, you're not going to print any of what I've told you.
Not until I've talked to the Blue Gardenia herself. And it better be soon. The police have her shoes. They're checking the stores to find who bought them. Oh, Mike, what do we owe you?
2 hamburgers and 5 coffees, $1.40, Mr. Mayo.
Okay, it's here on the table.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayo, I'm going to talk to my friend. If I can get her to call you...
No more phone stuff. You tell her to meet me here at 3:40 tomorrow afternoon.
Why 3:40?
Because that gives me just time to make the sunset edition.
Hi, honey.
Oh, Crystal, I hope you didn't wait up just for me.
No, I just got home. Homer took me to the Blue Gardenia tonight. What a mob. Everybody wanted to sit where the murderer sat.
And everybody thinks that he did.
Want some milk?
No, I'm turning in. Good night.
Nora?
Yes?
After Homer phoned for the date, I decided to borrow your new black taffeta dress. I couldn't find it.
I sent it to the cleaners.
Then I noticed your pumps were gone. The black suede pumps.
Really?
Honey, I've been putting everything together. That big mystery about the night of your birthday. Where you went, who you were with. And your jitters ever since. Nora, baby. Was it you? Oh, Nora, baby.
Afternoon, Mr. Mayo.
Oh, Mike, has the girl come in who...
Hello, Mr. Mayo.
Oh. Well, Granite 7323. You know, I suspected you from the start.
You did.
Yeah, I did. That's funny. You look smart enough to have gotten rid of Preble some other way.
Oh, I could have. But it just happens that I didn't do it. You see, I'm allergic to gardenias, any color.
Now, what are you doing here?
Because the real girl is ready to give herself up to you. But before she does, I want to be sure you meant what you told her last night.
Oh. Where is she?
Booth behind us. Treat her right, Mr. Mayo.
Well, now you know.
Yeah. Now I know. Mike, some coffee over here. Strongest you got.
That's the way it started. When Harry Preble called, I made the date, Crystal's date. And Nora Larkin, a country kid in the big city, winds up killing a man she'd never been out with before.
But last night you said your friend, well, I mean you, that you didn't remember doing it.
I must have. There's no other explanation.
More coffee, Mr. Mayo?
Oh, thanks, Mike.
Okay, just holler if you do.
Mr. Mayo, I know I should have told you the whole story last night, but I wanted time to think. I had to be sure I could trust you.
And you're sure now?
I'm sure. So, what do we do?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nora, I didn't expect you to be the girl.
Oh, what's that got to do with it? You promised in that letter you'd help me. Didn't you mean what you said?
No. Don't you see, Nora? I thought the killer was just another cheap dame. If I'd had any idea that it was
No
you...
more lies, please. I've had enough.
Oh, Nora.
That's okay, Casey. My boys will escort her.
It was
Captain
a
Haynes.
trap. You led me into a trap.
Take her along, boys.
Haynes, wait a minute. You made a mistake.
No, it's the other way around, isn't it? You have a cozy twosome with a wanted killer and forget to let Homicide know about it? Or am I wrong? Did you tell Mike to tip us off?
Mike?
No, stirring. That was all my idea. You see, first I read Mr. Mayo's letter to Blue Gardenia in the paper. Then last night I see him come in here with some dame at 3 a.m. And then here they are again now. So I begin to figure, see? I add up. Then I go to the phone. Pretty good detective work, huh, Mr. Mayo? Maybe you'll do a story about me, huh?
Yeah, an obituary, I hope.
Blue Gardenia captured Casey Mayo, top beautiful killer. Read all about it.
Some headline, eh, Case?
Yeah.
Paper, mister?
No.
Beautiful killer caught by columnist.
Go on, beat it.
Oh, what's wrong with you, buddy?
Yeah, that's a good point. She can't mean that much to you.
She might have. Let's go in this drugstore a minute. I need an aspirin.
Long time since you've needed aspirin because of some dame.
Will you shut up about her?
Okay.
Al, listen. That music.
Well, what about it? You've heard canned music before. They pipe the stuff into half the stores in town.
Well, when we first checked over Preble's apartment, you turned on his phonograph. You played this record.
Huh? Yeah, that's right.
The cleaning woman said that was the record on the phonograph when she found the body.
Well?
Well, don't you see? It isn't the same record that was playing when Nora blacked out. Come on, Al. Let's forget about the aspirin. Now, do you see what I mean, Captain?
No, I don't. You drag me up here to Preble's apartment, you play his phonograph and say, this is the wrong record, but where's the proof?
Nora's the proof. She said she heard only one piece of music played here, and that was the Blue Gardenia.
Casey, she's confessed. I've got the evidence to convict her. I'm happy.
Captain, a woman's life is involved. We can't let her go to the chair because of a wrong piece of music.
All right. Where do we go from here?
Where? Take a look at the label on this record.
What?
See where it was bought?
Melrose Music Shop.
May I help you, gentlemen?
We hope so. Did you ever hear of Harry Preble?
Well, who hasn't? A good customer of ours. Or was.
You know anything about this album of records he bought here?
Police?
Mm-hmm. The Haynes homicide.
Oh. Well, Miss Miller handled Mr. Preble's account. Just a second. Rose, can you come up front, please?
I'm unpacking that new shipment, Mr. Smith.
Well, let it go. There are some policemen here to see you.
Who?
The police. It's about Preble.
All right.
I'm afraid, Casey, this is just a wild goose chase. We're not going to learn anything here.
Okay, so we keep trying.
Oh, wait a minute. What was that?
It came from out back. Come on.
Yeah.
Rose. Rose.
Hold on. Where's the washroom?
That door right there.
Rose.
Mr. Smith, you better call an ambulance. A police ambulance.
Yes, sir.
I want to die. I want to die.
No, you don't, Miss Miller. You want to get those cuts bandaged, and then when you feel better...
No. I want to be with Harry.
Harry Preble?
Yes.
You were in love with him?
Yes. I knew I didn't have a chance with all his other women. When he walked out, I crawled after him. And then that night I went to his apartment. I still had the key. I walked in and found him with that woman.
You mean Nora Larkin?
Yes. She was passed out on the floor and Harry was holding the fire poker. He said they'd been fighting. I told Harry he had to take me back. He said he would, but all the time he was pushing me toward the door. I knew he wanted to be alone with her. I grabbed the poker away from him and then with all my might...
Miss Miller. Miss Miller, I'm Casey Mayo of the Chronicle. I wrote a letter to you on the front page of the paper. Maybe you read it.
Yes.
I promised to help you, to be your friend. That promise still goes.
On your call to Providence, Rhode Island, sir, to P.O. Baker, there will be a short delay.
Hello, operator.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to place a person-to-person call, please.
Oh, you?
Very cute, Mr. Mayo. Gee, we thought you were still out in the Pacific watching all those H-bomb tests.
My plane got in this morning. Now, how about my person-to-person call?
Oh. Would you repeat the name of your party, sir?
Miss Nora Larkin.
Thank you, sir. I'll try to...
Operator.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please tell your party that Miss Larkin is not ready to talk yet?
Then would you please leave a message, operator?
Yes, sir.
Say that Mr. Casey Mayo deeply regrets certain mistakes he made in the past. He'd like another chance.
Another chance? Boy, if you only knew.
Sally.
Well, I heard you the other night.
Operator.
Yeah?
Please tell your party that Miss Larkin is not free to talk now, but she suggests an appointment. Call later.
Tonight?
7 o'clock?
Dinner?
Of course.
Mr. Mayo.
Yes.
Maybe a human interest story?
Uh-huh. Very human and very interesting. Read all about it in the Evening Chronicle.
In a moment, our stars will return. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Lewis Cass knew how important friendship is. In 1836, he resigned as Secretary of War to accept the post of Ambassador to France. It wasn't too long after his arrival there that he became friends with King Louis Philippe. But making friends with the French people was another story. Anti-American propaganda had been too well planted over the years. But one day, Cass witnessed a street fight. With the appearance of armed troops, the fighters fled, leaving a group of bystanders about to be fired on. Stepping out in front of them, Cass told the commanding officer that he, as well as the Frenchmen with him, were innocent spectators, and that to fire on them would be murder. The officer apologized and ordered his men to put up their guns. The incident marked the beginning of Lewis Cass's friendship with the French people. Gradually, despite the attempted smears by other nations, Cass strengthened the understanding between his country and France, and he was eventually responsible for the signing of a treaty by America, France, and England, a treaty which guaranteed freedom of the seas to all nations. Once more, an American had proved to the world that by helping others, you help your country. Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And they're coming forward for a bow. Dana Andrews and Ruth Roman.
Now I know you must have a hit for next week, Irving. Isn't it another of your 20 great...
Yes, one of our greatest war pictures. The story of a foot soldier of World War II, Battleground. Winner of the Photoplay Gold Medal Award for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and a stirring tribute to our fighting men. And as our stars, we'll have that fine actor and first citizen of Hollywood, George Murphy, and one of our most talented and popular artists, Van Johnson.
An excellent choice, Irving. Good night.
Night.
Good night, and do hurry back.
Hollywood Radio Theater is produced by Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
After all, suppose you were a detective's wife working on a case involving a baseball team, and one of the star players tried to get to first base.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott. Tonight we are fortunate to have with us, making his dramatic debut, the man America knows and loves as number 42 at Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. One of America's great athletes and a great guy, Jackie Robinson. Our story is a tale of homicide in the ballpark. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for this puzzle in murder.
Pat and I had gone for a spin in our convertible. Meantime, in a hotel room in San Francisco, Monty Phillips, the best catcher the Yellow Sox ever had, was entertaining a visitor.
I told you to stay away from me, Louie.
Well, I told you I'd be back, Marty. It's funny, you're a very smart apple on a ball field, but you ain't using your head now.
Get out of here. I ain't gonna ask you again.
You're a sap, Marty. Look. The boss says his syndicate's got $400,000 tied up in Tuesday's game. The boss says you can make yourself $75,000 just by losing.
I ain't taking a cent of that dirty dough.
$75,000's a lot of lettuce, kid. You'll be washed up someday. You'll wish you'd taken it. It's awful easy to throw the game, Marty. You lose a foul ball in the sun. You make a slow throw to second. Little things like that, nobody'd notice.
Will you scram out of here?
The boss says if you don't want to take his dough, you're not going to play Tuesday. You're not going to play ever, Marty. I'm giving you one last chance. You take the dough and lose on Tuesday?
No. No, I told you I'd break you.
Okay, Marty.
Hey, put down that gun.
I'm awful sorry, kid. The boss just can't afford to lose that 400
Hey,
G's.
Louie, don't!
Yeah. It's like I said. You were a very smart ball player. But really, you were just a jerk, kid. Just a jerk.
Get some morning papers here. Monty Phillips murdered. Find big league catcher's body in hotel room. Killer gets Monty Phillips. Get your morning papers here. Get your morning papers.
When we got home that night, John Stafford, an official of the Baseball Commission, telephoned and asked Pat to go to his apartment immediately. Pat, as usual, tried every trick in the book to keep me off the case. But later on, in John Stafford's apartment, yours truly was in the case right up to her little ears.
I'm not calling off the game next Tuesday, Mr. Abbott.
You're not, Mr. Stafford?
No. I think it would be the worst thing we could possibly do. I want the boys to go ahead and play as though absolutely nothing had happened.
But do you think that'll convince the people that the Yellow Sox are playing an honest ball game?
I do, Mrs. Abbott. If we cancel the game, it'll seem as though something rotten had been going on. Of course, meantime, you've got to find out who killed Marty Phillips. That is your job, Mr. Abbott.
You say whoever shot him didn't leave any clues in that hotel room?
None.
You know Marty well?
Yes, ever since he played high school ball.
You know anything about his private life? Something that might be a lead as to who killed him?
I know nothing of the sort.
Plenty of blind alleys in this case, aren't there?
Does the case faze you, Mr. Abbott? Simply because the killer has been rather ingenious?
No, it doesn't faze me. Who's going to catch for the Yellow Sox on Tuesday?
Ned Tilton. He's a manager player, you know.
Mm-hmm. How does Ned feel about all this?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him?
Thanks, I will. Maybe he'll be more helpful.
Maybe.
Pat and I went to visit Ned Tilton, the manager-player. Ned was kind of husky, gruff, but sentimental, and quite broken up about the death of his pal, Marty.
Marty was a great catcher, Mr. Abbott. Baseball won't see the likes of Marty for a long, long time.
Yes, we know, Ned.
I love that kid. See, I used to sit in the dugout and get goose pimples just watching him behind the plate. He had that magic like Willie Mays. I busted out crying when I heard Monty was dead.
Well, Ned, have you any idea at all who might have wanted to get Monty?
I think it was some crooked mob, Mrs. Abbott. Couldn't have been any of his friends. They were all crazy about him.
Anybody ever approach you, Ned? Try to get you to toss a game for dough?
I'd break their necks the minute they opened the trap.
Okay, Ned. We'll be moseying along. Thanks.
Yeah. Give a year's salary to get my hands on the guy who plugged Monty.
Maybe we can dig him up for you. Bye.
Yeah, so long. Sorry I couldn't serve you folks anything. I don't drink myself. I never touch it.
Bye, Ned. We'll do everything we can to even up the score for you.
Yeah, well, thanks. I'll be praying that you do.
Pat and I went home, and he sprawled out in his favorite chair. He began toying with his chin thoughtfully.
You know, dear, there's one thing that might open up this can of peas.
What is it, dear?
The Yellow Sox pitcher.
Freddie Manning?
Mm-hmm. Suppose a mob did get to Phillips. He and Freddie Manning are the whole team anyway. Now, Phillips is out of the way, so their only hope
would be to reach the pitcher, Freddie.
Mm-hmm.
I've an absolutely sensational idea.
Well, naturally.
Well, now, if you go to talk to Freddie Manning, it'll be no dice. But if I...
Stop. Right there.
Well, Pat, you know how a man will talk to a woman. They're putty in our hands.
Yes, well, I don't relish the idea of you alone somewhere with Freddie Manning, twisting him into a piece of putty.
Well, suppose I meet him. They say he's a wolf. Now, suppose he doesn't know that I'm Mrs. Abbott. Suppose he doesn't even know I'm Mrs.
The answer is still no. I won't allow you to do it.
But if it'll solve the case...
I am not going to risk some gangs using you for target practice.
But I just want to find out if anyone's tried to bribe him. I just want their name. I just want him to get palsy-walsy.
Yes, I know. Well, there are degrees of palsy-walsy.
It just means taking off my wedding ring for a few hours.
Means what?
Well, so that Freddie doesn't know I'm married. So that he'll get friendly. All right, Pat?
No.
Oh, okay, Warden. I won't try to make a break for it now, but someday I will. I'll get out a stir. Wait and see. The possibility of my solving the case entirely on my own was too tempting to resist. One afternoon, while Pat was at the office, I met a sports writer who was a longtime friend. He introduced me to Freddie Manning. Then, with a double-talk story about my old maid aunt being sick, I gave Pat the slip for a night and went out on a date with Freddie. He was young, dark, terribly handsome. A dreamboat. We went to a nightclub together. I was launching my dreamboat with champagne.
Jeannie, baby, you have just connected with a guy who's going places. You know that?
Sure, Freddie, I know.
Matheson, Johnson, Carl Hubble. Those guys have nothing compared to your little Freddie. And you're in line to be my ever-loving baby, huh, Jeannie?
You bet. You're going to be wonderful out there on the mound this Tuesday, aren't you?
I can't miss. I'm in perfect shape. You know the doc says there isn't a huskier guy in the league?
Tell me a secret.
Anything my honey wants to know.
Did anybody offer you money to throw the game Tuesday?
What do you want to talk about that for? Give me a baby.
Oh, Freddie, people are watching.
All right, then let's go to my apartment. I got a gorgeous terrace. We make some drinks at my bar. You know, if you stand on tiptoe on my terrace, you can reach right up and grab a chunk of the moon.
Well, it's awfully late.
And I got some music you like, too. Moody, low-down stuff. Shearing, Art Tatum, Ellington. What do you say?
Well,
I'll show you my scrapbook. Time I was in Hollywood. And all the movie stars gave me a big party. I got autographed pictures from all of them. To the best pitcher in baseball. That's me, honey.
Okay, Freddie. Let's go.
Good. Ah, you'll like it on the terrace. Nobody will be watching us but the man in the moon. And he don't care.
Freddie took me to an exquisite, ultra-modern penthouse overlooking the bay. He kept the place dimly lit. He played a few records. And then the ball players started to pitch.
Come here, Jeannie, honey. Give me a kiss, hmm?
No, wait.
What? What's the matter?
Well, I thought you were going to show me your scrapbook.
Oh, that can wait.
But I want to see where it says, to the best picture.
Okay. Scrapbook's here, right under this table.
Must have cost a lot of money to fix up this place, didn't it?
Yeah, why?
Oh, I was just wondering. I know the Yellow Sox pay you plenty,
But maybe I could be picking up some extra dough on the side for throwing a few games, hmm?
I wouldn't blame you for it. You ever do that, Freddie? Do you think that's why Marty Phillips was killed?
Get this. The cops went through that whole routine with me. I don't know anything about it, so forget
Freddie,
it.
You're hurting my arm.
Unless you like to get slapped around, forget it.
All right. Don't get so excited. Now, let's see the scrapbook. That's better. Say, who's she?
Hmm? Oh, give me that picture. That doesn't belong in there.
To my darling, my own adorable sweetheart. Should I be jealous?
No, she's an old flame. Gone and forgotten. Go on, look at the rest of the book. Look at the big shots I'm with.
Oh, that's Commissioner Stafford, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Swell guy.
He asked you much about Marty?
What the devil do you keep harping on that for? What are you up to?
Nothing. Oh, come on. Play another record for me. Then we'll go out on the terrace and see if we can really touch that moon.
Good evening, Jean.
Hello, Pat.
Or should I say good morning?
Oh, it is late, isn't it?
How's your aunt?
Much better, thank you.
Amazing old girl, isn't she?
Yes, amazing.
Especially the way she has people sit up with her when she's sick.
Oh, what's wrong with sitting up with a sick old aunt?
In a strapless evening gown?
Oh, that. Well, you see, my other dress... Well, I mean, this dress...
What'd you find out from Freddie Manning?
Freddie Manning?
You're not wearing your wedding ring, dear. And you've been dancing with somebody who's clumsy on his feet. Your slippers wouldn't look like that after a taxi ride to your aunt's house. Not much fun being married to a detective, huh?
Pat, I went to my aunt...
I said, what did you find out from Freddie Manning?
He wouldn't talk.
You were with him all evening and you didn't get a lead?
No, I tried very hard, Pat. He was kind of touchy when I spoke about Marty. That's all.
No, I ought to get the hairbrush and spank the daylights out of you.
I was only trying to help, dear. Pat Abbott, I have half a mind to...
You have a half a mind, period. After I told you not to fool around in this case, after I told you to stay away from Freddie, after I...
Jealous, Pat?
No, I certainly am not.
Worry about me tonight?
I never gave it a thought.
You're as amazing as my aunt.
Why do you say that?
You don't get jealous.
Mm-mm.
You don't worry.
Nope.
But you smoke 2 whole packs of cigarettes.
Oh, that.
Not much fun being married to an observant wife. Hmm?
In just a moment, Act 2 of tonight's adventure of the Abbotts.
What do you know about your government? Do you know, for example, who is responsible for your personal security? The security which comes from being healthy, having a good education, and being well taken care of when we are unable to care for ourselves. A new secretary has been added to the President's cabinet as head of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. Actually, the department handles the work of several governmental agencies. The United States Public Health Service, which safeguards the general health of the American people. The Food and Drug Administration, which makes certain that our food is pure and safe. The Social Security Board, which takes care of older people, children, and the blind who may need help. And the United States Office of Education, which through research acts in an advisory capacity for the various state boards of education. All these agencies, through the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, are ever watchful of our personal security. That's how your government works.
And now for Act 2 of The Blood Red Diamond.
Tuesday afternoon, Pat and I went to the final game in the Yellow Sox series. The stands were packed. There had been no break in the case. Freddie Manning, my boyfriend, was pitching as sweet a ball game as you've ever seen. Ned Tilton, the manager-player, was giving him wonderful support at the plate. Pat and I knew Tom Whitley, the sportscaster. Tom was the sportscaster who sounded strangely like Jackie Robinson. And we sat right beside the mic as he broadcast the game. Pat's eyes kept searching the stands, the dugout, and the field, watching for a tip-off if there was to be any dirty work.
This is Tom Whitley, fans. The game's tied at 1-1. It's the last of the sixth at the bottom of the batting order coming up. It'll be Freddie Manning, the pitcher, who's doing a great job out there today. The game has been a rough and tumble affair, not as dignified as the games we have at Ebbets Field, where we never try to influence the umpires. It just happens that the field over there in Brooklyn is the only one in the world where they serve right and left-handed pop bottles. Yes, this has been a wild game, and the only thing that's missing at a brawl like this is Leo the Roaster. I know a great new gag about Leo, but he's on top of the world now, and we'll just let him have his day. Well, here's Manning getting ready to step in. He gets a great big hand. There are 2 down, nobody on. There's the wind-up, the pitch. It's a hard grounder wide of third. Taylor's over, comes up with the ball. This will be close. But Manning falls down, and the throw is there for the 3rd out. Freddie seems to have tripped as he headed for first, but he's not getting up. The lad must have twisted an ankle or something. Everyone running towards Freddie, and he isn't moving. He's got his face right down in the dirt. The crowd's tense. This may mean he's out of the ball game. Ned Tilton, his catcher, is going over to him now. He's waving for the doctor. There goes Commissioner Stafford, leaving his box, heading for Freddie. Stands are quiet now, very quiet. One woman seems to have broken past the field police. Oh, yes, a good friend of the team's, Mrs. Tilton, Ned Tilton's wife. Now, there goes my man on the field, and he's going to signal me as soon as the doctor finds out what's wrong. He's waving at me now. He's saying, Freddie, why, that's impossible. That's... Ladies and gentlemen, Freddie Manning is dead.
Pat and I raced to the Yellow Sox locker room, fighting our way through the shocked, milling crowd. Commissioner Stafford was there, and Ned Tilton. A policeman stood guard over the dead body. Stafford was very pale.
Well, Mr. Abbott, I really don't know what to say. The usual words don't mean anything.
What is the doctor's opinion, Mr. Stafford?
Looks like a heart attack. No signs of violence. Nothing at all. It was a hurried diagnosis, but from the blood that gushed from Freddie's mouth and nostrils, and from what he could see in just a quick glance, the doctor says Freddie's heart just popped and the boy died.
You the regular team doctor? Ever examined Freddie before?
Yes, that's what's so puzzling. He examined Freddie last week for an insurance policy. His heart was perfect.
But that doesn't make sense. He could...
First it was Marty. Now it's Fred. Are we cursed or something?
Try not to take it so badly, Ned.
Trying to find my wife. I gotta go home. I don't feel right. I can't stand this.
But I'll find her, Ned. Ned, did I ever meet her?
Huh? I don't know. I don't think so. I've got to find her.
I could swear I'd seen her before today. Ned, sit down.
Oh.
That's it.
How could it happen? How could this happen?
Can you answer that, Mr. Abbott?
I think so.
Exactly what do you mean?
Freddie was probably murdered.
What?
A boy in his condition doesn't have a heart attack out of a clear blue sky. It's very unlikely. The attack was probably induced by poison.
Poison? Well, he played 6 innings.
Slow poison, Ned. Poison from his glove or from the ball or the bat.
But how would he have swallowed the poison?
I'm not sure yet, dear. It was a violent heart attack. Might have been caused by nitroglycerin. That works very slowly till the system has a lethal dose, shows no immediate signs, then suddenly it explodes the heart. Doctors use it for its expansive effect in small doses for arterial tension.
Oh, sounds fantastic. Now all you have to do is to find out which person out of the 25,000 people here engineered that. Rather Difficult odds, eh, Mr. Abbott?
And I'll use your favorite word, Mr. Stafford. Maybe.
Pat and I finally left the stadium and went home with Pat frowning, mulling the problem over and over. Late that night at home. What's bothering you, Jean? You look troubled. Well, I've a feeling it'd help if I knew...
If you knew what?
Mrs. Tilton, Ned's wife. The woman who ran out on the field when Freddie fell. I could have sworn I'd seen her before. But where?
She's with the team very often. What difference does it make?
No, it's something peculiar. Where did I see her? It wasn't at the ballpark. It... Pat, I've got it. Her picture was in the scrapbook.
Freddie's? The one he showed you that night?
That's right.
Well, why wouldn't her picture be in the scrapbook? She's been with the team ever since Tilton joined them.
But the inscription, dear.
What inscription?
On her picture. She wrote, "To my darling Freddie, my own adorable sweetheart."
Are you sure about that?
Positive. I didn't know who she was when I saw it, so I just passed it by, but isn't that kind of...
I'll be back.
Well, where are you going?
To the stadium. Now, you wait here. This will be too dangerous.
I certainly will not. Why will it be so dangerous to go to the stadium?
Because the killer may be there alone, and very much in the mood for a few more bloody murders.
Naturally, Pat couldn't shake me off. We bribed the night watchman to let us into the stadium. It was deserted, but there was a light shining through the door of the Yellow Sox locker room. Pat opened the door. Ned Tilton was there, emptying his locker.
Mr. Abbott, what are you doing here so late?
We've just had an idea, Ned.
About Marty and Freddie? Well, come on, tell me about it.
You told us when we visited your place that you never drink, Ned.
Huh? No, I don't.
There's a scotch bottle in your locker.
Oh, that.
There isn't any scotch in it. Is there? Got the nitroglycerin in the bottle, Ned?
Yeah. And if you or that wife of yours makes a move, I'll throw it on the floor. There's plenty left in the bottle. It'll blow us all to bits.
You put the liquid nitro on your catcher's mitt, didn't you, Ned? Just enough to wet the ball. You kept throwing to Freddie. Freddie was tossing spitballs. It's against the rules, I know, but Freddie knew a way around the rules. He was sneaking a few across the plate that way. It's happened before. You were the only person who knew he threw spitballs. You knew he'd keep licking his fingers to wet the ball. You knew he'd swallow little bits of the poison that way. That right, Ned?
Shut up, Abbott, and move out of the way.
You got a very attractive wife, Ned. And Freddie was quite a wolf. He and your wife were more than just two people interested in the team, weren't they?
Aye.
Her pictures in Freddie's scrapbook with a greeting that's a little too affectionate burned you up, didn't it?
I said get out of my way.
You started out to make a fortune, Ned. You placed heavy bets against your own team. Hired a guy to threaten Marty. The guy had to kill him. Then you went after Freddie. But not because you wanted him to throw the game. No, things were too hot to rig it that way. No, you wanted to kill him yourself for a personal reason.
I've got nothing to lose if I drop this bottle of nitro.
Now, look, Ned.
Keep away from me, Abbott.
Be careful, Pat.
I'll be getting out of here now, if you don't mind. Don't follow me. All I have to do is toss this juice in front of you and the missus. Stay right where you are. I'm watching you. I can still see you. Don't move.
There he goes, Pat. See him? He's running into the grandstand.
Stay here, Jean. I'll get him.
Come back, Pat. You'll be killed.
I lost him. He must have ducked behind the benches.
Come back, Pat.
I told you not to follow me, Abbott.
Get down, Pat. He's going to throw the nitro. Pat, are you all right? I can't see out there. Pat!
I'm all right. Stay where you are. Now, Ned, you and I are going to play a little tag.
You come for me and I'll break your neck.
You picked a bad spot, Ned. That exit is closed. Where'll you run to now?
Keep your hands off, Abbott. I'll kill you. So help me, I'll kill you. Get out. Now I'm going to choke the life out of you.
That does it. You had enough, Ned? Oh, you had enough? You had enough?
As I came running up the ramp, Ned was out cold. Pat still had strength to haul Ned's body to the locker room where we waited for the police. When Ned was revived, he identified the gunman who'd killed Monty Phillips. I guess someone should have told Ned that Pat Abbott was a Marine veteran who'd been on the receiving end of the dirtiest fighting the Japs could ever think of. Very late that night, it was almost sunrise. Pat? Isn't it about time for me to put my wedding ring back on?
I suppose so.
Go ahead, you put it back on my finger.
How do you know I want to marry you again?
Oh, don't you?
No.
Oh, come on, marry me again.
I said I don't want to.
Would you marry me again for all the rice in China?
No.
For all the smorgasbord in Sweden?
No.
For all the moolah in Fort Knox?
No.
For a kiss?
You talked me into it.
Moral of the story. Husbands who wonder if their wives still love them should let their wives spend an evening dancing with a handsome stranger. I know a perfect nightclub they can go to. And the management is not responsible for hats, coats, or stolen hearts.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. Also heard tonight were Everett Sloan, Mandel Kramer, and Kenny Delmar. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
It's me, sweetheart. Risen from not one, but 2 deathbeds.
Oh, Sam, I bet not. You wouldn't take that lying down.
Oh, Effie, you made a joke.
Well, you did first, Sam.
I did not.
Oh, you mean you actually
Now,
weren't?
don't pin me down. Anyway, I was present at 2 dying declarations. Would you believe, Effie, that a man could say something that wasn't true at a time like that?
Oh, no. You mean a man would be lying on his deathbed?
Oh, Effie, you made a joke.
Oh, Sam, now stop it. I don't know
It's
what you
all
mean.
right, Effie. I forgive you. You can atone by telling me how wonderful you think I am.
I think you're...
That you may do when I arrive in a trice to dictate my report on the deathbed caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Tell me, mister, how many times a day do you have to comb your hair? Not many, I'll bet, if you groom it right, first thing every morning with Wild Root Cream Oil. For this famous hair tonic grooms your hair neatly and naturally, and helps it to stay that way throughout the day. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves dryness and removes loose dandruff. With Wild Root Cream Oil, you don't have to keep combing your hair every 2 minutes. That is, unless your gal can't resist running her hands through it. Get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep.
Oh, Sam, you're a sailor.
Captain Sam, is the brig for you. You got your logbook handy, gal?
Oh, yes, Captain.
So beware.
You make it, that's awful deep.
Date June 20th, 1948. Where?
Oh, Sam.
I have no shame. To Marin County Sheriff's Office, San Rafael, California. Attention, Deputy Woodington from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the deathbed caper. Dear Bill, the dawn came up like thunder out of Chinatown across the bay. In San Francisco, all we could see was fog. But on your side, it must have lifted briefly because somebody named Dan Starbuck managed to find his way to a phone booth, call me, and ask me to meet him at the 3rd Street Pier in Sausalito. I didn't see him when I first got there. I didn't even see the pier. It was too foggy. But in the glow of the neon lights in front of the Viking Saloon, I saw a man who seemed to be waiting for somebody. He was a big guy with a good face, but plenty of worry on it.
Mr. Spade?
Yeah, Mr. Starbuck?
Dan Starbuck. Come on down to the end of the pier. I'll explain as we go along. We gotta hurry.
You act hot. You wanted for something?
Well, not yet.
What's the caper?
Well, my brother's out there on his yacht, the Marguerite. He's dying. When he's dead, they may call it murder. I want to be there with a witness. That's you. In case he has anything to say about who did it.
Who did?
They think I did.
Did you?
Honestly, I don't know. It happened the night before last. I went out there to see him. We've hated each other for years. We've both been drinking, and we drank some more. Then there was a fight. I drew a blank somewhere. Next thing I knew, it was around midnight. I pulled myself together, went into his cabin. Gordon was lying there with his head all kicked. I realized I was covered with blood, and I was holding something in my hand, big glass paperweight. I dropped it. I got out of there fast and swam ashore. I planned to tell you a different story, but that's it. You want the job or not?
You think you'll make a deathbed statement that'll clear you, and you want me for a witness?
Yeah, that's it.
You got a lot of guts. I'm hired.
Good. Halverson? You down there? Halverson! Who's Halverson? He's a boatman. He'll row us out. Halverson! Hey, Nils!
Donnie?
Yeah. Is that you, Casino?
Sure. Can I do you some favor?
I want to go out to the Marguerite. I can't find Halverson anywhere.
Well, I guess I can take you. Are you sure that
Yeah, I'm sure. Sam Spade, Del Casino. He's the bosun of the Marguerite.
Glad to meet you.
Sam.
Any friend of Danny's. Hey, listen, Danny, you sure you want to go out there?
Any reason why he shouldn't?
Well, it's up to him. In his place, I would be on a freighter for China, way out there where the fog is more thicker.
No, it's all right, Casino. I know what I'm doing.
Well, your friend, you excuse me, your name?
Spade.
Pardon me, I better ask. The police don't want you for nothing?
Not yet, but don't make book on it.
Push us clear, Danny.
All right.
This fog is closing in, but I can still see the lights from the Marguerite. I wish we don't find her.
But we did. She was wearing clam diggers, an off-the-shoulder T-shirt, and was leaning against the rail as the dinghy pulled past the police launch and nestled in under the ladder of the yacht.
Del? Del, is that you?
Yes, Miss Starbuck.
Who is that with you?
Keep quiet.
Del, what are they saying ashore about... Oh, I thought you...
You're Mrs. Starbuck?
Yes?
I'm Sam Spade. I'm from San Francisco. I'm a detective. Your brother-in-law's on the boat.
You captured him?
He wants to come aboard.
He wants to... Why?
He's hoping your husband will say something to clear him before he dies. Is there any reason why he shouldn't come aboard?
Oh, there's every reason in the world why he shouldn't. The police are in there with my husband right now.
Yeah?
The doctor says there's a possibility that he may regain consciousness long enough to make a dying declaration.
Mm-hmm.
If he's face to face with Dan, there's no telling what he'll say. I wish Dan wouldn't... My husband is dying.
Dan?
Yeah. What'd she say?
I don't know, but I think you better come aboard. He seemed almost delighted as he swung his weight up out of the dinghy and climbed the ladder. Del Casino, the bosun, followed, wearing a puzzled expression that turned to fear as we entered the cabin. The yellow glare from the lamp swinging overhead was almost blinding to walk into out of the foggy night. The first thing I focused on was the bunk that held the dying man. His head was heavily bandaged, his skin was chalk white, and his lips were beginning to turn blue. The room was tense with waiting. Ranged around him in a semicircle were the supporting players. 2 doctors, 1 family type with a nurse, 1 police medic without, 1 sheriff with cigar, 1 police stenographer, female, with pencil and notebook poised, 9/10 of a widow, and us. At 18 minutes past 7, somebody moved. It was the dying man. The 2 doctors rushed forward, took his pulse and blood pressure.
Let's go. Adrenaline 3cc, Carmine 1, saline solution. All right, Sheriff, he's conscious now, but you'd better hurry.
All right. Mr. Starbuck, you can hear me all right? Take that down.
Can you hear me? Affirmative answer.
Now, Mr. Starbuck, we have to ask these questions. 1, what is your name? Please try to answer. What is your name? Gordon M. Starr. You got that?
What is your name? Gordon M. Starr?
That's close enough. Fill it in later. Now, Mr. Starbuck, where do you live? Where do you live? I'm dead. You got that? 1277 Marymount, Pasadena.
Hey.
Now, Mr. Starbuck, let's try a little harder, This is a long one. Have you been injured, and what was the cause of your injury? Yes. Hurts my... You got that?
Affirmative.
Now, the second part. What was the cause of your injury? Head. Hit on head. Do you believe that you're about to die as a result of your injuries, and have you no hope of recovery? I know. No hope. Now let's get to the point. Who inflicted said injuries? Mr. Starbuck, please, you haven't much time, you know. Go away. Doc, is there anything you can do?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, this is ghastly. Can't you leave him alone? Can't you let him die in peace?
What are you afraid of, Maggie? What are you afraid he'll say?
All right. All right, tell them, Gordon. It was Dan that struck you, wasn't it? He was jealous. He always hated you for marrying me. It was Dan.
Now, Mrs. Starbuck, I know how you feel, but we can't allow this sort of thing. Please step aside so we can finish up here. That's it. Mr. Starbuck. Doctor?
Very low pulse. I'm not sure whether...
Is Dan here?
Here I am, Gordon. Tell him the truth.
Do you identify this man, Mr. Starbuck?
Yes. He's my brother. Dan.
Yeah. You got that? Brother Dan,
He's the one.
He's lying. Gordon, you know who did it. Why don't you tell the truth? What do you got to lose now?
Nothing. I'm finished.
Got that?
You finished me.
Gordon! Gordon, not yet. I'll come back. Doctor, can't you... Can't...
He's dead. Well... Okay, Doc. Dennis Starbuck, it is my duty as sheriff of this county to take you into custody on suspicion of murder. And I must tell you that anything you say may be held against you. You'd better come along too, Spade. Routine questioning, you know.
Okay, Sheriff.
And I don't think we'll need the handcuffs, will we, son?
No, I'll go with you.
Yes, indeed, son. It's always smart to come along quietly.
Yeah. But this is as far as I'm going.
Hey, Dan, come back here. Use your head.
He only had one friend. He was the best friend in the world for a man on the land, the fog. The searchlights on the police launch spun frantically as the craft heeled around in a half circle to head him off. Instead of cutting the fog, the beams from the powerful lights bounced back from it and blinded the men behind them. After 10 minutes of that, they gave up. The sheriff had a theory.
Don't worry. Between the fog and the currents, I doubt if we'll make it. We'll probably recover the body in the morning.
And they did. But it wasn't Dan Starbuck's body. It was the bosun, Del Casino. And he was found in Richardson Bay, adrift in the dinghy from the Marguerite. Somebody had creased his skull with the same type blunt instrument that had been used on Gordon Starbuck. But Dell hadn't lived long enough to make a dying declaration.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. It gives you the advantages that men consider most important. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin, that's like the oil of your skin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to Caper with 2 Deathbeds. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
The police theory of the Del Casino killing went something like this. Casino had shoved off in the dinghy to join in the search for Dan Starbuck, had rescued him, and been maced for his pains. Also found in the dinghy, but not as yet worked into the police theory, were 2 items. 1, a waterproof wallet containing the seaman's papers of one Nils Halverson. 2, a tattoo mark on the right bicep of the deceased. A small heart with a name in it, Maggie. The brand new widow of the same name was waiting in my office when I got there the following afternoon.
Hello.
Hello to you, Mrs. Starbuck. What can I do for you?
Mr. Spade, I know very little about the ethics of your profession, and... Well, are you still working for Danny?
If you mean, do I know where he is, the answer's no.
Oh, I hoped you'd say that.
Why?
Because I want you to work for me.
Need a new bosun?
You needn't have put it quite so crudely.
No, I needn't.
Since your work is confidential, I'll admit I've done a few things that... Well, it's all too true. My first mistake was marrying Gordon Starbuck when I didn't love him. And I should never have let myself fall in love with Dan. I certainly should have known better than to let Dell fall in love with me.
What about Nils Halverson?
And me? Well, hardly. No. Nils Halverson was employed by my husband for various odd jobs whenever we put in at Sausalito. Mostly he'd row the guests out to the ship. He rowed Danny out the night my husband was killed. At least I think he did. I didn't actually see him.
Where's Halverson now?
I don't know. He goes off on drunks for days at a time, but I have a feeling that someone has paid him to disappear. He might have overheard something.
Hold on a minute. You're going too fast. Are you, working up to a confession?
Oh, no. It's just that I'm afraid a great injustice may have been done to Danny. After all, Mr. Spade, a man who's dying, I don't see how he could be altogether in his right mind. Do you?
The law says he is if he knows his name and address. A deathbed accusation is the strongest evidence a lawyer can shove at a jury. You can't cross-examine a dead man, and most people have the quaint idea that a man on his deathbed is a lot more truthful than he was when he was hale and hearty.
Then you think Gordon may have been lying?
Could be, or wool gathering, or picking up some of the lines you were feeding him.
Oh, I was just afraid he might die before he... You see, I thought I might shock him into saying yes or no. He could have said no, couldn't he?
Well, make up your mind.
Oh, all I know is it's on my conscience now. If we could find old Halverson and force him to tell what he knows. He's a very strange man. He's devoted to me. If the police find him before I do, he might refuse to talk out of a mistaken loyalty.
To you?
Well, I meant if he thought I had anything to do with the... Well, he's very strange. I told you that.
What makes you so sure he's alive?
Why wouldn't he be?
If I'd been the killer and he'd rode me to and from the scene of my crime, I'd see him secured in Davy Jones' locker. Fish feed, lobster bait, asleep in the deep.
Will you work for me?
I'll let you know. I didn't have time to get tattooed, but the rest of me was marinated enough. On my head, I was wearing a dirtied-up yachting cap, and the rest of me, I was wearing a pea jacket, dungarees, and sea boots. I was also wearing clamshell number 5 as I rolled up to the Viking saloon.
Well, what did it be, mate?
Akkeviet and water. Have you seen my cousin?
Your cousin? Who's your cousin, Prince Valiant?
No, my cousin Niels Halverson. Niels Halverson.
Oh, no. You're Niels' cousin, are you?
Yeah.
Well, coming from the old country?
Yeah, Minnesota. By you, Minnie.
Well, now, he'll be right glad to see you there.
Where fair is he?
I don't want to say this too loud.
Yeah.
Bend over there.
Yeah.
He's in trouble, you know.
Oh?
Yes, I got him holed up down below.
Oh.
Yeah, come on.
Well, by golly, I sure been glad to be going to see my cousin Niels. Niels Halverson.
Drop the act and get down there.
Hey!
Okay, Joe, I'll take over from here.
Easy.
Okay, Danny, my boy. I got his gun. But watch him now, watch him. He's full of smorgasbord.
Well, Spade, you're the one person I didn't expect to see, but I'm very glad to.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't found you. I wanted to find somebody else first.
Halverson?
Yeah.
He's here. Want to see him?
That's what I came for.
And under here. Watch your head, low bridge.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Where?
A boathouse under the pier. Halverson used to hole in here to sleep off his schnapps.
Where's he now?
Over here.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's going to be a long time sleeping this one off.
He'd been missing since that night. Nobody knew he was here till last night. I headed for the saloon when I swam ashore. Joe hid me out here. He could still talk then.
What'd he say?
I wrote it down here. But it's no help.
Let's see it.
It's just a jumble of words.
Marguerite. Merry Christmas drink. My beautiful Helga. Row, row your boat. Now throw me back, roll me back. $20 good and drunk. Fog rolling in. Good and drunk. Gonna be 5 days, no business. Oh, my head. Paint the boat.
All crazy stuff.
$20. Did you give him $20 to row you out?
I didn't even see him. I swam out. My loving brother wouldn't have let me on board if he'd heard me arriving like a gentleman.
$20. Did you frisk him?
No.
I'll have a look. Oh, I don't... Hey, wait. Uh-huh. Real soggy, but a 20.
Now, look here. I'm sticking to my story. I swam out there. I didn't give him that 20.
Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't.
Well, you gotta believe me. I didn't even have $20. That's why I got...
Shut up.
What's the matter with you? What are you gonna do?
Come over here, Dan.
What?
I don't believe a word of your story, and even if I did, it wouldn't make any difference.
What are you...
Shut up. You're gonna stop talking and listen for a while. I stuffed a gag into his mouth and muscled him over to a piling and handcuffed him to it. He didn't even look surprised. He just stood there staring at me as if he'd lost his last friend in the world. But I wasn't looking at him as much as I was listening to those footsteps in the boards overhead. I waited for them to come back. They did. I walked across the soggy planks to where Nils Halverson lay in the shadows. Nils, I want you to answer these questions again. Now, this time I'm going to take them down. You get lots of $20 and lots of drink. Now then, I know you don't feel so good. You don't have to talk if you don't feel like it. Just nod your head for yes and shake it for no. Okay, Nils? That counts in a court of law as long as there's a witness. Okay. Now, your name is Nils Halverson. Your address is 213 Bayview, Sausalito. That's correct, is it? Nod your head. Good. Good. That proves you're in your right mind. You know you were injured. Yeah. You know the cause of your injury. Hit on the head and thrown over the side of your boat. What? Huh? Not from... Oh, dinghy. Well, it's the same thing. All right. Now, you know you're dying. You have no hope of recovery. That's obvious, but nod your head. That's the boy. Now, Nils, on the night of the 18th, around 10 o'clock, after your usual working hours, you rowed somebody out to the yacht Marguerite, in return for which this person gave you a $20 bill. This person is also the person who killed, who inflicted your fatal injuries. It is. Now, the name of that person, if you can possibly speak even in a whisper, so there can be no mistake. Can you hear me? Just say it close to my ear. Yeah? Yes. Yes, I got it. That's all. Now, I know you don't write, Nils, but make your mark here. Come on, I'll guide your hand. There. Now we're going to take... Nils. Nils. Well, anyway. All right, Maggie. Come on in and join the party. Don't try anything. The light's on you. I'm a better shot than you, and if there's a ruckus, the whole saloon will be down on us. They're all friends of Danny's, too. Stop there. Toss the gun. Okay. What's the matter, Angel? You look kind of scared.
No. Just disappointed, that's all.
Don't give up so easy, sweetheart. I always wanted to take a trip around the world.
We might go on the Marguerite. Together.
Yeah, sailing into the sunset. Sleeping with our deathbed statements under each other's pillows.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I guess it wouldn't work. How much for yours, and what do we do about him?
Dan? I'll take care of that. Throw it in with a deal.
Okay. But I want it in writing. A little statement to the effect that I can keep under my pillow.
Fair enough. All I want from you is a little statement from you to this effect. That you, Marguerite Starbuck, employed Nils Halverson to row you out to the yacht on the night of the 18th, that you there overheard a quarrel between your husband and brother-in-law, and that taking advantage of said brother-in-law's inebriated condition, you sneaked up behind your husband, hit him with a paperweight, and decamped, leaving the murder weapon in Dan's hand. You then started back for shore in the dinghy, and realizing that the only witness who could testify you were aboard that night...
All right. All right, I'll sign it.
Okay.
We'll have plenty of time to put in all the legal decorations later.
I'm afraid we won't, baby. You're going to be spending all your available time at Tehachapi and points west.
What are you talking about?
You just made a full confession in front of a witness. You heard it, didn't you, Dan? Every word.
Oh, we're fighting. Honest. An honest man.
Well, I did tell a fib. Now, this is really going to hurt, I'm afraid, Maggie. You see, we didn't actually have any deathbed statement to match yours.
No?
No. Nils Halverson was a good deal too dead to have made a deathbed statement just now. He's been stiff for 12 hours. Period, and a report.
Well, Sam, I'll type this right up because then I'm leaving.
Wait a minute, Effie. I had to do it that way. Don't you understand?
Of course, Sam, I quite understand.
But you object, huh? A cruel, ruthless, murdering, though beautiful woman, foiled by a clever ruse, a great acting performance by the greatest private detective of them all.
Is that all?
You're still leaving.
Yes, Sam, my bags are packed.
Well, pardon me for having feet.
There's a reason, men. In fact, there are 5 big reasons why more men every day are turning to Wild Root Cream Oil for well-groomed hair. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally. Wild Root Cream Oil relieves dryness and removes loose dandruff. Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. 5 big reasons why you, too, should join the millions with handsome, well-groomed hair. Why you should step up to your drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel and just right for the office or plant. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute, Effie. You can't leave like this, not without...
Oh, all right, I'll talk to you while I'm putting my hat on.
Well, can't you at least look at me? After all, you should give me a chance to justify...
Sam, apparently you're laboring under an apprehension.
Of course I am.
Oh, boy, am I glad I picked the last in June and the first in July.
What are you talking about?
My vacation.
Vacation? You just had a vacation a few months back.
12, Sam. That's a year.
Well, if you want to take advantage of a legal technicality...
No, Sam, don't say goodbye, man.
Well, it's customary, I suppose. It's lucky that some of us keep our nose to the grindstone, our ear to the ground, an eye to the future.
Huh?
Television's just around the corner, you know.
Oh, Sam.
Come here, sweetheart. You look lovely in it. Come here. Have a wonderful time.
Oh, Sam. Oh, Sam.
Come here. Now, go on. You missed your train. Where are you going?
The Los Sierras.
Well, just so you don't go to Kanab, Utah.
All right, Sam. You know best. Good night.
Good night, Sierra Sue. Now, who can we get for that part next week?
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, and welcome to 2 more new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. My name is Peggy Weber, and I had, as a young actress, the good fortune to perform with Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce on some of their Sherlock Holmes radio broadcasts. To Sherlock Holmes, Irene Adler was the woman. A great deal has been made of this over the years in many a pastiche, and even in some recent feature films, implying that Holmes was in love with Miss Adler. But we must not lose sight of the true nature of Sherlock Holmes. As Dr. Watson writes, Holmes was a man to whom all emotions, particularly that of love, were abhorrent to his cold, precise, but admirably balanced mind. It would not be in Holmes' nature to be in love with such a woman. We must also bear in mind that outward signs of love in the Victorian era were suppressed. Women were considered second-class citizens, creatures who stood behind their men, bred and raised their children, and stood by silently and supportively. Such forward women as Irene Adler were considered loose women, a woman who was, in the words of the King of Bohemia, an adventuress. Holmes accepted this label placed upon Miss Adler by his client, but did not have so narrow a mind about women himself. He might not care for them, but he certainly did respect them, especially such a formidable woman as Irene Adler. Miss Adler was a benign adversary to Holmes, for in truth all her actions were to protect herself, not to bring harm to the great detective or his client, the King of Bohemia. Miss Adler's cunning, her awareness, as well as her immense beauty, and her ability to best Holmes, who rarely lost the game, are the traits that endeared her to Holmes from the moment he realized she had outfoxed him. And now, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson in the classic adventure, A Scandal in Bohemia.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And you know something? I had an adventure tonight I wish you could have shared with me. I had a steak about, an inch and a half thick, tender, juicy, and with it I had a glass of Petri California Burgundy. Now there's a combination, steak and Petri Burgundy. That Petri Burgundy's a perfect mealtime wine. It's a rich red wine that's hearty and full of flavor. Flavor that comes right from the heart of the grape. And don't think that Petri Burgundy is only good with steak. It'll make a hamburger sandwich taste like a feast, too. Try Petri Burgundy with any meat or meat dish. It's just wonderful. And serve it proudly, too, because after all, the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I know Dr. Watson's waiting for us, so let's go in and join him.
Come in.
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. You're quite muffled up tonight, I see. Overcoat, scarf, and gloves. Slip 'em off and come and join me by the fire.
Thanks, Doctor. It's quite a nip in the air tonight.
Yes, there is indeed.
Well, Doctor, you told us last week that tonight's story centered around the activities of a brilliant and beautiful woman.
Yes, my boy. Her name was Irene Adler. But I never knew Holmes referred to her by any other name than the woman.
She sounds mighty intriguing. How did you happen to meet up with her?
Well, I'll tell you the story from the beginning. One night, it was on the 20th of May in 1888, to be exact, I was returning home from a visit to a patient when my steps led me through Baker Street. Since my marriage, I haven't seen much of Sherlock Holmes.
And you couldn't resist stopping by at 221B, I'm sure, Doctor.
Of course I couldn't. As I stood outside the well-remembered door, I looked up at the lighted windows and saw the tall, spare figure of my old friend, pass twice in dark silhouette against the blind. He was pacing the room swiftly, eagerly, with his head sunk on his chest and his hands clasped behind him. To me, who knew every mood of his and habit of his attitude and manner told their own story. He was hot on the scent of some new problem. I rang the bell, and a few moments later found myself standing before him.
You look in splendid shape.
Yes, Holmes, I'm feeling very well, thanks.
And in practice again, I see. You didn't tell me that you'd gone back into harness.
Oh, and how did you know?
Elementary, my dear chap. If a gentleman walks into my rooms smelling of iodoform with a black mark of nitrate of silver on his right forefinger and a bulge on the left side of his hat to show where he's secreted his stethoscope, I should be dull indeed if I didn't pronounce him to be an active member of the medical profession.
Just the same as ever, Holmes. By the way, I'm not interrupting you.
Well, you are, old fellow, but it's a most welcome interruption.
You're working on a new case?
It looks like it. This letter arrived by the last post today. It's undated and has neither signature nor address. Read it.
Let's have a look. There will call upon you tonight at 7:45 a gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted. This account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chamber, then, at that hour, and do not take it amiss if your visitor wears a mask. Great Scott, it's all very mysterious. What do you imagine it means?
Look carefully at the note, old fellow. What do you deduce from it?
Oh, now, let me think. Well, the man who wrote it was presumably well-to-do. Such paper couldn't be bought under half a crown a packet. And it's peculiarly strong and stiff.
Peculiar. That's the very word. It's not an English paper at all. Hold it up to the light. Don't you notice anything?
Yes. There's a large E with a small G and a large G with a small T.
That's right.
Woven into the texture of the paper.
What does that suggest to you?
The name of the maker, no doubt, or perhaps his monogram.
Not at all, my dear fellow. The G with the small T stands for Gesellschaft, which is the German for company.
And the EG?
That stands for Igria. It's a German-speaking country in Bohemia, not far from Carlsbad.
Oh, so the paper was made in Bohemia?
Undoubtedly, my dear fellow. And the man who wrote the note is a German.
How do you know that?
Observe the curious construction of the sentence. This account of you we have from all quarters received. A Frenchman or a Russian could not have written that.
Huh?
It's the German who is so discourteous to his verbs.
Oh, there's your client now. I better go home.
No, unless you have to.
Well, I could stay. I thought that perhaps
Then stay, old chap. I'm lost without my Boswell, and this promises to be interesting. I told Mrs. Hudson to let the masked visitor come upstairs unannounced. Come in. Good evening, sir.
You received my note?
Yes, indeed, sir. Come in, won't you, and sit down. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. You may say anything before him that you can say to me. Whom have I the honor to address?
You may address me as Count von Kram.
How do you do, sir?
You must excuse this mask that I wear. The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you, and I may confess at once that the title by which I have just called myself is not exactly my own.
I'm well aware of that fact, sir.
You see, Mr. Holmes, the matter I am about to discuss implicates the great house of Ormstein, hereditary kings of Bohemia.
That has not escaped me either, sir. In fact, if you will state your case, I shall be the better able to advise you. Your Majesty.
How did you... Yes. Yes, I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?
Why, indeed?
I shall remove the mask. There. Mr. Holmes, I have traveled incognito from Prague for the express purpose of consulting you.
Then pray consult.
Briefly, the facts are these. Some 5 years ago, during a visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of the well-known adventuress Irene Adler.
Irene Adler? We know of her, Your Majesty.
Look her up in the index for me, will you, Watson? It's right beside you on the desk there.
I imagined that the name would not be unfamiliar to you.
Here we are. Abraham's, Acton Green, Hatchet Murders, Adler.
Splendid, old fellow. Hand me the file, will you? Thank you. Irene Adler, born in New Jersey in the United States in 1858, contralto. Prima donna Imperial Opera of Warsaw. Retired from the operatic stage, living in London. Quite so. And here's a recent notation. Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now desirous of getting those letters back.
Precisely so, but how did...
Was there a secret marriage?
None.
No legal papers or certificates?
No.
Then I fail to follow, Your Majesty. If this young lady should produce her letters for blackmailing purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity?
There is the handwriting.
That could be a forgery, Your Majesty.
But it was private note paper.
Stolen.
My own seal.
Imitated.
My photograph.
Bought.
What? We were both in the photograph.
Oh, dear. That's very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion.
Did you inscribe the photograph, Your Majesty?
Yes, Dr. Watson, I'm afraid I did. Mr. Holmes, it must be recovered.
Perhaps if you were to pay enough, the photograph might be bought.
She refuses to sell.
Stolen, then.
5 attempts have been made. Twice burglars in my pay ransacked her house. Once we diverted her luggage when she traveled. Twice she has been waylaid. There has been no result.
Oh, dear. It's quite a pretty little problem.
It is a deadly serious one to me.
Your Majesty, what does Miss Adler intend to do with the photograph?
To ruin me.
Oh, how?
Well, I'm about to be married to the second daughter of the King of Scandinavia. She is the soul of delicacy. A shadow of a doubt as to my conduct would bring the matter to an end.
And Irene Adler threatens to send the photograph to your fiancée, I suppose.
Yes, and she will do it. Rather than let me marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go. None.
Are you sure that she's not already sent it, Your Majesty?
I am sure.
Now, why, Your Majesty?
She said that she would send it on the day my betrothal is publicly announced. That day will be next Monday.
Splendid. Then we have still 3 days yet. Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present.
Certainly. You will find me at the Langham Hotel, registered as Count von Kram.
Just 2 questions before you leave, sir.
What are they?
Is the photograph large or small?
Quite large. And it was in a heavy frame.
I see. And what is Miss Irene Adler's London address?
Brioni Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Good night, and I trust that we shall soon have some good news for you.
I am placing all my hopes in you, Mr. Holmes. Good night. Good night, Dr. Roy.
Good night, Your Majesty. Fascinating problem, Holmes. I wish I could help you with it.
You can, my dear chap. Huh? I shall be glad of your company.
Oh, splendid. What's our first move, Holmes?
Well, a good night's rest, I think. We'll meet here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
And then?
Then, my dear fellow, we will see what we can find out about Miss Irene Adler, late at the Warsaw Imperial Opera Company and at present residing at Briony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood.
Well, Holmes, a cursory examination of Briony Lodge didn't prove very illuminating.
No, a bijou residence that represents the essence of dignified suburbia, but tells us very little about its owner. I think a visit to the local public house might prove more instructive. Come on, old chap. I see the door to the Coach and Horses inviting us from across the road.
Well, our disguises shouldn't cause any suspicion, Holmes.
That's why I suggested them. In the character of a couple of stable hands, I felt that we might inspire confidence. This is a horsey neighborhood. There's a wonderful sympathy and freemasonry among the fraternity. There we are. Better let me do most of the talking.
Yes, I will indeed. I'm sure that your accent will be more convincing than mine.
Let's go in, Chowdhury.
Well, what'll it be, Majors?
Half of Oldham Mile, please. How about you, Charlie?
All of the same?
2 halves of Oldham Mile. Well, here you are, mateys. That'll be a tenner.
Have a drink with us, Governor.
Oh, don't mind if I do. I'll have a Guinness. You blokes new round here?
Yes, that's right. Came over from Clapham.
Clapham, eh? Well, here's looking at you. Hunting for jobs?
That's right. We was told that Miss Adler, across at Briony Lodge, needed a new coachman and a groom.
Well, it's the first I've heard of it. It might be true. Have you been over there to ask?
No, not yet. We thought we'd find out something about the old girl first.
She ain't no old girl, matey. She's the prettiest young thing you ever saw under a bonnet, and that's a fact.
You know her, Governor?
Why, of course I know her. Used to drive her carriage, I did. Before I came to work here.
Oh, what's she like?
Oh, nice, little lady as you'll find, chum.
I work yard?
No. She lives quiet like. Goes out singing at concerts once in a while. The rest of the time it's money for jam. She goes out for a drive in the park every day at 5 and comes back to dinner at 6:30. The rest of the time's your own.
She ain't married, you say?
No. But she's got a bloke what comes to see her all the time. He's a barrister. Nice gentleman. Mr. Geoffrey Norton is his name. Good-looking fella. Wouldn't be surprised to see him get spliced.
Sounds like a cushy job to me. Come on, Charlie. Let's get over to the house and see what's what. Much obliged to you, chum.
Well, good luck, mateys, and thanks for the dinners.
What's our next move, Holmes?
Let's stroll back to Briny Lodge. I'm undecided whether to continue my investigation there or to try and find out something about Mr. Geoffrey Norton, the barrister. If he's just her lawyer and nothing else, it's more than likely that she's entrusted the photograph to his safekeeping.
Hello. There's a cab waiting outside Miss Adler's house.
Hurry, Watson. Maybe Mr. Norton's.
Here we are at the gate.
Yes. Here comes a man hurrying down the pathway. Quick. Flatten yourself behind this post. Listen.
Where to now, Mr. Norton? Drive like the devil. First to Gross and Hankey's in Regent Street, and then to the Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a sovereign if you do it in 20 minutes. Right, you are, Mr. Norton. Up in.
Fire and signal the cab, Watson. We must follow him.
Well, here comes one. Oh, no, it isn't. It's a private carriage.
Miss Adler's, no doubt. Here she comes down the pathway. Back behind the post again, Watson.
Where to, Miss Adler?
The Church of St. Monica's, John, and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes.
The game's afoot, Watson. Quick. We must get a cab and follow them.
Here comes a hansom. Hi, cabby. Here.
You blokes got enough money to take a cab?
Here's a half sovereign for you, my man.
Right, you are. Where to, Governor?
The Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road, and another half sovereign for you if you get us there in 20 minutes.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second, but let me tell you something. If you're going to have chicken for dinner tomorrow night, or any night, don't forget to serve that chicken with Petri California Sauterne. Believe me, Petri Sauterne is just about the last word in white wines. It's beautifully golden in color, it's delicate and intriguing in flavor, and it's just, well, you taste it and see for yourself. If you want a delicious white wine, you certainly want a Petri Sauterne. Well, Doctor, once again, you broke off your story at the most exciting point. Did you and Sherlock Holmes reach that church inside the 20 minutes?
Yes, Mr. Bartell, we did, but the other carriages were there before us. Holmes went into the church after telling me to guard the outside. I must have waited for 10 minutes or more before Mr. Geoffrey Norton and Miss Adler came out, spoke a few words to each other, and then left in their separate conveyances. A moment later, Holmes, still dressed as a stable hand, came striding out of the church and down the steps towards me. He was obviously very excited.
What? Have they left?
Yes, in separate cabs. I overheard him say that he was going back to his office. And she said, I shall drive out in the park at 5 this evening.
Splendid, old fellow. Then come on. We can return to Baker Street.
What happened inside the church?
They were married.
Married?
Of course. The ceremony would have been illegal if it had been performed after noon. That accounted for their wild dash to the church. Jump into the cab.
Where to now, Governor?
221B Baker Street.
Oh, so they got married, eh?
Yes, and it may amuse you to know that I acted as witness at the ceremony.
Oh, you did? But how did that happen?
Their own witness had failed to appear, and I was dragged into the breach. The bride gave me this sovereign as a memento. I think I'll wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion.
What an amazing situation. Things begin to look better for the king, don't they?
Yes.
Now that she's Mrs. Norton, the chances are that she won't want to expose His Majesty after all.
I hope so, Watson, I hope so. But we can't afford to take any chances. I think the time is right for us to come to closer grips with the lady.
Well, Holmes, now that we've eaten, perhaps you'll tell me your plan.
With pleasure, my dear fellow. And while I'm so doing, I'll proceed with applying the makeup for my new disguise.
Another disguise? What's it to be this time?
I think the character and appearance of an amiable and simple-minded nonconformist clergyman would be most suited to my plan for entering Miss Adler's house.
Are you going to try and enter, then?
I must, dear fellow. Yes, I'm sure the photograph is there. Miss Adler, or rather Mrs. Norton, will return from her drive in the park at 6:30. We must be at Bryony Lodge to meet her.
And what then?
You must leave that to me. I've already made my arrangements. There is only one point on which I must insist. You must not interfere, come what may. You understand?
I'm to remain neutral.
Yes, there will be some small unpleasantness. Don't join in it. It will end in my being conveyed into the house. As soon as I'm able to, I shall open one of the windows. You're to watch from the outside. When I raise my hand, you will throw an object which I shall give you through the window and at the same time cry, fire. Follow me?
Entirely, but what am I to throw?
Oh, it's nothing very formidable. Here it is.
Looks like a great big cigar. What is it?
Just an ordinary plumber's smoke rocket, fitted with a cap at each end to make it self-lighting. Your task is confined to throwing it through the window. When you raise the cry, fire, it will be taken up by quite a number of people. You will then walk to the end of the street, and I'll rejoin you in 10 minutes. I hope I've made myself clear.
Perfectly.
Good. And now, old fellow, as soon as I've donned my clerical attire, let's be on our way. There's no time to be lost.
It's nearly 6:30, Holmes. We've been pacing up and down in front of her house for half an hour now. I hope she does come back.
I'm sure she will.
There seem to be a lot of loafers hanging round her gate.
All part of my conspiracy, old chap. You'll see them play their parts in a few minutes.
You still think the photograph is inside the house?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Hmm?
It's most unlikely that she carries it about with her. Remember, the king told us it was a large frame picture. And also remember that she planned to use it within a few days. It must be where she can lay her hands on it. It must be inside her house.
But her house has been burgled twice.
They don't know how to look.
Well, how will you look?
I won't. I'll get her to show me.
She'll refuse.
No, she won't be able to. Shh. Here comes the carriage now. Remember, Watson, carry out my orders to the letter.
Yes, you can trust me, Holmes.
Good luck.
Blimey, here comes the Duchess of Tiddlewinks. Let's put out the carpet. She might get her tootsies wet.
Oh, put a sock in it, Elfie.
Leave him alone. She's no better than she ought to be. Please let me through. I live here.
Well, ain't that nice? We'll all come in and have a cup of cocoa.
Move out of the way, please, and let the lady through.
Mind your own business. Just because your collar's turned the wrong way, you can't spoil our fun.
That's right, Eddie. Keep your nose out of it, Parson.
Please don't fight about it.
I tell you to stop molesting the lady.
Do ya? Then how would you like a bip in the nose?
Oh, he hit the poor man. Then he ran away, the coward. Is the clergyman badly hurt?
He hit his head, Mum, and he fell. If you ask me, he's hurt bad. He's bleeding something terrible. Can we bring him in, Mum? He can't lie here in the street.
Why, of course. Bring him in.
Right you are, Mum. Here, Bert. Right out. Give us a hand. Anyway.
Oh, poor fella. Do you see what happened to him, mister?
Yes, I saw, my good woman. A very convincing demonstration.
What you mean?
Weren't you paid by a certain gentleman for this performance?
Oh, you knows about it, too. Yeah, you must be a friend of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, I am.
Nice gentleman. He give us $5 bob apiece for tonight's work. It ain't through yet, though. We got to start yelling fire when somebody tells us.
I'm that somebody, my dear lady. Where's Mr. Holmes now? He's inside the house.
Yes, he's opening a window.
Now he's raising his hand. That's my signal. Now to throw the rocket. There we are. Fire! Holmes, there you are. You have the photograph?
No. But I know what it is. She showed me, as I told you she would.
I'm still in the dark.
There's no mystery, old chap. When my accomplices started the round the street, I had a little moist red paint in my hand. As my good friend Alfie pretended to strike me, I clapped my hand to my head and fell down. It's an old trick.
Yes, I understand that, but how did my throwing the rocket help you?
It was all important, my dear fellow. When a woman thinks her home is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing she values most. A married woman grabs her baby. An unmarried reaches for her jewel box. In this case, of course, it was the photograph.
Well, where was it?
In a recess in the living room, just above the right-hand bell pull. I caught a glimpse of it as she half drew it out. When I made it known that the fire was a false alarm, she replaced the photograph. As soon as I was able, I assured her that I was feeling well enough to leave.
You didn't take the photograph, then?
No, I felt that Over-precipitance at this stage might ruin everything.
And what do we do now?
Drive to the Langham Hotel and inform His Majesty of what has happened. Then return with him here. After that, my dear chap, the case will be ended.
This is Brownie Lodge now, Your Majesty.
I'm all impatience. You're certain this photograph will still be there, Mr. Holmes?
I have every reason to believe so, Your Majesty.
I must confess, this is going to be something of an ordeal.
Then I suggest that you let me do the talking, Your Majesty. I think I know how to handle the lady.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe.
Yes. I am Mr. Holmes. How did you know?
My mistress told me that you would be likely to call. She has left for the continent with her husband.
You mean she's left England?
Never to return.
Then the papers, the photograph. All is lost, Mr. Holmes.
We'll soon see. Follow me.
She said you'd been looking for something. I hope you find it.
This was the bell pull. There's a sliding panel behind it somewhere. Ah, here it is.
Is the photograph there, Mr. Holmes?
There is a photograph, but it's a photograph of the lady alone. Here's a letter, and it's addressed to me.
Well, what's it say, Holmes?
My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well. Until after the fire alarm, I had no suspicion. But then, when I realized how I had betrayed myself, I began to think. I've been warned that if the king employed an agent, it would certainly be you. May I congratulate you on your disguise as the dear old clergyman?
Great Scott, you was far more clever than you thought, Holmes.
Yeah, go on. What else does it say?
Let me see. My husband and I both thought that the best recourse was flight. So you will find the nest empty. As to the photograph of the king and yourself, His Majesty may rest in peace. Thank goodness for that. I love and am loved by a better man than he. I leave another photograph, however, that he might care to possess. And I remain, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, very truly yours, Irene Norton, née Adler. What a woman, Watson. What a woman. What a magnificent woman. She fooled me completely. But, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I've been unable to bring your business to a more successful conclusion.
On the contrary, my dear sir, nothing could be more successful. I know that Irene's word is inviolate. The incriminating photograph is now as safe as if it were in the fire.
I'm glad to hear Your Majesty say so.
I am immensely indebted to you. Now, pray tell me in what way I can reward you. This beryl ring that I wear, I should be proud
Your Majesty has something that I should value even more highly.
You have but to name it.
This photograph.
Irene's photograph? But certainly. However, you must let me give you something more substantial.
Oh, no, Your Majesty. This is something I shall treasure all my life. This and a golden sovereign I received from the lady's hand. They will remind me that I was once tricked by a woman. A woman that I shall never forget.
What a woman, that Mrs. Adler. Or should I say, Mrs. Norton. That's the kind of woman I could really go for, Doctor.
Yes, I believe you could. Just between ourselves, I sort of, I sort of could go for her myself.
She was intelligent.
Yes, she was rich.
Beautiful. That's the kind of woman you want sitting next to you in front of a cozy fire on a nippy fall night. Just the three of you.
The three of you?
Mm-hmm. You, she, and a glass of Petri port.
Miss Bartelli.
Why not? That Petri California port is some wine. Boy, that Petri family really knows how to make good wine, all right. And no wonder. Look at all the experience they've had. Ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s, the Petri family has handed down from father to son, the art of selecting perfect sun-ripened California grapes and making them into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. Those letters, P-E-T-R-I, on the label of every bottle of Petri wine are the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. It's got to be, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, that was a great story you told us tonight.
I thought you'd like it, Mr. Bartell. That's why I plan to tell you a sequel to it next week.
A sequel? Say, that sounds exciting, Doctor.
Oh, I think you'll find that it proves to be that, Mr. Bartell. It's a story that takes place 20 years after tonight's adventure. And once again, the principal part is played by a woman, only in this case, it isn't Irene Adler. It's her daughter. And now, Mr. Bartell, before I go, I want to remind our listeners that they owe a real debt of gratitude to the selective service boards in their communities. At this moment, those selective service boards are working harder than ever, making sure that every returning veteran knows his rights and privileges. And the boards are helping him take full advantage of those rights and privileges. And they're helping our veterans get jobs. Our selective service boards deserve our sincere thanks, and they deserve our cooperation. They have done, and they are doing, a splendid job.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is an adaptation of the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, A Scandal in Bohemia. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Over the Bounding Main, a suspense play starring Mr. Dan Daly.
Ow! For heaven's sake, Marty, when are you going to put a light in this garage?
Sorry, honey, I forgot.
You forgot. You forgot. Too bad you can't forget to wake up some morning.
Look, just because you had a couple too many drinks at the Warrens, you don't have to get nasty.
I had too many. Are you kidding? I watched you. Don't think I didn't.
Oh, come on, let's go in. I've got to be downtown early.
For what? Because you can make enough to buy a house at Catalina like the Warrens? Get a new car? There's a little thing called money. But you wouldn't know. You've got to find the right job.
Are we going to go over that again?
Yes, we're going over that again. I'm ashamed when I go out. Did you see what she was wearing?
Keep your voice down, the neighbors.
You say that again and I'll kill you.
You'll be sorry in the morning.
I'll be sorry, all right. Sorry like every other morning. Because you'll be here.
In just a moment, Mr. Dan Daly in the first act of Over the Bounding Main.
Hey, Wilcock, what's your favorite fall hobby?
Fishing.
And for what?
For compliments on ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, and I catch plenty.
What kind of bait do you use?
Cars with sluggish, gas-hungry engines whose spark plugs are not functioning properly. When Autolite spark plugs go to work on these lazy, limp, and listless lorries, wow, they start up like a trout after a fly, speed along smooth as a sailfish, and use less gas than a salmon swimming downstream.
You must have a pretty good line.
Yes, sir. The Autolite spark plug line is the best there is, because Autolite spark plugs are designed by the same Autolite engineers who designed the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts that make up the complete ignition system, used as original factory equipment on many of America's leading makes of cars. When you replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, you get quick start, smoother performance, gas savings.
I'm hooked, Harlow.
Thank you, my fickle fisherman. Friends, this fall, have your spark plugs checked by your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer. And have him replace worn-out spark plugs with new ignition-engineered Autolite resistor or standard-type spark plugs. Then you'll know why you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Over the Bounding Main and the performance of Mr. Dan Daly, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
If you don't need a rest, I certainly do, Marty. I'm so tired of this lousy apartment I could scream.
So scream and let the neighbors have some fun.
I'm sick of them, too. The Warrens were darn nice to invite us.
I didn't say we can't go.
You never say anything anymore, or do anything either.
You're sure in a swell mood tonight. I should have stayed downtown.
In which joint?
Lay off. I'm tired.
From what? You're not working.
Now, don't start that again. You know I'm looking.
Looking? Can I live on nothing? Look at these clothes. I'm ashamed to go out in the street.
Now tell me how much better off you were when you were married to that wise operator, Lou.
I was. At least I owned shoes without holes in them.
Yeah. Lou Barris was just a little dream man. Just so ginger peachy you could hardly wait to leave town with me.
The day I divorced Lou, I wondered if I was making a mistake. And the day after I became Mrs. Martin Evans, I knew I hadn't.
You're going to be a lot of fun on this fishing trip.
Don't tell me we're going, after all.
I can stand a vacation, too. They call it the Pacific Ocean. It means peaceful, which is something I could use right now. I guess a lot of it was my fault. I wanted the right kind of a job, and it was hard to find. Ever since Claire had got rid of Lou Barris, her ex, we'd been living pretty close, and Claire wasn't used to it. The Warrens made it worse. They were well-heeled, and I was supposed to keep up with the Warrens. I knew I couldn't ever do it. Maybe Claire knew it, too. Claire had got the invitation for us to go with the Warrens to Catalina, so now we were driving down 22nd Street in San Pedro to the landing. It was nearly 6 in the morning, and you could see a light fog drifting in the harbor.
Don't forget to lock it.
Sure. Look out for the fishing rods, will you?
You better give me the keys. You're so careless.
I won't lose them.
I know you. All that junk in your pockets, you'll lose them.
Don't worry.
I will. Why don't you let me hang on to them? We'll be in a nice mess if we...
All right, all right. Here they are.
Thank you, dear.
I guess we're the first ones here. I don't see Bob's car.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. We're meeting them at the Isthmus.
On the island?
Yeah. They've been there all week.
You didn't say anything about it. I thought...
For Pete's sake, what difference does it make? If you're worrying about chartering a boat to get us there, you can stop. It's all arranged. Bob's paying for it. They know you're broke.
Sure, you blabbed that to everyone. I was a great guy when I had it.
Well, you lost it, so let's not talk, shall we?
That's okay with me.
That must be the boat down there.
The Pelican. Is that the name?
I think so. Yeah, that's it.
Watch your step. Why the devil do you wear shoes like that on a fishing trip?
Because they're all I have.
Hello? Anyone aboard?
One moment, senor. Senor Evans?
That's right.
Come aboard, please. If I may help the lady.
Phew. You can sure tell this is a fishing boat.
You the captain on this tub?
Oh, no, senor. No. I'm Ignacio. Deckhand. I help to run the engine.
I thought you looked a little young. Where is he?
He went ashore for a minute, senor.
Well, I'm ready anytime he is.
Here, Sonny, take my stuff below.
Si, senora. Right away.
Smart-looking kid.
Oh, gosh. Is it only 6? I'm sleepy.
You'll wake up when we get going. Oh, smell that air. You know, honey, I think we're going to have fun.
There must be a bunk somewhere. I'm going below.
Oh, come on, stay with me.
No, I'm sleepy. Wake me up when we get there.
Okay, but you'll be sorry. I'm going to start trawling as soon as we clear the harbor.
Senor Evans, there's the captain coming down the dock now.
Oh, yeah? Now we get started, huh?
Si.
I read where the albacore are running.
Well, it may be, senor. I have only been working on the Pelican for 2 days. We have some big white feather jigs you control with that.
Swell.
How's that? Si, Captain Murray.
Let's go then.
I'm Mr. Evans. The wife is below taking a nap.
Hello. All right, let's cast off.
All clear.
Think this fog will lift?
Might.
Any idea how far offshore we might hit albacore?
There's no telling.
How long do you figure for us to reach Catalina?
Depends on the fog.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll go get my outfit rigged up.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Are you sure that feathers are the best lure for them?
I have caught many albacore with it, senor. If they're hungry, they will take. The season has been good.
Well, Hey, stop the boat.
Hey, strike, senor. Let him take it now. Give him line.
Give it to him. He's got it.
Count 5, senor. Slow now. Slow. Now. Now, senor, strike. There's a big one, senor.
Hey, stop the boat. What's the matter with him? I'm going to lose my line. I can't hold him.
Brace yourself against the rail.
Don't tell that fool captain to stop the boat, will you?
See. Captain, is strike. Senor, look out.
The rail, Are you hurt, senor? No. Thanks. If you hadn't pushed me, I'd have gone over.
I just can't understand it. The rail breaking that way.
What the devil was Moran trying to do? We could have been killed. You tell him to stop, he speeds up.
Well, maybe he didn't hear me.
I want a few words with that joker. Hey, do you know I almost went into the drink? The rail at the stern broke.
Well, that's too bad. I'll have to get it fixed.
Yeah? What the devil were you trying to do? The kid yelled for you to stop.
I'm sorry. I thought he wanted me to put about. Thought you'd lost your tackle.
I down there lost my skin. If Ignacio hadn't been so quick on his feet...
Sorry.
That's the way he said it. Just like he dropped ashes on the rug or maybe brushed you casually on the street. Sorry. That was dandy. I've wrecked your car, made love to your wife, strangled your mother, but it's okay, mister. I'm sorry. And that was all I got. He just turned back to the wheel, and then something stuck in my memory. I kept thinking I'd seen the guy before. Never talked to him or met him. Somehow I knew him. I looked him over. 6'1", black hair, the usual amount of face. I couldn't pin him down. I figured it was just one of those mental tricks, or maybe he looked like my Uncle Phil and let it go. I started aft when all of a sudden Claire came out on deck. She rushed to the stern, looked over, and then spun around and saw me. She had a strange look in her eye, and her face was as white as a seagull's wing. What's the matter? Are you sick?
No, Yes, I think I'm seasick.
There is a bit of a swell. Stay on deck, you'll feel better.
No, I'm going to lie down again.
Okay. Gee, you look pretty bad. Come on, I'll help you down.
I'm all right. Going back up.
Whew. No wonder you feel lousy. This smell. Oil and dead bait. I'm not kidding. You'll feel better up
Let me alone, will you?
Hey, what's the matter with the engine?
How should I know?
Well, take it easy.
Yeah, I'll take it easy.
What's wrong, Moran?
No, nothing serious. We'll be on our way in a few minutes.
Yeah? Looks like the fog's getting thicker. Don't you think you ought to sound your horn?
It's on the blink.
Swell. This tub's in great shape.
It'll do.
Where's the kid?
Ignacio? He's below, hunting down the trouble.
Nice kid, you know. If it wasn't for him,
Yeah.
I want to give him something when we get off.
You do that. I saw a couple of boils out there a minute ago. Albacore. Get your line in the water. Relax.
It was a fine way to relax. Drifting in the Catalina Channel with no motor, no foghorn, and you couldn't see more than 20 feet out. I threw my line in and tried to forget it. And the way the albacore was striking, I almost did. After a couple of hours, maybe 3, I'd had enough, so I folded up with my back to the bait tank and dozed off. When I woke up, we were still drifting, and the fog was even thicker. Then I realized it was getting dark. I started to look for Moran. I felt something was wrong, something besides the motor. And when I heard their voices, I knew it.
I can't.
You don't have any choice. It'll be dark in an hour. I can't stall him with this bum motor gag much longer.
Please.
I don't get it. You come crawling to me with this big idea, so why get squeamish? He's worth a lot more dead than alive. 20 grand, isn't it?
I just can't do it.
Now listen, baby, there's a lot of dough invested in the guy, and it's going to go through on schedule. We're going to trade one bullet for $20,000. And there isn't any way of backing out.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Dan Daly in Over the Bounding Main. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Hap, did I tell you about the whale?
Whale? What whale?
The whale of a job being done by ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Delighted drivers declare that for fast starts, smoother engine performance, and gas savings, these ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs can't be beat.
Go on, Jonah. I'm listening.
And, like Jonah, Autolite ignition engineers know their business from inside to out, from head to tail. Autolite engineers design spark plugs just as they design the complete ignition system, used as original factory equipment on many of America's leading makes of cars. That's why Autolite spark plugs are engineered to work together perfectly with the coil, distributor, and the rest of the ignition system.
You're spouting like Moby Dick, Wilcox.
Well, I'm always glad to spout about those great ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, Hap. They're unexcelled for quick starts, smoother performance, gas savings.
Hartka Harlow, the happy harpooner.
Thousands of motorists agree that Autolite spark plugs are the best bet for better driving. Replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite, resistor, or standard-type spark plugs. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood sound stage Mr. Dan Daly in Elliott Lewis's production of Over the Bounding Main, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I don't think I was scared. Not at first, that is. You can only take in so much, and then something in your mind shuts it off. I stood there in the fog and the darkness, and so help me, the only thing I could think of was how the Warrens would take it when I didn't arrive at the Isthmus. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? Then from somewhere, a foghorn sounded off in the distance, and I came to like someone had thrown water on my face. I almost laughed at myself. The Warrens were probably playing canasta over in Brentwood or drinking beer in front of somebody's television set. This fishing trip was Claire's idea, and the only thing she planned on hooking was a $20,000 policy on the life of Martin Evans. I moved away and toward the stern. I needed help now. And maybe there was somebody I could count on. That young deckhand, Ignacio. I found him all right. Sprawled on his face in the bow, lying over the anchor. Kid. Ignacio. Hey. Wake up. Hey, kid. Wake up. He smelled like a distillery. I shook him, slapped him as hard as I dared, but he went right on sleeping. Captain Moran had taken good care of the only friend I had. With the Mickeys poured into him, he'd be lucky if he ever woke up. Now I was good and scared. It was almost completely dark. Moran would be coming on deck, and then I remembered the gaff. The pole with a razor-sharp hook at the end. I'd used it to pull up the albacore on deck. I moved to the stern, quietly, feeling with my feet because I couldn't see now. And I tripped over something and fell on the deck. It was the gaff. I grabbed it and got up.
Evans? Evans? I know you're there. Evans?
I couldn't see him, and he couldn't see me. I moved silently around the deck in a crazy game of blind man's bluff. Just moving away from his voice and trying to think of a way out.
Evans? Can you hear me?
I heard him all right. His voice sounded muffled, as though the fog was a black foot closing off the world, like they drop over a guy's head on the gallows. Gallows? Rope. Rope. There was a coil of heavy rope on the forward deck. A coil of heavy rope on the forward deck.
All right, Evans, you can't get very far. You getting tired, Evans? Want to go around again? Hear the foghorn, Evans? Well, you better listen to it. You won't hear anything else for a long time. You still have that gaff, or do you drop it again? You can't see it, but I got a gun in my hand. Maybe we can make a deal, huh?
Keep away from me!
So Mr. Evans can talk.
You won't get away with this?
Oh, I think so. After all, is it my fault if a new deckhand I hire gets crazy drunk and shoots up the ship?
He'll tell. He'll tell.
Mutiny. Murder. No, he won't even remember it. Isn't it funny what liquor will do to a kid? The penalty for mutiny is a rough one. After all these years, the book still calls for hanging on the public dock. But maybe he can plead insanity, huh? And I'm sorry he had to kill you, Evans.
You won't get me! You won't get me!
Did he, Dad? Did he?
He decided to swim for it. Well, that saved a lot of trouble.
Awful.
Yeah, $20,000 worth of awful. The only thing I'm sore about is the lousy jerk won't be able to watch us enjoy it.
I lay there quietly on the deck. I didn't breathe any more than I had to. I was about as safe as a turkey in November. If Moran should notice that missing coil of rope, it wouldn't take him long to figure out exactly what had made that splash in the water. He couldn't see any better than I could, but as soon as it got light, there I'd be out in the open without a prayer. And the only thing I'd gain was a few hours at the most. So I huddled against the rail and hung onto the fishing gaff, feeling like David might have if he'd have broken his slingshot just before he met Goliath. It gets cold out on the ocean, and the fog can soak through summer denims in a hurry. I started to shiver. I had to clamp my jaws together tight to keep my teeth from chattering. But the cold did one thing. It seemed to freeze some of the fear out of me, and I started to think. I had it pretty well figured out. All except one thing. When I heard Claire and Moran coming out on deck.
Can't miss if you don't louse it up. Those cops are smart. One little angle where our stories don't match it. Well, just keep your head.
Don't worry about me.
This is important now, once more.
Not again.
Once more. Now, who heard the shot?
I did.
And?
I rushed on deck to see Ignacio struggling with Marty.
Ignacio had a gun.
Ignacio had a gun. He and Marty fought. He hit the side. Marty went overboard.
And our engine's dead. He just disappeared in the darkness, right?
Can't we start back?
Well, I gotta change some parts first. Make it look like the engine really was out. See? Every little angle counts.
I wish it was over.
And for Pete's sake, remember my name is Moran, and you never saw me until you got on board the Pelican.
There's no way they can check. I don't even have the locket anymore.
Good. I'm gonna fix the engine. As soon as it gets light, we'll head back to port.
I had forgotten all about Claire's locket. But when she mentioned it, the last chunk of this puzzle dropped into the slot. And I wondered why I hadn't thought of it before. That crummy little locket, heart-shaped, with Claire's picture on one side and Lou Barris's on the other. The one she wanted to keep for sentiment's sake. Her first husband, Lou Barris, the guy I remembered from the picture. Captain Moran, that's who he was. It all figured. Lou scores a triple play. Gets his wife back with 20 grand in a purse and pays off Martin Evans with a one-way trip to the bottom of the ocean. And I couldn't think of any way to stop him. It must have been hours later, or minutes, when I thought of the dinghy. She was swinging from the stern about 25 feet off. Somehow in the dark, I'd found a line and was about to pull on it when I saw Claire come on deck. I didn't move. Claire, if you make a sound, I'll hook this gaff right through your throat.
Marty.
Yeah, return from the dead. And I haven't anything to lose. Pull on the rope. Pull on it. You and me are getting to the dinghy.
All right.
You had it all figured out, didn't you? But you forgot one thing. Lou has to marry you again to collect the dough. And if you're not alive...
Marty, please. I'm sorry, I am.
Give me that rope and don't move.
I've been wrong. I know it.
Sure?
I'm glad you're all right. I've been wrong about us.
Don't worry, I won't kill you unless I have to. You're my new insurance policy. Now, get over into the boat. Sure, it's little and the ocean's big and we're going just the same. Shh, not a sound. Get in.
Claire! He's ready to go.
Smooth and neat. As long as I had a gaff at Claire's neck, Lou couldn't do a thing. His one bullet would cost him Claire $20,000 and maybe his life. We drifted off a bit and I reached for the oars. But there weren't any. There weren't any oars. When I looked up, I saw Moran standing in the stern of the Pelican.
Evan, I can see you. There aren't any oars, are there?
That's right. But you try to shoot me and I'll kill Claire.
You won't get away. Claire?
She can't help you.
Claire! I'm going to put him out. Don't worry.
Why don't you answer him, honey?
Don't you understand? I'm sorry. I don't want you to die. I want to be with you. I was wrong.
You bet you were wrong. You're going to find out. We're going to paddle. Paddle with our hands. If we can lose him in the fog, we'll be all right. Just remember, if he finds me, it's too bad for you. Now paddle. Get over on the side. Look out. Look out. Now, she's tipping. Look out.
You lost it. The gas.
Yeah. I lost it.
Now maybe you'll believe me. I want to help you get away from him.
Sure, I believe you. But if he finds us, as soon as I see the boat, I'm going to knock you out and throw you overboard. That's how I believe you. Now paddle. stop paddling. Be quiet.
Listen to me. Please. I love you. I'm on your side. I won't let him hurt you.
Shut up.
Evan! Evan!
A patch of fog dissolved for a second, and in the darkness I saw a darker shape. It was a pelican. I knew that Lou had seen us. I reached for Claire. I felt her shoulder, then her neck.
Claire! Are you all right?
Yes.
I wanted to hit her. Now. But I felt her neck. It was warm, and there was a little pulse under my fingers.
He's lost the gas.
She was telling him to shoot me, and suddenly it didn't matter anymore. The pelican loomed over us, and then Claire twisted away from me, and I didn't care. I was tired.
All right, come on, Evan. Get up here. How about you found on deck? Give me a hand, Claire. Come on. All right, Evan. Get out of there.
Get it over with. I'm staying.
Give me the gun, Lou. Let me do it.
Are you kidding?
No, give it to me. I hate him.
No, baby, I'll do it.
You better tie the dinghy on, then I can't hold it.
Yeah, hold the gun.
Thanks, Lou.
Claire, what are you doing?
Give me the rope, Marty. I don't want you to drift away now.
I got out of the dinghy and stood on the deck looking down at what used to be Lou Barris. Claire handed me the gun and just stared at me. We didn't say anything for a long time. Fog's lifting.
Yeah.
It's getting lighter. I guess the sun will be breaking through soon.
Do you believe what I told you before?
Yeah, I believe you now. I'm sorry.
I'll try to make it up to you.
Sure. We better get going.
We're going back to San Pedro?
Yeah. I guess I can figure out how this thing runs.
Marty, what about me?
I've got to tell the police.
Oh.
Maybe it won't be too tough. I don't know.
It's all right. It's better. Marty.
Yeah?
Do you still care? I mean...
I was going to kill you back there, and I didn't. You figure it out.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Dan Daly.
Harlow's quite an angler, and fishing is real bright. But what he's really best at is talking Autolite.
Thanks, Hap. You're right. I'm inspired by Autolite. Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in its 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, voltage regulators, wire and cables, starting motors, and electric windshield wipers. All engineered to work together perfectly as part of the Autolite team. All engineered to give you unexcelled Autolite service. Don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, Mr. Dana Andrews as star of The Crowd. And here is Mr. Andrews to tell you about it.
Have you ever noticed when a person dies on a city street how quickly the crowd gathers? As a police lieutenant, I knew that one person in that quickly gathering crowd was responsible for the death of the man lying on the busy street.
Yes, next week, Mr. Dana Andrews as star of The Crowd. And in the weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Joseph Cotton, Miriam Hopkins, and Milton Berle, all appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Parts of this program were transcribed. Over the Bounding Main is an original play written for suspense by Gloria Elmore and Jimmy Barnett. Dan Daly may soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production My Blue Heaven with Betty Grable.
And remember next week on Suspense, Mr. Dana Andrews in The Crowd.
You can
can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, or...